Chapter 1. I can actually hear the hero speaking. The Xinghe Internet CAF, a venerable establishment in City X, though equipped with somewhat outdated hardware, boasts excellent internet connectivity and service. Consequently, it is perpetually bustling with patrons. In a corner of the CAF, a disheveled young man leaned over his computer, bleary-eyed as he took a bite of a rather stale piece of bread, followed by a few swigs of carbonated drink. With a renewed sense of determination, he straightened up and clicked the play button on the screen. I refuse to believe that securing a first victory is this difficult, the boy grumbled. His name was Zixiao, a student at Xinghe School, known for his rebellious nature, often skipping classes. Today, he had fled from class at 8 a.m. to come to the CAF, intending to seize a quick victory before returning home. However, it was now 4 a.m., and he had suffered 8 consecutive defeats without a single win. Is it really that hard to secure a victory as a mid laner? Zixiao lamented, his eyelids heavy and threatening to close. Is there no one else playing at this hour? Why am I waiting so long? At that moment, Zixiao felt as if his eyelids weighed a ton, slowly descending towards closure. His head bobbed gently, resembling a fishing bobber drifting on a lake. Ping! Ah, finally, I've made it into a game, Zixiao weakly exclaimed as he extended his right hand to confirm. Let's choose Yasuo and take a short nap if we win this match. I can finally go to sleep, he decided. Death is like the wind, it is always at my back. Yasuo's voice echoed as he was selected. After making a few adjustments to his runes, Zixiao prepared to rest his head for a moment. How shameless can you be? I've played over 200 matches with you, and not once have you achieved an S rank. Yet you still insist on stealing kills. In his drowsy state, Zixiao seemed to hear a familiar voice emanating from his headset. What is that sound? I haven't even turned on voice chat, he muttered. If you're going to play support, at least do it properly. I get labeled as an orphan hero and get the blame for poor performance because of players like you. Scared to use your E on minions? Why don't you just remove the key from your keyboard? In a team fight, you can't even create a gust of wind. It all relies on teammates to knock up and execute the ultimate. After that, you just die. You might as well smash your mouse and keyboard and let me handle it myself. Suddenly, Zixiao realized something, jolting upright in shock. Whoa, is that Yasuo's voice? He exclaimed. His outburst drew curious glances from those around him, prompting an immediate apology from Zixiao. Wait a minute, I must have been dreaming. There's no way Yasuo has new voice lines. You're using Conqueror? If you can't play, stop daydreaming about showcasing skills. Wouldn't it be better to take fleet footwork for a bit of healing? Just think about how many times you can trigger Conqueror during your early lane. But what can I do? I want to have fun, but I can't win against the enemy. I have no choice but to play conservatively. What if I let my teammates down? Zixiao retorted, his frustration evident. Boys are like this. You can criticize their academic performance or their financial status, but you cannot insult their gaming skills. That is a matter of pride and integrity. Are you really challenging me on past failures? I won't even mention the time you faced off against a fish or a moonlight champion. But that time you faced an angel? You spent 18 minutes under the tower, waiting for a surrender? The angel didn't even dare to engage. Zixiao opened his mouth to argue, but was instantly silenced. Wait, who is speaking? Hold on, who are you? Zixiao asked cautiously. Huh? After over 200 matches, you still don't recognize me? My name is plastered all over the place, the unforgiven swordmaster. Can't you see it? Yasuo snapped, sounding as if he were scolding an ignorant child. Yasuo? Zixiao inquired tentatively, his mind swirling with confusion, akin to the number of question marks teammates generate when he plays Yasuo while they're engaged in a team fight. Who else would it be? You ungrateful wretch. You play me poorly, yet I tolerate it day after day, and you can't even remember my name? Yasuo demanded. Zixiao was utterly flabbergasted. This can't be real. He pinched himself hard, definitely awake. Could it be that he was a fortunate player? Was this some sort of elaborate April Fool's prank from the League of Legends team, bringing in the original voice lines to chat with him? But today isn't even April Fool's Day. All units advance. Hey, what are you doing? You've been lounging in the fountain for over a minute. Are you waiting to buy a full 6-item build? Yasuo's sharp reprimand pulled Zixiao from his spiraling thoughts. Coming Coming, Zixiao hurriedly maneuvered his mouse, purchasing a Duran's blade and a health potion before stepping out. Charge forth. Hurry and die, so we can go home for our takeout. Wait for me. Don't be foolish, ranged minions will die last. They'll feast on the chicken leg in that takeout. That's blatant bullying. As Zixiao's Yasuo passed by the minions, he overheard the banter between the melee and ranged minions. Is this a specially crafted Easter egg? Was it really necessary to go to such lengths just to tease me? Zixiao thought, utterly bewildered. This didn't sound like improvised voice lines, it felt like the original soundtrack, with the sound streaming directly from his headset. Could it be that I can truly hear the characters from League of Legends speaking? Should I venture into the jungle? Zixiao clicked his mouse, intending to enter the jungle. Chapter 2. Zaun Yasuo. At that moment, a flurry of question marks rained down upon Zixiao, as his teammates prepared to invade the enemy's blue buff in the jungle. Huh, I told you not to wander aimlessly in the jungle. Are you trying to tile the canyon or something? You want to drive me insane and turn me into an orphan? Huh. Wait, are you from Zaun? Isn't Yasuo from Ionia? Zixiao swallowed hard, realizing the truth could indeed hear these bizarre voices. Does this mean I'm in for an exhilarating ride? Indeed, it isn't necessarily a bad thing. Why should I panic? This could make climbing to the rank of challenger a breeze. With this thought, Zixiao broke into a grin, even letting out a chuckle. Seeing Zixiao's reaction, Yasuo was taken aback. What the hell? Why do you seem excited when I scold you? Are you some kind of masochist? Sneaking in with his teammates between the blue buff and mid lane, they concealed themselves in a patch of grass, waiting for the blue buff to spawn in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, Zixiao's headset picked up what sounded like footsteps. Footsteps? Am I running a battle royale in the background? Are you an idiot? Yasuo scolded in exasperation. If you can hear us talking, it's only natural you'd hear our footsteps too. Clearly, someone is approaching. Ah, someone's coming? Zixiao quickly sent a signal indicating enemy has vanished to notify his teammates of the nearby threat. By the way, why aren't the other heroes speaking? Can I only hear the hero I control? Of course. You think you can ambush someone while chatting? You really know how to play. All right, swoosh. At that moment, a mechanical claw suddenly flew over the wall, snatching Zixiao's Yasuo amidst the crowd. I'm doomed. Zixiao frantically spammed his flash key. You only need to click it once, you fool. Even against such enemies, even if my sword is broken, I can still hold my ground. Mundo can go wherever he pleases. In an instant, the cacophony of taunts from various enemy champions filled Zixiao's ears. The robot's Q skill and Mordekaiser's E skill combined to pull Yasuo into a position where he couldn't flash over the wall. Light the lantern! Light the lantern! Yasuo gritted his teeth. Lantern! Zixiao's Thresh threw down a lantern in front of Yasuo, prompting him to click it and return to the embrace of his teammates. Phew, that scared me to death. Zixiao breathed a sigh of relief. However, with his health so low, Zixiao knew he must return home, and at this point he would certainly lose at least 3 minions in the first wave. The opponent in the mid lane is the Master Shadows Zed. In a matchup against Zed, Yasuo finds himself at a disadvantage, roughly a 4 to 6 split, and particularly so given that he is already half a level behind. Consequently, Zixiao decides to embrace the nature of a tower's child, retreating to the safety of the defensive tower. You should have been more cautious. Look at the predicament you're in now, losing so much experience from minions, Yasuo remarked. Not to worry, just watch how I dismantle him shortly. Zixiao inexplicably brimmed with confidence. In truth, it was not that Zixiao lacked skill, but rather that he was hesitant to engage, fearing an ambush from the enemy jungler. Whenever an enemy approached, Zixiao would panic. This panic would lead to mistakes, which in turn would exacerbate his anxiety, creating a vicious cycle. Thus, the ability to converse with his champion signified that Zixiao was acutely aware of any nearby threats, and he could also hear the sound of footsteps. However, for the time being, he needed to stay close to the tower, and as he watched the minion wave approach the defensive structure, he skillfully maneuvered Yasuo to secure every last hit. Having accrued ample experience from tower minions, Zixiao could hardly be described as inexperienced. In fact, The number of tower minions he had secured was beyond the scope of ample. As the third wave of minions was about to clash, it conveniently positioned itself before the tower. Zed had already reached level 2, but in this position, he could merely throw his shurikens to harass Zixiao's Yasuo. Why is it that amidst the crowd, I ended up targeting you? Are you some kind of magnet? I feel bad about killing you, Zed suddenly interjected. What does it matter to you? I can still solo you in the late game, Yasuo retorted sharply. You ought to consider who is controlling you. Yasuo's win rate is below one. The few games he has won were due to others either disconnecting or simply coasting to victory. Cut it out. Even if my son is foolish, I still love him. This statement left Zixiao wearing an expression of utter exasperation. I mean, I haven't even engaged with the opponent, yet you two are already bickering? In a certain room, a girl with flowing black hair was intently focused on the screen. She wore a dress that harmoniously combined soft red and white, complemented by knee-high socks adorned with blue and white stripes. Overall, she appeared radiant, but it was her visage that truly captivated. Her delicately arched brows were meticulously groomed, and her long eyelashes fluttered like tiny brushes. Her strikingly beautiful, large eyes sparkled with life, rendering them breathtakingly mesmerizing. Why does this Yasuo seem rather peculiar? The girl, controlling Zed, murmured as she observed the Yasuo swaying erratically in the minion wave without securing any last hits. Hey, he's about to hit level 3, pay attention. Yasuo warned Zixiao. Got it, Zixiao replied nonchalantly, as he remained focused on taking down tower minions. Indeed, after Zed dispatched a minion, he reached level 3, and simultaneously, a dark shadow emerged from Zed's form, aimed directly at Yasuo. Dodge! Move! Yasuo shouted urgently. Too late, this wave will at least take half your health. Zed chuckled, twirling his blades. Please, use your flash. If you get slowed, you'll definitely be hit by Q. With so many minions pushing into the tower, if you go back home now, it'll be a complete disastrous slow death. Yasuo implored. Why are you panicking? I'm not worried at all. Zixiao chuckled, calmly pressing the W key. Wind wall. A wall of swiftly flowing wind materialized before Yasuo, successfully blocking Zed's shurikens and those thrown by his shadow. Did you really learn W at level 2? The girl exclaimed in astonishment. See, am I not more familiar with you than you are with yourself? Zixiao proclaimed triumphantly. Is that familiarity? No, that's just cowardice. Who would have thought you learned W at level 2? Oh, right. You wouldn't know to learn it anyway. Just watch how I solo him later. Zixiao vowed, then fully immersed himself back into the match. Chapter 3. Why is it that I still can't win the lane? Thus, the game progressed peacefully, with Zixiao's Yasuo maintaining a safe health threshold. After all, Zed's shurikens were only occasionally effective, and Zixiao had consistently positioned himself behind the minion wave, causing the shurikens to hit the minions first, thereby reducing their damage. Furthermore, Zed had not returned home to upgrade his equipment. His level remained suppressed, and the most perilous moment arrived when Zed secured level 6 ahead of him. Just 2 more minions, and Zed will hit level 6. However, our jungler, Amumu, is lurking in the background. Let's see if he can make something happen, Yasuo informed Zixiao. 2 minions? Zixiao noticed the 2 low-health minions before Zed. A single death mark would suffice to finish them off, while Amumu was still maneuvering from the blue buff, signaling his approach. With only 23 health points remaining, coupled with Zed's ultimate explosive damage and ignite, it seemed likely that he could be eliminated in an instant. Zixiao began to retreat. Why are you hesitating? As long as you maneuver or block his shurikens with a wall, you won't perish, will you? Yasuo remarked upon witnessing Zixiao's cowardice. I must be cautious. What if I fail to evade? Then you shall take the risk. Came the mischievous laughter of Zed. The sound of his laughter signified the activation of his ultimate ability, the Death Mark. A crimson mark crossed over Yasuo's form as Zed left behind a shadow. Promptly darting behind Yasuo, he swiftly employed his W ability, creating a shadow within the turret's attack range, yet positioned just right to strike Yasuo with his Q ability. Die. Zed's blade grazed the back of Yasuo's neck. How is this possible? Zixiao swiftly executed his flash, his gaze fixed intently on the movements of Zed. As long as he avoided the shurikens, survival was assured. At the very moment Zixiao activated his flash, Zed darted beside his Yasuo, unleashing a swift basic attack followed by a series of precise strikes. Here it comes. Zixiao hastily pressed the W key. The two shurikens, hurtling towards him, collided with the wind wall before vanishing into thin air. Realizing he could no longer eliminate Yasuo, Zed scoffed, leaving behind a decoy before retreating to his original position. The lingering damage from Ignite, coupled with the explosive force of Zed's ultimate, ultimately failed to claim Yasuo's life, leaving him with a meager 16 health points as he returned to base beneath the tower. I couldn't finish him off. How frustrating. What is going on? Why didn't he die? Oh no, this can't be right. Sir, if you couldn't kill him, could it really be possible? Yasuo immediately began to taunt from his position under the tower, an air of arrogance surrounding him. Zed, meanwhile, diligently focused on last-hitting minions in front of him. Some individuals thrive on the thrill of survival, and even when they evade a solo kill, they revel in the opportunity to mock. Seemingly oblivious to the absurdity of their joy, Zixiao signaled to his jungler Amumu, indicating that he should refrain from approaching, as there was little chance of defeating Zed given his current health. In truth, there had been a glimmer of opportunity, however. Zixiao was preoccupied with the thought of using Wind Wall to deflect Zed's Q, thus failing to retaliate, allowing Zed to maintain a remarkably healthy health bar. The amount of gold he possessed was merely sufficient to purchase an armor piece, a pair of boots, and a control ward. It was evident he was attempting to bait the enemy, as one would wonder who would fall for such a control ward. Zixiao maneuvered Yasuo to a safe distance before returning to base. Whenever Zixiao finds himself at a disadvantage in a duel, he has a penchant for purchasing armor boots, believing that if he cannot be killed, he can simply retreat, for he harbors no intention of vanquishing his opponent. Just as the recall was nearing completion, an unexpected sound of footsteps echoed in his headset. Quick, reposition. At the very moment Yasuo uttered those words, Zixiao instinctively maneuvered his mouse to click beneath the tower. A white projectile whizzed past him. Indeed, it was Lee Sin's Q ability, Sonic Wave. It turned out that the blind monk had already circled behind him, prompting Zed to place a decoy ward. Phew, I'm fortunate to have heard those footsteps. Otherwise, I would have met my demise, Zixiao reflected with relief. Huh? The girl seated at the computer desk furrowed her brow, her beautiful visage marked by confusion. Had he anticipated this? Her thoughts lingered on his remarkable awareness. Given that Yasuo had positioned himself against the wall, the trajectory of Lee Sin's Sonic Wave was entirely obscured, making it impossible to evade purely by reflex. He must have deduced that the monk was approaching. Don't get cocky. Remain vigilant at this health. If Lee Sin lands a ward jump followed by an execute, you're finished, Yasuo cautioned. All right, replied Zixiao. This scenario made Zixiao feel as though Yasuo was directing his every action, akin to having someone incessantly pointing fingers at you while playing a game, an irksome experience for anyone. Fortunately, Yasuo was more preoccupied with exchanging banter with Zed than issuing commands. His comments conveyed a sense of exasperation rather than mere criticism. By a long sword. What else with the armor? You're running Duskblade. Shouldn't you be securing solo kills instead? Yasuo questioned upon noticing Zixiao's acquisition of 2 pieces of armor. That is not practical. The Duskblade is ineffective in team fights, Zixiao retorted. I don't care. You must purchase a Duskblade and secure a solo kill, or I shall refuse to converse with you any further. Yasuo suddenly adopted a childish demeanor, and Zixiao could almost envision him tilting his head back, fixated on him with an intense gaze. How old are you to be resorting to such tactics? Goodness. With no other recourse, Zixiao acquiesced, discarding the armor in favor of 2 longswords. Zixiao's character is such that he cherishes maintaining harmonious relationships. When it comes to friends, Zixiao is particularly obedient, striving to fulfill their needs and assist them to the best of his ability. Wait, this Yasuo was not supposed to speak. At best, he is merely a paper figure. Can he be considered a friend? Certainly. If a paper figure can be regarded as a spouse, why not a friend? Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Zed has acquired a serrated short dagger and, having suffered a loss in minion waves, now finds himself at a level disadvantage. Zixiao finally had a justifiable reason to retreat to the tower. Although Zed's ultimate ability was not yet available, Zixiao understood that in order to eliminate Zed, he needed to execute a knock-up, followed by his own ultimate. Without the damage and armor penetration provided by his ultimate, it would be insufficient to secure a kill. Despite Zed lacking flash, his W ability allowed him to create a shadow, making the attempt to kill him perilous. To err on the side of caution, Zixiao chose to remain vigilant. I simply cannot comprehend it. You possess such formidable power, capable of hearing our conversations, yet you act timidly like a coward, squandering such remarkable potential. The cautious Yasuo under the tower had long since bottled up his frustration, especially as Zed continued to taunt him from outside. Enough talk. I shall take him down alone. As Zixiao spoke, he pressed the G key, sending a request for assistance to Amumu. Surely, even if a kill was secured, it could not be deemed a solo kill? Chapter 4. A glimpse of gaming knowledge upon receiving the signal. Amumu promptly replied and began to make his way toward the mid lane, his small body wrapped in bandages. There are eyes in the nearby bushes. You should maneuver around them, Yasuo advised. Wait, how do you know there are eyes there? Zixiao inquired. Come on, it's hard to miss something that large sticking out from the bushes. Isn't it? Yasuo retorted. Could they possibly even see invisible units? Or perhaps the foliage in the canyon isn't as dense as it appears from our vantage point. But the champions can see it clearly? Not wishing to ponder too deeply, Zixiao signaled Amumu to approach from behind. Amumu then traversed the gap between the F6 and the Baron, positioning himself against the wall to cloak himself in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment. Amumu has his ultimate. Once he unleashes it, your wind will surely hit, Yasuo remarked. Indeed, Zixiao responded, focusing on accumulating charges for his Q skill. Just as Amumu and Yasuo were poised to strike, Zed unexpectedly cleared 5 melee minions with his W and E abilities, pushing the minion wave forward. There remained a lone, weakened minion, which Zed slowly approached, intent on securing the last hit. What a chance! Amumu exclaimed as he flashed in from behind, unleashing his Q skill, Bandage Toss. A lengthy bandage shot forth from Amumu's form, aiming directly at Zed. With no means of escape left, Zed fell victim to Amumu's ambush, the bandage ensnaring him tightly. And Amumu, akin to Spider-Man, pulled himself forward. Here I come. Wait for me. Zixiao swiftly activated his skill, unleashing a gust of wind that left the foe with no escape. Ding. With my hands, I shall fulfill your aspirations. A resounding success. The screen of Zixiao instantaneously turned a shade of gray. Utilizing Amumu's insatiable desire for basic attacks and his E-skill, Jia cleverly employed the stopwatch during the brief window of opportunity before unleashing his ultimate, evading not only Amumu's devastating ultimate, but also Zixiao's meticulously timed and lethal gust. Subsequently, from the side brush, the blind monk emerged, executing a quintessential combo of Q, Tiamat, E, and R, swiftly obliterating the remainder of Yasuo's health. Amumu too narrowly escaped danger by using flash. Damn it, I didn't anticipate that his talent would be perfect timing, Zixiao muttered, striking the table in frustration. I told you. I heard the blind monk approaching, so I advised you to hold back, Yasuo remarked. At that moment, my mind was solely fixated on eliminating the opponent. My fingers had already committed to the attack. How could I possibly hear you? Indeed, when one is wholly engrossed in the realm of League of Legends, they might remain oblivious even to an earthquake. Such is the depth of concentration, akin to a spouse who, if present, could not draw them away. Well, look at this. I spoke of a solo kill, and instead, I was felled by the enemy's blind monk, Yasuo lamented. Oh dear, Zixiao sighed. Who would have known he would play so cunningly and deal such high damage? Zixiao glanced at the scoreboard, only to discover that the blind monk had achieved an impressive 7-0 record. How astonishingly formidable this blind monk is. This ID seems vaguely familiar. Zixiao searched the recesses of his memory, but to no avail, and he soon relinquished the thought. I shall purchase a pair of armor boots, he declared, his cursor hovering over the item. By that, damn it. You coward, if you don't die, buy me a serrated dagger. Once the orphan's blade is available, I'll take him down, Yasuo exclaimed with indignation. Let us maintain our composure. If too many teammates perish, it will not bode well, Zixiao advised. Damn it. Fine. Then I shall share my insights with you. Seeing as you are the first summoner who can converse with me, Yasuo remarked. After uttering these words, he suddenly murmured something quietly, seemingly an Ionian. Huh? What did you say? As Zixiao was speaking, a sudden wave of pain surged through his mind, as if an endless torrent of thoughts were flooding into his brain. What is this? He bowed his head in anguish, clutching his head with a grimace. It took about 5 or 6 seconds for the pain to gradually subside. Hey, what on earth are you doing? I almost thought I was going to die. Do you know that? Zixiao scolded. The unprecedented, excruciating pain was unbearable for him. All right, let's get online now, came Yasuo's voice, tinged with undeniable satisfaction. What is going on? Zixiao shook his head and rejoined the game. He approached the shadow, triggering the blade's edge, and with a swift execution. The shadow hastily unleashed a W skill to flee. The fluidity of the operation was remarkable. Wait, was that me just now? Seeing the shadow's health plummet to nearly half, Zixiao realized that he had just executed a seamless series of attacks. So swift that the shadow had only managed to cast one spell before Zixiao's wind wall intercepted the shuriken that was thrown after the shadow's position was swapped. In disbelief, Zixiao gazed at his hands. Was that truly my doing? Are you familiar with muscle memory? Yasuo chuckled and remarked. I have implanted the gaming insights and experiences of millions of players over the years into your brain. While your actions may remain the same, muscle memory can indeed be quite beneficial. Wow, it can work like that? Zixiao exclaimed, his delight evident. Does this mean I can? In a nearby room, a girl looked on curiously at Yasuo, who was darting back and forth in the lane. Has he switched players? She wondered aloud in a sweet, childlike voice. Watch me take him down solo. After Zixiao unleashed the wind, he swiftly dashed forward, executing a flash with remarkable spontaneity. However, the girl mistakenly anticipated an EQ flash from him, instinctively triggering her ultimate ability. Yet, Yasuo refrained from using his wind technique. Instead, he waited for the shadow's ultimate to settle behind him, activating his passive to connect with a Q skill, a tempest sweeping through. Solayagaido. He ignited upon landing and followed up with another Q. After benefiting from the passive's attack speed increase, he unleashed another Q skill, its cooldown reduced to mere seconds. Before the shadow could flash away, he landed a steel tempest strike. Although the shadow managed to create some distance with a flash, the lingering damage from Ignite was sufficient to deplete his remaining health. Well done. How impressive, Zixiao. Zixiao exclaimed with excitement, astonished by his own deft maneuvering. Meanwhile, Yasuo smiled with satisfaction, akin to a parent witnessing their child finally mature and become responsible. What a rapid combination! Is it the presence of the passive that made such a difference? The girl pondered, gazing at the pale screen. Ha ha ha, finally, we might win a match. At that moment, a surrender prompt appeared above the small 6 in the bottom right corner, swiftly followed by 4 blue rectangles. Hey, don't do this, Zixiao said, hovering the mouse over the no option. A simple click would lead to immediate defeat, while abstaining would merely prolong the game for another 30 seconds. Chapter 5. Do you dare to challenge me in the class tournament? Watching the crystal slowly shatter, accompanied by the glaring red letters spelling defeat, Zixiao fell into contemplation. Glancing at the clock, which read 4:30 in the morning, he wondered why achieving a first victory after 7 consecutive losses was proving to be so elusive. Oh well. It's time to return now. Perhaps next time will bring better fortune. However, with this newfound skill, perhaps playing a supportive role might yield even greater results. For the essence of support is to control the entirety of the battlefield and guide one's team to vanquish the adversaries. Zixiao tapped his head, stood up, and left the internet CAF. He returned to school, scaled the wall, and then arrived in front of the dormitory building. Zixiao skillfully pried open the dormitory door with a steel wire, stealthily returning to his quarters without disturbing the dormitory supervisor. Sleep, I am utterly exhausted. The following day, quite predictably, Zixiao nearly arrived late. Of course, as an experienced troublemaker, he had cultivated certain skills, such as making his bed, washing up, and entering the classroom within a minute. His sprinting speed was undoubtedly of Olympic caliber. During morning self-study, one could sleep openly. Mathematics lulled him to slumber, Chinese induced drowsiness, and English interrupted his dreams, such as the exquisite nature of life. If one were to remain drowsy, the hours would slip away as swiftly as a fleeting shadow. Soon, evening arrived, coinciding with Saturday, which meant Zixiao was free for the weekend, granting him the perfect excuse to stay up late. Hey, brothers. Is anyone joining me to conquer Ionia today? Zixiao exclaimed, radiating enthusiasm as he addressed the multitude of students below. I must return home to complete my assignments. I need to accompany my girlfriend, so I won't be playing. Me too. My girlfriend is still waiting for me outside. With a sense of resignation, Zixiao remarked. You two aren't sharing a girlfriend, are you? Several students who frequently associated with Zixiao promptly claimed they were too busy. Fine, I shall play solo. A bunch of ungrateful wretches. Zixiao composed himself and prepared to head to the usual spot. Hey, Zixiao, are you brave enough to show up tonight? A voice he recognized all too well called out from behind him. It belonged to a stout young man with short hair, exuding a distinct scent of smoke. accompanied by 4 other boys. Jhin? What's the matter? Planning to start a brawl? Zixiao's expression darkened. Jhin, in many respects, could be considered Zixiao's closest ally. They had been playing together ever since a chance encounter in a ranked match, engaging in either duels or leading teams in class competitions, although Zixiao often found himself on the losing side. Of course, it's for a competition. I've gathered everyone. What? Are you afraid? Jhin raised an eyebrow, adding, just yesterday, I secured 7 consecutive victories using Lee Sin. I'm not lacking in skill. With that, Zixiao dismissed him with a curt remark and turned to leave. 1,000 yuan in tickets to tomorrow's concert at the gym, Jhin stated calmly. Zixiao immediately turned back, questioning the veracity of Jhin's words. Jhin smiled triumphantly, of course. Zixiao is notoriously known for his affection towards his younger sister. He's always willing to do anything to bring her joy. Tomorrow's concert at the gym features a star whom Li Zimo adores. If you lack enough people, I can help you find a few, Jhin remarked, understanding Zixiao's demeanor. There's no way I would let my opponent recruit my teammates. I will find my own. Just prepare the money and tickets, Zixiao replied. Jhin slightly lifted his head and added, however, as a condition for our agreement. Should we emerge victorious, you shall submit to our discretion, though I assure you, I will not resort to any extreme measures. Zixiao pondered for a few seconds and then said, very well, once a word is spoken. It is as difficult to retract as it is to chase after a team of 4 horses. Zixiao believed in his formidable abilities, confident that he would not be defeated, which emboldened him to wager without hesitation. Very well, let us meet at the usual time and place tonight. Do not let fear deter you from attending, Jhin declared before leading a group of his followers away. He dares to challenge me in the class competition today. I shall ensure he is left speechless. But where shall I find my teammates? I have 2 friends who frequently engage in online gaming. Yet I am still in need of 2 more. As Zixiao contemplated this, he arrived at the internet CAF and entered a private room. Every time a class competition was held, Jhin would always reserve 2 5-person rooms, seemingly having a connection with the owner of this establishment, allowing him to secure the bookings each time. Zixiao pondered no further and casually chose a seat before powering on his computer. He logged into League of Legends. And almost immediately, a room invitation popped up on the right side of the screen, indicating that Jhin had been waiting for him here for quite some time. Please hold on a moment. I need to find someone. Zixiao sent this message to Jhin. Jhin promptly replied, all right, as soon as possible. Zixiao swiftly retrieved his phone, dispatching a message to the 2 individuals he frequently engaged in gaming with. The remaining 2 glanced at their friends list. Let us examine the friends list, Zixiao murmured, as he scrolled through the roster with the mouse wheel. At that moment, he noticed a yellow friend request at the top of the list. MZ requests to add you as a friend. Wasn't that the name of the Zed who had faced him in a duel the previous night? Zixiao, as if grasping a lifeline, eagerly accepted the friend request. Instantly, the avatar of MZ appeared on the right side along with a green dot in the lower corner. How wonderful! She is online, Zixiao exclaimed in delight, promptly opening the chat box to send her a message. Are you there? Want to play together? MZ quickly responded. Great. We are in need of an AD and a top laner over here. Do you have anyone on your side? Zixiao inquired. I can play AD. Let me look for a top laner, MZ replied. After a minute, she added, I found one. Do you want to join? Okay. Wait a moment while I invite you into the room. Zixiao excitedly typed, then entered Jhin's room. After inviting the 3 players, MZ brought in another player with the ID Endure, thus completing their team of 5. Are you ready? Let us begin. Jhin messaged in the room. All right. Come and meet your demise. Zixiao replied. So full of yourself. With a chime, the game interface came to life, and the group entered the band pick phase. Zixiao pondered for a moment before sending a message in the chat box. This match holds significant importance for me. I hope everyone can perform well. And we must ban Lee Sin. Responses of affirmation from his teammates arrived swiftly. Sure, no problem, all right. As the ban phase concluded, Zixiao not only banned Lee Sin but also targeted other currently formidable champions such as Ezreal. Meanwhile, Jhin's team clearly aimed their bans at Zixiao, eliminating 4 support champions out of 5. Zixiao remarked, why not just ban me outright? When it came to champion selection, he encouraged everyone to choose heroes they were proficient with. If we win, I'll send each of you a red envelope of 50 yuan. Although 50 yuan may seem a modest sum, for a student like Zixiao, it represented a considerable amount. Once the team composition was finalized, Zixiao opted for Alistar, a champion he was quite adept with. This choice was strategic, as the opponents had Kinnan, an engaging champion, and his own ADC had selected Aphelios, a champion lacking mobility. Alistar would also provide protection against the assassination attempts from Jhin's chosen champion, Kha'Zix. As they entered the loading screen, Zixiao could hardly contain his laughter, thinking to himself, "Watch how I dominate you." Chapter 6. The Matchmaking Match, a resounding strike in the class tournament. Welcome to League of Legends. As the game commenced, Zixiao immediately inquired, "Alistar, can you hear me?" "Alistar." The response came in a deep, somber tone. "Do not casually assign me nicknames. I am Alistar." With a sense of assurance, Zixiao replied, "All right, Bull, please listen for any footsteps and keep an eye out for wards. There is no need for you to concern yourself with anything else. I know what to do. Position yourself by the river and follow my lead." With that, Zixiao headed towards the small patch of grass in the dragon area. Given his understanding of Jhin, he anticipated that if the opposing jungler was as feeble as their own Zac, Jhin would undoubtedly attempt to invade the jungle. Thus, it was imperative to thwart the enemy's level 1 invasion and simultaneously establish vision. Especially since the bot lane didn't require wards and they were on the red side, it was unlikely that the opposing Kha'Zix would venture down at level 2. 5 individuals crowded within the small thicket, and with champions like Twisted Fate and Jhin present, any successful ambush would inevitably result in a lethal chain of control. Just as Zixiao focused intently on the narrow path before him, he was suddenly startled by the sound of footsteps nearby. "Our blue zone has been invaded," Bull uttered with a bemused tone. Zixiao quickly realized that their vision had been circumvented from the bottom lane. It is noteworthy that even when lurking at the very edge of a small patch of grass near the bottom lane leading to the blue area, there exists a blind spot. The opponents had adeptly exploited this oversight to launch a surprise attack. "How Navi?" Zixiao signaled to his teammates that there were adversaries lying in wait near the blue area, prompting the jungler and top laner to directly invade the enemy's blue camp. Engaging head-on was clearly not a viable option. The opposing team featured an exceptionally powerful level 1 Olaf, making it more prudent to trade for the jungle to mitigate losses. Meanwhile, Zixiao and the ADC opted to return home to respawn, avoiding the risk of being ambushed. In another room of the Xinghe Internet CAF, Jhin furrowed his brow as he stared at the screen, pondering the unfortunate absence of any enemy shadows. Could it be that the opposing Zac had started from red? After finishing the blue buff alongside his mid laner, Jhin intended to seize his own blue, subsequently taking the red to secure a 3-buff start, all while positioning for a gank on the bottom lane, a rhythm that seemed utterly flawless. However, upon arriving at his own blue area, Jhin discovered not only was the blue buff missing, but even the frogs had vanished, with only a single wolf remaining, as if it were pitying his plight. "Damn, they dared to steal my blue." Jhin cursed under his breath but quickly regained his composure. It was evident that Zac could not have cleared the camp so rapidly alone. He must have collaborated with the top laner to swipe the blue and subsequently farm the frogs and wolves before returning home to claim his own red. How did they manage to place a ward there? Jhin instructed his top laner, Olaf, to invade the enemy's red area after pushing the lane. In the matchup against Jhin, Olaf possessed the lane control, and his early combat prowess greatly overshadowed Jhin's, aside from his crowd control ability. Jhin was practically akin to a super minion. Yet, upon Jhin's arduous journey to the enemy's red area, he found the red buff had long since disappeared. What sort of jungle pathing was this? Jhin felt bewildered, recognizing that they had encountered a formidable jungler. With no other option, he returned home to claim his own red buff, realizing that he had only secured an enemy blue buff thus far, putting him a level behind. Cursed that Zixiao for enlisting such a formidable ally. However, it was futile. How could a makeshift team possibly rival their well-practiced 5-man squad? Jhin mused as he entered the red area, commencing the clearing of his red buff. After clearing the red, he needed to swiftly seek opportunities to ambush, as this game must be concluded early. Fortunately, that brat Zixiao seemed inept, having already burned his flash. Scatter them. Suddenly, Alistar leaped down from the wall above, stunning Jhin with a Q skill, followed closely by Zac, who jumped in and knocked Jhin airborne again while simultaneously securing the red buff with his smite. This is bad. Once the control ended, Jhin hastily activated his flash, attempting to flee towards his own base. A beam of light erupted from the bushes behind him, Jhin's teleport. Damn it. Jhin had no choice but to head downwards. But from the direction of the stone golem, a man wielding dual weapons appeared before him. Aphelios struck Jhin with a weapon, slowing him and controlling him. Then combined his efforts with the ability of the newly arrived Twilight Eye, swiftly eliminating Jhin, with Aphelios claiming the kill. First blood. Damn. Jhin slammed his fist against the computer desk. Why was this Zac farming so rapidly? The opposing top laner had teleported. Why couldn't Olaf do the same? The opposing jungler and top laner both had teleport. While I opted for Ignite, the boy controlling Olaf grumbled. Annoyed at Jhin for not noticing the summoner spells of the opponents. What did you say? Jhin shot a fierce glare at the boy, who immediately fell silent. And what about the bottom lane? Didn't they signal when they were missing? Jhin then scolded the duo in the bottom lane. I saw they were low health. So I thought they had gone home. The boy controlling Lucian replied cautiously, fearing Jhin's ire. Damn. Jhin cursed again. This match was falling apart. With the opposing Zac starting with 3 buffs and 4 enemies in the bottom lane, the F6 camp was likely gone as well. The enemy Zac was already level 4. While he was only at level 2, the rhythm was completely shattered. Zixiao was already at his computer desk, laughing uncontrollably. How do you feel? Are you filled with questions? Do you sense the fear of being toyed with at someone else's whim? Zixiao discovered that the Minotaur chieftain, akin to a wild beast, possessed an astonishing auditory range that encompassed nearly the entirety of the map. Every movement of the mantis was meticulously monitored by Zixiao. Furthermore, due to an error in selecting his jungle skills, which resulted in the acquisition of teleport instead of flash, he feigned the use of flash and subsequently concealed himself in the shadows when his health was low, leading his opponents to believe he had retreated home. In reality, he maneuvered around to the brush above the enemy's red buff, while Zac was able to teleport swiftly to his side. Coincidentally, MZ had just switched to the gun of Zhuaming, securing the first blood effortlessly. The synergy of their actions was unparalleled. Despite the modest achievement of slaying a single adversary, the image of Jhin's furious and bewildered expression filled Zixiao with mirth, nearly lifting him off the ground in delight. In a certain room, a young girl gazed at the Minotaur beside her and murmured, "His awareness is astonishing. Perhaps I should consider this." Chapter 7. Is losing just cheating? As Jhin set forth, he equipped himself with 2 control wards, placing them strategically wherever he ventured. Fearful of any lurking threats in the brush, especially since he found himself unable to contend with the opposing Zac. In the bot lane, the Aphelios, having secured a kill, returned home after the first wave to craft a Stormrazor. With the enemy support being a pike, and given the presence of a Minotaur on the opposing team, any failure to catch an enemy would render him nearly useless. Thus, Zixiao, adorned in his cow skin, stood resolutely before the minion wave, ringing his bell, while the opposing and pike could only watch helplessly as the gap in last hits widened rapidly. On Jhin's side, he cautiously ascended to level 6, evolving his or skill. The Mantis' selection of the evolved R skill clearly indicated his desire to showcase his prowess. Olaf, having pushed the wave, let us head down. We need to secure the dragon, Jhin stated, aware that the first dragon was a fire dragon, and he was determined not to let it fall into enemy hands. Just as Jhin maneuvered the mantis towards the dragon pit to place vision, a singing minotaur suddenly leapt from the brush, startling Jhin into retreating a few steps. Boss, both mid and bot are missing, a young boy informed Jhin. Understood, gather quickly. I want to observe the enemy ADC. They cannot win a direct confrontation against us, Jhin replied, maneuvering to the triangular brush below the dragon pit. After scanning and confirming the absence of vision, he felt secure in his position. At that moment, Olaf and the mid laner, Diana, arrived at the dragon pit, and the Minotaur scurried back to his teammates. Without hesitation, Olaf initiated the dragon, while Zixiao and the jungler Zac could only observe from a distance. Jhin fixated on his computer screen, eagerly awaiting the appearance of the enemy ADC. Ah, what are you hiding for? Zixiao chuckled. This jungler is not joining the fray. If the dragon and ADC are both caught, it's a double loss, isn't it? Zixiao signaled to his team's AD to approach from the direction of the blue buff. Although there was no vision in that vicinity, MZ had completely placed his trust in Zixiao, so he obediently made his way over. Seeing this, Jhin smirked, activating his invisibility to stealthily position himself between the bottom lane and the river, nestled in the tall grass. He intended to ambush Aphelios and eliminate him swiftly, as he was distanced from both Alistar and Zac, leaving him isolated and vulnerable. The mantis dispelled his invisibility, brandishing his claws as he leapt into the air, aiming directly for Aphelios' face. If his combo was executed swiftly enough, Jhin would have no time to unleash his ultimate. Just as the madness landed, Zac soared into the air, and Alistar connected with his WQ combo to immobilize him. Damn. Jhin could not help but curse. A shield had already materialized around Aphelios, signifying that his demise was no longer imminent. With the jungler incapacitated and the dragon still hovering at nearly 13% health, the madness could only retreat, effectively becoming a mere pawn in this encounter. Wasn't there a lack of vision? Jhin's temples throbbed with anger. What are you all doing? Can't you see the enemy support and junglers' positions? The room fell silent. No one dared to speak. They had been performing well in their lane, only to be inexplicably pulled down, costing him a significant wave of minions. The young player controlling Olaf muttered under his breath, "What? You can't even handle Jhin and are getting hit repeatedly, yet you still dare to complain? And the formidable bot lane was whittled down to 3 layers of turret health? How are we supposed to play like this?" Whose ban was aimed at the enemy support? Jhin erupted in anger, particularly humiliated as he found himself at 0-2. A stark contrast to his usual dominance over Zixiao's team. Jhin's mentality had deteriorated. He stubbornly targeted the bot lane but was effortlessly thwarted by Zixiao's Alistar. Finally, when the enemy bot lane overextended, he attempted a flanking maneuver, only for the opponents to teleport in, utilizing Twisted Fate's ultimate, resulting in a disastrous 4v3 engagement, leading to the loss of 3 of his teammates. Unable to secure an early advantage, Jhin's team soon succumbed to defeat. As the crystal exploded, Jhin slammed his hand on the table and stood up, storming out of the room to confront Zixiao. "Are you cheating?" he demanded, gripping Zixiao's collar and raising his voice. "Ah, of course not. How about we switch computers and play again?" Zixiao replied nonchalantly, maintaining his innocence. Jhin shot a few glaring looks at Zixiao, then begrudgingly tossed him 1,000 yuan and 2 concert tickets. "Consider yourself lucky this time." With that, Jhin returned to the room with his group of followers to review the gameplay, seeking to understand the reasons behind such humiliation. Zixiao could not help but chuckle in the private room. It was simply fate's favor. As he gazed at the ticket in his hand, he envisioned the delighted expression of his sister, and the thought alone was delightful. At that moment, a message suddenly appeared in the chat box. "Do you have any intention of participating in the Internet CAF League?" It was a message from MZ, whose recent performance as Aphelios had been quite remarkable. "If there is an invitation, I would certainly participate. However, I currently lack sufficient players," Zixiao replied. "I have already inquired with our top laner, and he expressed his willingness. That gives us 3 players. We can take our time to find the rest, as the league does not commence for another month," MZ responded. It was then that Zixiao remembered the top laner from the previous match. Although he had not showcased any particularly impressive maneuvers, his ability to protect teammates was commendable, and his timely support was invaluable. Moreover, he had managed to outfarm Olaf, demonstrating considerable stability. "Very well, if time permits, let us practice in a trio," Zixiao suggested. As they were to compete in the Internet CAF League, synergy was indeed essential. Despite Zixiao's unique abilities, he would still be overwhelmed by opponents who exhibited remarkable teamwork and superior skill. Consequently, the trio formed a team and engaged in matches throughout the night. Zixiao chose not to communicate with his heroes for enemy intelligence. Instead, he dedicated himself to focused practice. Zixiao soon discovered that MZ's prowess actually surpassed his own, and there remained untapped potential. As for Endure, aside from his steadiness, it was difficult to discern any other qualities. After an entire night of gaming, during which he nearly triumphed at every turn, Zixiao, despite having spent the night awake, felt remarkably invigorated. Upon exchanging QQ numbers with the two, he was pleasantly surprised to find that both MZ and Endure lived quite close to him, with MZ even residing in the same city. "Is the Xing'e Internet CAF near you?" Zixiao inquired. "It's not too far, but I don't particularly enjoy going to Internet CAFs," MZ replied. "Oh, come on. It's only at the CAF that the thrill of gaming together truly comes alive. How about you come over tomorrow? I'll treat you to a concert as well," Zixiao suggested, feeling generous since the expenses were not his own. All right, but I won't stay too long," MZ responded. "Okay, then it's settled." Zixiao joyfully tossed aside his phone, ready to return home to sleep, and later that evening, he planned to take his sister to meet MZ. After the concert, they could indulge in some gaming together, marking a truly fulfilling holiday experience. In a certain room, a young girl set down her phone, gently biting her lip. What kind of person could he be? Chapter 8. The gaming partner turns out to be the beloved goddess brother. Brother. A lively, sweet voice. tinged with a hint of sulkiness, roused Zixiao from his slumber. Dressed only in his red shorts, he rolled over to gaze at the girl at the bedside. The little girl stood at approximately 1.4 meters tall, a diminutive figure with twin ponytails, her adorable face flushed with color. She wore a white dress paired with blue and white striped knee-high socks, with a hint of her soft, fair thighs exposed, sparking the imagination. This girl was Zixiao, Zixiao's adopted younger sister, brought home by his parents one day. Though they shared no blood ties, this did not hinder the closeness of their relationship. Brother, you stayed up late again last night, didn't you? It's almost 10 o'clock, and I'm starving, Zixiao exclaimed, grabbing Zixiao's hand in an attempt to pull him out of bed. Zixiao woke, dressed, and freshened up before preparing breakfast. Last night, their parents called to inform him of an unexpected outing, asking them to take a leave of absence to prepare at home. However, his brother's phone was turned off, rendering him unreachable. While having breakfast, Zixiao remarked, her large eyes filled with resentment, hands on her hips, displaying a rather displeased expression. All right, I was wrong, Zixiao quickly admitted, pulling several concert tickets from his pocket. Look, these are tickets to your favorite star's concert tonight. You've always wanted to go but hesitated to spend the money, right? There's no denying that a sister, especially one as beautiful and charming as Zixiao, holds a position of authority in the family akin to that of an emperor. As a devoted brother, Zixiao found it utterly impossible to resist the allure of her adorable pout when she was slightly upset. Really? Zixiao exclaimed, leaping from her chair and reaching across the table to snatch the tickets from Zixiao's hand. Of course. Do you even need to ask who your brother is? Zixiao said with a hint of pride, feeling a surge of joy at his sister's happiness. Our parents said that since you misbehave, all the family money is entrusted to me, Zixiao pouted, rummaging through her pocket to produce a bank card and waving it in front of Zixiao. Indeed. That is certainly true. In our family, my sister reigns supreme, Zixiao chuckled, acknowledging that he must never anger his sister. A brother inevitably harbors an inexplicable protective instinct towards his sister, which may even transcend into deeper emotions. After all, they were not bound by blood. Yet it was entirely reasonable and lawful, though Zixiao found himself currently devoid of such feelings. Zixiao then proceeded to relay some instructions from their mother, which primarily consisted of reminders to eat well and prepare clothes. As for their parents' sudden departure, Zixiao was no stranger to it. Throughout their upbringing, their parents had adopted a rather free-range approach to raising the siblings. As long as the living expenses were deposited into the account, Zixiao was content. By the way, Zixiao, I must share something exciting with you. Yesterday, I discovered that I can actually converse with characters in the game, and it felt so real. They were practically alive. And they even helped me become a gaming prodigy. I might become famous through streaming or even professional gaming, Zixiao exclaimed with enthusiasm. Zixiao turned her body back towards him, leaning in closely enough for Zixiao to catch a faint whiff of her delicate fragrance. With an expression of disdain, she fixed her gaze on his eyes and said, Brother, you must be losing your mind over gaming, right? I'm serious. This is absolutely true. I heard them clearly. And it was no dream. I even pinched myself. Zixiao insisted eagerly, desperate for his sister to believe this seemingly absurd revelation. Sure. Zixiao replied with a look of exasperation, you must still be half asleep. Perhaps you should take a nap? Seeing her expression, Zixiao understood that she thought he had become muddled from gaming. All right, I'm off, Zixiao said before heading out. Despite it being a Sunday, she still had tutoring classes to attend. Goodbye, Zixiao waved instinctively, pondering why his sister couldn't believe him, even though his story sounded rather fantastical. Regardless, he suddenly felt inspired to stream, using the 1,000 yuan he had won from Jhin to purchase some items before returning home to study. That evening, after a day of preparation, Zixiao was ready to begin streaming at any moment. After Zixiao returned from school, they headed to the designated meeting spot. Brother, aren't we going to the concert? Why are we here? Zixiao, who had dressed up and applied a light touch of makeup, looking quite alluring, inquired. I'm waiting for a friend to go to the concert together, Zixiao replied, justifying the use of the tickets. A friend? Is it a boy or a girl? When did you meet? Zixiao questioned. Why do you sound like a jealous wife? Of course, it's a boy, he retorted. Hello, are you Zixiao? At that moment, a girl with long black hair and bangs appeared before them, clad in a light pink shirt, exuding an enchanting charm. Mengxiao Cheng. Zixiao's face flushed red, internally wondering how she ended up here. Mengxiao Cheng was the recognized class beauty in Zixiao's grade, excelling in both looks and academics. Hey, Zixiao. It's really you. I'm MZ, the one who played the bot lane with you yesterday. I never expected you to be so skilled at gaming despite your ordinary demeanor in class, Zixiao smiled. Her expression radiating sweetness akin to being enveloped in cotton candy. Zixiao felt a tinge of shyness, his voice diminishing to a whisper. Zixiao appeared somewhat displeased, giving Zixiao a firm nudge. Hey, the concert is about to begin. Let us hurry. Is this your sister, Zixiao? She is indeed quite adorable. Zixiao remarked, finally noticing Zixiao, tilting his head slightly. Yes, Zixiao replied, placing her hands on her hips. I have lived with my brother for nearly 10 years now, and we're not even related by blood. All right then, let us proceed to enjoy the concert. Zixiao said as he crouched down in front of Zixiao, addressing her as though she were a child. Zixiao scratched his head in confusion, sensing a peculiar nuance in the atmosphere. Chapter 9. Internet Cafe Duo-Q. Naturally, Zixiao had little interest in such events, having come solely to accompany Zixiao. However, Zixiao and Zixiao were thoroughly enjoying themselves, remarking on how strange girls could be. Just moments ago, they seemed to avoid each other's gaze. Yet now they were nearly embracing and squealing with excitement. After the concert concluded, Zixiao escorted Zixiao home, and before parting, she cheerfully invited Zixiao over for a visit. Subsequently, Zixiao and Zixiao made their way to the Xinghe Internet Cafe, where they rented a small private room, prepared to battle through the night. I must admit, I didn't expect you to be this skilled. I always thought girls had a noticeable disadvantage in gaming. Zixiao remarked. What do you mean by that? Is that gender discrimination? There are plenty of gaming prodigies among girls, and I've only been playing for 3 years. Zixiao retorted, already logging into her account. Hold on, let me set up an account for you. Once she had logged in, Zixiao leaned over, her body almost collapsing into Zixiao's embrace as she angled herself to assist him in logging in as well. This is Diamond 1 in the Canyon, and tonight we shall strive to ascend to master together, Zixiao declared, eager to gauge Zixiao's true prowess. Zixiao stammered, flustered by the proximity of the girl he admired. However, achieving Diamond 1 in the Canyon was equivalent to reaching Master in other regions, and this was Zixiao's first experience in such a high tier. As they entered the game, they began their duo queue in the bottom lane. After the ban phase concluded, both sides opted to ban the strongest champions of the current meta, leading into the selection phase. Zixiao, not knowing how to impress the girls, naturally chose his most proficient champion, Thresh, while Zixiao opted for Xayah. If I'd known you were playing Xayah, I would have picked Alistar, Zixiao remarked. Zixiao waved goodbye, saying, it's fine, just play your best champion. As they entered the loading screen, they discovered that their opponents had an infuriating bot lane combination of Ashe and Tahm Kench, a utility AD, and a controlling support. Look at the ID of their ADC. Zixiao suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong? Zixiao turned his gaze, noticing that Ashe's ID was simply have fun, sister, which seemed rather ordinary. You don't know? That ID belongs to PG's ADC Lung, and I believe the support is from their team, Jiao, Zixiao explained, her expression igniting with determination. Although Zixiao was not particularly familiar with LPL teams, he recognized that if one could enter the LPL, they were undoubtedly formidable opponents. In a nearby room, a man sat before his computer, laughing and chatting into his microphone. PG's ADC Long was live streaming. Let us make a deal, my friend. If we secure first blood within 3 minutes, I'll gift you 10 rockets, Long jovially proposed, knowing that his teammate's synergy was far superior to that of random players. This was arrogance. In the entire LPL, the synergy between Lang and Jiao South bot lane was unmatched by many teams. What kind of luck is this? Just when I finally get to duo with my beloved, I encounter professional players. How can I possibly shine? Zixiao pondered, realizing that even if he possessed the capability, he was still leagues away from professional players. Are you feeling confident? Zixiao asked, noticing Zixiao's serious demeanor. I suppose it's all right, maybe a 60-40 chance. Zixiao replied, his voice lacking conviction. As the game commenced, neither side engaged in an early-level skirmish. After assisting their jungler in securing the buff, they moved to their lanes. The opposing Ashe had chosen the Conqueror rune, while Tahm Kench had surprisingly selected Electrocute. Be cautious in the early game. Their playstyle is extremely aggressive, Zixiao cautioned. Upon reaching the lane, Langzash swiftly used her W ability to clear all the melee minions, prompting Zixiao to also activate her W for rapid minion clearing. Long aimed to seize an early level 2 to launch a full assault. And with their champions and runes, they certainly had kill potential. Ming Xiaoqing was determined not to grant him that opportunity. And Zixiao utilized his support items to last hit low health minions for quick experience gain. However, they were ultimately overmatched after the second wave of minions. Zixiao and Ming Xiaoqing instinctively began to retreat. "Get ready for the rockets," Long confidently declared, as Jiao's Tom Kinch pushed forward to pressure the enemy ranged minions. With Ash's basic attacks and the passive from her relic shield, he swiftly reached level 2 after eliminating a minion. This positioned him perfectly to initiate an attack on Thresh and Xayah. Without hesitation, Lung flashed forward, applying his W to slow them down, while Tom Kinch prepared his anchor. "Come and play." Thresh swung his scythe, unleashing his death sentence. Anticipating that his adversary would attempt to secure level 2 first and claim first blood, Zixiao had learned his E ability. If he could interrupt Tom Kinch's hook, their opponents would be unable to follow up with control. Yet, just when Zixiao thought he had successfully thwarted the attack, Tom Kinch leisurely slammed his anchor down onto a nearby minion, only to strike fiercely after Thresh's ability concluded. Zixiao had already signaled for a flash, only to be ensnared by a predictive hook from Thresh, instantly ignited, with Iceborne advancing to follow up with damage. Electrocute and Conqueror activated, the previously healthy Thresh fell lifelessly. Healing proved futile, so Ming Xiaoqing refrained from using it. First blood was secured, leaving Zixiao in a daze. In that moment, all of Zixiao's thoughts were entirely under the adversary's control. Every anticipated hook and flash position was accurately predicted. After the Titanic, in conjunction with the ADC, claimed the kill and exited the tower, it leapt a couple of times. "Have you submerged your brain in seawater?" "Oh, I almost forgot. Beings like you possess no intellect." "Humph. A fool such as yourself must harbor an exceedingly tainted soul. Perhaps even hell's visage could not cleanse it." Thresh uttered this remark with a chuckle, then turned to Zixiao, saying, "Bewildered soul, you ought to recognize your purpose and embrace your brilliance." "What?" The sensation mirrored the one Zixiao felt when Yasuo imparted knowledge upon him, yet this time it escalated to pain, even a stinging discomfort. As if countless invisible entities surged into Zixiao's mind, overwhelming him to the point of collapsing. "Zixiao? Are you all right?" Ming Xiaoqing hurried over to assess Zixiao's condition. After a few moments, the throbbing pain in his head abruptly vanished as if it had never existed. Zixiao felt remarkably clear-headed, rising with renewed vigor, softly stating, "I'm fine. Let us win this match." Ming Xiaoqing paused for a moment, then responded, "All right. Let us do our best." Chapter 10. "I heard you are a professional player thanks to the boss for the 10 rockets. What a generous soul," Long declared with pride, as the chat erupted with praise for Lang. Upon respawning, Zixiao found his funds only sufficient for a control ward, leaving him unable to purchase any other equipment. He strode directly into the jungle, his thoughts suddenly crystallizing with clarity. Zixiao is positioned on the blue team, with his team's jungler being the Boar Maiden, while the opposing side features the Prince. Zixiao placed a true sight ward in the patch of grass above the red buff. Qianju, having taken too long to clear the F6 camp, chose not to engage, as it was highly probable that the Prince would invade the jungle and simultaneously attempt a gank in the bottom lane. Ming Xiaoqing observed that although Zixiao's expression was serious, there was an air of composure about him that inexplicably instilled confidence in Ming. Returning to the lane, Ming found himself at a disadvantage and in need of securing tower minions, considering that the opponent was merely missing one summoner spell. Fortunately, Ming's proficiency in last hitting remained commendably high, and he did not fall behind significantly. Meanwhile, Zixiao adeptly utilized Thresh's passive once it reached the red edge. He leveraged his range advantage to strike at the Titan, and even in the presence of the enemy ADC, he audaciously attacked the Frost Archer. Zixiao understood that as long as he held onto his E-skill while being shielded by the defensive tower, it was impossible for them to kill him. In Lung's live streaming room, due to a generous donation of 10 rockets from the owner, coupled with the platform's arrangements, the popularity had soared to unprecedented heights. "There are quite a few people today. Let's hold an event," Lang remarked, adding a line of text to the live stream page. "A death will reward a 1,000 yuan red envelope." The chat erupted in excitement. "What? 1,000? The most I've ever seen is 200. That money seems out of reach." Lung's prowess was clearly superior, especially with the highly synchronized Jiao by his side. "Someone's bound to die. I want to snatch a red envelope." "You heard it right. Dying once will earn you 1,000. Let the game begin," Long confidently declared, sensing that the opponent's support was far from competent. Though the situation seemed stable for now, a breakthrough would soon reveal itself during team fights. As they approached level 6, neither jungler had descended to their lanes, apart from securing a dragon, resulting in a peaceful period of farming in the lower area. For the opponents, reaching level 6 marked a significant turning point, with Ashe and Thresh attaining that level. They could establish a formidable control chain. If Ming Xiaoqing's Xayah failed to reach level 6, it would spell certain doom for her, even if she did. Zixiao's Thresh would still face grave danger. You have 2 minions left to reach level 6. I have 6, Zixiao murmured, calculating that the enemy needed 4 more minions, allowing him to manipulate the timing. Although neither side had returned home, Thresh had previously solo-killed Xayah. And given the experience lost during their vision control, Zixiao easily learned this from Thresh. Oh, the 2 poor souls, the spirits of their mothers are calling. Thresh chattered incessantly, verbally attacking the duo. Why does it feel like I'm surrounded by Zaunites, and they're all chatterboxes? This defies logic. With 1 more minion. Zixiao focused intently on Ashe's position, who lacked a flash, while Ming Xiaoqing readied himself. I'll bait Thresh. Be prepared, Zixiao whispered, stepping forward and intentionally exposing himself among the minions, creating a deliberate opening. Thresh, seizing the moment, executed a remarkably cunning Q skill to ensnare him. No matter how Zixiao maneuvered, he would inevitably be caught. But, I want you to hook me. Your hook is as worthless as your soul. Thresh used the flay to push Thresh aside, simultaneously tossing out a lantern. Ming Xiaoqing, upon slaying the last minion to reach level 6, promptly clicked the lantern. With Thresh incapacitated, Lang Sh found herself vulnerable. Not good. Long exclaimed, retreating hastily, but it was already too late. Although Thresh reacted quickly and flashed in an attempt to catch Xayah, her ultimate had already taken flight. Feathers in the wind. As the feathers cascaded down, Ming Xiaoqing expertly adjusted his flash to secure a hook on Ashe. While Thresh managed to catch Thresh, Ashe, unable to move, was ensnared by Thresh's death sentence, swiftly dragged to her demise. The events unfolded so rapidly that Lang remained in shock for several seconds after the screen faded to gray. I'm dead. Red envelope. Red envelope. I'm ready to snatch it. Long stammered in disbelief. Wait, does no one think the opponents are playing exceptionally well? The barrage of comments jolted Lang from his thoughts. All right, I'll issue the red envelope as a charitable act, but I want to die again. Lang was puzzled. This wave of plays from the enemy Thresh seemed to be executed by an entirely different player, with impeccable timing and angles now reaching elite levels. Nice. Zixiao exclaimed excitedly after securing the kill on Ashe. Although Thresh escaped via flash, it was of little consequence. They could still claim a plating, making the exchange quite profitable. You're quite impressive, Ming Xiaoqing acknowledged, clearly taken aback by the play. Zixiao's timing had been impeccable, while Ming Xiaoqing had merely executed basic high-level Xayah maneuvers, setting the stage for an easier game ahead. Hey, that was just basic play. It felt like the right moment to strike, Zixiao replied. At that moment, Thresh chimed in unexpectedly. Heh. Your words resemble those of the mindless little spirits from Shadow Isles. No, just commenting on the opponents. Don't push your luck, Zixiao retorted. Huh? Who are you talking to? Ming Xiaoqing tilted his head in confusion. Oh, nothing. Let us focus on the game. The top lane is collapsing quite severely. Zixiao quickly explained, realizing that he must keep his ability to hear the hero's dialogues a secret from his goddess. Otherwise, he might be deemed insane, losing all chances. Oh, what sparks will ignite when 2 lonely souls meet? Thresh mused enigmatically. Chapter 11. The great philanthropist Long returning to lane, Xayah promptly procured a Stormblade. Although she couldn't compete against the opponent's combination in lane, the advantage in equipment changed everything. As long as she maneuvered carefully, she could contest the lane on even terms. At this moment, Zixiao began to retaliate in kind, employing a rather unsavory tactic. Whenever a low-health minion was about to be finished off by the opposing Frost Archer, he would deftly manipulate his character to perform a vertical dance by pressing Ctrl and 3, a move reminiscent of a dying flourish. Swinging his hook with an air of deceptive grace, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the wind-up of a certain ability, should one choose to evade. The risk of being ensnared was ever present, leading to certain demise due to the enemy's equipment advantage. Conversely, if one opted to dodge, the minion would inevitably escape their grasp. What was to be done? The Frost Archer was left with no choice but to pitifully attempt to last hit under the cover of minions, all the while trying to maneuver away from Thresh's abilities, only to witness him twirling his hook in place, a severe blow to the psyche. The live stream of Long had fallen into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of keystrokes. The opposing team was likely comprised of some professional players, and Thresh's grudge was palpable. Lang was in for a tormenting experience. Restrain your cries, Lang excels in finding positioning for team fights. The chat momentarily speculated about the identities of the enemy Kaisa and Thresh, completely unaware that they were merely two high school students. This predicament persisted for 3 minutes until the junglers encountered each other in the jungle, preparing to contest the dragon. Meng Xiaoqing, focus on dealing damage in team fights. I will keep an eye on the enemy Jace and Nidalee, Qi Zixiao remarked. In this match, the jungler on Qi Zixiao's team is Rek'Sai. Yet the most formidable opponent remains the opposing top laner Jace. Their own top laner, Draven, has already been slain 6 times, crumbling from head to toe. Crucially, he has not yet teleported, rendering this upcoming team fight potentially a 4 versus 5 scenario. Both teams engaged in a prolonged tug-of-war in the river, but Ashe, utilizing her ability, established vision, granting them the opportunity to initiate the dragon fight first. The red team commenced the dragon engagement. Qi Zixiao's primary initiation tool is still Rek'Sai, who has yet to acquire a Zhonya's hourglass and must also safeguard the backline. Mid-lane Phoenix is a challenging hero to keep alive during team fights, especially with numerous gap-closing abilities from the enemy. The dragon's health steadily dwindled, soon reaching around 2,000 hit points. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, Qi Zixiao heard the sound of a bowstring being drawn. Now, a chilling arrow shot forth from the shadows, aimed directly at the Rek'Sai attempting to secure the dragon. However, Qi Zixiao, having anticipated the attack, positioned himself in front of Rek'Sai to intercept Ashe's ultimate, allowing her to engage with her Q ability. With vision fully established, the dragon was nearing the threshold for execution by smite. Rek'Sai's ultimate targeted the enemy Nidalee. If she could stun her, the dragon would surely fall to Rek'Sai's smite. Glacial Prison. Rek'Sai hurled her lasso, aimed at Nidalee. Just as it was about to connect, Thresh suddenly flashed forward to block the tether, becoming ensnared himself. Yet, before being frozen, he managed to cast his ultimate to prevent Phoenix from being cut off by a wall of ice. The team fight erupted instantaneously. LeBlanc attempted to weave through the shadows to assist Thresh in eliminating Phoenix, but fortunately, Qi Zixiao's positioning effectively protected her. With a defty ability, he kept LeBlanc at bay, who, filled with frustration at her inability to eliminate the enemy backline, retreated after casting her EQ combo. At that moment, Phoenix's frost wall effectively separated the enemy's backline. Just as Ashe attempted to maneuver around the wall for an angle to output damage, she was ensnared by Thresh's lantern, which had been thrown as LeBlanc dashed in with her second Q. Damn. Lung instinctively cursed, flashing over the wall to retaliate against Thresh, enduring the icy tempest from Phoenix. Thresh fell, and amidst the turmoil, Nidalee secured the dragon with her smite. However, their formation was severely disrupted, and without frontline protection, the red team quickly fell apart, ultimately losing 3 members, including 2 from the bot lane, for that dragon. Remarkably, Qi Zixiao's Thresh survived thanks to his Zhonya's hourglass. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Jace, filled with rage, relentlessly pursued a fleeing Draven, who had activated Ghost. Initially intending to teleport down for support, Jace's channel was interrupted by Draven's merciless grasp, leaving him unable to secure a kill. The beefy Draven scampered back to his tower, taunting, "Come at me, hit me. What a spectacular play. Phoenix is so skilled. We should duo Q later." Qi Zixiao exclaimed joyfully. Observing the skirmish from a bystander's perspective, the intricacies were indeed captivating, but for now, he needed to collect the scattered souls. What do all your souls say? What is it? Thresh, ever the provocateur, continued to mock the fallen. But now he had the leverage. In Lung's livestream, a flurry of messages appeared. "Thank you, Boss Lung, for the 1,000 yuan red envelope. You're so generous." The chat was inundated with this phrase, while Lung, typically lively and humorous, had fallen silent for 10 minutes. As the game progressed into the late stages, the underdeveloped Ashe found herself unable to contend with the 2 formidable frontliners. Even though top laner Zed was particularly fed, he lacked the space to engage. In the final Baron team fight, Phoenix and Thresh executed a flawless control sequence that swiftly eliminated Nidalee, leading to a complete team wipe and concluding the match. The game wrapped up after 30 minutes, with Lung achieving a commendable score of 396, resulting in a staggering 9,000 yuan loss that flooded the chat with messages of great philanthropist. "Phew, that felt quite easy," Meng Xiaoqing remarked with a genuine smile, one that radiated youthful warmth. "I need to remember this Phoenix's name. I must add her as a friend later. She was incredible," Qi Zixiao exclaimed excitedly, having been thoroughly impressed by Phoenix's performance throughout several team fights. By the way, I'm planning to head home now. Could you accompany me? Meng Xiaoqing suddenly inquired. So soon? Let's play a few more games. It's only 10 o'clock, Zixiao replied, clearly reluctant to end the night. Hee. Meng Xiaoqing chuckled awkwardly, shyly continuing. Actually, I'm a bit short on cash. We have 2 computers at home, including a 20,000 yuan Xiaoyan laptop. How about we go to my place and keep playing? I'm a bit hungry too. She smiled alluringly at Zixiao. At this moment, Zixiao suddenly grasped the meaning behind the girl's words, and a rush of youthful emotions surged within him. Chapter 12. The goddess's invitation. In a state of confusion, Zixiao followed Meng Xiaoqing to his residence. Hesitantly, Zixiao stood at the threshold and spoke. I hope I'm not intruding. Do not worry, there is no one at home. I have been living alone for nearly a year, Meng Xiaoqing replied, as he entered the house and switched on the lights. Please, feel free to sit anywhere. I will tidy up the room first. Tidy up the room. Zixiao's heart raced in an instant. Could it be that Meng Xiaoqing intended to take her to his room? In the realm of anime and novels, such an act often signifies affection. Was it truly because she had just excelled at gaming? A myriad of thoughts flooded Zixiao's mind, even speculating on names for potential future children. Whether a boy or a girl. All right, come in, Meng Xiaoqing called from the room after approximately 10 minutes. Oh, Zixiao quickly rose, her heart a mix of trepidation and excitement as she slowly made her way to Meng Xiaoqing's room. The room was adorned in soft pink hues, remarkably simple in its decor: a bed, a desk, a wardrobe, and a few plush dolls, nothing more. Yet, there he was, seated on the bed, entirely wrapped in a bath towel. The delicate fabric accentuated Meng Xiaoqing's flawless figure, and a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, causing Zixiao to feel a rush of warmth flood to her cheeks. Why did you take off your clothes? Zixiao stammered, quickly turning away, her shyness rendering her speechless. Oh, while I was browsing the computer, I accidentally got covered in dust, so I quickly took a shower, Meng Xiaoqing explained, rising from the bed and unexpectedly grasping Zixiao's hand. Zixiao felt as though he had been struck by a jolt of electricity, his entire body trembling violently. Turning his head, free from the constraints of his hands, he beheld Meng Xiaoqing, whose towel was precariously hanging, revealing glimpses of his exquisite form. Sit down and talk, Meng Xiaoqing insisted, pulling Zixiao onto the bed beside him. They were so close that their bodies nearly touched, and at that moment, Zixiao felt as though his mind had ceased to function, overwhelmed by a wave of heat. Calm down, Zixiao urged himself, as a man. This was surely an opportune moment to confess his feelings. After all, the other had invited him into the room and dared to present himself in such a manner. Was it not time to muster the courage? Zixiao secretly resolved to muster his courage and said, in truth, I have harbored feelings for you in silence for quite some time. As Zixiao finished speaking, a wave of anxiety washed over him, and he felt as though his entire body was emitting steam. I feel the same way, Meng Xiaoqing replied, tilting his head slightly. Indeed, I am aware that my appearance is rather ordinary and my academic performance is particularly poor, often skipping classes, no less. What did you just say? Zixiao suddenly reacted, looking at Meng Xiaoqing in disbelief. With a playful grin, Meng Xiaoqing leaned closer to Zixiao's ear and softly whispered, I said, I like you too. A whirlwind of emotions, surprise, excitement, and exhilaration overwhelmed Zixiao, rendering him utterly irrational in that moment. So, are we officially a couple now? Meng Xiaoqing stood up and opened his laptop. Zixiao replied in a soft voice. As Meng Xiaoqing typed away on the computer, he remarked, we should spend more time together from now on. By the way, there's an internet CAF tournament during the summer vacation. Would you accompany me to participate? Meng Xiaoqing positioned the laptop screen in front of Zixiao. An internet CAF tournament? Zixiao regained his composure and examined the information on the screen closely. It was a provincial tournament organized by Xinghe Internet CAF, selecting a team from each CAF to compete at the provincial level, with a grand prize of up to 50,000 yuan, and the champions would be directly promoted to the LPL Secondary League. Do you want to compete? Zixiao inquired. Of course. Wouldn't you want to seize the opportunity to compete officially, given your impressive skills? Meng Xiaoqing countered. Certainly, but I fear we lack enough players, and our skills, most critically. The team needs to prepare extensively, Zixiao responded. Hey. Meng Xiaoqing shot Zixiao an exasperated glance, his pitiful expression instantly capturing Zixiao's heart. You are a man. Can't you muster a little confidence? Meng Xiaoqing feigned displeasure as he spoke. In an instant, a sense of protectiveness and responsibility welled up within Zixiao, who stood resolutely and declared, "Of course, we will certainly resolve these issues. That's the spirit. In fact, I've already made some preparations," Meng Xiaocheng replied. "Do you remember the top laner from our last class match? His name is Jhin. I've invited him as well. He lives not far from here, and I can cover his travel expenses." Was that top laner endure? Zixiao recalled, recognizing that he played quite well. Although his moves were not particularly flashy, his support and control during team fights were commendable. Even when playing a disadvantaged champion, he managed to secure a decent number of last hits, which was sufficient in a current meta where top lane impact was minimal. "Then I shall seek out candidates for the jungle and mid lane," Zixiao asserted with confidence. "Well, I can rest easy knowing my boyfriend is handling this," Meng Xiaocheng said joyfully, linking her arm with Zixiao's. "By the way, what made you want to participate in the competition?" Zixiao inquired. Meng Xiaocheng winked playfully. "That's a secret." Given her mysterious reply, Zixiao decided not to press further. The two continued to queue together, yielding excellent results, winning more often than losing, until dawn broke the following day. Meng Xiaocheng had succumbed to sleep, resting her head on the table, and Zixiao gently covered her with a light blanket before quietly leaving. With school awaiting in the afternoon, Zixiao intended to return home for a brief respite. A team required at least 5 members, and the Internet CAF League likely did not necessitate a coach. What was missing were the mid laner and jungler. On his way home, Zixiao called 2 classmates who had previously played alongside him. The classmate who played mid lane expressed his availability, but the jungler regrettably stated he had commitments during the summer and wouldn't have time. What shall we do about such a crucial jungler position? Zixiao pondered as he scrolled through his phone contacts, reaching the very bottom, where he suddenly recognized an ideal candidate, Jhin. Jhin possessed exceptional skills and game sense. Although he occasionally made mistakes when overly excited, he generally performed reliably. Moreover, his passion for the game far surpassed that of Zixiao. If he could recruit Jhin, their combined strength would surely secure a spot among the top 4 in the league. However, how could he convince him? Chapter 13, the viral video. "Hey, Jhin, what are you up to?" Zixiao asked when he called. The sounds of a keyboard and several voices conversing reached his ears. It seemed Jhin's girlfriend was quite affluent, as they often reserved a private room when they gathered, ensuring a quieter atmosphere. "Don't bother me. I'm in the middle of a team fight," Jhin replied dismissively, about to hang up. "Wait a moment, I have something important to discuss with you." Zixiao quickly interjected. "What is it? Are you preparing to concede and become my subordinate?" Jhin responded nonchalantly, just as the words godlike appeared on his computer screen, indicating the end of the team fight and solidifying their victory. His performance was clearly visible in the upper right corner. 18 kills, 2 deaths, and 13 assists. Zixiao conceived a clever plan and remarked, "Do you not consider yourself exceptionally formidable on a daily basis? You seem to believe that with merely a competent teammate, you could effortlessly overpower all adversaries. Am I wrong?" "What do you mean by that?" "It is entirely reasonable for me to triumph over you. I acknowledge my own prowess." "So what of it?" Jhin retorted. "I propose that I am intending to participate in the gaming tournament hosted by Xinghe Internet CAF. And we are in need of a jungler. Would you dare to test your skills?" "Why on earth would I join you? I have no shortage of players on my side," Jhin replied. "Is that truly so? Just a few days ago, our hastily assembled team shattered your well-rehearsed squad. And surely the disparity in skill is evident?" Zixiao deliberately employed a tone laced with sarcasm to provoke Jhin. Fully aware that such tactics would not incite anger but rather ignite his fighting spirit, this strategy is known as the art of provocation. He chuckled, recalling that the previous incident was merely a fluke, challenging Jhin to engage once more. Indeed, Jhin fell into the trap, his voice growing somber. "That won't do. I've already mentioned that we are lacking a jungler, thus we do not have 5 players." Zixiao deftly shifted his approach, resolutely adhering to the plan he had devised in his mind. "What do you propose then?" Jhin inquired further. Zixiao deliberately paused for 2 seconds before speaking. "How about this? Since I am merely a support player and my teammates are all more skilled than I, if I can single-handedly defeat your entire team, you shall join us. However, should I lose, you may handle me as you did last time. Do you dare to wager?" Zixiao deliberately brought up the previous wager, causing Jhin, a person who deeply values his pride, to recall a time of embarrassment. Moreover, he understood that Jhin naturally desired a better teammate, but was hindered by his vanity from agreeing directly. Thus, This method not only promised success, but also provided both parties with a graceful exit, achieving a harmonious resolution. Well then, tonight at the usual place, I'll be waiting. Jhin uttered the last few words through gritted teeth before hanging up. Ah, this individual is so crude, unable to withstand even the slightest mockery. No wonder he gets overly excited during class matches at the mere display of a few emojis. Zixiao waved goodbye and returned home to sleep. In the afternoon, upon returning to school, Meng Xiaocheng had already arrived and greeted Zixiao with a sweet smile. That smile truly melted both Zixiao's heart and spirit, akin to sugar dissolving in watermelon juice, sweetening him from within. Of course, when Meng Xiaocheng took Zixiao's hand, he distinctly felt the murderous glares from the surrounding male classmates. The afternoon classes swiftly concluded amidst Zixiao's drowsiness, and after escorting Meng Xiaocheng home, he planned to grab a meal before slipping out for a duel with Jhin. Hey, did you see that video? At that moment, two male classmates beside him began chatting as they packed up their belongings. What video? It's the one circulating wildly on the PY site about yesterday's PGADC, Lang, getting utterly demolished during a Dragon Team fight. It nearly hit 1 million views overnight. One boy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. Especially the plays of the opponents Thresh and Phoenix. Many are speculating about which professional player they could be. Is that so? Let me take a look. The other boy quickly pulled out his phone, and the second trending topic of the day was indeed Lang being ruthlessly defeated in the canyon, racking up nearly 10,000 yuan in donations overnight. He clicked to play the video, revealing the very Dragon Team fight from the previous day when Zixiao and Meng Xiaocheng encountered Lang and Jiao. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, with some analyzing the details of the team fight, others mocking Lang, defending him, and, of course, many speculating on the identities of Phoenix and Thresh. I've never seen those two IDs before. They might be Smith accounts of professional players from the Korean server, or perhaps just some casual players. One boy conjectured. I've heard some people even investigated those IDs. It seems they're rented accounts. You wouldn't understand, the other boy replied. All the professional players' accounts have been exposed. Everything they practice in private is clearly visible. Sometimes renting accounts to practice certain strategies is entirely normal. Have you seen Phoenix in the arena lately? Ah, stop guessing. You too. Zixiao suddenly interjected with a proud smile as he approached. To be honest, that Thresh was me. What? Zixiao, stop boasting. Although we know you play support decently, there's no way you could reach that level. The boys were clearly skeptical. All right, I know you don't believe me, but you will eventually. I'm off now. Zixiao cheerfully departed. If you truly made it into the Internet Cafe League, the subsequent matches would be streamed live across the internet. With that thought in mind, Zixiao slipped out of the school and headed to the Xinghe Internet Cafe. In the PG Esports Club's League of Legends training room, the 5 PG players and their coach were watching the previous day's match, specifically the Dragon Team fight. This support is no simple player, remarked the somewhat stout coach as he gazed at the screen. PG's coach, Zixiao, was renowned for his exceptional training skills, which is why many players chose to join PG's youth training program. Wasn't that just Phoenix playing exceptionally well? And since it was ranked, I got a bit too carried away, Lang admitted, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. No, Long. I always say your youthful enthusiasm is both your strength and your weakness. Watch this match closely. If Phoenix, Thresh, and the opposing ADC, Xia, participate in competitions, you will encounter them one day, Zixiao concluded before leaving the training room. Chapter 14. This wave is truly torturous, yo. Lao Ji, have you been waiting long? Zixiao entered the private room where Jhin was and casually grabbed a cola from the table, taking several gulps. Hey, buy your own if you're thirsty. Jhin frowned, tossing him a 50 yuan note as he noticed Zixiao's lack of shame. Sitting across from each other in the specially prepared duel room, 2 computers positioned back to back, Jhin's girlfriend, Yuming Man, was also present. She was a standard beauty with long black hair, petite in stature, approximately 1.5 meters tall, dressed in a light blue outfit reminiscent of traditional Han clothing. It was said that she and Jhin were childhood sweethearts, having grown up together and liked each other since they were young. Make sure to play well. You can't afford to lose face at home. Yuming Man gently patted Jhin's back. My father needs me for something. I'll step out for a bit. Jhin nodded. Okay, you go ahead. You two have a good relationship, Zixiao teased. Last time I saw you talking to her, you even blushed. Shut up. That was a special circumstance. Why are you dragging this out? Are we playing or not? Once Yuming Man left, Jhin seemed to shed his pretense and reverted to his usual assertive self. All right. Today's duel will be a bit different. We'll use the Howling Abyss map, and we'll both randomly select our champions. Other than that, the rules remain the same. First to 100 minion kills wins. What do you think? Zixiao proposed. Random champions? At worst, we'll all play ADC. As a support, you should understand ADC well enough. I play jungle, and I can use most champions. It's much fairer than full random. Jhin expressed his confusion. No. Unless you're afraid, we'll do it this way, Zixiao mischievously replied, as if plotting something in his mind. Jhin pondered for a few seconds, said nothing more, and agreed. Fine, let us create the room quickly and get started. I have things to do tonight. Is it something to do with you, Mingnan? Zixiao said as he created the room and invited Jhin. To Zixiao's astonishment, he discovered that Jhin had ascended to Diamond 1. On the verge of reaching Master rank, the game commenced, and the system swiftly assigned the champions. Zixiao found himself randomly matched with the Time Guardian, Kirin, a hero primarily confined to the support role, although he could infrequently deal damage to enemy units. In contrast, Jhin was randomly assigned to the Berserker, Olaf, a formidable champion in one-on-one combat, primarily chosen for the jungle role, which Jhin was well acquainted with. Let's reset. How are you supposed to play this? Jhin turned slightly, glancing over the two computers towards Zixiao. Once Olaf unleashes his ultimate, there is no controlling him. And you can't utilize the slowing effects to create distance. Moreover, the Time Elder must first deplete a certain amount of health to secure a kill. Before his next skill is ready, Olaf can restore all his health with a single W ability, presenting a significant inherent advantage. There's no need. Let's not squander time. We can certainly win this. Zixiao persisted with his strategy, leveraging Jhin's temperament. He knew that Jhin would easily become agitated if faced with sarcasm or mockery. And once riled up, mistakes would inevitably follow. Where does your confidence come from? Jhin retorted, choosing not to elaborate further as he began selecting his runes. Zixiao was inexplicably grinning from ear to ear. Coupled with this rune, once he equipped those items, it would undoubtedly lead to a tormenting experience. Moreover, being able to communicate with the champions, wouldn't he that propel him to new heights? Jhin silently rolled his eyes at Zixiao's smug demeanor. As the game commenced, Conqueror Olaf faced off against the unyielding grasp of time. He showed no regard for appearances, with the source of life along with dual revives, compounded with scorch and alacrity. Setting off with a pair of shoes and 3 potions, he played with wicked delight. Zixiao was acutely aware of how to navigate this game, to torment his adversaries. Once again, it was a triumphant match. The voice emanating from the headset carried a hint of age. The nostalgia stirred by the sharp tongue of Yasuo lingered at the edge of his ears. As Zixiao maneuvered near the first tower, he mused. If only you hadn't squandered your time so frivolously, you wouldn't find yourself in such a predicament. The old voice of time had, at that moment, fulfilled Zixiao's masochistic desires. I was mistaken. Zixiao patiently awaited the minions to spawn, positioning himself against the wall devoid of bushes on the right side, ready to accumulate his unyielding passive. As it was a chaotic battle map, he would instantly reach level 3 upon entry, granting him access to his Q, W, and D abilities, which allowed him to exert some degree of suppression over Olaf until he reached level 6. Observing the bushes, he noticed a presence within the central one. Urging his ally, "Yes, go forth and strike him, you fool. You are still young and naive. Time is of the essence, hasten to extinguish him and conclude this match. Time is money, and your frivolous delay is a grave offense." In frustration, Zixiao removed his headphones, finding the incessant chatter of this old man more loquacious than Yasuo himself. The lack of vision in this realm did not hinder the exchange between champions. And Zixiao had his own strategy to counter Jhin. "I care not for your methods. Once the melee minions are weakened, I shall deploy my Q ability on the frontline minions. You may approach to last hit, but you will falter, left only with your Q to secure minion kills. What then?" Soon enough, he would find himself drained of mana. Zixiao, having amassed sufficient strength for his unyielding grasp, would seize the moment to strike. "You think to slow me with your axe? Not a chance. I shall either sidestep your attack or retaliate with my E ability, leaving you unable to connect at all." Moreover, Zixiao had summoned the spells Exhaust and Clarity, clearly indicating his intention to vex Jhin, while also conveying, in this match, "I aim to secure 100 last hits without concern for your demise. The choice is yours." This was no mere game. It was a test of endurance. Jhin could feel the veins throbbing on his temple. He had initially planned to hide in the bushes and emerge to last hit when the minions were weakened, seeking an opportunity for a solo kill. Yet, Zixiao, relentless in his pursuit, would occasionally unleash a bomb from the brush, forcing Jhin to emerge for last hitting, only to find himself on the receiving end of unyielding attacks that slowed him down, potentially inflicting 2 layers of unyielding damage. Even if you refuse to show yourself, I shall push the minions forward. Unless you resort to your Q ability, I shall watch you exhaust your mana. Zixiao swiftly pushed the minion wave beneath the tower, compelling Jhin to focus solely on farming the tower minions to maintain a healthy mana bar. He had already fallen behind in minion kills, and most crucially, Jhin had exhausted half of his mana in an effort to restore his health. Observing Zixiao, one could see his leisure. As soon as the minions reached the tower, he altered his strategy, opting to use his Q ability to harass Jhin, conserving his E and W skills for a swift escape from any potential engagement with Olaf. Chapter 15. Just perfect despite his frustration. Jhin knew he had to bide his time until he reached level 6. Otherwise, not only would he fail to catch up to his opponent, but he would also be susceptible to a counterattack that could deplete his health further. Upon reaching level 6, the Ancient Time Mage could only mitigate damage through the weakening spell, and without a flash to escape. Jhin recognized that seizing the opportunity for a solo kill was essential. Glancing at the experience bar, Jhin realized that a few more minion kills would bring him to level 6, prompting him to reserve his skills, preparing to strike as soon as he leveled up. Zixiao, aware of the nearing level up, understood that Jhin would seek to avenge their previous encounters. But what of it? Zixiao remained unperturbed, even with a slow. Jhin lacked any hard crowd control to effectively threaten him, nor could he expect to fell the Time Mage with mere axe strikes. As Jhin's Olaf was on the cusp of leveling up with one last minion, Zixiao remained at nearly full health with half his mana intact. Having already utilized his skills, he casually consumed the health pack that Jhin had left behind. In contrast, Jhin found himself at a precarious 23 health and 13 mana. Nevertheless, in this state, the Time Mage would still be pursued relentlessly by Olaf. As a low-health minion appeared, Jhin hurled his axe with the Q ability, striking the minion while simultaneously pursuing the Time Mage. Collecting the experience from the minion kill, Jhin reached level 6 and immediately acquired his ultimate, dashing forward to attack the Time Mage. Although Zixiao had anticipated this maneuver, he was taken aback when Jhin directly flashed towards him, resulting in his movement being hindered. Frustrated, he likened himself to a headless brute. In a swift reaction, Zixiao hurled a bomb at his own head, granting himself a surge of speed. Olaf unleashed his ultimate ability, retrieving his axe and refreshing the cooldown of his skills before targeting Zixiao once more. No matter how skillfully one maneuvers, could one truly evade such a close-range attack? Zixiao quickly applied a weakening effect, refreshed his Q and E cooldowns through his W, and granted himself another boost of speed. Soon, he was seen darting away, his timepiece shimmering with a remarkable 99 speed, albeit with only a fraction of his health remaining. To his surprise, even with this diminished health, the ignite was insufficient to secure his demise. Who would have thought? I primarily focus on E, with a mere press of W. I refresh my cooldowns, and you wish to pursue me? How amusing. Zixiao observed Olaf outside the tower, his temper flaring to the point where steam seemed to rise from his head. In a fit of rage, he activated Ragnarok and recklessly dispatched a few minions, even attempting to use his throwback ability to strike Zixiao, who was cowering beneath the tower. This was a moment of sheer desperation. Zixiao patiently awaited the conclusion of Olaf's respawn, then re-entered the fray, tossing bombs and landing an auto-attack with his unyielding grip. Should anyone dare to approach or retreat, they would be met with a staggering 99 slow. What could one do against such a relentless foe? Time-worn as he was, he had effectively neutralized any threat. With Jhin bereft of both flash and his ultimate ability, the prospect of securing a kill was rendered impossible. Although he was left with scant health, Zixiao still possessed his ultimate. Moreover, each time Zixiao's mana dwindled, he would retreat to consume a potion, replenishing his blue bar. Once the potions were exhausted and mana depleted, he would use a clear spell, allowing his mana to refill completely, leaving the opposition devoid of hope. As the match progressed, Zixiao quickly gained a significant advantage, amassing 20 more minion kills than his opponent, ultimately securing victory. Notably, he had executed nearly 50 auto-attacks with his unyielding grip. While he hadn't achieved a solo kill, the psychological torment inflicted upon the enemy was no less impactful than a kill would have been. Upon concluding the duel, Zixiao rose from his chair, turning to Jhin, whose expression was somewhat grim, and remarked, "So, does this mean you can now join our team?" "Humph. A bet is a bet," Jhin replied, acknowledging the cunning and insidious nature of his opponent's victory. Yet, he accepted the outcome, for in the end, a loss is still a loss, and he remained committed to the principles of fair play. Zixiao was well aware of Jhin's character, knowing he would keep his word and would not go back on his promises, which put him at ease. "Since we're here, shall we duo queue?" Zixiao suggested. "All right, but do you have a master account?" Team. Didn't you just mention a team?" Yu Mingman suddenly rushed in with light steps. "What's going on? You seem so excited," Jhin inquired. "Did I not inform you that our Internet CAF is participating in the Provincial Internet CAF League? My father just mentioned he wants Jhin as the captain to form a team, and I will serve as the coach and secretary, representing our Xinghe Internet CAF in this competition," Yu Mingman replied cheerfully, spreading out the proposal she held in her hands. "I've always wanted to be a coach. It's the most interesting role." "Wait, did you just say who your father is?" Zixiao seemed to sense something peculiar in the situation. "He's the owner of this Internet CAF, right? Xinghe Enterprises, haven't you heard of it, Zixiao?" Yu Mingman asked, tilting her head in confusion. "Not having heard of a Fortune 500 company is quite rare," Jhin remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "So, Jhin, you actually have no money. You're merely relying on a wealthy benefactor, aren't you?" Zixiao exclaimed, pointing accusingly at Jhin. "What has gotten into you, Zixiao?" "Although Jhin has grown up with me, his parents are also big bosses, and they have several million in revenue every month," Yu Mingman pouted. "What?" Zixiao stood frozen, realizing that both of them came from affluent backgrounds. Zixiao suddenly felt deceived for a long time. It turned out that his perception of Jhin as merely a slightly affluent individual was due to his inability to recognize the designer brands adorning Jhin's attire. "Oh, let us not dwell on that for now. Did Zixiao not mention a team earlier? Would you consider joining our team?" Yu Mingman extended an invitation to Zixiao, suggesting that excellent performance could yield substantial bonuses, along with a permanent VIP gold card for our Internet CAF. Zixiao pondered this for a moment. Indeed, representing the Internet CAF in an organized competition would be far more advantageous. Moreover, with Jhin and Yu Mingman involved, he felt a sense of trust in their capabilities. "Isn't this perfect? I happen to have a team, and with Jhin, we will have all the members we need. Should I call them over?" Zixiao proposed, assuring her that their skills would be on par with Jhin's. Upon hearing this, Jhin felt speechless. It seemed everything had to be measured against him, as if he were merely a standard of comparison. "Really?" Yu Mingman's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That's wonderful. I thought it would take a long time to prepare. I'll go inform my father right away. Please wait a moment." With that, she dashed out in a hurry. "Wait, did she not just say she would be the coach?" Zixiao glanced at Jhin, pondering whether her navette could truly qualify her for such a role. Jhin placed a reassuring hand on Zixiao's shoulder, responding calmly, "Just don't give her a headset, and it'll be fine." Chapter 16. The meeting of team members. "Let's gather everyone this Sunday evening when we have a break," Zixiao suggested. Although he himself was reluctant to study, Meng Xiaocheng and the others still needed to focus on their studies. "Yes. My father mentioned that you five should play some ranked matches together to assess your skills," Yu Mingyan added. The two, Zixiao and Jhin, continued their duo queue until dawn before returning to school. Although they appeared to be rivals, their relationship was quite amicable. However, that night, during their gaming marathon, Zixiao felt an unusual sense of mastery over all the heroes, as if he had become intimately familiar with their attributes, even managing to wield heroes he had seldom used before with surprising ease. Even more astonishing was Jhin. Previously, during class competitions and duo queues, he had merely perceived Zixiao as slightly more skilled than his peers. Yet now, he was astounded by Zixiao's remarkable improvement, akin to a young bull soaring to great heights on a rocket. Before long, a week had passed, and Zixiao's bond with Meng Xiaocheng deepened, to the point where they began sharing meals together. On Sunday evening, Meng Xiaocheng took Zixiao outside the school, where they met Shin, who had been waiting for quite some time. He was the top laner known as Endure from their class match. Standing at 2 meters tall, he towered over Zixiao, his hair slightly short and tinged with brown, giving him a somewhat dull and expressionless appearance. "Hello." Shin extended his right hand toward Zixiao. "I am Shin. It is a pleasure to meet you." I am Zixiao," he replied. "What is with you two big guys suddenly acting all shy? How embarrassing." Meng Xiaoqing exclaimed as he playfully shoved them both from behind. Didn't you say a big shot was going to meet us? Let us hurry. After calling upon one of his friends, Zixiao, along with 3 others, ventured to the Xinghe Internet CAF. Jhin and Yu Mingman had already arrived, and the 6 of them entered the office of Yu Mingman's father, Yu Jiashui. Though I am a businessman and you are merely students, you need not worry. After all, you are friends of my daughter. However, I will not engage in unprofitable ventures. Let us speak through actions. I will lend you 5 accounts, each reaching the master tier in the Korean server. If you win 4 out of 5 matches, I will accept you as members of the esports team I wish to establish. Subsequently, my company will handle all investment, training venues, and various other affairs, Yu Jiashui stated. Indeed, his words were quite prudent, as the students were not equipped to manage such matters, especially if they gained notoriety. Furthermore, there have been previous instances where a team struggled due to the absence of an investor. I can do it. Let's see what the others can achieve, Zixiao remarked. As Zixiao took the lead, the others readily expressed their agreement, and Jhin, of course, was already a designated member of both parties. In that case, you may proceed to the private room I have prepared, Yu Jiashui stated. Yu Mingman then escorted the 5 individuals to the room that the owner had meticulously arranged. The space was quite spacious, at least 20 square meters, equipped with all necessities, and most importantly, the computer equipment was among the finest available domestically. Please take your seats in the order of your positions. I shall begin your training momentarily. From now on, you are to address me as Coach Dream, understood? Yu Mingman raised her small hand, seemingly anticipating a response. Oh, Coach Dream, greetings. However, apart from Meng Xiaoqing, none of the others responded to Yu Mingman's enthusiasm. The young girl, feeling slightly displeased, cast a reproachful glance at the other 4, dramatically pulling out a notebook and a pen. Let me note this down. I will deduct half of your salaries when you earn them. Oh my, an all-hero, all-skin extravaganza. This is splendid. It feels just like being in the competitive arena. Jhin, are you brave enough to play as Yasuo in the jungle? Be quiet. You support player, what do you understand? Hee hee. Shall we not keep it down for a moment? Yet, the group continued their lively chatter, entirely disregarding Yu Mingman's words. Hey, could you all quiet down? I am your coach. Yu Mingman shouted. The room finally fell silent, and Jhin declared, all right, let us not waste any more time. Let us quickly set up a flexible team match. Invitations were sent, and to everyone's surprise, the match was found quite swiftly, despite initial expectations that it would be difficult to match in a high-tier segment. Cough cough. Yu Mingman cleared her throat theatrically and opened her notebook. Based on my late-night analysis of your preferred champions and historical performance data, I will now guide you through the ban pick process. As for our top laner, Shun, he has little to say. His best champion is Shun, which is unlikely to be banned in this patch, and he plays exceptionally well, almost guaranteeing a kill or 2 while maintaining an impressive 80% participation in team fights. So we should pick Shun, right? Why is everyone already locked in? How rude. You didn't even listen to what I was saying. Yu Mingman exclaimed, realizing that all 5 had already selected their champions and were adjusting their runes, completely ignoring her. Woo-woo, I diligently gathered data all night, hoping to strategize effectively for our first ban pick session, and you all disregarded my efforts. Humph. If you ask me anything later, I will claim ignorance. This is infuriating. Yu Mingman pouted like a child. Meng Xiaoqing attempted to console her. All right. It's just a normal match. There's no need for such extravagance. A secret weapon like you, Coach Dream, should only be deployed in official competitions. Upon hearing this, Yu Mingman brightened up instantly. Really? Is that so? Then you all better perform well in this match. I will be observing from behind to gather data. Do you know Yu Mingman? Zixiao whispered. Of course, she's my best friend. Did you not know? Meng Xiaoqing replied curiously. Oh. Their bot lane comprises a cat and Ezreal. We must not allow him to farm effectively. Zixiao swiftly changed the subject, apprehensive of Meng Xiaoqing discovering that he was merely a person engrossed in online games, oblivious to the world outside. As the loading screen appeared, Zixiao and Meng Xiaoqing's South bot lane duo was a combination of Caitlyn and Zoe. It was known that Zoe as a support was quite rare, especially considering Caitlyn was almost relegated to a subpar position. This is a tactic. Zixiao grinned mischievously at Meng Xiaoqing. You'll understand shortly. Chapter 17. What is cooperation? Once the game commenced, Zixiao knew that Zoe was among the most animated champions, and even walking around, she would twirl, play with a yo-yo, and skip rope. He had mentally prepared himself for her chatter, but, hey, I'm Zoe. Friend. I mean summoner, but it doesn't really matter. Have you seen your Ezreal? My fiancé. He right across from us, getting cozy with the cat. Shall we use a meteor to crush him? Zixiao weakly responded, by the way, do these champions truly possess emotions? The cat. The one who always carries a book? That scoundrel Ezreal. Is having Lux and Gemstone not enough? Oh. How can I obtain his first kiss? Forget about Lux. What has Gemstone? And if you kill him, just give him a kiss while he's on the ground. It'll be perfect, Zixiao remarked. I tell you, you're right. Go and kill him. He should be near the blue buff. Zoe incessantly urged in Zixiao's ear. Are you a Yandere? Zixiao sighed. This is a practice match. I can't just take off my headset. At that moment, he felt 8 pairs of eyes casting scornful glances at him. Zixiao was taken aback, realizing with dismay that his previous words had been overheard. Even if he had been merely speaking to himself, the content of his speech was rather peculiar. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly chuckled, Apologies, I tend to ramble on occasion. Humph, that troublesome Zoe. Just as Zixiao was formulating his thoughts, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. He purchased a thief's knife and a health potion, then made his way directly to the lane. Hey, did you forget something? You're short a potion. Never mind that. Are we heading to eliminate Ezreal now? Could you please be quiet? If you wish to exact revenge, do so in the realm of novels. There, you would truly excel. Zixiao retorted as he maneuvered Zoe to the enemy's turret, launching auto attacks bolstered by the thief's knife. What on earth are you doing? You're about to perish. Zoe exclaimed. Are you out of your mind? Or perhaps you simply lack one. After uttering this, she was promptly slain by the turret. Zixiao relished a moment of peace and, utilizing the 35 gold from the thief's knife along with his initial 50, acquired a control ward. It is essential to note that a combination like Caitlyn and Zoe in the bot lane, with proper vision, could easily torment the opposing team to the brink of mental collapse. The others, who had initially sent question marks Zixiao's way, recognized the control ward on Zoe. This player truly knows how to perform, thus earning the nickname Control Ward. Upon respawning, Zixiao returned to the red buff area, which had yet to respawn, causing him minimal concern, merely a missing potion. I mean, why would you throw your life away? Can you keep your chatter to a minimum? I swear, if you keep this up, I'll mute your voice in the settings, Zixiao expressed his growing irritation. Zoe promptly fell silent. I'm not afraid of you. I simply believe in respecting each summoner's strategy. Fair enough. After assisting Jhin's set in securing the red buff, the two headed straight to the lane. It was imperative to apply pressure early on. The cat and Ezreal truly shone in the mid to late game. Akin to deities of war, with stable damage output, mobility, healing capabilities, and considerable durability. They were once a frequent presence in the banned phase. Remember to save AW. Zixiao instructed. Understood. Prioritize Q and secondary W. Meng Xiaocheng nodded in agreement. Despite Zoe being a rare sight among support champions, Meng Xiaocheng was still aware of the basic synergy. As the landing phase commenced, they observed a cat perched upon Ezreal, both stealthily last-hitting minions from a distance. Naturally, Zoe was filled with frustration, her jealousy and pride compelling her to speak incessantly. However, this did not significantly affect Zixiao, as he was accustomed to the atmosphere of internet cafes. Starting with E, the sleepy bubble, was the wisest choice against the Ezreal and cat duo. Selecting Q would have been utterly foolish, for it would not reach them. It was far more prudent to learn E, thereby allowing the possibility of sleeping Ezreal and coordinating with Caitlyn for poke. Most importantly, this would also make Zoe content. As for why Zixiao chose Zoe as a support, he had previously seen examples of her excelling in an AD role. Mid-lane Zoe struggles to land her sleep due to distance constraints while also managing minion waves. However, in the bot lane, with an abundance of walls, Zoe's E could extend infinitely, allowing her to avoid minion duty while having her ADC follow up on damage. If paired with a control-heavy ADC, the opposing team would be in dire straits. When poke-oriented Varus was still viable, this synergy was devastating. Landing asleep on Varus followed by a WQ could lead to instant demise for the enemies, who would have no chance to defend. Nevertheless, partnering with Caitlyn proved equally effective, as every time the passive from W emerged on minions, Zoe could unabashedly request a minion from her ADC. Moreover, with 4 players in the bot lane, summoner spells offered greater potential for creative plays. Zixiao embodies the essence of the support champion Zoe. In the early stages of this match, he maintained a significant advantage, consistently pushing the minion wave beneath the enemy's tower while playing as the blue side. Occasionally, he would conceal himself in the brush at the river's entrance, utilizing the terrain to enhance his E ability. while simultaneously keeping a watchful eye on the movements of the enemy jungler. Meanwhile, the opposing Ezreal appeared blissfully unaware of the impending danger, leisurely farming minions. Convinced that his last hits remained unscathed, seizing the opportune moment, Zixiao adeptly maneuvered Zoe to unleash a well-aimed sleepy trouble bubble. The bubble traversed the thick wall, its trajectory obscured by the barrier, catching the unsuspecting Ezreal off guard as he continued to farm peacefully. "Yes, I've put Ezreal to sleep. Attack him!" Zixiao exclaimed with fervor. Startled from slumber, Ezreal hastily retreated, but at level 1, he was unable to create sufficient distance. The cat promptly descended, hoping to shield its master from harm. However, the vigilant level 2 Caitlyn, armed with her sniper rifle, approached swiftly. Zixiao had strategically withheld experience from a few minions to ensure Caitlyn reached level 2 ahead of time. Meng Xiaoqing, controlling Caitlyn, deployed the Yordle snap trap right beneath the incapacitated Ezreal's feet. Following this, a quick Q ability, Piltover Peacemaker, landed a critical headshot, triggering Zoe's passive to awaken Ezreal. Just as he regained consciousness, he found himself ensnared once more by the cleverly placed trap, suffering another headshot. Though the cat mitigated some of the damage from the Piltover Peacemaker, Ezreal still lost a significant portion of his health, establishing an immediate advantage in lane. Chapter 18. Is level 3 under 2 towers excessive? This astonishing combo showcased the flawless synergy between Zoe's sleepy trouble bubble and Caitlyn's abilities, leaving no room for error. Had this sequence transpired at level 6 or beyond, Ezreal might have met an untimely demise on the spot. What followed was a display of relentless aggression. Following the nerf to her ability, the cat had drained its mana, while Ezreal's health precariously hovered at 23. Consequently, he became increasingly cautious, no longer daring to approach the wall and instead relying on the safety of the tower and the wall to his right for cover. In that position, Zixiao's sleepy trouble bubble could not reach him, prompting a return to the lane. Before long, he reached level 3, marking another pivotal moment. Just after learning the W ability, Spell Thief, a bubble materialized over a nearby melee minion. Zixiao effortlessly utilized his Q ability to secure the last hit on the minion, thus acquiring the most advantageous early game item, the Hextech GLP 800, commonly referred to as the Ice Gun. While skills dropped at lower levels of W are generally subpar, the Ice Gun stands out as the sole ability capable of inflicting damage, boasting an impressive casting range and a slowing effect, making it an impeccable complement to Zoe's abilities. With the cat devoid of mana, it had become little more than an ornament, while Ezreal's health and mana were reduced to approximately half. Zixiao prepared to collaborate with Meng Xiaoqing's Caitlyn for a turret dive. Although Ezreal exercised caution, retaining his E ability, it did not imply he was beyond reach. In the jungle, Jhin encountered the enemy jungler, Lee Sin, near the river in the top lane, while both mid laners were in a precarious state. The top lane provided a swift and effective route for support, and Zixiao along with Meng Xiaoqing pushed the minion wave forward. Sensing the impending danger, Ezreal promptly retreated, aware that the defensive tower was formidable enough to prolong Zoe's E ability, prompting him to utilize his E skill to leap away. It was wise to withdraw. He still possessed Cleanse and Flash, while the cat retained its healing ability. Meng Xiaoqing hesitated to proceed further. Very well. Zixiao, who had already advanced beyond the enemy's first turret, found himself compelled to retreat to the triangular brush upon hearing this. No, this could not possibly be Zixiao's style. After all, the brush? Ezreal was lurking in the brush? That was a treacherous cat, swiftly eliminated. Oh, I mean, securing a kill would grant you the means to acquire superior equipment, not that it was personal. Do not overthink it, Zoe called out. With a knowing smile, Zixiao stepped into the trio of bushes, making his way directly towards the enemy's blue zone. After a careful circuit, he positioned himself perfectly to intercept the minion wave, arriving just before the adversary's second tower. The cooldown for the level 1 arcane shift was 25 seconds. Glancing at the timer, Zixiao calculated that approximately 8 seconds remained. He approached boldly, launching an icy spear into the thicket. Aware that 2 opponents were present, he pressed forward, compelling them to reveal themselves. In response, Ezreal swiftly retreated, emerging from the underbrush while bearing the effects of the icy spear, significantly hampering his movement speed. Zixiao was not in a hurry to employ his E-skill. He first aimed to enter the bush. Zoe found it challenging to deceive her opponent into using their skills prematurely, as the animation of her Q ability starkly contrasted with the wind-up of her E-skill. However, once she successfully entered the brush, Ezreal instinctively used his flash without hesitation. For Ezreal, the priority of using flash was inferior to that of Cleanse. Yet, this played right into Zixiao's hands. Zixiao picked up the flash lying on the ground and promptly used it to advance forward. A hypnotic bubble struck Ezreal, swiftly creating distance from the turret. The effects of the luminous cloak and the passive ability of W were activated, causing Zixiao to dash forward with remarkable speed. Without hesitation, a level 3 Zoe charged towards the turret, while Ezreal reacted with remarkable swiftness, using Cleanse the moment the hypnotic bubble took effect. Concurrently, the cat provided healing and applied Ignite to Zoe. Thus, Zixiao swiftly utilized the healing item he had acquired, while simultaneously igniting an additional effect. With the amalgamation of 3 acceleration effects, his Zoe surged forward, closing in on Ezreal with remarkable speed. However, Ezreal, upon reflection, questioned Zoe's audacity to challenge him under 2 towers at level 3. After enduring a couple of hits from the turret, he was nearly on the brink of death. How audacious! It seemed he was not regarded with due respect. He vowed to make her pay for the blunder she had caused between him and Lux. Launching a counterattack, he noted that although Zoe skillfully evaded his Q ability, her remaining health was precariously low. A single hit from the turret followed by 2 basic attacks would surely spell her demise. It appeared that Zixiao was on the verge of conceding first blood. Zixiao, however, remained composed as he activated Ignite, intending to maneuver behind Ezreal and step out of the turret's attack range. Yet, the turret's lethal shockwave was already upon them. Understood. Secret technique. Soul of Mercy descends. A shield enveloped Zoe, preserving her life, and the Eye of Twilight descended, swiftly taunting Ezreal. As Zixiao turned back to follow up with Ignite, Ezreal's health was already in a precarious state due to the passive damage from Zixiao's W. The combined assault of the 2 players swiftly eliminated Ezreal beneath the turret. As the saying goes, in times of calamity, each seeks their own escape. With their AD carry slain, Yumming had no choice but to retreat, trembling beneath the protection of the turret. However, the duo had no intention of continuing their dive. Shielded by the Eye of Twilight, they exited the turret's attack range. Well done, Chen. I eagerly await your ascension to level 6. Zixiao called out as he and Chen concealed themselves in the bushes to recall. I thought you believed I was already level 6. I was merely a few minions short of the necessary experience, but upon witnessing your dive, I hurried to secure a few last hits. Chen replied, his tone calm. This is what it means to trust your teammates, they remarked. Just as a notification appeared at the top of the screen, the blind monk had assisted in slaying Set from the opposing top lane. Oh no, I didn't notice Shen had gone to support the bot lane, Jhin lamented, having anticipated that Shen would arrive in time to help him secure a double kill. It's not a significant setback. Upon returning home, I shall immediately purchase a kill bracelet. What more is there to discuss? Let us just get on with it. Zixiao said contentedly as he perused Taobao, having no intention of straying towards support-oriented items such as the Twin Shadows. He was wholly focused on embodying the role of a mid laner. After all, Zixiao's mid lane companion was not of the same caliber. He had been consistently pressured by the opposing mid laner. Although he had yet to be killed, he was already trailing by a dozen minions. Fortunately, he was playing as Lysandra, the Frost Witch, and even if the lane collapsed, she would still prove useful in team fights. However, the opposing mid lane Zed would likely present a considerable challenge. As they returned to the lane, it wasn't long before Caitlyn reached level 6, while Zixiao had only just attained level 5, having ceded a bit too much experience earlier. Nevertheless, this did not hinder their complete domination of the bot lane. Their minion kills surged past 20, and they had already demolished 2 layers of turret plating. Meng Xiaoqing returned home, promptly procuring a storm razor, displaying an impressive wealth of resources. During Caitlyn's brief absence, Zixiao capitalized on the opportunity to stealthily approach the mid lane. There's a ward. We must circumvent it. Zoe cautioned. I'm not trying to assist you. I merely meant that if I am spotted, I might meet an unfortunate end, which would be quite distressing. With Zoe's aid, Zixiao stealthily arrived at their own 6-bird location. Although Lysandra possessed formidable wave-clear capabilities, eliminating an entire wave with a single skill combo, Zed was no slouch either. The opposing Zed's aggressive playstyle meant that she would seize any opportunity to harass, and crucially, her Q was unleashed with the ferocity of an alpha strike, swiftly clearing minions while simultaneously chipping away at health. Be cautious. Offer her a small misstep to draw her into my control range. Zixiao thought as he positioned himself against the long wall to enhance his E-skill's effectiveness. Understood, the Frost Witch nodded, feigning a retreat. Seeing this, Zed immediately QD a distant minion, pursuing with determination, arriving just before the turret. Before she could enter the turret's range, Zixiao planned for Alistar to cast her ultimate first before putting Zed to sleep, ensuring a 100 hit rate. Alistar, however, awaited Zed's entrance into the turret's vicinity, but Zed expertly managed the distance, retreating after dealing 13 points of damage. There's no chance now. Time to go. Zixiao observed Lisandra's deteriorating state and decided to leave, taking the opportunity to establish vision. Just as he approached toward the enemy's true sight in the bush, Zed, who had been retreating in the mid lane, suddenly flashed back, unleashing a deft combination of abilities that struck Alistar squarely. In a moment of panic, Alistar activated her ultimate to freeze Zed, but the latter, equipped with mercury treads, would not be incapacitated for long. Additionally, Zed had already ensnared Alistar with his passive before the stun could fully take effect, and crucially, Alistar had depleted her mana reserves, rendering her unable to cast her E ability, Ice Shard, forcing her to use Flash instead. Recovering from her stun, Zed took 2 steps forward, then used W to execute a charged attack, damaging the arriving minions and leveraging them as a platform to leap. The second Q struck Alistar directly, applying Ignite as he followed up with a few auto attacks before cheating the rear minions to escape the turret's attack range. Alistar, ignited, succumbed to the remaining damage beneath the turret, while Zed flawlessly executed a solo kill in the mid lane, his movements fluid and seamless. Goodness, I was merely trying to ward. Zixiao lamented upon realizing their mid laner was down, justifiably stepping into the mid lane to claim a wave of experience and reach level 6. My apologies. He is simply too skilled. I cannot compete. The player using Alistar expressed regret. What's the big deal? Look at Jhin. Didn't he die once too? Zixiao waved dismissively, contemplating what valuable items he could acquire upon returning home after this wave. Are you out of your mind? Jhin retorted incredulously. Following this single kill, Alistar played more cautiously, remaining beneath the safety of her turret and ensuring she maintained sufficient mana. Attempting to dive Alistar with her ultimate, W, and E capabilities was nearly impossible, yet her minion farm continued to languish as Zed feigned support for other lanes, compelling Alistar to use her skills to keep up, only to return and reveal, I was deceiving you. Hey, I still have Flash and my ultimate. Jhin signaled towards the mid lane, approaching with a scan in hand. He too possessed summoner spells. Should he land AQ, it could restore his health, potentially thwarting any kill attempt. Indeed, Alistar acknowledged. As Jhin lay in wait in the bushes, based on timing, he surmised the opposing jungler should be busy with their red buff, having squandered time that could have been used to farm blue in pursuit of a gank. In the mid lane, with blades clashing, Zed maintained her passive stacks as long as there were minions present, bolstering her combat prowess. Alistar continuously sought an opportunity to slow Zed, knowing that such a chance would significantly increase her odds of securing a kill. Zed now bore a bounty of 200 gold, coupled with an inherent 300 gold, totaling 500. A single kill would yield a substantial recovery of health for either player. Alistar seized the moment, casting Frost Shard on a minion to extend the slow effect onto Zed. Opportunity. Without hesitation, Alistar flashed in, using W to ensnare Zed, just as the blind monk emerged from the side, utilizing W to reveal vision and landing Q to apply damage on Zed. With a swift second jump, he executed R-Flash, sending Zed crashing towards the turret. However, he did not kick Zed back beneath the turret. No need to rush, we will secure the kill. Alistar unleashed her ultimate, and together they unleashed their combined damage upon Zed, whose health plummeted. Yet, both had exhausted their skills, and Zed remained with a mere 16 health points. Already on the verge of awakening, Ionia shall rise indomitable. As the Blade Dancer swiftly rose, she executed her E skill, Twin Blades, followed by a concentrated charge of her W ability. Her twin blades were as rapid as Jace's acceleration gate. With her W, she severely damaged a minion, and upon turning back, she dispatched 3 ranged minions, recovering a modicum of health. The blind monk and Alistar attempted to pursue, eager to strike, but she swiftly turned back, consuming 2 marks and unleashing her ultimate, Blade of the Vanguard, mid-Q. With a slow and marked approach, she adeptly utilized her agile movement, and the Q ability instantaneously eliminated the blind monk. Observing this, Alistar hastily activated her flash to escape, and the Blade Dancer chose not to pursue further. In this exchange, she not only claimed a kill but also acquired a red buff, which promised to elevate her prowess in the forthcoming Dragon Team fight. I apologize. The enemy top laner was rather close, and I hesitated to activate my ultimate for fear of interruption, Zixiao remarked. There is no need for apologies. The blame lies with the jungler, Zixiao reassured. Just look at that kick. If he participated in a world-class match, our national team would surely triumph against any opponent. It barely grazed the tower's attack range. Jhin, however, was displeased. That was already at the extreme distance. I delivered a straight kick. You must be the blind one here. All right, let us focus on winning this game first. Meng Xiaoqing interjected to ease the tension. Chapter 20. This Blade Dancer. Impressive. The bottom lane continued to exert consistent pressure, indicating that the time for the marksman to shine had not yet arrived. While the opposing yellow-haired champion showcased remarkably low combat effectiveness, having only acquired a magic item, whereas the marksman had already obtained an infinity edge. The contest for the first dragon commenced with the enemy initiating the dragon, unwilling to relinquish it, especially given their advantage in the bottom lane. The resolution of the opposing Blade Dancer posed no significant threat. 8 players gathered near the dragon pit, with both top laners possessing teleportation abilities, ready to provide support at any moment. In such terrain, Zixiao's Zoe thrived, benefiting from the numerous walls and narrow spaces that facilitated her ability to put enemies to sleep before leaping in to deal damage with her Q. Thus, as both sides eyed each other warily, a Zoe suddenly bounded over the wall, playfully making a face before unleashing a starburst directly towards them. The others could only align themselves in a row, seeking refuge behind the dragon to avoid being put to sleep. Zixiao's poke was remarkably effective, and the dragon's health plummeted dangerously low. Engaging directly in a team fight was not advisable. Instead, strategic maneuvering was paramount. In the dragon pit, should the assassin strike with precision, many would undoubtedly fall in the ensuing skirmish. Attempting to secure the dragon while pulling back was the prudent approach. As the dragon's health reached a critical threshold, Jhin seized the moment and executed a well-timed Q, accompanied by a smite, yet the dragon eluded capture. Furthermore, the opposing jungler, Prince, obstructed Jhin's ascent. The stage was set for an imminent clash, with the third opponent positioned closely together. A swift advance was made via glacial path to initiate a control on the Prince, simultaneously slowing down EZ. Although EZ attempted to escape, his chosen trajectory fortuitously aligned with both the wall and Zixiao, forming a direct line of vulnerability. Utilizing the arc of the dragon pit to enhance the length of his E ability, Zixiao's Zoe launched an extraordinarily distant sleepy trouble bubble that struck Ezreal. Observing this, Lysandra acted without hesitation, advancing to follow up with her W for additional control. In a moment of panic, Ezreal employed Cleanse to dispel Lysandra's W. However, Zoe's sleepy trouble bubble had yet to activate. The trigger was pulled, and the infrared targeting reticle locked onto Ezreal. With a swift Q and her combination, Zixiao's Zoe unleashed an extraordinarily distant star, maximizing the damage inflicted. Although the magical cat had endeavored to restore Ezreal's health, the ignited Ezreal was struck simultaneously by the sniper bullet and the star. In an instant, the once full health Ezreal perished, without even the opportunity to utilize his flash. Meanwhile, on the other side, the blind monk, shielded by Jhin, barely survived the onslaught from the prince, escaping the battlefield with a sliver of health. Glancing at the opposing top laner, the Treant, who was unable to join the fray due to a lack of suitable teleportation positioning, it became evident that the enemy AD carry and jungler had perished, leaving only the top and mid laners. The team battle appeared to be a resounding victory for the blue side. Let us retreat, Zixiao remarked as they prepared to fall back and return home. Oh, did you see that? The Trent's branches. They're accelerating, like meteors in the sky. I'm not saying they resemble my branches, Zixiao exclaimed, startled. As he spotted the Treant charging towards them from the corner of his vision, his ultimate, Nature's Grasp, activated, exuding a fierce demeanor as if he were ready to take on 5 foes alone. Quick, disperse. Katarina is still around. Be cautious not to let him engage. As Zixiao's words hung in the air, the agile knife sister burst forth from the underbrush. With a swift flick of her twin blades, she ensnared the unsuspecting Meng Xiaoqing's female officer before she could even react. The blades surged forth, and as they struck the ground, she immediately blinked away, evading Jhin's taunt and Zoe's hypnotic bubble, retaliating with a powerful ability that struck all 3 adversaries. The slowing effect of the Vanguard blade rendered them almost immobile, allowing the tendrils of nature to ensnare them completely. In that moment, the Knife Sister had truly transformed into a whirlwind of blades, her passive abilities fully charged, dancing elegantly with her weapons in a display of both splendor and grace. As the blades whirled, the three opponents fell one by one, forcing the already weakened Blind Monk and Lysandra to make a hasty retreat. The Knife Sister achieved a triple kill. Wow, that Knife Sister is like a specter. I was obliterated in an instant, Zixiao exclaimed, bound by the roots and unable to even flash away. From now on, the Ice Queen should save her ultimate for the Knife Sister. After all, the opposing team only thrives when they are well fed in the front line, Meng Xiaoqing suggested. Indeed, nodded the player controlling Lysandra. The Knife Sister returned home and promptly acquired 3 items, signaling the complete collapse of the mid lane. The silver lining was that the opposing team's other key player, Ezreal, had also been taken down, though even if he were to rise again, his impact would be minimal. The situation in the mid lane grew increasingly dire. Even if the Blind Monk arrived, he risked being double killed, while the Knife Sister could easily secure solo kills and demolish towers in her absence. Fortunately, she had yet to support other lanes, still possessing the strength to contend. The battle continued until the female officer attained her core 3 items, with both teams currently tied in kills. However, the majority of the enemy's kills were attributed to the Knife Sister. Should she choose to engage in team fights with her keen awareness, victory could swiftly be secured. Meanwhile, Zixiao's control chain was executed flawlessly, forcing the Knife Sister into acquiring a Mercury's Treads and a Catalyst of Ian's. Typically, one would expect the Frost Witch to initiate with Glacial Tomb, followed by Zoe or Jhin to capitalize with their crowd control, potentially eliminating the Knife Sister. However, she had already amassed some defensive items and 2 Mercuries, complicating matters considerably. To navigate the Knife Sister's powerful phases, Zixiao's team had been evading conflict, seeking opportunities to isolate the enemy. They allowed the dragon and turrets to fall, cognizant of their composition's inherent risk tolerance, yet this strategy risked gradual attrition. In the late game, unless they managed to neutralize Ezreal and the Knife Sister in team fights, either one could easily turn the tide. The fortunate news was that Meng Xiaoqing's female officer, along with Zixiao's Zoe and Lysandra, possessed strong wave-clear capabilities, and with Jhin and the Blind Monk present, the enemy struggled to engage, preventing them from pushing into their base. However, should the opponents secure the Baron buff, the dynamics would shift dramatically, rendering the first Baron contest exceedingly critical. Qinshin, you go split push. We will harass them while they attempt to take the dragon, Zixiao instructed, urging caution against direct engagement. Understood, Qinshin nodded, his powerful Hydra and Sunfire Aegis enhancing his wave-clear potential. If the enemy attempted to respond, Jhin could teleport to the front lines and engage in a favorable skirmish. As both teams converged around the Baron pit, upon seeing Jhin reveal himself in the top lane, the red team wasted no time and immediately commenced their dragon attempt. Chapter 21, the Master of Tactical Adaptation. Yet, it remains true that this terrain significantly favors Zoe's abilities. Do, tap 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 tap. 1 little eye, 2 little eyes. Ezreal, here I am Zoe. Zixiao maneuvered Zoe above the dragon pit, coordinating with the Blind Monk to place wards. Although Zoe was quite talkative, without her assistance, they would have struggled to secure adequate vision, as the opponents were diligently spreading their wards. Yet, the dragon pit remained shrouded in darkness. However, Zixiao had an alternative method to gauge the dragon's health. The melodious sounds of the dragon's breaths reached him even through the wall, creating an oddly unsettling sensation akin to discovering an unexpected scene in an adult film. The red team relentlessly attacked the dragon, its cries growing fainter, signaling its impending demise. It's almost time. We can engage now. Zixiao, attuned to the sounds, leapt over the wall and launched a precisely aimed hypnotic bubble at the unsuspecting prince. If the prince fell asleep, he would be unable to utilize his smite, allowing the Blind Monk to secure the dragon. Meanwhile, Jilin's Blind Monk, noticing the prince's lack of evasion, dashed in to deliver the final blow to ensure the dragon's capture. Just as victory seemed certain, the Blade Dancer flashed in, intercepting the hypnotic bubble and stunning the Blind Monk with her dual blades before the prince could use his smite to claim the dragon. The situation spiraled out of control. The Blind Monk had no choice but to activate his Guardian Angel for survival, while Lysandra plunged into the fray. Although she executed a flawless combination with her ultimate ability, the damage from the AD carry proved insufficient to eliminate her. Instead, she became ensnared by the Treant and met her end. The silver lining was that the Blade Dancer diverted her attention to Lysandra, allowing the Blind Monk to escape the dragon pit with Zoe. However, by this point, both the AD carry and Lysandra had perished, leaving the opposing team with only minor wounds. Damn it, I should have flashed to avoid the dual blades. This game is lost, Jhin lamented. I positioned myself too far forward, Meng Xiaocheng admitted, though it was evident that no one could have protected him in that moment. There is still a chance. Can we stall for a bit longer? Shen, who had been pushing the top lane, suddenly interjected, already contemplating the destruction of the enemy's Nexus turret. Yes, 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 Jhin exclaimed, rushing to disrupt their plans recklessly. At this declaration, Zixiao and Jhin simultaneously flashed into action, colliding with the returning Blade Dancer and Prince. Ezreal is at your 530. Zixiao called out. Jhin reacted swiftly, casting a sonic wave towards the 530 direction, striking the returning Ezreal and catching sight of the nearby Treant. Zoe, piloted by Zixiao, had already claimed the golden body of Jhin and immediately put it to use, utilizing her passive ability to stall the Prince and the Blade Dancer. Is there a flash available? He interjected. Yes. A library. The blind monk executed a powerful kick, only to have his trajectory altered by a flash, sending the little yellow-haired figure hurtling towards a great tree. Before he could finish his sentence, a cleansing effect suddenly enveloped Ezreal, courtesy of the feline's cauldron. Ezreal then utilized his flash to create distance, successfully returning home as the tree completed its recall animation. At that moment, the adversary was left with merely a single turret, and time was running out. After executing a series of seemingly elegant combos, the blind monk was dispatched by Ezreal, accompanied by the cat. Zoe, lacking any displacement skills, found herself helpless against the two formidable foes, once again gifting the Blade Dancer 800 gold. Even Shen, in a desperate attempt to demolish the remaining turret and escape the scene, was found and slain by the encroaching Blade Dancer and Prince, resulting in an ACE. The screens of all 5 players faded to black and white, and with the opposing team holding the Baron buff. Although the minion waves were distant and a direct push was unfeasible, they would undoubtedly dominate any forthcoming team fight. All right, everyone, let us gather our spirits. It's just one loss. It's not the end of the world. As long as we can secure victories in the remaining 4 games, we'll be fine. Meng Xiaocheng reassured the team, noticing their morale was low. Humph. It's your fault for ignoring the draft, Yu Mei Man retorted with a huffy tone. Wait a moment. Didn't the enemy only have their Nexus left? Why not take a chance? Zixiao suddenly proposed. Perhaps we could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. I'll go scout around, and then Shin can teleport to me. We might just eliminate them. They've surely placed wards everywhere. How could you possibly sneak past? Jhin cast a skeptical glance at Zixiao. TSK. What do you know? Warding is an art form. And your jungler doesn't even know how to ward properly. How dare you? As the enemy forces, bolstered by the Baron buff, surge forth, they decisively approached the blue team's high ground. Meanwhile, another small figure stumbled into the jungle. Oh, it's a ward. Those big, star-like eyes. Can they speak? Hello? All right. Just tell me where the wards are, Zixiao insisted. Under Zoe's thorough guidance, he adeptly evaded 4 fake wards and 2 real ones, reaching the enemy's high ground. At that moment, the middle lane's high ground had already fallen, and the Blade Dancer, along with her team, prepared to dismantle the remaining turret. Teleport now, Shin. Without further hesitation, Zixiao swiftly maneuvered through a wave of minions to secure vision and infiltrate the enemy's high ground, while Shin unleashed his ultimate ability. Upon spotting Zoe, both Katarina and Makai promptly initiated the engagement. Although the trio managed to withstand the onslaught for a brief moment, it was not long before they succumbed. With some returning to the fountain, Zixiao and Shen were fervently dismantling each other's main crystal. Zixiao had purchased a vial of sorcery potion, and coupled with his passive tower demolition ability, his speed was impressive, though his attack speed remained rather sluggish. Observing his own base, he noted that the front teeth had nearly been obliterated. Zoe, can't your little hands move as swiftly as your mouth? Zixiao exclaimed. I wish I could. Why don't you equip some attack speed items, you fool? Both sides were fully committed to the destruction of each other's structures. And with Zixiao's front teeth tower completely demolished, the adversaries commenced their assault on the crystal, which was left with only 14 health points. Is there time? Several players fixated on the screen, the training room enveloped in silence, save for the sounds of the game. Suddenly, with a clash, the camera pulled back to reveal that Zixiao and Shen had hastily dismantled the enemy's crystal, while their own crystal was left with a mere sliver of health, seemingly not exceeding 200 points. Wow, that was incredibly thrilling. Zixiao exclaimed, leaping to his feet, his expression akin to that of a champion celebrating a world victory. Overcome with joy, he abruptly embraced Meng Xiaocheng. Meng Xiaocheng? In the next moment, Zixiao realized the situation, his face flushed crimson. And he hurriedly let go. How do you know those areas have visibility? The opponents must have secured their vantage points. The moment you are detected, they will swiftly return to their base, Meng Xiaocheng inquired. Indeed. Is this the power of a formidable support? I must note this down. Yu Ming'an exclaimed as she began to jot down notes fervently. Jhin, equally perplexed, remarked, how come I never noticed your skill during our previous class matches? Zixiao chuckled. This is merely luck. Chapter 22. The live broadcast following their victory in the first match, the spirits of the team soared. In the subsequent rounds, they encountered no formidable opponents and secured victories with relative ease. Jhin and Zixiao maintained an exhilarating pace, while Meng Xiaocheng delivered explosive performances in every match. They persevered until nearly midnight, ultimately achieving an impressive 5 consecutive wins. Now that we've finished, why don't you take a break and enjoy some late-night snacks? I shall go summon my father, Yu Ming'an declared, swiftly exiting the room. Soon, a sumptuous spread of late-night delicacies was delivered. At the center of the lavish table lay a king crab, a testament to the extravagant lifestyle of the affluent, which is beyond the imagination of most. Well done, everyone. To have not lost a single match is remarkable. With a bit more practice, you could become a formidable team, and your ages align perfectly with our requirements. Yu Jiaxue remarked, producing 5 VIP cards for the Xinghe Internet CAF. Here are 5 VIP cards for you. You may come here for free training at any time. As for the Internet CAF League, consider it a collaborative effort among friends. Our Xinghe Internet CAF will wholeheartedly support you from behind the scenes. You may decide on your team name and competition title at your discretion. Should you clinch the championship and earn a spot in the secondary league, we can then discuss the possibility of signing a contract and officially establishing you as esports players for our club and League of Legends. The 5 individuals accepted the VIP cards, and Yu Jiaxue offered no further words, urging them to return home and rest before departing. There were no unforeseen plans for an all-nighter this time. They gradually made their way home. Zixiao initially wished to continue playing, as he was in the zone. However, Meng Xiaocheng mentioned her intent to return home, and given the late hour and the absence of pedestrians, it was perilous for a beautiful young woman to be alone. Thus, Zixiao reluctantly accompanied her home before returning to rest himself. With a lengthy period until summer vacation, the group occasionally frequented the Xinghe Internet CAF for some gaming, taking advantage of the free access. Sometimes, if Jhin was present, they could even enjoy complimentary late-night snacks and beverages. The name of their team was eventually settled as RBH Rainbow Black Hole, symbolizing hope amidst despair. Once they finalized their competition names and relayed the information to Yu Ming'an, the players were free from further concerns, awaiting the commencement of the Summer CAF League to compete directly. Gaming has been such a delight in recent days that I find myself somewhat disinterested. During a break, Zixiao rested his head on the desk. To speak candidly, regardless of how fascinating an endeavor may be, it can easily become tedious when it transforms into a job. Professional players endure hours of intense training each day, but fortunately, Zixiao was merely an amateur for now. Zixiao, Meng Xiaocheng suddenly leaned down, resting her head next to his. Upon hearing his name, Zixiao lifted his gaze, inadvertently meeting her eyes. Is there something you need? He inquired, having grown accustomed to their interactions, which no longer made his heart race unless they were particularly provocative. Do you remember that match against Line? Meng Xiaocheng asked. Of course, how could I forget? We utterly demolished him in that game. The clip of that dragon fight has garnered hundreds of thousands of views online. In recent matches, any minor misstep on the field has resulted in the barrage of comments dubbing us charitable benefactors, Zixiao replied. PG is a relatively renowned team, and Lung is known for his aggressive play style, which inevitably leads to errors and swift eliminations. Upon getting to know Lang better while watching matches, Zixiao found the commentators' reactions rather absurd. They seemed to spout opinions without understanding the dynamics of the game, tossing around memes indiscriminately, as if plucking 5 random commenters would yield a world champion. Yes, that's precisely what I wanted to discuss. The 2 accounts actually belong to a friend of mine. I contacted him a few days ago, and he agreed to let us use them. Why not capitalize on our current momentum and host a live stream with these accounts to gauge the response? Meng Xiaocheng suggested tentatively. Live streaming? That seems challenging. We lack any notoriety, Zixiao remarked, as his focus was solely on performing well in the CAF League, with no immediate plans for streaming. Meng Xiaoqing, undeterred, pulled out her phone and showed him the comments section of a video. The top 2 comments revolved around Lang, while the third, which had garnered 100,000 likes, derided, "Don't mock. This is just a small streamer. Lang and Jiao are intentionally throwing to gain attention." Though I'm not fond of such sarcastic remarks, I believe that if we stream under that banner, we could attract a substantial audience, Meng Xiaoqing asserted. However, if we stream under the premise of having defeated him so decisively, some ardent fans may come to criticize us, claiming Lang was merely playing for fun. "You clowns shouldn't flaunt your skills here," Zixiao expressed his concerns, mindful of the rampant nature of online harassment. Hearing this, Meng Xiaoqing pouted, her eyes reflecting mild resentment as she gazed at Zixiao. "Hey, that's not right. How can a boy be so timid? You need to exhibit some masculine qualities. At least a bit of boyfriend energy. How can a girlfriend want to stream while her boyfriend is apprehensive instead of supporting and protecting her?" This unexpected display of vulnerability overwhelmed Zixiao, a novice in matters of romance, leaving him at a loss. "Of course, I support you. Besides, we won based on our skills, irrespective of whether he let us win. The outcome is what matters," he affirmed. "Then come over to my house this Sunday. I have a day off and an extra day to spare. Don't forget to bring a change of clothes." Meng Xiaoqing winked at him. "Wait, what? Is this a second chance?" Zixiao was taken aback. Nevertheless, he had long prepared the necessary equipment for streaming, having impulsively purchased it previously, and it had been lying unused at home until now. After all, the most beloved streamers among League of Legends players tend to be those who are not only aesthetically pleasing, but also possess melodious voices and exceptional skills. As such individuals are rare. If classified as protected species, they might rival pandas in their rarity. Thus, streaming together would undoubtedly yield considerable viewership. Chapter 23. The King of Comments on Sunday. Zixiao arrived at Meng Xiaoqing's home to stream. "Hey, what on earth are you carrying? I thought you only needed a few clothes," Meng Xiaoqing remarked, noticing Zixiao struggling with numerous bags. "The microphone and camera for streaming. I've had them for quite some time," Zixiao explained. "Let us use mine instead," Meng Xiaoqing said as she led him into her room, where 2 computers were already set up, complete with a microphone and camera that she had installed, stating, "My equipment is more professional." At that moment, Zixiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Not to mention the camera. Even the microphone was the latest model of the year, costing no less than 3,000 yuan. Were they surrounded by the affluent? Fortunately, Jhin seemed to be an ordinary person like himself, with a sense of relief. Zixiao set his belongings aside and took his seat before the computer alongside Meng Xiaoqing. As for the location of the live broadcast, I had discussed it with Boss Yu. We would be utilizing the live streaming platform PY, which they had invested in developing. They would assist us by directing some traffic our way. That sounds quite good, a mutual benefit, Zixiao remarked. By the way, what made you suddenly want to become a streamer? He inquired. Meng Xiaoqing tilted his head, pondering for a moment before responding, "It's a dream, I suppose." Following the necessary procedures, Meng Xiaoqing and Zixiao swiftly completed their registration as streamers. The threshold for becoming a streamer is indeed low these days. Practically anyone with a peculiar appearance can take on this role. Of course, both Zixiao and Meng Xiaoqing possessed both charm and skill. "Are you ready?" "It's time to go live," Meng Xiaoqing asked. "Yes, I am," Zixiao replied, inwardly contemplating that he should just speak as he normally would, and it should be fine. Moreover, he must not reveal that they could hear the heroes conversing. "You seem a bit nervous." "You don't strike me as someone who typically gets anxious in front of a crowd," Meng Xiaoqing observed, noting Zixiao's sudden reticence. Zixiao could only respond, "It's nothing. It will be fine soon." "Do you think my nerves are due to whom?" "A girl I admire is sitting beside me, clad in such a beautiful JK uniform. In her own home no less. Who wouldn't he be a bit anxious? Yet, it's quite delightful." As the live stream officially commenced, thanks to a brief promotional notification from the platform, the number of viewers surged to 1,000 within moments. Focused on the game, Zixiao quickly relaxed and the streaming experience flourished, particularly with Meng Xiaoqing occasionally teasing Zixiao, creating a subtle and intriguing atmosphere that kept the audience engaged. By the end of the first round, the live stream had stabilized at 300 viewers, a commendable achievement for newcomers. Although the stream was titled High-Rank Duo Queue on Korean server, it didn't take long for viewers to discern the issue with the IDs of Meng Xiaoqing and Zixiao. Is the streamer the same Lang we encountered before? There's a video online with identical IDs. Upon hearing this, a collective realization sparked. Indeed, I just finished watching that video. As one person spoke up, others quickly chimed in, igniting a lively chatter in the chat room, and the viewer count swiftly escalated once more. As the numbers climbed, the news spread, reaching other ears. And the viewer count skyrocketed to 5,000. Soon this buzz reached the PG Esports Club. Inside, several team members gathered around Long, whose screen displayed the live stream of Meng Xiaochen and Zixiao. They've gone live. Looks like they're declaring war, jested PG's top laner, Bien. What can I say? I wasn't playing seriously that day. Those two do possess considerable skill, Lung replied thoughtfully. It's really my fault. Without this support, it's clear you can see their ADC is quite stable, albeit not exceptionally strong. However, the opposing support, Zhao suddenly stood up, pointing at the screen. Look at why he is positioned near the wall in that bush. If you review the playback, you'll definitely see a ward. His awareness is terrifying, akin to having wall hacks. What do you propose? Shall we invite him in for tea? PG's jungler, Leah, quipped. Get lost. The synergy between Zixiao and me is irreplaceable. Lang retorted, somewhat displeased. Indeed, their playstyle was notably aggressive, and after 3 years of partnership, Long could dictate when to engage or retreat, with Zixiao intuitively understanding his every move. You all should focus on training. I'll handle the analysis of our opponents. Stop dwelling on what nonsense we've been playing this year. Go suddenly entered the training room, addressing the group. Meanwhile, back in Zixiao and Meng Xiaochen's live stream, the viewership was soaring, reaching 50,000. Although some viewers entered only to leave shortly after, there remained a solid 50,000 loyal spectators. However, a few trolls had also infiltrated the chat. You're still riding on Lang's coattails? They just managed to win against him once. Why don't you show the rest of the matches where they were trounced? Never mind, fans, let us keep calm, report them, and hope they go offline. Initially, as the two began their live stream, they lacked a solid fan base, with only a few bystanders occasionally voicing their thoughts while the rest were merely spectators eager for entertainment. Upon witnessing the disparaging remarks in the comments, Zixiao felt genuinely displeased. He cast aside the microphone and said to Meng Xiaochen, honestly, this group truly astounds me. They can find something to criticize even in this situation. If they wish to condemn us, so be it. What is there to discuss? The crux of the matter is that Zixiao had long grown accustomed to pressure, yet when a male insults his girlfriend, it feels like an immense affront to his dignity. It's all right. It's all right. Everyone encounters such situations. Having detractors only signifies our rising prominence. We shall gradually refine our image. Meng Xiaochen remarked nonchalantly. Humph, they may criticize us relentlessly, but I shall ensure they come to respect us. Zixiao contemplated silently before returning to the live broadcast room to continue his duo queue with Meng Xiaochen. Chapter 24. Am I a good support? Those who would criticize Zixiao here either sought to stir up discord or were indirectly disparaging, or they could simply be overly zealous fans. Regardless, as long as genuine skill was displayed, there would be no grounds for criticism. Upon seeing Zixiao lock in the champion pike, Meng Xiaochen promptly selected the aggressive ADC Lucian, the Purifier. There was no hesitation. Their strategy was straightforwardly offensive. With this duo, should they engage, the enemy would either perish or be left severely weakened. The chat erupted with excitement. How could anyone who has played for nearly a decade not recognize which version of Lucian was the ADC? Is it really still viable to select him now? This composition lacks a tank support. What are they thinking? Meng Xiaochen clarified that the opposing bottom lane comprised Ashe and Thresh, a combination that takes time to mature. An aggressive bottom lane duo should be just what was needed. He further explained that Thresh's roaming capability was inferior to that of Pyke. Indeed. Oh dear, what is happening? Did they mistakenly choose the wrong champion? How frustrating. I wasn't paying attention, Zixiao exclaimed loudly on purpose. As soon as Zixiao uttered those words, the barrage of comments became lively once more. Oh dear, is the female streamer still trying to justify herself? Such a glaring issue, who could possibly overlook it? Isn't the bot lane destined for destruction now? If one cannot even select a hero correctly, they might as well donate their eyes to those in need. Meng Xiaochen quickly grasped Zixiao's implication and chimed in. Indeed, everyone is right. There is indeed a problem with the selection. What should we do? We might end up being overwhelmed. The popularity continued to soar, stabilizing around a remarkable 20,000 viewers. As the game commenced, the barrage continued to mock and ridicule. Oh, I loathe everyone, but in comparison to them, your name is at the very bottom, my friend. In this match, everyone receives their due share. Pike said in a haunting tone, as if his words emanated from the deepest recesses of the soul. Yet, compared to the scare that the scarecrow invoked, Pike's every utterance felt more like a superficial inquiry into the psyche. Very well then, let's ensure that 30 names are crossed off your list for this match. Zixiao replied. In the early stages of the lane, Zixiao and Meng Xiaoqing played with remarkable aggression, constantly devising strategies to eliminate their opponents. Zixiao has been constantly seeking opportunities to hook the opposing team, whether it be the Titan or the Frost. Once hooked, a kill is virtually assured. Zixiao's gameplay is quite intriguing. Typically, he observes the icy champion lurking behind minions or the Titan, displaying a timid demeanor, while Zixiao flamboyantly showcases his skills, conducting an impromptu concert with the skin of Pike from the Project series. The level of annoyance he generates rivals that of the notorious Kled. As the cannon minion's health dwindles, Zixiao boldly utilizes his W to stealthily advance, questioning whether his opponent intends to farm minions, thus risking financial loss, or whether they are wary of the circle beneath their feet. The psychological pressure on the opposing duo becomes apparent, leading to a widening gap in farm and health. With a gank from the jungler resulting in a double kill for Meng Xiaoqing's Lucian, the enemy bot lane crumbles, losing all hope of contesting the lane. Zixiao then roams the map with Pike, capitalizing on his impeccable Q skill accuracy and flawless timing with E to seize control of the game. In the climactic teamfight, the enemy mid laner, having only absorbed a few of Meng Xiaoqing's basic attacks, finds themselves within Pike's execution range. As the opponent hastily retreats, Zixiao stylishly employs E followed by R to execute them, simultaneously unleashing a shadowy wave that stuns 3 enemies across the battlefield. With the support of his teammates, Zixiao effortlessly secures a pinnacle using Pike's standard combo. Did I assist well? He quips after achieving the pinnacle, a taunt that prompts the opposing team to concede. The once lively chat becomes subdued, as Zixiao's performance transcends mere competence, embodying the essence of Pike, the Blood Harbor Ripper. He consistently emerges from stealth, eliminating foes in the blink of an eye before vanishing into the shadows, regardless of the enemy's vision control or attempts to protect their backline. Zixiao's Pike operates like an unparalleled assassin, dispatching adversaries with effortless grace. Faced with such a formidable opponent, the enemy can only feel despair, lacking any glimmer of hope for a comeback or survival in team fights. Upon concluding the game, Zixiao remarks with a chuckle, "Oh, how did we win so inexplicably? It wasn't as challenging as you all suggested." Meng Xiaoqing echoes this sentiment, both clearly mocking the critics in the chat. Naturally, the online community never fails to deliver their commentary. Isn't this something any gold player could accomplish? What is so impressive about that? Isn't this just the jungler carrying the game? Isn't Pike in this patch just about riding the advantage? The chat would be incredulous if all their criticisms were silenced, as posting in the chat costs nothing, and they seem unashamed. Meng Xiaoqing remains silent, merely activating the screen recording feature of his live stream, while Zixiao sheds his composed demeanor, opting for a straightforward response. If that's the case, it merely indicates that I might truly be unskilled. Shouldn't I just play a match with a menu pick? Don't claim to be in a different rank. Just tell me which rank you're in. If you have an account, I'll join that rank for a duel. If you only bark mindlessly, shouldn't even dogs be able to stream? The moment these words leave his mouth, the chat falls silent, embodying the essence of a true general. Zixiao waited for quite some time. Just moments ago, at least 10 individuals had been hurling insults, yet now they had all retreated, silenced by fear. This is the essence of keyboard warriors. Observing the absence of any challengers, Zixiao raised an eyebrow in mockery, exclaiming, "Oh, could it be no one is here? Surely, you cannot all be too busy to engage?" Provocation, once executed to a certain extent, invariably riles a few audacious souls, allowing Zixiao to make an example of them to great effect. Dare you think yourself formidable? Just wait. A barrage of comments flitted across the screen, and Zixiao recognized that a fish had taken the bait. "Come on, I'm right here waiting for you," he declared. "I'll handle the commentary," Meng Xiaoqing chimed in, fully aware of Zixiao's intentions, which aligned perfectly with her own. Chapter 25, What's Going On, Little Brother? The opponent did not keep Zixiao waiting long. Swiftly entering the room, a master-ranked player from the Korean server, he possessed some skill, yet to Zixiao, it was merely child's play. "Here he comes, brothers. Anyone wish to assist him? If not, shall we begin?" Zixiao announced, while Meng Xiaoqing altered the stream's title to Live Solo with the Troll. The chat erupted once more, divided between the troll and those who had either been conquered by Zixiao's gameplay or harbored various thoughts about Meng Xiaoqing. A notification pinged, signaling that the troll had begun his tirade within the room. You think you're impressive just because you've killed someone once? Naturally. Zixiao promptly clicked the start button. Conversing with such mindless trolls was a sheer waste of his intellect, for their words hardly resembled human discourse. Upon entering the champion selection screen, Zixiao's mouse glided over numerous heroes, contemplating how to secure victory while simultaneously infuriating his opponent. After receiving guidance from Thresh, Zixiao's prowess had reached a pinnacle. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaoqing initiated a betting activity in the live stream, with odds set at 1 to 100. She was relishing the chaos, personally wagering 1,000 yuan, which, coupled with several familiar IDs like Skydream, caused the stakes to escalate, prompting the live stream platform to feature Zixiao and Meng Xiaoqing prominently. As their popularity soared, approaching the milestone of 100,000 viewers. The more onlookers there were, the greater the potential impact, enhancing the reputation of both himself and his team while theoretically deterring future trolls, as some truly seemed to lack the capacity for rational thought. Although this bore a hint of inciting conflict and might later be used as fodder by marketing accounts, the influx of traffic would undoubtedly be overlooked by the platform's officials. The opponent's ID was Miang, a player who had achieved high ranks as Zed in several seasons, consistently placing among the elite while maintaining a questionable reputation but undeniably engaging gameplay. After his live stream was shut down, he had focused on creating instructional videos. Oh, a fellow Zed player. My apologies, I haven't encountered many like you, forgive me. Zixiao feigned ignorance, deliberately raising his voice before promptly selecting Zed, the master of shadows. The chat erupted in astonishment. After all, the adversary had once claimed the title of the best Zed in the nation, and Zixiao was primarily a support player. While he might possess keen awareness, could his mastery and understanding of Zed surpass that of Miang? Of course, it cannot be. Last time you ruined Yasuo. And now you're trying to ruin me. Zed grumbled, casting an exasperated glance at Zixiao as he configured his runes. Rest assured, I will take down your head shortly. I am no longer the same as before, Zixiao declared confidently, finalizing his Conqueror rune setup. What? Is this a joke? You bring Conqueror to a 1v1? You'd be better off with Electrocute. Zed retorted, though the mouse was under Zixiao's control. Both players settled on Zed and configured their runes. Miang opted for the standard Electrocute, as Conqueror typically offered an advantage in team fights. The chat became exceedingly lively, with all eyes focused on the impending duel of Zeds. Yueluin has entered the live stream. Once again, Yueluin is here to witness my misfortune. The loser is seldom remembered. Save for Yueluin. A new Yueluin has emerged. Shall we stagnate? The game was about to commence, with one side featuring the national champion Zed, Miang, and the other, Zixiao, his support partner. Everyone, make your bet swiftly. The odds of Miang winning are 100 to 1, Meng Xiaoqing announced with a smile, increasing the starting stakes once more. Not only Zixiao and Meng Xiaoqing's fans, but even many who had previously trolled Miang began to express hesitation. The chat devolved into chaos, and Meng Xiaoqing astutely exited Zixiao's live stream, allowing him to focus on the match. There is no need to troll, just enjoy the show. If you think Zixiao plays poorly, you can challenge him in the next match, she suggested, and upon her statement, the trolls quieted down. Meng Xiaoqing aimed to ensure that these individuals remembered, since if they were merely someone else's dogs, they ought to know their place and refrain from barking indiscriminately. The game officially commenced. Utilizing the Abyssal Rift, players could not return to base to purchase items or heal before dying, thus slightly altering the rules to a format of 2 kills, 1 tower, and 100 minions. This suited Zixiao perfectly, as it provided the opportunity to torment his opponent. By the way, since you are both playing Zed, what do you think you'd say to each other? Zixiao suddenly inquired. Essentially, you could consider it a form of split personality. His controller is the national Zed, and he would undoubtedly berate me for being a counterfeit. Claiming that the counterfeit cannot surpass the original, Zed replied. Well, that is quite the contemporary reference, isn't it? Zixiao mused, purchasing a Horn of the Guardian, a longsword, and 2 potions. Since he had chosen Conqueror, this purchase was undoubtedly more strategic than opting for a serrated dagger. Ah, foes meet, and the rivalry ignites. The 2 Zeds began trading barbs. The counterfeit cannot surpass the original. Alas, I've encountered the authentic Zed, for the sake of our brotherhood. May I celebrate the new year at your home? If all Zed players were my brothers, then my kin would be countless. Zixiao, in a moment of bewilderment, pondered why these 2 individuals, despite their remarkable intelligence, still required human intervention. As soon as they entered the fray, the battle lines began to clash at level 3. Miang, with cunning intent, sought to wear down Zixiao, who, however, remained unfazed and focused solely on harvesting his minions, while one faltered in their minion farming. Zixiao maintained his composure, quickly establishing a lead of 5 or 6 minions, given that he wielded a small axe. Engaging in direct combat was ill-advised in the early game. Both possessed mobility, yet the opposing side's ability to trigger electrocute dealt far greater damage than his own. Attempting to trade blows with him was nothing short of folly. Consequently, he could do little more than farm minions, feeling a tinge of boredom. Zixiao minimized the game and opened a classic version of Happy Landlord on his computer, entering a dual-threaded mode. He would take a few steps, strike once, switch screens. Play a card, take a few more steps, farm a minion, and then return to a solitary 6. Zixiao operated with a leisurely pace, demonstrating a far more formidable presence than mere dancing or taunting. Chapter 26, The Subtle Art of Conceit. Most deadly, the unconventional dual threat. Isn't this a classic case of seizing the landlord's hand? Well played, Xiaoge. We are but mere bystanders. Once the critics fell silent, the remaining onlookers and a few devoted fans became animated. There was no alternative, as Zixiao and Ming Xiaoqing held the reins of control, leaving the critics with no choice but to remain mute. The only opportunity for them to voice their opinions again would be if Mie Ying were to triumph over Zixiao. Otherwise, Zixiao's challenge to a duel would annihilate all dissenters. Meanwhile, upon realizing that Zixiao, this lowly figure, sought to confront him in a one-on-one duel, Mie Ying found himself infuriated, especially as he divided his attention to play Do Diju. It is worth noting that even the once genius mid-laner, currently known as Fish from the OA team, would willingly concede his position when matched with Mie Ying in a casual game, provided that Zed was not banned. After this wave of minions, both players would reach level 6, yet Mie Ying was aware that his opponent would achieve this milestone at a slower pace. As a seasoned Zed player, Mie Ying understood that Zixiao's build would cause him to clear this wave of minions at least 2 to 4 seconds slower than himself. If he could exploit this timing advantage and reach level 6 first, he would have the opportunity to eliminate Zixiao. Thus far, Mie Ying had not discerned any vulnerabilities in Zixiao's movements, yet he knew that to gauge the strength of his opponent, he must remain vigilant in their lane confrontation. Zixiao skillfully manipulated his character, preparing to strike the vulnerable minion. At that moment, Mie Ying seized the opportunity, executing a rapid combo of W, W, Q, and E, teleporting right in front of Zixiao, with 2 throwing stars swiftly following. What are these bombs doing here? Zixiao lamented, as he tearfully played his big and little joker, then switched back, releasing a shadow of W, dodging 2 shurikens by interacting with the shadow left by Mie Ying. He was only struck by the shadow's imitation of the ghostly slash, but retaliated with an EQ combo that hit Mie Ying, clearing the minions. Although Mie Ying's Q didn't hit Zixiao, he managed to slay the minion, reaching level 6 and instantly learning his ultimate ability, the Shadow Prism Massacre. The battle was about to commence. Zixiao refrained from counterattacking immediately, opting instead to consume the remaining 2 minions to reach level 6. Otherwise, he would lack the resources to engage in combat. With a tint to a sequence, this is secured, Zixiao mused as he returned his gaze to the screen. Noticing a red cross-shaped mark appearing on him, let's give it a try, he resolved without hesitation. Flashing after a minion before executing another basic attack to kill the second minion and achieve level 6. Mie Ying was utterly unprepared for Zixiao to use his flash during the skill cooldown, forcing his way to level 6 just as the cooldown of his shuriken ended. In a swift counter, Zixiao's shadow deftly evaded the shuriken and inflicted the passive of his ultimate upon Mie Ying. However, Mie Ying's second part of the ultimate skill interacted with the shadow minion, dodging Zixiao's Q skill. Both players only inflicted their respective basic explosion damage. With W's cooldown still lengthy, they had exchanged positions, now poised in front of each other's towers as the next wave of minions approached. Mie Ying was waiting, anticipating the depletion of Zixiao's Conqueror stacks and the cooldowns of his own skills and electrocute. He closely monitored the information bar of Zixiao's character. 3 bombs in hand, how could this not be a sure win? Zixiao, realizing a stalemate, shifted his focus to playing Do Diju. The opportunity arose. Mie Ying understood that Zixiao's shadow cooldown was merely a second behind his own, prompting him to approach Zixiao, whose Conqueror stacks were about to vanish. Suddenly, Zixiao threw a snowball, striking Mie Ying and bringing his Conqueror stacks to 8. Damn, I forgot about the snowball he brought. I had been subconsciously thinking it was Ignite. Despite his surprise, Mie Ying maintained his composure and, as Zixiao's snowball approached, executed a rapid Q, E, and basic attack combo, a speed characteristic of seasoned players. However, Zixiao, after acquiring the horn, proved to be more resilient than Mie Ying anticipated. Although he absorbed the full brunt of Mie Ying's skills, he was left with 13 health points. Following a basic attack, his conqueror had already triggered. The tides turned. Deprived of his skills, Mie Ying lost the means to contest Zixiao, resorting to W and flash to create distance, but was struck by Zixiao's shuriken, also reducing his health to 13. Meanwhile, through the healing provided by Conqueror, Zixiao returned to nearly 25 health points. Both players resumed their lane, devoid of their respective buffs. Yet, Zixiao held a health advantage, while Mie Ying possessed higher burst potential. Please, streamer, refrain from interrupting the Dodiju game with other games. Thank you. Could it be? Is there truly someone who believes this is a League of Legends livestream? Could the streamer focus a bit more? The constant screen switching is disrupting my Dodiju experience. Zixiao even took a moment to glance at the bullet comments displayed on Meng Xiaocheng's computer, responding with enthusiasm. All right, we will commence the game of Landlord shortly. Zixiao noticed that his health had been significantly restored by the horn and potions, now standing at 23. In contrast, his opponent, armed with jagged short arms and a small longsword, possessed only a single potion and lacked the horn, bringing his health back to merely 34. Was this not an opportunity for an easy victory? Zixiao strode directly forward. Upon noticing this, Mie Ying swiftly turned to hurl a shuriken before immediately retreating, harboring no intention of engaging in a confrontation. Upon witnessing the situation, Zixiao relentlessly pursued and unleashed another set of strikes. However, it remains true that his opponent possessed mobility, making it impossible to secure a kill. Nonetheless, Zixiao now held the advantage of lane control. And with a significant lead in health, he cautiously last-hit minions, occasionally revealing himself. The disparity in minion kills widened yet further. Oh dear, why are you, the legitimate version, cowering under the tower? How is it that even the counterfeit version outmatches you? Zixiao taunted. The opposing Zed was left speechless. And even Mie Ying found himself perplexed by the unfolding events. Zixiao is indeed a supportive player. Perhaps those watching the live stream might not discern the intricate details of their confrontation, only realizing that Zixiao leveraged his snowball to gain an advantage with Conqueror. However, from the perspective of Mie Ying, Zixiao's execution of skills and mastery of cooldowns is nothing short of impeccable. Whenever there is an opportunity to both last-hit minions and inflict damage, Zixiao's Q will undoubtedly connect. Conversely, should Mie Ying reveal any vulnerabilities while last-hitting, Zixiao will seize the moment to unleash his Q for maximum damage. Coupled with his astute understanding of cooldowns, Mie Ying finds that as soon as he readies his Q, Zixiao has already slipped into the minion wave, rendering it nearly impossible to fully capitalize on his Q for damage. Although Mie Ying possesses considerable skill with Zed, facing Zixiao feels akin to confronting a confidant of Zed. He seems to understand him with remarkable clarity. Chapter 27. A stranger playing Zed. The oppressive atmosphere during this lane phase is unprecedented for Mie Ying. His minion farming remains consistently thwarted, and his sole opportunity arises when he decides to no longer cower beneath the tower, striving to unleash a full combo of skills. Although Zixiao effortlessly claims his life, this allows Mie Ying to purchase gear and return to lane with full health, before Zixiao can secure victory with a lead of nearly 100 minions. There remains a slender chance for a solo kill. At this juncture, the minion count has widened by 20, and Zixiao is acutely aware of Mie Ying's intentions. He knows that as long as he focuses on last-hitting minions, victory will be within his grasp. However, what significance does that hold? After devouring the minion wave, Zixiao meandered to the enemy tower, allowing it to vanquish him, thereby returning to base to purchase equipment. At last, I have perished. Now I can truly enjoy a game of Dodiju, Zixiao remarked, promptly seizing the role of landlord without a second glance. A complete novice. One might wonder if League of Legends is merely an alternative name for Dodiju. Nonsense. League of Legends is simply one of the modes of our beloved card game. You could never fathom the actions of your adversary. One might speculate that the opponents are also engaged in a game of Dodiju, idly standing beneath the tower, contemplating their cards. Due to insufficient funds, Zixiao decided against purchasing the Dream of the Abyss and instead acquired the Netherstone and Burning Gem. Meanwhile, Mie Ying resolutely sold his shoes to obtain the Dream of the Abyss. Upon re-entering the game, time was of the essence for Mie Ying. There was no chance of recovering lost minions, and his only opportunity lay in securing a kill. At this juncture, the sole advantage of the Electrocute build was its superior burst damage compared to the Conqueror build of Zed. If he could trigger Electrocute 12 times, He would be able to eliminate his opponent with a single ultimate ability after waiting for the cooldowns. Conversely, engaging in a direct confrontation would yield unfavorable results against the conqueror. Mia Ying was acutely aware of this reality, leading him to forego last-hitting minions in search of opportunities to chip away at Zixiao's health. Observing Zixiao, one would think he possessed an air of leisure, casually playing Do Di Zhu while farming minions, akin to munching on sunflower seeds while watching television. Zixiao appeared utterly unconcerned about Mia Ying. Regardless of whether Mia Ying feigned an auto-attack to simulate the animation of his Q ability or executed rapid combos with W and Q, Zixiao easily read his movements and evaded each attack. After several exchanges, Zixiao had not been struck by a single ability, suffering only a few basic attacks. Mia Ying, fixated on the computer screen, felt perspiration bead on his palms. What kind of movement is this? It feels as though every action I take is laid bare before him. Meanwhile, Zixiao remarked, "You were truly foolish not to play your second card." Zed retorted, "What nonsense. As if you've encountered this situation before, the opponent likely holds higher-ranking cards." The two engaged in a spirited game of Do Di Zhu. As Zixiao continued to replenish his minions, only one wave remained. If he managed to gather them all, he would achieve a total of 100 minions and secure victory, all while maintaining a health level of approximately 56. Although Mia Ying was still at full health, he was acutely aware of his disadvantage in a direct confrontation. Crucially, Zixiao had opted for a semi-tank build, making it imperative for Mia Ying to land all his skills perfectly. Otherwise, his damage output would be insufficient. This scenario seemed unlikely, yet for Mia Ying to triumph, it was his only theoretical chance. With his blade extended, Mia Ying flashed directly in front of Zixiao, placing his shadow a short distance behind him and igniting it. He initiated a basic attack, knowing that once Zixiao used his mobility skill, he could unleash his ultimate ability and follow up immediately. What a terrible hand. The best card is HA, and the rest are unplayable, Zixiao grumbled. If the dragon people are lying down to win, has that fight started over there? Asked Jia. Let them fight. I'll wait for him to use his ultimate. Zixiao replied casually, using his W to reposition and continuing to farm minions. Just two more, and victory would be his. Mia Ying had initially planned to wait for his opponent's ultimate, banking on his own ignite advantage. But Zixiao's decision to keep farming after using W forced Mia Ying to throw out his ultimate prematurely. He focused intently on Zixiao's position, knowing that every Q, and he needed to hit, otherwise, only a master could survive. At the moment Mia Ying raised his hand to cast Q, Zixiao swiftly unleashed his W and R. Mia Ying intended to time his flash to evade the shuriken when Zixiao landed. But Zixiao had already predicted the flash's position. Only one of Mia Ying's 3 QS missed, and with 2 subsequent snowballs, a well-timed E-hit, followed by a basic attack that procured Conqueror. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. Mia Ying's final few normal attacks and E felt weak and ineffective, utterly failing to secure a kill on Zixiao. After landing 2 more hits, Zixiao flashed forward, dispatching the last minion, before Mia Ying's ultimate could even detonate. Zixiao had switched screens to resume playing Do Di Zhu. Subsequently, the ultimate exploded, marking Zixiao's achievement of 100 minions and the satisfaction of a solo kill an unequivocal victory. Well, the results are in. This match can certainly be deemed a complete domination. Meng Xiaoqing remarked, glancing at the barrage of comments. Mia Ying? A stranger who can't even play Zed properly. He really isn't familiar with Zed. Zed, Mia Ying. Stop calling me. I fear Xiao might misunderstand. Mia Ying. No. Snowflakes dancing, the north wind howling. It truly felt as if victory had come effortlessly. While the majority of viewers jested, a minority resorted to trolling, albeit from secondary accounts, too timid to show their main profiles. Even if caught, there was little they could do. Is there anyone else willing to challenge? You trolls should hold your tongues. If you wish to insult, come face me in a duel. And don't hide behind the anonymity of the internet. Do you think you're worthy? Zixiao said, putting away his smile and closing Do Di Zhu. Of course. Those with thick skin would remain unbothered, and whenever others in the chat defended Zixiao, comments about Xiao filial piety would flood the screen. Eventually, Meng Xiaoqing decided to ban those individuals, who then resorted to spamming rather than daring to duel. It was quite puzzling what sort of nonsense filled their minds. After the duel concluded, Zixiao and Meng Xiaoqing continued their duo queue, with their stream maintaining a stable audience of around 670,000, an impressive figure on this platform. They streamed until midnight, finally signing off. Excellent job today. You performed splendidly. I knew I was right about you. Meng Xiaoqing sweetly remarked while packing up his equipment. Humph. I can't stand people like that. If they had the skill to mock me, I might remain silent. If they can't even defeat me, what right do they have to ridicule? It's truly amusing, Zixiao retorted, feeling that the insults lacked substance. Merely accusing them of trying to ride on the coattails of popularity, who would care for such trivialities? Meng Xiaoqing listened quietly as Zixiao expressed his thoughts. Once Zixiao finished, he spoke. I can't shake the feeling that you've awakened some latent potential. Huh? What do you mean? The Spirit of Zaun. Chapter 28, The Duel of Zeds, Part 2. On the side of Jhin and Yu Mingman, Jhin commented after watching the stream, finally. This lad is showing some semblance of manhood. Indeed, I'll make a note of this. He could be a valuable asset in the future, Yu Mingman replied, diligently recording player statistics. He seems to have made significant progress. Has he received guidance from a master? Jhin pondered aloud. Regardless of his improvements, he could never surpass your prowess. Jungle roles require acute awareness and skill, Yu Mingman declared, puffing out her cheeks. Our Jhin is the world's top jungler, irreplaceable. At her words, Jhin felt his cheeks flush, stammering, well, of course. On Qinshin's side, he was in Yu Jiangshui's office. Having arrived alone in this unfamiliar city, lacking both connections and employment, he sought assistance from the owner. Yu Jiangshui reviewed Qinshin's resume and remarked, Ah. So you were an orphan and have not received formal education. That presents some challenges. However, you seem honest and sturdy. Why not work as a security guard during the day and train at night? It won't interfere with your schedule, and if you perform well, I could offer you a player contract. That sounds good. Thank you. Could you also provide me with accommodation? Hotels outside are quite expensive, Qinshin inquired. Of course. You can either sleep in the security room or one of the rooms inside, but it will be deducted from your salary, Yu Jiangshui replied. As a businessman would naturally avoid incurring losses, especially in the absence of sufficient goodwill. Sleeping in the security room is fine. Thank you, Qinshin said, taking his bag and following Yu Jiangshui's instructions to find the security room, effectively commencing his employment. Inside his bag were only basic necessities and a computer. Life for everyone began to stabilize. Zixiao and Meng Xiaoqing grew closer. Yet, each time Meng Xiaoqing attempted to entice Zixiao into various antics, Zixiao would become flustered and hesitant, still somewhat childlike in certain aspects. Jhin and Yu Mingman, childhood friends, naturally required no further elaboration. With their help, Qinshin secured both a job and housing within a team, where he was the sole single among couples, often feeling a bit out of place. The remaining issue was the mid laner, who occasionally struggled to attend practice due to being a student, and his parents were not particularly supportive of his pursuits. Within the RBH dedicated training room at Xinghe Internet Cafe, Yu Jiangshui addressed the group. Yesterday, the livestream featuring you two performed exceptionally well. In the future, you might consider carving out some time from your training to stream. The platform will support you. Others interested should feel free to give it a try. But the key lies in the content from yesterday's video. He directed Yu Mingman to display the footage on the central screen. It was the livestream recording of Zixiao's duel against Miang, humorously dubbed the second duel of Zeds, which had garnered impressive views, rapidly approaching the prior engagement with Long's dragon fight. With two notable segments emerging, live streaming now held significant commercial potential. Yet this also implied the necessity for tangible results. Otherwise, public opinion could become a crushing weight. Rest assured, it's merely an internet CAF league. We can effortlessly secure the championship. Zixiao assured Boss Yu, we are all top players. Under the guidance of Thresh and the rigorous training and streaming over the past few days, Zixiao underwent significant transformation, becoming not only more adept in his gameplay, but also maturing mentally. The spirit of Zaun ignited within him, though his taunts were directed at those truly deserving of ridicule, often with a hint of sarcasm. That's good. Remember, I never engage in unprofitable deals. Even if my daughter pleads with me, I will not hesitate to disband you if you fail to deliver results, Yu Jiangshui declared before exiting the training room. Quick, let me check if there are any compliments in the comments, Zixiao exclaimed, snatching the mouse from Yu Mingman's hand to browse the comment section. Don't get too carried away. You're just an assistant or mid laner, Jhin scoffed, bemused by how quickly Zixiao's demeanor shifted after receiving praise. Yet, I truly did not expect you to excel in other roles as well. I always believed your awareness was your greatest strength, Meng Xiaoqing remarked. I am a versatile player, Zixiao replied, opening the comments section, pride swelling within him as he nearly burst out laughing at the remarks. Yueluan, brother, you're here. Miang. Hey, brother. What are you doing here? Yueloan. Throughout history, countless failures have existed. Only I remain remembered, and you might be next. Miang. What should I do, senior? Yueloan slowly caressed the mouse and replied, retreat to the mountains, change your name, and disconnect from the internet to find peace. Jiam Yang? Just a washed-up, foul-mouthed streamer. It must be said, some foolish netizens' comments could truly elicit hearty laughter, with everyone in the training room enjoying the banter, except for one person. Zixiao. Why don't you take the mid lane? It's crucial in this version, and I fear I might not be able to handle the role. My parents said they would only tolerate me playing in one internet CAF tournament, and they absolutely won't allow me to pursue it further. The mid laner stood up and spoke to Zixiao. The training room fell silent, all 5 pairs of eyes fixed on the young man. Don't worry, believe in yourself. As long as you're with us in our HB, you're still our mid laner. When we truly face formidable opponents, it won't be too late to switch. Zixiao reassured him, placing a hand on the boy's back. The boy nodded appreciatively, murmuring his thanks. What thanks? Just play well here, Zixiao said nonchalantly. Hey, Zixiao, I've noticed that if you're not kept in check for a moment, you start to get arrogant. What do you mean by yours? Jhin stepped forward, attempting to shift the group's attention. Exactly. I am the coach and captain, after all. Yu Mingman chimed in, slightly displeased. Are we really going to have a captain-s income battle to determine who leads? Zixiao questioned, quickly grasping Yu Mingman's intent. That would be terribly unfair. Considering I play support. Or we could just settle it with rock, paper, scissors. The mid laner suggested, quickly joining the conversation and dismissing other thoughts. I genuinely want to compete against Zixiao, Jhin declared. After you? Really? What? Are we going to have an offline duel? Hey, that doesn't seem right. Chapter 29. The eve of the league. If you have a longing for time to pass swiftly, chances are it will indeed fly by. In the blink of an eye, summer's academic life concluded, ushering in the vacation, which coincided with the eve of the Internet CF tournament. Naturally, Yu Mingman took charge of registration and related matters, allowing the 5 to focus solely on training and competing. Hey, look what I've brought. Yu Mingman gleefully dashed into the training room, clutching her notebook. The response from the others, however, was rather muted. Having just completed their exams, their attention was solely on the dazzling skill animations on their screens. Can't you at least respond? Something like I am so excited. Or what could it be? I can't guess. Yu Mingman huffed, hands on her hips. The 5 exchanged glances. A brief silence enveloping them. Oh dear, thank you for your hard work. What is it? All right, let us see it. We won't let your goodwill go to waste. They quickly amended, eager to please her. Delighted, Yu Mingman placed her notebook on the table, retrieving a USB drive from her pocket, connecting it to the display, which soon illuminated with photos of the teams and players participating in the tournament. This time, our Xinghe Internet CAF has 32 teams competing, with each team playing one BO1 match to eliminate 16, followed by a BO3 draw for the remaining teams, and so forth. The championship match will be a BO5, Yu Mingman explained. After detailing the season, she began introducing some formidable opponents. Most teams should be manageable for us, given our superior strength. However, a few pose a significant threat, she said, pulling up 3 teams on the screen, namely Yin, QC, and WALM. I have a question. Zixiao suddenly raised his hand. Please go ahead, Yu Mingman replied. The other 2 seem normal, but doesn't TWLM mean I love Rim? Zixiao queried. Shut up, you two-dimensional pervert. There are no teams named using pinyin initials. If you have no relevant questions, sit down and listen to my introduction, Yu Mingman retorted. The Yin team is a veteran in the Internet CAF League, having achieved 2nd place in the past, making them a strong opponent. The QC team seems to consist of many high-ranking players from the top of the canyon, but fortunately, they typically have only 1 or 2 main heroes. As long as we strategize well during the draft, we should be fine. The WALM team is participating in the Internet CAF League for the first time, and it's the first I've heard of them. However, based on their rank data, their hero pool is quite peculiar, suggesting they have some unique strategies. Without a solid counter, we could easily find ourselves at a disadvantage, Yu Mingman concluded, lowering her voice. This information is highly confidential, so please do not leak it. Isn't that a bit unfair? We shouldn't disclose other teams' information just because it's our own team. Chunshin stood up, voicing his concern. Not at all. This is all data we've gathered ourselves, Yu Mingman pouted. We? Zixiao pressed. Well, just me and my friends, Yu Mingman stammered, instinctively glancing at Meng Xiaoqing beside her. All right, enough of this discussion. Tomorrow marks the first round of BO1 for the Internet CAF League. How about we all go out and have some fun tonight? Meng Xiaoqing suggested, standing up and clapping his hands. Boss Yu had pressing matters to attend to and was flying somewhere, so he wouldn't be able to oversee them. Sounds great. The others eagerly agreed. Yu Mingman casually tossed aside her notebook, inquiring, where are we headed? Of course, to the bar. A little pre-match drink would be quite delightful, Jhin replied. You simply want a drink, Zixiao retorted, somewhat irritated. You're underage. I want to let you into a bar. A bar is out of the question. Why don't we indulge in some delicious food instead? Proposed Meng Xiaoqing. Sounds good. Meanwhile, in another room of the Xinghe Internet CAF, a girl donned in a white shirt and short denim shorts, revealing her long, slender legs, was intently focused on her computer screen. With sharp brows and devoid of any typical youthful softness, she appeared much older than her 18 years. Sporting a black cap and a high ponytail, she resembled a heroine from a martial arts novel, one who saves the world. Boss, the popular duo from the bot lane has also entered this Internet CAF tournament. Do we stand a chance? A boy beside her asked, his face betraying clear panic and concern. Can you not have a bit of confidence? Do you need me to move the mouse for you? Just play well. If we can't win, at least hold your ground, the girl asserted with absolute conviction, then launched League of Legends, entering the training camp. Her nearly 2,000 level account was astonishing. Ding ding ding. The overused ringtone interrupted her focus. Annoyed, she pulled out her phone and said, Who is it? It's by Jia. I wanted to say that with your skills and talent, you shouldn't bother with such a low-level tournament. Join our youth training program, and in just a year, you could enter the LPL. Salary and all can be discussed. The voice on the other end began, but before the speaker could finish, Baija hung up and blocked the number. Who was that just now? The boy beside her inquired. Less chatter, focus on training, Baija replied dismissively. The caller was Faisi, the owner of the GL team. They were looking for a mid-laner as their current contract was expiring, even offering Baija an exorbitant annual salary of 20 million. However, Baija sought more than just monetary incentives. She yearned for a pure journey, a genuine competition until she claimed the championship, no matter how long it took, unless the day came when she could no longer compete. But until then, victory was imperative. Chapter 30. What a ridiculous strategy. The teams drawn previously were exceedingly weak, resembling a group of friends casually signing up out of boredom. They may have fancied themselves skilled, but in terms of teamwork and awareness, they were thoroughly crushed by Zixiao and the others, with one match ending in a staggering 28-1 advantage. The soul kill being a pity gift from Zixiao, who deliberately dove into the enemy fountain. The viewership for the livestream was minimal. After an initial influx of viewers, many left upon realizing the opponents were far too weak. Following a series of consecutive victories, only two teams remained in Zone C, namely RBH and WELM, both preparing to advance to the quarterfinals. Although they had dominated the previous teams, they could not afford to be complacent, as those teams were composed of makeshift players, with skill levels mostly between Platinum and Diamond. Do you all understand? Yu Mingman said during a break. This Internet CAF tournament lacks coaches, and the soundproofing is virtually non-existent. Speaking recklessly might expose our strategies, though others may not truly comprehend if we have any strategy at all. That's what I believe. Our team is renowned for its strategies, but in the face of overwhelming strength, all tactics are rendered meaningless, Jhin scoffed. That is not entirely true. Certain strategies can enable even the support to eliminate the jungler, Zixiao countered, hinting at the last time she had executed a timely maneuver that had obliterated Jhin's Olaf. What's so impressive about that? We can also concoct some flashy strategies. I've longed to use the newly released champion for jungling, Jhin remarked. By the way, this new champion, Lilia, was introduced in this update, and due to her peculiar walking style resembling a certain beautiful flower from the grasslands, she has been dubbed Silly Roe, Jhin's comment implied. Are you suggesting we interpret the phrase pointing at a deer and calling it a horse? I propose we create a speed-enhancing strategy, running around the map aimlessly until we win, Jhin suggested. Zixiao was noticeably displeased, rising to question, do you understand the significance of strategy? It is truly a tactic only when it has the power to unsettle others, is it not? Meng Xiaoqing concurred, adding, I believe that too. Otherwise, why not simply choose a hero that can secure a victory? I apologize, my pool of heroes is rather limited. I am most proficient with Shan. While my knowledge of others, such as Ornn and Makai, is merely superficial, Jhin admitted. These are all champions that excel in sustaining pressure during the landing phase. I shall take note, Yu Mingman remarked. That still leaves us with 4 positions to fill with something more extravagant. Zixiao began to ponder, resting his forehead in thought. He mused that they needed to secure a win while also devising strategies to counter the so-called tactical team of their opponents. Given the limited time for grand team strategies, he concluded that they could experiment with minor tactics in their hero selections. The announcement echoed through the hall, reminding everyone of the impending match. Please ensure that the players from RBH and WLM teams are ready. In 10 minutes, the staff will check both teams' preparations. The game will commence in 20 minutes. This match was indeed one of the most anticipated in Zone C, as all other teams had been eliminated and transformed into spectators. With the absence of other teams, the hall appeared more spacious as the 2 teams sat facing each other in the center. While large screens adorned the walls of the Internet CAF, allowing the audience to observe the unfolding contest, the spectators held varied predictions regarding the outcome. Some believed that RBH clearly surpassed WLM in terms of raw strength. However, WLM was known to unveil entirely different tactics whenever they played with enthusiasm, often compensating for their shortcomings in raw power and sometimes even overwhelming their opponents. The interest in this match had attracted a growing number of viewers in the live stream. Although the numbers had not yet reached the tens of thousands seen previously, a stable audience of around 10,000 had gathered. Not only League of Legends enthusiasts were watching, but also certain professional players. For instance, Long had developed a growing interest in Zixiao after witnessing him win a duel against the top-ranked Zed in the national server while simultaneously streaming poker. As the music signaling the drafting phase began, both teams entered the selection process. In the first round of bans, Zixiao was uncertain about the opponent's preferred champions and opted to eliminate several heroes that could counter his pre-selected lineup. The opposing team, however, targeted with precision, first removing Morgana, the bane of strategies. This champion was formidable, no matter how intricate the tactics, providing a shield to their AD carry coupled with a 2-second control effectively thwarted any plans. Next, they banned Jhin and Zixiao's Thresh, both champions known for their control and signature status. The first round of bans concluded. Leading into the first round of picks, the first selection revealed Caitlyn, recently strengthened in this version, making her a viable option. In response, the opposing team selected Kuro and Lilia, both of whom had also been recently enhanced. Seeing that Lilia, whom Jhin intended to use, was snatched away, Zixiao quickly locked in the unyielding Thunder Bear and the Desert Butcher, Renekton, both of whom could function as either top lane or jungle, thereby maintaining flexibility. It was evident that the opposing team had not specifically targeted Zixiao's lineup, continuing with their own strategy to secure Gragas and Vayne. At this point, Zixiao and his teammates were genuinely perplexed about how the opposing team would distribute their roles. After all, the other team was renowned for their tactical prowess, with Lilia being viable in multiple positions, Kuro similarly adaptable, and Vayne, too, possessing the ability to maneuver across various lanes. Gragas and Lilia, like the others, could fit into any role, leaving Zixiao uncertain about their intentions. Why concern ourselves with all these elaborate strategies? Jhin exclaimed, selecting Elise for additional AP damage, leaving only Zixiao's support position to be filled. Zixiao, have you decided on your champion? Xiaocheng inquired. Zixiao's mind raced with fervor as he swiftly positioned the mouse over a particular hero. This was the one. Chapter 31, The Underworld Formation. In the final second of the countdown, Zixiao locked in the champion Galio. Oh, are you going to use Galio as a support? Xiaocheng inquired. Galio had not appeared in the support role for quite some time since he could no longer perform the W-flash maneuver, although he was still seen occasionally in the mid lane. No, Zixiao replied with a mysterious smile. Trust my strategy. Let's divide the lanes this way. After the opposing team finalized their selection with Akali, both sides' compositions were completely confirmed. Theoretically, RBH's lineup should consist of a top lane bear, a mid lane crocodile, a jungle spider, and a bottom lane Galio paired with Caitlyn, whereas WAM's lineup would feature a top lane Crow, a mid lane Akali, a jungle Lilia, and a bottom lane Vayne with Wukong. However, it was highly unlikely that two such unique teams would play in a conventional manner. During the final adjustment period, the positions of the heroes on both sides were in constant flux, creating a dazzling spectacle that left the audience and viewers in a state of confusion. What kind of bizarre composition is this? If you cover up the unified team name in the live stream, I would think this was a bronze match. The audience was buzzing with excitement, and the players were naturally getting hyped as well. Shin, is it alright for you to play top lane Caitlyn with the Grasp of the Undying? Zixiao asked. Huh? Then who will be the ADC? Shin responded. Of course, it's fine. Caitlyn has long range and mobility, so with Grasp of the Undying, she shouldn't die easily. Then it's settled. The opposing team will most likely run a retro Vayne with Iceborne Gauntlet in the top lane. I glanced at their ranked records, and their ADC doesn't seem to know how to play, Zixiao remarked. Indeed, after the final lineups were confirmed, the opposing team's composition was a top lane Vayne with a bottom lane Crow and Wukong, mid lane Akali, and jungle Lilia. The audience had at least guessed 2 correctly for WLM, while RBH's lineup was a top lane Caitlyn, mid lane Galio, jungle Bear, and a bottom lane Crocodile with Spider. Not a single guess had been correct, leading the audience to exclaim in disbelief. As the preparation phase concluded, both teams were about to enter the Summoner's Rift. This match promised to be a spectacle of the bizarre, featuring both popular and unpopular champions from the current patch. The remaining question was how both teams would execute their strategies. Naturally, with such a peculiar lineup, a conventional strategy was unlikely. RBH, as the red side, encountered the enemy in the river at level 1, where they engaged in mutual probing before hastily retreating after placing a few wards. I don't play Crocodile much, so my skills might be average, Meng Xiaocheng commented. No worries, our bottom duo doesn't require much skill. You just need to cast your abilities to easily secure kills. Zixiao replied, though he was specifically referring to scenarios against average ADCs. Both bottom lane compositions had their merits. Spider and Crocodile were indeed the best partners for jungle and top lane, as Crocodile could stun the enemy with W, allowing Spider to follow up with Cocoon, typically resulting in a lethal combo. They could also alternate perfectly in tanking turret shots, making them an ideal duo for climbing the ranks. Upon arriving at the bottom lane, the situation was similar. They could swiftly eliminate the enemy ADC or support, waiting for cooldowns to reset, and even tower dive if necessary. Meanwhile, the opposing duo of Wukong and Crow had their own strategy. Crow, despite being recently buffed, still faced a significant disadvantage in terms of damage output, while Wukong was more than capable of dishing out the damage, albeit vulnerable to kiting due to his short range. Thus, if Crow could land his E ability accurately, securing kills would be a breeze. A well-timed E from Crow followed by Wukong's E, combined with their explosive damage, could swiftly deplete a significant portion of health or even secure a kill. Moreover, the greater advantage lay in Crow's prowess in small-scale skirmishes. In this patch, where dragon fights were crucial, if Crow were positioned in the bottom lane, he could engage in dragon skirmishes without needing to teleport, while Wukong could either protect the backline or intercept assassins attempting to eliminate Crow. Examining the opposing lineup, their team fights would revolve around Lilia and Crow dealing area of effect damage, Wukong protecting the backline or initiating, Akali sweeping up, while Vayne kept a low profile. Conversely, RBH's composition appeared much more convoluted. However, their 4-man push under towers would be relatively effortless, supported by Spider's mobility and Bear's ability to stun turrets, focusing on the lower half of the map. Ultimately, it would depend on which team could establish an advantage first, as the minions clashed and both teams entered the landing phase. Neither side had assisted their junglers in securing buffs. Damn it, Zixiao, Jhin cursed. Hey, Spider, can you hear me? Zixiao asked. I am the Spider. And you are the Fly, replied the sultry voice of Spider. Oh, I'm just checking. It's not like there's anything wrong. Everyone else considers me a friend. Why are you mocking me? Zixiao remarked, noting that regardless of the hero's background, they should all regard the summoner as a friend. Ah, ladies covet legs like mine. I've heard that men adore women with long legs, Spider mused. You're not trying to seduce me, are you? And who told you that nonsense? Zixiao replied, exasperated. What does it mean to prefer women with long legs? We boys only ever like young and beautiful ladies. Ultimately, you are a spider. You should have a spider sense like Spider-Man, so just let me know if you sense any danger, Zixiao concluded. Of course, summoner, but I have a name, Elise. Every time you call me Spider, I feel as though you're calling me a pig, the Spider Queen Elise stated. All right then, enough distractions. Let me focus on my lane, Zixiao said, immersing himself in the landing phase. During the early landing phase, Zixiao was playing as Spider support, but occasionally snagging a few minions that Crocodile couldn't reach was not an issue. Watch closely, that SA minion you can't reach, not when I'm stealing. The opposing team featured Wukong as support, requiring vision control. As long as Zixiao avoided Crow's pull, he could freely harass. Naturally, as mentioned earlier, the explosive potential of Crocodile and Spider was quite terrifying if they reached level 2 first. Zixiao, controlling Crocodile, zeroed in on a low-health minion that would grant him level 2 upon kill. As he approached the execution threshold for his Q ability, he promptly flashed in to secure the kill while simultaneously hitting Crow, who attempted to harass him. This also allowed him to build up his rage to the maximum level. However, just as Zixiao used his empowered W to stun Crocodile, a bouncy little deer emerged from the nearby river brush. Chapter 32. This moment is mutually irritating. Is the opposing team trying to entice us? All the viewers simultaneously entertained this thought, yet the involved parties, Zixiao and Zixiao, remained unfazed. Zixiao's Crocodile, empowered by Red Rage. The spider form, at level 1, is capable of spinning a cocoon, subsequently administering a toxin via its Q ability, transforming into a spider that descends from above, landing beside the Raven to execute a follow-up with its AQ. The electrical shock triggers the execution effect of the spider form's Q, igniting the target, and in an instant, the Raven previously at full health evaporates. Indeed, this is the explosive potential exhibited by the Crocodile and Spider when equipped with strong attacks and electric shock at level 2, capable of obliterating any squishy target without reason, leaving one powerless to retaliate. No matter how deftly one maneuvers, the opponent's W counts as a basic attack, and can one truly evade with such finesse? Upon witnessing this spectacle, Lilia, who had just approached to gank, promptly retreats. Lilia, lacking combat prowess in the early game, had intended to collaborate with the Raven and Wukong to secure a kill but, upon seeing her ADC perish instantaneously, had no choice but to flee. The first blood was claimed by Zixiao's Spider, with both opponents still in good health, even able to remain in lane. Consequently, the Raven and Wukong's early dominance is temporarily curtailed as the game progresses towards level 6, where the focus shifts to whether Zixiao and Zixiao can secure another kill. In the jungle, one can only observe a formidable bear proclaiming its dominance whilst rampaging through the forest. What can be done? After providing support to the bottom lane. Was that red buff not mine? Today, I have claimed your red, and surely I shall also partake in F6, having vanquished the stone golem. It would be remiss not to collect the human prey as well, otherwise, they'd surely feel lonely. The bear, unable to pursue, finds itself at a disadvantage. Such is the nature of the wild, yet one must recognize that one cannot overpower me. Jhin, having selected a notably strong jungle champion, embodies a relentless aggression in this match. In the top lane, as the saying goes, AD carries in the top lane are watched over by their parents from above. Zixiao anticipated that the opponent would employ Vayne top to create havoc, possibly having reviewed Qinshin's ranked history, aiming for comprehensive suppression. Thus, Zixiao decisively chose the unyielding grip misfortune to counter. When the two ADCs encountered each other, it was akin to a cow being released from school, truly formidable. The ice-augmented Vayne excels at tormenting melee champions devoid of mobility, and those with an ounce of foresight would opt for a blade of the ruined king upon returning home. This approach, while still aggravating, at least affords an opportunity. In contrast, those without a shred of humanity rush home for an iceborne gauntlet, leaving their opponents to rely on the jungle for sustenance. The unyielding grip misfortune typically vexes short-range mid-laners. Yes, those merry assassins, or the male counterpart. Despite the apparent disparity between ADC and assassin, maintaining distance coupled with critical hits and the effects of unyielding grip can lead to a psychological breakdown of the opponent, all without incurring damage oneself. When the time comes, a single devastating shot can send them back to base. However, in cases of insufficient mastery, it is advisable to stick to the lower lane and frustrate those short-ranged ADCs instead. As for misfortune in the top lane, her purpose is solely to counter Vayne. What can be said? My reach surpasses yours. You possess AQ for mobility, while I have an E for evasion, not to mention my unyielding grip which provides healing. With each critical hit, I can inflict significant damage, shattering your morale. The most critical aspect is that, while there was a support to consider, I need no longer be cautious. It is just the two of us now, and I shall wear you down until you are utterly demoralized. Qinshin's personal playstyle aligns perfectly with this strategy. He seeks not to eliminate his opponent outright, but rather to apply pressure when opportunities arise, and to farm diligently when they do not. As for jungle ganks, surely no one believes that the naive little deer could maneuver through such a walled area in the top lane? That would require an unusually peculiar stance indeed. Thus, one can see unyielding misfortune farming, her bullets transforming into a red and green hue, then advancing to strike Vayne, inflicting a critical hit that drains her health while replenishing her own. Controlling the minion wave? Shin's understanding of wave management is exemplary. Should one choose to neglect so many minions, hoping to push the lane forward, that would be a fool's errand. The only slight issue resides in the mid lane. Despite Akali deploying her smoke bomb, Galio can counter with his W, yet the enemy mid laner exhibits superior skill, landing several QAs without sustaining damage and demonstrating near-perfect distance control. The mid lane quickly loses lane control, suffering not only in farm but also in health, fortunate that Galio prevents further damage to the tower. A silver lining exists, however. Even if Akali from the opposing team attempts to assist, Galio can simultaneously arrive on the scene with his ultimate. The early game has established a significant advantage across the board, with the only concern being potential skirmishes from the enemy in the mid-game. Fortunately, the first dragon to spawn is the Infernal Dragon, and at this juncture, the opposing bottom duo has yet to reach level 6. Particularly, prior to the Raven achieving level 6, team fights would render him nearly useless. Thus, Jhin, alongside Zixiao and Meng Xiaoqing, swiftly secures the dragon. However, upon noticing Jhin and Sun in the bottom lane, the enemy promptly seeks to initiate the Rift Herald for resource exchange. Shin, they are engaging the Herald. Can you and Galio stall? Zixiao inquires, already en route to the top lane. We can give it a try. Shin responds as he pushes the minion wave to the enemy tower and gradually approaches the Rift Herald. Before Lilia reaches level 6. Her and Vayne's efforts alone cannot detain Shin. The only concern is that while Galio can arrive quickly, Akali is undoubtedly on her way as well. Shin does not retreat, maintaining a safe distance to see if he can harass the two opponents engaged with the Rift Herald. Securing it is out of the question. The enemy possesses Smite and has vision control. The best course of action is to pressure them, forcing them to yield more resources. It is important to note that Shin primarily relies on his W ability, having reached level 7 and with 4 traps. He effectively seals the entrance to the Rift Herald, obstructing the enemy's movement. The mid laners arrive almost simultaneously, and the Rift Herald's health is already halved. The good news is that the enemy's vision control is also significantly compromised. My traps are ready. Is there an opportunity to flash and taunt? Shin asks. Yes, I can give it a try. The male champion nods slightly, then begins to scout for openings outside the dragon pit. The enemy Akali, meanwhile, is fixated on Misfortune. Should she seize the opportunity, Misfortune stands no chance against her. Chapter 33. All about spiders, here they come. The male mid laner suddenly exclaims, flashing in to deploy a nearly instantaneous Doran shield, aiming to taunt both foes caught in Misfortune's traps, potentially eliminating one. Whoosh. Shin, controlling Misfortune, prepares to inflict damage, yet the enemy's upper jungle reacts as if they had anticipated his move, flashing away just as the taunt is executed, inadvertently allowing Vayne's the ability to pin Galio against the wall. With Galio's protection compromised, Akali swiftly approaches the overly aggressive Misfortune, executing her signature Twilight Shroud and then following up with her ultimate, closing the gap. Shin, though possessing a flash, finds himself unable to escape Akali's kunai, ultimately resulting in the demise of both mid laners. My apologies, we acted impulsively. Shin remarks, we should have awaited Zixiao's arrival. At this moment, Zixiao, witnessing the demise of both individuals, had no choice but to retreat in embarrassment. It's nothing. Their deaths don't affect us, and it's not like we owe them an apology. Zixiao remarked nonchalantly. As members of the same team, or rather, friends playing together, there was truly no need for apologies. Performing well was of utmost importance. Although both the mid and top lanes had given up kills, the overall impact was negligible. Even after acquiring a kill, Vayne in the top lane was still being suppressed by Caitlyn. Shin even contemplated purchasing the Bloodthirster, colloquially known as the Orphan's Blade, to force the enemy jungler to intervene, lest VM find themselves falling behind in farm by a significant margin. In the mid lane, pressure was still being endured, but with the security of a kill, Akali attempted to dive for solo kills a few times, though she only succeeded once. As for the bottom lane, it was an utter calamity. With a secluded bush in the top lane, it was unexpected to find another in the bottom lane. There, a crocodile and a spider were comfortably munching on the tower's health, while eyeing the Raven and Wukong, who were huddled between the first and second towers. The tower offered no protection to these two. As they dove the tower, the spider initiated the assault, followed by the crocodile, who incapacitated the spider with a bite. After unleashing a combination of skills, the crocodile had already tanked substantial tower damage, and with the activation of his ultimate, he could have easily eliminated the Raven multiple times by now, prompting the Raven to hastily purchase a Mercury's treads. Yet, this was futile. Zixiao and Meng Xiaocheng were nearing level 7, while their opponents were languishing at level 5, unable to gain any experience. The jungler, without waiting for the two in the bottom lane to reach level 6, was truly unafraid of being triple killed. Thus, one could see the Raven and Wukong fixated on the enemy minions, desperately hoping for a minion to present itself for a taste of experience. The bottom lane pushed forward recklessly, although the enemy placed the Rift Herald in the top lane to attempt to demolish the first turret. Shen still managed to mitigate the crisis, albeit the first turret was ultimately destroyed by the crocodile and spider. Okay, let's initiate the second phase of our strategy, Zixiao declared, returning home to procure the Book of Kills. At this moment, the crocodile continued to split push in the bottom lane, his combat prowess allowing him to comfortably handle two enemies, especially with Galio's ultimate at his disposal. As for Zixiao, he cheerfully exclaimed, Hey, Elise is starting to stir things up. In the vicinity of the blue side's F6, a hapless deer found itself in a predicament, as a bear occupied its upper jungle, leaving it to forage in the lower jungle for 6 little birds. 8 cakes. Wong, I'm on a roll. Grand Slam, pay up. Have you activated cheats? You've already won 3 games in a row. Wait, a foolish deer is approaching. Just as the 6 birds were engaged in a game of mahjong, a second later, Lilia attacked with a flourish, clearing the birds with her ultimate, leaving only 1 large bird remaining. As a jungler playing Lilia, with her high mobility, she instinctively maneuvered closer to the red buff wall. Suddenly, a spider's silk extended from the other side of the wall, and with a swift interaction, it triggered the electric core, resulting in a spider dropping beside her. With a quick activation of W and 2 bites, she executed a smite to claim her prize. Indeed, Zixiao had early on utilized the spider's senses to detect the enemy jungler's position, lying in wait without vision in the red buff pit, anticipating Lilia's health to reach his execution threshold. Throughout the encounter, Lilia remained ensnared, unable to move or resist as she was taken down. The enemy's mid laner, Akali, only realized the situation after the spider had already made its escape. The player controlling Lilia marked the location of her stone golem on the mini-map, indicating that it had also been cleared. With the upper jungle empty and the demon on the prowl, the poor little deer clung to its last true sight ward, hoping to evade the enemy bear and consume the stone golem. Just when it seemed there was no hope, the bear appeared in the lower river, placing a true sight ward, seemingly preparing for the next dragon. Ecstatic, Lilia stealthily approached the stone golem from the enemy jungle, landing right in front of it while cautiously placing a ward in the bush behind her. Only beginning to farm the stone golem once she confirmed there were no enemy wards in the vicinity. I'll move down a position. I'll move my horse to eat the car and then bring forth my troops. If I return, I'll have lost. The large stone golem spoke to the smaller one, and then Lilia broke this harmonious scene. Fighting the stone golem was a much slower endeavor compared to the 6 birds. But thankfully it was relatively safe. Within the web, only spiders could remain unharmed. Once again, a familiar cocoon shot out from the wall, followed by a Rawaka. Fortunately, Lilia had been cautious this time, keeping her distance from the wall. Thus, Zixiao's spider form Q skill fell short and could not reach her, resulting in insufficient overall damage. Although the final burn damage from Ignite was included, it still fell short, and Lilia, with her speed, would undoubtedly outrun the spider. Just when Lilia believed she was safe from another ambush, a sniper's bullet from a distance had already locked onto her head. What is despair? It is when Caitlyn's ultimate targets your head, you find yourself within execution range, surrounded by no allies to save you with a flash, and lacking a Zhonya's hourglass. Lilia was caught for the second time in the jungle and subsequently killed, her level now 2 below that of the enemy jungler, marking a complete collapse, leaving her with only her ultimate to contribute to the team. Zixiao was laughing maniacally in front of the computer screen, utterly bewildered. Is this a bit excessive? Shen timidly inquired. What nonsense, you were the one who secured all the kills, right? Zixiao retorted. Her blue buff is about to respawn. I'm heading there now. Chapter 34. What does strategy mean? At this moment, both the barrage and the live audience were in a frenzy. Brothers, that spider in the match is using wall axe. I reported it. Did I do the right thing? I'm shining the light of justice. A small hack is not considered a cheat. The horror game is confirmed. Playing in the Summoner's Rift feels akin to entering a den of silk-spinning spiders. Doesn't he that Akali know to come help? Is the front line baiting? Now that Akali isn't in her power phase, how can she contend against Galio? The barrage was filled with chatter as the audience voiced their opinions. However, such matches are the most entertaining. Constant strategic gameplay feels akin to listening to a lecture, and one soon dozes off. Only through intense team fights and bloodshed do the spectators find delight. Of course, what the audience relished even more was the fact that Wom's jungler Lilia was so frightened that she had purchased 2 control wards and insisted on having her support accompany her, revealing her tremendous fear. This apprehension was indeed warranted. After eliminating several opponents, the Spider was already ahead, with an economic lead. And her kill book had stacked up to 10 layers. Coupled with her original equipment, she could easily obliterate a squishy target. Observing the bottom lane where the prehistoric crocodile resided, despite having been caught once, the impact was minimal as it only provided a bounty of 200 gold, which was claimed by the opponent. If the opposing team failed to find their footing in the mid-game, relying solely on Akali would not create significant waves, especially since the combination of crocodile and spider could easily dispatch her. Thus, I still couldn't comprehend what strategy the opposing team intended to employ, Jhin remarked. It appeared to be random selections. Do not grant them the opportunity to showcase their strategy, Zixiao asserted. We must swiftly annihilate them. As League of Legends is a game teeming with myriad champions, the potential for innovative strategies is boundless, with strengths varying widely. Since the opponents dared to present such a strategy in this match, they undoubtedly possessed considerable skill. Against such a team, particularly in a best-of-3 format, securing the first point is crucial to maintain morale. What if the opponents unleashed an unprecedented tactic and swiftly secured a point? Back in the game, the adversaries were relentlessly targeting the top and mid lanes as their points of assault, relentlessly tower diving for kills. In return, they claimed dragon and jungle resources, as well as allowing the bottom lane trio to develop exceptionally well. This provided them with the capital for a mid-game skirmish, and soon after the second dragon respawned, both teams converged in the river. Both top lanes had teleportation available, but Jhin had already descended on foot. The ADC, unlike a top lane tank, couldn't teleport to a forward position, thus finding a suitable location was more pragmatic. It was crucial to note that the opposing Akali and Galio posed no significant threat to RHB and his allies due to their underdeveloped state. Having secured the terrain and holding an advantage, Zixiao led her team to initiate the water dragon. I sensed danger as they were engaged, the Spider Queen Elise casually remarked. From the foliage created by the water dragon's soul, a small orb rolled forth, representing Lilia's ability, the blooming seed. Though Zixiao, having received Elise's warning, instinctively prepared to dodge, the remaining 4, except for Jhin, who could engage from outside the dragon pit, were all struck by the seed. Oh no! Sleep now, a lullaby named Night Lullaby resonated from afar, the gentle and enchanting melody infiltrating the ears of the 3 affected by the dream dust, swiftly lulling them into slumber. This is bad. Keep an eye on Galio, Zixiao urgently exclaimed, but it was already too late. First, the Raven initiated with his ultimate, which surprisingly did not break the sleeping state, yet still inflicted damage. Then, Galio, with the 3 in a deep sleep, flashed into the fray, positioning himself perfectly. As the slumber was about to end, he spectacularly lifted 1 and hurled them at the remaining 2, subsequently stunning all 3 with a mighty blow. Akali then entered the battlefield with her ultimate, executing a flawless sequence of skills that eliminated 2 foes, leaving only a bloodied Galio. Meng Xiaoqing, controlling the crocodile, attempted to escape, but a wall pin from Vayne decisively severed her retreat. The perfect amalgamation of ultimate abilities and crowd control allowed RBH to swiftly take down 3 adversaries, with the opponents remaining nearly at full health. The damage from the AD carry and Spider seemed minimal, and the dragon was swiftly claimed by the opposing team. Damn. So this is their strategy? Zixiao muttered. Utilizing Lilia's E for a long-range initiation, the Raven unleashed his ultimate, first inflicting some damage, as it wouldn't interrupt the sleep, and then Galio sought opportunities for shoulder throws and pulls, while the agile Akali and high-mobility Vayne entered the fray for the finishing touches. The economic advantage from a single team fight was leveled, erasing the early lead RBH had accumulated, as this composition thrived in skirmishes. Even a slight advantage in the early game could not translate into victory in team fights against the exceptionally powerful WLM. At this moment, fans of WLM in the audience were already chanting their love for Lilia, their enthusiasm rivaling that of die-hard fans at a Hanazawa Kana concert. What a perfect team fight executed by such a bizarre composition. I sense trouble for RBH. The opposing team excels in team fights, while Galio here is underdeveloped. Neither tanky nor damaging, merely providing an ultimate and taunt. The mid lane seems to be the weak point, as he is on a different level compared to his teammates. Yet this composition is indeed lacking in intelligence. Oh, here it comes again. If you're so capable, why don't you take the stage? I suggest adding real name verification to the barrage, so we can see the ranks of those commenting. Some comments may be harsh, but they hold a grain of truth. Zixiao had chosen Galio for the mid lane to adapt to this composition. Galio is the core, meant to instill some confidence, yet it has backfired. Sigh. If we don't engage in team fights, we'll be fine. The opponents rely entirely on their ultimates. We should split push. If someone gets caught, the rest can either take the dragon or Galio can use his ultimate to see if he can provide assistance, Zixiao suggested. Meng Xiaocheng nodded. The key is my lack of proficiency with the crocodile. I'm unsure of what to do in team fights. Indeed. The roles of ADC and top lane differ vastly in team engagements, and Meng Xiaocheng found it challenging to adapt in that moment. Damn. Does this absurd composition excel in team fights so much? As Zixiao suggested, let us split push. After all, the opposing team must stick together to execute their strategy. Jhin remarked. After gaining unanimous consent from everyone, the five proceeded to execute their plan. Chapter 35, A Fate Worse Than Death. Thus, they ventured into the realm where Zixiao excelled. In terms of one-on-one capabilities, aside from the well-developed Akali, the opposing team possessed individuals who could scarcely contend with anyone. Consequently, the five from RBH opted for a 2-1-2 formation, a Galio in the mid lane, a Caitlyn, and a Spider in the top lane, and two prehistoric beasts in the bottom lane. A pivotal reason for this lane division was to convey the message, do you think I only push towers? Your jungle is mine as well. The blue buff, the three wolves, the red buff, and the stone golems were all laid bare to the unfortunate Lilia, who rarely encountered her own jungle monsters. For WLM, their sole strategy hinged on grouping together to ambush. However, as they huddled together, weary from their journey to the top lane, they discovered that the opponents were already trailing closely behind. After a brief skirmish, they attempted to ambush the mid lane, only to find that the enemy's crow had taken flight. Their efforts to catch the bottom lane proved futile as well. After a prolonged engagement, they could not secure a kill, with the enemy reinforcements arriving just in time. Countless times, WALM sought opportunities, yet they soon realized that their every move was anticipated by their adversaries. The greatest advantage of the opposing composition lay in their ability to engage in large-scale team fights. But with the enemy opting not to fight back, they simply split-pushed. Whenever WLM attempted to catch them, the opponents were already aware and fled in advance. With the second tower breached, and both the top and bottom lanes pressed against their high ground, it certainly felt somewhat unfair. Shin murmured. How could it be? Considering my illustrious record of 0-21, I never witnessed the enemy holding back, Zixiao replied. Indeed. Since WLM was acutely aware that they could not match RBH in raw strength, they had chosen to employ tactics, yet now, those tactics had become unfeasible, leading to a slow demise. It appeared that the enemy was preparing for a desperate gamble. Jhin observed as they returned home to replenish their equipment, only to discover that the vision placed at the Baron pit revealed that their opponents were boldly attempting to seize the Baron. Zixiao quickly remarked. The opposing team is taking their time with the dragon. I, along with Jhin, will create some disruption, while you all focus on pushing mid. VN has opted for a semi-tank build, and aside from Akali, the rest of their team is underdeveloped, leading to a sluggish dragon attempt. It is evident that they are trying to feign the dragon while actually forcing a team fight. Zixiao would never fall for such a trick. Engaging with you in team battles merely grants you an opportunity, does it not? A mere tactical team, how many other teams have you subjected to the torment of despair? If I do not allow you to experience a taste of this today, might I still consider myself human? Meng Xiaocheng and Qinshan, accompanied by Galio, advanced relentlessly through the mid lane, with Qinshan employing demolitions to expedite the tower's destruction, their speed utterly bewildering. Then, from the brush near the red buff of the opposing side, a bear and a spider emerged. One ward was placed, revealing that the Baron still possessed a significant amount of health. Observing this, the opponents exclaimed in realization, only to discover that the Baron remained remarkably robust. With a dismissive gesture, the two retreated to resume their jungle farming, displaying a complete disregard for the unfolding situation. WLM and his companions were momentarily stunned, as the mini-map unveiled the presence of three adversaries pushing down their mid lane, while the Baron retained half of its vitality. Should they return to defend, they would be ensnared in a perpetual cycle of futility. Conversely, if the opponents chose not to advance, perhaps it would be prudent to seize the Baron for themselves. Zixiao was still engaged in a heated exchange of insults with Jhin. Jhin, in a fervent attempt to secure the dragon, neglected to use his smite, resulting in Zixiao, the opportunistic scoundrel, seizing the red buff, which incited Jhin's wrath. Upon hearing the increasingly pitiful sounds emanating from the dragon, which suggested its imminent demise, Zixiao hurriedly joined Jhin. A wise hunter always waits until their adversary is utterly exhausted before making their move, mused the Spider Queen. Elise. Observing the opposing team, Elise noted that they too were on the brink of collapse, while the tanky champion could withstand a few more hits. The others were all quite fragile. Zixiao and Jhin stood beside the explosive fruit. Once the dragon's health dropped to a critical level, they would leap into action. Meanwhile, WLM was acutely aware of the impending threat of a steal, even as their mid lane was being dismantled and the health of their champions remained precarious. However, with the dragon's health dwindling to a mere 2,000, they had no choice but to hasten their pace. Akali deftly executed a reverse E ability, vaulting over the dragon pit, fully aware that the opposing bear had significantly higher smite damage. Upon her arrival, she spotted two creatures waiting and swiftly dispatched the explosive fruit. Zixiao and Jhin, caught off guard, were immediately blown out of the dragon pit. "Whoa, we're here to steal the dragon, not to engage," Zixiao exclaimed, noticing that the dragon's health had plummeted to 1,500. "Get lost. Didn't you also flash in?" Jhin retorted, though despite his harsh words, he did not hesitate to unleash his ultimate, leaping over the wall. However, just as Jhin's bear lifted its foot, the dragon succumbed to the enemy's assault, leaving Jhin facing 3 half-health melee champions and 2 at full health. "Damn it, you fool," Jhin cursed, left with no means of escape and forced to fight. "You're the fool. You couldn't even secure the dragon." Zixiao shot back as he began to circle around, considering that Jhin, with his tanky build and stopwatch, could stall for a moment, while his own build was designed for swift eliminations. Jhin set his sights on the enemy's half-health jungler, Lilia, activating his ability to chase down the fleeing deer, which quite fittingly adhered to the laws of nature. The enemy team, astonished that the bear dared jump down, immediately retaliated with a barrage of crowd control. At that moment, a spider darted from the brush. Zixiao ensnared the raven from a distance with a web, followed by a Q and ignite, obliterating the half-health champion. One down. The others quickly redirected their focus to eliminate the damage-dealing, yet fragile Zixiao, but he evaded them effortlessly. Akali, inflamed with rage, unleashed her ultimate. Yet Zixiao transformed into a spider and soared into the sky. Without Akali, the remaining 3 lacked the firepower to eliminate Jhin, who was instead forced to activate his ultimate to escape. Akali, bewildered, oscillated between aiding her teammates, but just as she attempted to return and strike, a resplendent bear appeared before her. Turning around, she saw the Spider Queen pursuing her ally, Vayne, yet if they neglected the bear, it would undoubtedly escape. Chapter 36. Is this my home base? Provoked to the limit, champions like the tank and Akali left the bear to deal with Vayne and Lilia, as they dashed towards Zixiao's spider, seeking to eliminate him before he could invoke any defensive abilities. "I'll call in the super-flying hero," Zixiao proclaimed, swiftly retaliating with an impeccably aimed web, ensnaring the already predicted Akali, just as the summoned Galio, the hero of the super-flying team, appeared, enveloping Zixiao in a protective shield. Unbeknownst to them, while the skirmish raged on, Wom's mid-lane high-ground tower had fallen, prompting Galio to pivot and support his teammates, while the remaining champions focused on dismantling structures, seemingly eager to conclude the match and enjoy a meal delivery. The bear, awoken, relentlessly pursued Lilia and Vayne, realizing it was on the verge of being kite to death, hastily enveloped itself in a shield and made its escape. After Zixiao collaborated with Galio to eliminate the formidable Renekton, Akali attempted to retreat. However, the 2 assailants pressed on, relentlessly pursuing 3 fleeing opponents in the jungle. With 2 of them gravely injured and 1 moderately wounded, they faced the dual threat of safeguarding their own territory while worrying for their safety. The 2 pursuers were like ravenous wolves. Scarcely had they taken a few steps when the rejuvenated bear rejoined the fray. The 3 assailants had no choice but to retreat along the extended lanes of the upper route, with scarcely enough time to return to base. Why run? Zixiao thought. Having claimed the Baron, they should not even consider fleeing. He was resolute in his determination to drive them home. Meanwhile, the enemy's front turret had already fallen, and the remaining turret hung by a thread. After a harrowing dash back to their high ground, they encountered a crocodile and a gun-wielding Caitlyn standing guard, while 3 monstrous foes loomed behind them. WLM found themselves ensnared beneath their own upper turret, surrounded by 5 adversaries. Wait, isn't this my high ground? WLM mused. While RBH faced a dire predicament, already forced into a defensive stance. It was evident that RBH's 5 members were anything but humane, apart from Caitlyn, who appeared relatively normal. The others were monstrous entities. The spectators in the chat erupted in laughter, completely forgetting their intent to criticize either team. After 3 opponents fell to Zixiao and his allies under the turret, the Baron buff expired, leading to a swift conclusion of the match. Truly, the Baron could ruin a life. However, neglecting to secure it often resulted in a slow demise. Well done, brothers. Zixiao cheered, rising in exhilaration. For a moment, I thought we were destined to lose. You certainly played it cool, Jhin remarked, while you were lost in your thoughts, chuckling like a fool. But we cannot afford to be complacent, Meng Xiaoqing cautioned. The enemy may unveil some hidden strategies. Yes, I still cannot master Caitlyn. Can I please return to my usual champion? Chun Shin requested. Indeed, throughout this match, Chun Shin's performance as Caitlyn was lackluster, marked by several missteps, with damage output barely exceeding that of a tank Galio. Alright, in the next match, let us utilize our favored champions. I believe our skills will easily dominate the opposition. Zixiao proposed. That's your confidence. Don't drag us down with you. Jhin and Yu Mingman chimed in, bringing over a few bottles of ice-cold cola. Zixiao and his companions took a few sips directly from the drink. Indulging in a game with a cold cola is truly a delight. Zixiao languidly exclaimed as he slumped in his chair. Ding dong at that moment. A notification sound emanated from Zixiao's phone. Who could be messaging at this hour? Surely it can't be Zimo. Reluctantly, Zixiao retrieved his phone. Hey brother, what do you mean by that? I was down there cheering so earnestly, and you don't have a shred of gratitude? Li Zimo suddenly approached, her petite face etched with grievance. I apologize. What I meant was that I originally intended to surprise you after the match. Zixiao hastily fabricated an excuse, having genuinely forgotten that his sister Li Zimo was in the audience. Humph, if you fail to provide me with a surprise later, just wait and see how I deal with you. Alright, don't be angry with your brother. I already promised to take care of him for you tonight. Meng Xiaoqing soothed. As Zixiao glanced at his phone, a notification from the live streaming platform caught his attention. Congratulations. Your followers have surpassed 10,000. And the peak activity in your live stream reached 120,000. You have secured a prominent recommendation on our platform. Please consider live streaming in the near future. Wow, did I really gain that many followers from just one match? Zixiao exclaimed in astonishment. This is far quicker than my friend who writes novels. The match has already been uploaded. That was fast. Meng Xiaoqing remarked, also staring at his phone. Haha. Jhin chuckled incessantly nearby. I must say, the individuals in the comments section are quite the talents. What has got you laughing like a fool? Zixiao retorted, opening the comments section of the live stream playback on the PY platform. Why don't you dare respond in the fountain? One commenter, WLM, queried. Some are afraid it might affect their tower dismantling. Another replied, that was brilliant. In that team fight, I saw Garen flash in with W to tank for you. YYSY? WLM truly fell victim to his own strategies this game. Am I the only one who sees RBH's RBQ? A response followed. You're definitely the most imaginative here. You seem a bit off. Goodness, are there resources available? I'm the internet police. I apprehend individuals without needing evidence. Everyone on this floor is getting arrested. This ADC girl is not only stunning, but also capable of carrying. No wonder she is my wife. A reply chimed in. Goodness. Did you find your utopia in Tao Yuanming's words? Is that all? Diabetics, don't move around too much. We don't want them tasting sweetness. Your wife is truly amazing. Thanks to the ADC being a female character, the innovative team strategy, and the exceptional live streaming effect, RBH quickly amassed 10,000 followers shortly after forming. Nevertheless, the true measure of the team's success would hinge upon their performance in competitions. Prepare yourselves. Members of RBH and WLM teams, the second match is about to commence. A broadcast alert sounded, signaling the imminent start of the second round. Both teams swiftly readied themselves. As this was a best-of-3 format, this match represented a potential match point. WLM would undoubtedly unveil their most formidable strategies to avoid elimination, necessitating a well-prepared counter-strategy. Otherwise, they would be forced into a decisive third match, introducing too many uncertainties. Chapter 37. Oh, my foolish brother. The first round of champion bans began, and the opponents, as expected, ban Morgana, Shun, and Thresh. Zixiao, however, only chose to ban the most threatening champion from the previous match, Akali, before casually banning a few others. In the first round of the pick and ban phase, the opponents selected Nunu, Lulu, and Yumi. Wow, this looks like a 4-protect-1 strategy, Zixiao commented. I believe it's quite likely. We must prepare accordingly, Meng Xiaoqing said, selecting Tristana as his ADC. In the late game, as long as Tristana dared to W in and unleash her full output, she could potentially eliminate the opposing ADC in one go, though it remained uncertain if she could return safely. However, if the opponents were indeed employing a 4-protect-1 strategy, this approach was not without merit. If not, then selecting her was of little consequence. Then I shall join in, Jhin declared, promptly selecting Rek'Sai. Zixiao cast a glance at several individuals, remarking, "You are indeed each engrossed in your own pursuits." The opposing team's draft still held uncertainties, leading to Qinshan ultimately selecting Ornn. In the second round of bans, the opponents eliminated Malzahar and Rammus. Zixiao looked at Jhin with confusion. "You actually play Dragon Turtle? Surely you must be fond of its head." "Damn. It took me a moment to realize you were making a joke," Jhin retorted. Perhaps the opponents were intimidated by the Dragon Turtle? Meng Xiaoqing speculated. In this match, they remained on the blue side, with a counter position reserved. With so many formidable support champions on the opposing team, I reckon the Dragon Turtle would be controlled and defeated before it even reached their ADC, Zixiao remarked. After all, while the Dragon Turtle may appear to easily approach the enemy ADC, any obstruction would render that nearly impossible. Puzzled, Zixiao dismissed two frequently played champions known for their protective capabilities, Kog'Maw and Jinx. Both champions excel in late-game damage output and possess extended range, but lack defensive means. As the second round of champion selection commenced, the opponents swiftly chose the combination of Seraphine and Mastery. The sword and gem combination? Isn't that a strategy from the previous version? Zixiao murmured as the mid-lane champion selected was the Ice Queen, adding further crowd control to their lineup. Now, only Zixiao remained without a champion choice. Zixiao, what support do you wish to play? Why not select Pyke? Meng Xiaoqing suggested. Indeed, given the opponent's composition, picking Pyke would be viable due to his high mobility and damage output. Zixiao's gaze swept over the icons of various champions in search of one that possessed both high damage and enjoyable gameplay, while also countering the opposing lineup. Wasn't he that precisely what Yasuo's brother embodied? As Zixiao's cursor hovered over the newly released champion, the Spirit Blossom Blade, known as Zaun, it was clear that it was time to settle some personal scores. Zixiao decisively locked in without uttering a word. Aren't you here to practice with the new hero? This hero just officially launched yesterday. Do you have an account on the overseas server? Jhin inquired. No, this is my first time playing. Meng Xiaoqing began to adjust his runes, appearing indifferent. Really? So you actually came to practice? Jhin was instantly displeased, exclaiming, damn it, had I known, I would have picked first. It's fine. I've watched the tutorial, Zixiao replied, already outfitting himself with a set of dominance runes featuring Electrocute and secondary runes of Scorch and Ignite. You two can take your time in the bottom lane. I'll just be a dog down there this game, Jhin remarked. How can you select something that brings you joy while denying joy to your teammates? As the joyful brother, the selection of his brother's champion, Zaun, further ignited the audience's enthusiasm. This hero truly possesses an overwhelming advantage. In a solo lane, few can contend with him, and he can easily dominate his brother. His E ability mandates a return, which is utterly frustrating and poses a risk of ambush. Why would he choose such a hero, ISNT, that just feeding the enemy? It depends on the composition. Zaun, Yasuo, and Malphite make for a perfect team fight, leaving you helpless, they debated fervently in the chat. Their excitement for the new hero palpable. As the match commenced, WLM featured Master E in mid, a snowman in the jungle, Lulu, and Seraphine in the bottom lane, and Karma in the top lane. In contrast, RBH opted for a more conventional lineup, a bottom lane of Tristana and Zaun, a mid lane of Lissandra, a jungle of Lee Sin, and Ornn in the top lane. Notably, Wom's Master E brought Smite and Flash, presumably to secure minions and immediately transition to jungle farming. However, with Snowman likely to grant him economic advantage, failing to utilize a summoner spell would be a waste. The objective was clear, hunt Master E. As the game began, the others had already stationed themselves in the jungle, while Zixiao lingered at home, engrossed in the skill descriptions. Passive, Hunter's Path. A single physical attack followed by a magical attack. Q, Misty Strike. Rushing to the battlefield without mastery of the skills is a foolish choice. Yon remarked upon hearing Zixiao murmur about the abilities. Don't worry, I'm bound to secure some kills this game, Zixiao retorted, attempting to execute a Q skill. Wow, it resembles Yasuo's Q. The 3 stages involve a forward dash and wind blast, akin to Yasuo's uncoordinated EQ, he mused to himself. Your explanation truly reflects a similar intellect to that of Azakana, Yon commented. Oh, if you keep insulting me, I might genuinely get upset, Zixiao warned. When have I ever had a brother as foolish as you? Yon replied, only to realize he had fallen into Zixiao's trap, and he frowned, saying, Summoner. Although my brother is unruly, his swordsmanship is indeed exceptional. Whether it's exceptional or not, I can't say, but his tongue certainly is unruly, Zixiao shot back. Enemy forces will arrive on the battlefield in 30 seconds. Upon hearing the system alert, Zixiao finally rushed to the lane. Arriving late to assist Jhin with the red buff. They've invaded the blue area, Shin announced, as the ward he placed revealed the opponent's positions. Mastery and Karma were waiting for the blue buff to respawn. I see, the snowman and the duo in the bottom lane are taking their blue, while Mastery and Karma are aiming to steal the enemy's blue. Given their disabilities, their chances of securing the blue buff are significantly increased. You two hold on. I'm on my way. Zixiao hurried toward the blue area, knowing that if they disrupted the enemy's rhythm, it would prolong their formation. As the blue buff respawned, Karma and Master E immediately engaged, while Lysandra and Ornn attempted to harass them. However, these 2 champions were unlikely to contend with Karma and Master E in the early game. The latter 2 disregarded Lysandra and Ornn entirely, focusing solely on the blue buff. E, breaking blade, dashes forward a short distance, leaving a mark at the location. Meanwhile, Zixiao surprisingly halted in the mid lane, engrossed in reading hero skill descriptions. Zixiao, what are you doing? If you can't protect my blue buff, I'll have your head, Jhin scolded. If you have the skill to contest the enemy's blue, that's your business, Zixiao shot back. How come you can snatch jungle monsters from the snowman when you play jungle? Are you trying to fish? Jhin grumbled while attacking the red buff. All right. I'm going, Zixiao replied, walking past the minion wave in the mid lane, intentionally allowing the enemy to see him, hoping to instill some intimidation and force them to retreat. However, the 2 opponents had already taken considerable damage from the blue buff and were unlikely to relent. Continuing their assault, the 2 nearby could only poke with their Q skills or land a few basic attacks, but the enemy showed no signs of yielding. Hey, here I come, Zixiao announced as he circled around the blue buff. Upon seeing him, Karma immediately unleashed a skill, causing Zixiao's health to plummet. All right, I'm out of here. He maneuvered to join the other 2 at the explosive fruit, detonating it before jumping back. At this moment, the blue buff had only 13 health remaining. Guess who's back? Didn't he see that coming, did you? Zixiao remarked. The trio was not aiming to eliminate the 2 opponents but rather to engage the blue buff, with their ultimate goal in mind. Hey, you big blue idiot. Come at me, Zixiao taunted. You little brat, so cocky. Today, I'll show you who the real boss of this blue area is. The blue buff immediately redirected its aggression toward Zixiao. Zixiao then slipped away. When the opponent returned to attack, the blue buff had once again been drawn into a frenzy of rage, at which point Zixiao approached and taunted it. Hey, I heard that the red buff is your beloved. Allow me to whisper to you, your beloved is truly remarkable. Zixiao then struck the blue buff once more. His words seemed to pierce the blue buff's vulnerabilities, causing it to turn and retaliate against him. As its health approached the execution threshold of level 1, Zixiao boldly remarked, Blue buff, the porridge at your home is about to burn. Hurry back and check. What? I have porridge cooking at home? Upon hearing this, the blue buff's patience evaporated, and it raced home, healing itself while anxiously checking if its porridge had indeed overcooked. With his objectives accomplished, Zixiao joyfully slipped away, even managing to farm a wave of minions mid-lane to reach level 2. The opposing duo, having seen the blue buff regenerate, realized that the bear had likely finished with the red buff, and thus dared not to continue their invasion, retreating empty-handed. Originally, the technique of jungle pulling was intended to alleviate some damage for the jungler, but Zixiao's harassment caused the aggro of the jungle monsters to dissipate, prompting them to return for healing, necessitating a restart of the farm. Meanwhile, the protagonist feigned a descent from mid-lane before doubling back to conceal himself in the bush on the right side of mid-lane. Unbeknownst to him, the enemy champion Master E, still at level 1 and poised to collect some minions, was suddenly ambushed by a masked figure emerging from the brush, dealing a few quick strikes before retreating, leaving E with a loss of 13 health points. The reason for the choice of Electrocute and Ignite is now clear. Zixiao, content, rolled back to his bottom lane, where the opposing carry was heavily reliant on protection. The early game had unfolded disastrously for them. The enemy could hardly fathom how Zixiao had drawn the blue buff's aggro, nor could his teammates. Damn, Zixiao, did you encounter a bug? How did you manage to draw aggro just now? Jhin, an experienced jungler, quickly discerned the issue. They wanted to attack me, so I did this. Perhaps it was because my looks were too striking, Zixiao replied. Jhin, dismissive of his antics, nonetheless acknowledged that at least the blue buff was preserved. Zixiao had to admit that this play to safeguard the blue buff was indeed impressive. Upon returning to lane, Zixiao could easily predict the actions of his opponents. The utility champion, Nunu, had left the jungle creatures nearly lifeless for Master E to finish off. With 2 smite abilities and the choice of Nunu, it was likely they were preparing for the dragon, as 3 execution skills would be less susceptible to being stolen. In the top lane, the unyielding grasped Karma, equipped with Ice Fist and Holy Grail, was a familiar obstacle to those who had faced her. Fortunately, Jhin was playing Ornn, a champion inherently designed to withstand pressure. No problem, I'll just return to the tower to gather my items. My health and mana will be replenished. If you insist on contesting me, remember that my role in team fights surpasses yours. You may only have a few more minions than I. The mid lane matchup was rather mundane, with Mastery opting for a Tiamat as his first item, clearing minions before retreating to the jungle, while the Ice Queen hastily joined her allies. As a result, mid lane was devoid of any presence, with minions perishing within mere seconds of their arrival. The most intriguing scenario unfolded in the bottom lane, where Lulu and Janna teamed up. With only Lulu occasionally able to secure a last hit with her Q, Zixiao, lurking nearby, seized the opportunity to test his skills. Wow, this E ability is quite fascinating, he mused, moving back and forth as if in a solo training arena. Meng Xiaoqing inquired, have you perfected your skills? If so, hurry and eliminate an opponent. We must establish an advantage in the bottom lane, or else dealing with a fully powered Master E later will be arduous. Oh, then you jump in, Zixiao replied, as minions were caught in front of the enemy turret, with the mid lane Ice Queen already en route. All right, if I die, you shall be penalized from gaining my experience, Meng Xiaoqing declared, unhesitatingly leaping onto Lulu's face with his W, triggering a slow, and applying the passive of his E skill. Lulu, quick to react, countered with a polymorph, as Zixiao simultaneously executed his E skill to dart away. Just then, Mastery and Nunu surged in from the side, swiftly eliminating both of the aggressors. Aside from Zixiao, who narrowly escaped with a second E, the remaining 2 met a grim fate beneath the turret. Alas, in his excitement over the hero's captivating skills, he had wholly forgotten to guard against a gank. Zixiao felt a pang of guilt as he realized that he had completely blocked out the sound of footsteps. Chapter 39, The Swift Blade. Huh? How did the Sword Saint and the Snowman arrive here as well? This is such a loss. It allowed the Sword Saint to secure a kill, Meng Xiaoqing remarked. According to the previous mini-app, the Sword Saint was supposed to be following the Snowman to their upper jungle area to farm, which is why Meng Xiaoqing had dared to brazenly charge in. But how could he have suddenly appeared here? Fools easily deceived by the surface of things. Believing they have grasped the enemy's movements, why do they not consider that it is their own actions that have been read by the adversary? Yongin stated in the chat. All right, you're still alive. Later, I'll reward you with a private duel in our first match, Zixiao said. After the Sword Saint and the Snowman secured their kills, they cleared the minions and turned back, returning to the mid lane to farm before seeking out jungle monsters and clearing the top lane. The Sword Saint had the Tiamat and the Boots of Swiftness. The Blade of the Ruined King was likely on its way as well. One individual was consuming minion waves across 3 lanes plus jungle camps. Soon he would take flight, while his teammates were left to languish at the base. Thus, in the face of such a composition, RBH opted for these heroes as a counter. Once the enemy's primary damage dealer fell, the rest would crumble, devoid of combat efficacy. Moreover, the opposing team even employed the obsolete starvation strategy. At the time when the starvation strategy was highly popular, the developers swiftly introduced a patch to penalize minion farming. Yet, look at this top lane with the fan mother, standing by the minion wave with an unyielding grip. If Jhin dared to approach for last hits, he would be punished. If he refrained, neither would farm, and it would take ages to push the lane. Of course, when the Sword Saint arrived to farm, he would push the lane, granting Jhin a moment to breathe. For the first time, I find this hero utterly insufferable, Jhin lamented. The crux of the issue was that unless both of them used their ultimates, they could not kill the Fan Mother, and should the enemy ambush, both would perish. Moreover, the Snowman and the Sword Saint were incredibly swift, prompting Jhin to abandon the top lane entirely. Poor Shin, despite having missed only a few minions thus far, had only accumulated 30 last hits after 10 minutes. In the jungle, although Jhin had the support of the Frost Queen and Zixiao, he was safe from being ganked. However, the two enemies were practically jungle bullies. With the Snowman S-Smite in Q, followed by the Sword Saint S-Smite, they wiped out a jungle monster, leaving no room for contention. After invading and clearing the jungle, they swiftly retreated upon seeing the enemies in lane, with no one able to catch them. The good news was that during this time, the Snowman had died a few times while trying to protect the Sword Saint, and those kills were taken by the Lion Dog. Thus, when the teamfight commenced, the Lion Dog was finally in a position to assist the Frost Queen in eliminating the Sword Saint. Otherwise, with the Sword Saint SW, the Lion Dog would be instantly incapacitated. With such prosperous development, by the 15-minute mark, when the jungle farming penalty vanished, the Sword Saint had already acquired both the large jungle knife and the blade of the Ruined King, with the Kraken Slayer also en route. He was inclined to go full damage, as his teammates provided ample protection. However, if he opted for tankiness, he would leave RBH with no escape routes, though such a choice might compromise his damage output. At the 15-minute economic overview, the enemy's jungler, the Sword Saint, was far ahead of the other 9 players, while the remaining 4 from WLM languished at the bottom. RBH S5 members formed a perfect economic staircase in the middle. If he continued to farm unimpeded, they would soon find themselves unable to contain him. Zixiao remarked that after the Sword Saint procured the large jungle knife, his farming efficiency would soar, allowing him to level up even more rapidly. Despite Meng Xiaoqing and Zixiao demolishing the enemy's bottom tower and claiming first blood, the Dragon and Rift Herald were all secured by their opponents. The combination of 2 Smite users and the Snowman's control over the jungle was excessively brazen. Their execution line was more than double Jhin's. RBH began to group up to ambush, and although they had a few successful ganks, none resulted in the elimination of the enemy Sword Saint, failing to address the core issue. At the 20th minute, as the Baron Nashor was just spawned, the enemy 5 immediately engaged. With 3.5 items, the Sword Saint was rapidly taking down the dragon. By the time Zixiao heard the sound of the Baron and rushed to the pit, it had already lost half its health. The Sword Saint's attack speed, augmented by his equipment and teammates, soared to over 2 strikes per second. Meanwhile, the underdeveloped Ornn was clad in only a Sunfire Aegis and armor boots, unable to withstand even a few blows. Ah, so this is the essence of this strategy? Zixiao pondered. If the enemy secured the Baron, it would not only grant them a significant economic advantage, but would also compel them to force a team fight. At this juncture, only Meng Xiaoqing's relatively well-farmed Misfortune could deal with the Baron-empowered minions, and no one was capable of handling the cannon minion. Allowing the Baron to escape would be tantamount to conceding defeat. They had to contest it, at the very least to thwart the enemy's assault. Jhin, take down the Lulu with the cauldron. Then the Frost Queen should enter to control the Sword Saint and see if we can eliminate him before the Gem's ultimate lands. Shin, remember to interrupt the Sword Saint SW, Zixiao instructed. The others nodded in agreement as the Baron's health rapidly dwindled. Jhin activated his ultimate, targeting the opponent's Lulu. Above WALM's 5 members, a pair of profound and fierce eyes appeared, causing them to tense up and adjust their positions, while 4 supports shielded the Sword Saint. Jhin seized the opportunity, leaping out and executing a QETM WQ combo along with Electrocute within a second. However, Lulu's own shield combined with Karma's quick reflexive shield left her with a sliver of health. In contrast, Jhin's Lion Dog was swiftly dispatched by the Sword Saint's nonchalant strikes. The T-fight erupted instantaneously. The Frost Queen had intended to control the Sword Saint, but since Lulu had not yet fallen, her attempts were futile. The Frost Queen had no choice but to use her E and Flash W to eliminate Lulu before turning to control the Sword Saint. Shin's, Ornn, and Meng Xiaoqing's Misfortune entered the fray, believing they could use their ultimates to control the Sword Saint. Yet, he was ensnared by the Sword Saint's Q skill, leaving his health precarious. In a moment of desperation, the Frost Queen had to cast her ultimate on herself. With the Sword Saint's ultimate activated, he completely disregarded the Frost Queen's ultimate slow effect, turning to pursue Meng Xiaoqing's Misfortune. Meng Xiaoqing had no choice but to flee with RW, while Ornn, after a brief struggle, was also eliminated. The Frost Queen, of course, could not escape her fate. Although Meng Xiaoqing's misfortune dealt a considerable amount of damage, bringing the enemy to low health, it did not result in any kills. And the enemy's primary damage dealer, the Sword Saint, remained in excellent condition. Chapter 40, Iaijutsu, Phantom Slash. Eliminate Karma. With a furrowed brow, Zixiao exhibited no intention of retreating. The only point on the opposite side where Karma could secure a solo advantage posed a significant threat. Should she obtain the Baron buff, countering the enemy's formidable 41-minute push would prove exceedingly challenging. Upon hearing this, Meng Xiaoqing, who had just pressed the recall button, swiftly turned back to join Zixiao in the fray. As his spirit emerged, Meng Xiaoqing's misfortune dealt substantial damage before being vanquished by the Sword Saint. In that moment, Zixiao's Zaun had already found an optimal position. To swiftly eliminate misfortune and prevent his teammates' demise, the opposing trio of supports clustered together, bestowing shields and healing upon one another, granting Zixiao the opportunity he sought. With purpose, Zixiao dashed from the brush, executing his ultimate before the enemy could react. Phantom Slash. A single stroke cut through the air, and in a fleeting moment, countless phantoms seemed to flicker. With the devastating power of his ultimate, Zixiao unleashed an overwhelming barrage, severely wounding Karma and, due to the mechanics of his ability, pulling all three adversaries behind him. In a swift motion, he followed up with a divine slice and a misty blade, dispatching Karma. Although she had unleashed her ultimate, she fell before it could take effect. Just as the Sword Saint, having finished with the Baron, turned back to confront Zixiao, Zixiao utilized his second-level E skill to return to his original position. The Sword Saint attempted to follow with his Q skill. However, Zixiao had extended his E skill too far, resulting in him not yet reaching his starting point when the Sword Saint's Alpha Strike concluded. Zixiao turned and fled, but the remaining three Sword Saint, Snowman, and Jhin were determined not to let him escape. After all, the first turret in the top lane had been destroyed early on. Running in that direction would only lead to an inevitable demise if cornered. Zixiao could only maneuver his champion, Zaun, towards the smokescreen area, hoping to retreat to the blind spot within that small zone. Although visibility was obscured, the sound of rolling snowballs reached his ears, and Zaun continually warned him that Sword Saint, accompanied by Jhin and Snowman, was fast approaching. Fleeing was the act of a fool, since escape was no longer an option. Might it be wiser to turn back and retaliate? Or are you merely a coward like my brother, who only knows how to run? Zaun remarked. Zixiao chuckled softly, exclaiming, "You speak of your brother at every turn. Although your words are indeed a scathing rebuke, I shall ensure that you meet your demise this once." From the right, a snowman rolled in, closely followed by the Sword Saint, while a Jhin surged in from the left. As Zixiao found himself obstructed in vision by an allied position directly to the right, he seized the fleeting moment when the gemstone granted him sight of Zaun. Swiftly executing an AQA combination, he unleashed Electrocute followed by Ignite, relentlessly pursuing and dispatching the gemstone before hastily retreating towards the enemy's top lane turret. Although the Sword Saint lacked his ultimate and the Ice Spirit had no snowball to aid him, the territory ahead belonged to the adversary. Yet, every moment gained was invaluable. By sheer fortune, a wave of minions ambled leisurely towards him, allowing Zixiao to accumulate an additional charge of his Q ability, Misty Slash, thereby securing a 3-segment mobility. In other words, Zixiao entered the opposing blue zone from the triangular bush in the upper lane. In such terrain, the snowman could not possibly roll a snowball. Then, with the third segment of his Q skill imbued with the winds of swiftness, Zixiao leaped over the wall beside the blue buff, striding a few steps before returning to his own mid lane. Once back in a secure zone, he exhaled a sigh of relief, saying, "That was terrifying. Fortunately, the third Q unexpectedly granted me a displacement. You truly have a heart of steel to use your skill under such circumstances without even fully witnessing its effects," said Zhongyan. "Are you annoying? You didn't even die, so why complain? Do you believe I want to silence you later?" Zixiao threatened with his usual method of silencing the hero's voice, which proved remarkably effective. After a team fight, they achieved a 3 for exchange, with Zixiao claiming 2 kills. However, the opposing master directly secured 4 kills and also claimed the Baron, soaring ahead and putting their economy 2 significant items ahead of Jhin. "What do we do now? We've truly fallen into their trap," Jhin remarked. The opposing composition showed no apparent weaknesses. This complete 4-protect-1 strategy was merely designed to nurture a singular powerhouse while offering protection during team engagements. Their ability to safeguard jungle resources meant that the opposing team had almost complete control over all jungle resources. And securing the Baron made it impossible for their opponents to opt for a split push. Notably, this occurred at the 21-minute mark, amplifying its impact. Let us take it slow. If it doesn't work out, we can prepare for the next match. This must be their trump card. Meng Xiaoqun endeavored to soothe the team's spirits. Regardless of the situation, they were merely a group of young individuals, their mental maturity not fully developed. In the face of such a significant match, any misstep could render someone anxious, leading to further errors. The intricate strategy and the glimmer of hope discovered by RBH, alongside Zixiao's remarkable kills and escapes, garnered applause from the audience. WALM truly excels. This extreme 4-protect-1 strategy is utterly invincible. Oh, I remember now. I encountered this composition while 5-man queuing with friends. Their tactics were virtually identical. It must be WALM experimenting. We were utterly overwhelmed, with no chance to retaliate. And it was sheer despair. Of course, there were also criticisms. If the Ice Lady had entered a few seconds earlier, there wouldn't have been so many issues. She couldn't even eliminate Lulu upon entry and ended up using her ultimate on herself. The little cannon is now dominating. RBH is merely pretending. At least they should have brought a girl along for the Internet Cafe League, thinking they're invincible. ISNT that just asking for punishment? Naturally, the players on both sides were oblivious to the barrage of comments, yet they were all aware of the underlying issues. The timing of Lissandra's entrance was one matter, but the primary concern was how the draft had been countered. I apologize. I was a bit anxious, said the male mid laner with an apologetic tone. The main issue is that our composition has been targeted by the opposing strategy. It's genuinely challenging to counter. Meng Xiaoqun replied. Bang. Jhin slammed his hand on the table in frustration. I've wanted to say this for ages. Playing Ice Lady while aimlessly roaming around. Not helping when they invade my jungle and allowing the top lane to be pressured so deeply without assistance. Only to head to the bottom lane to give away a kill. Just wandering around the entire match, unable to defend the tower. Doesn't she realize she is playing poorly? Can't she just focus on her game? Jhin, ease up a bit. We're still in the match, Chen Shun replied sternly. Let us discuss our issues after the game, shall we? Right now, we need to unite and finish this BO3 strongly, Meng Xiaoqun asserted. The atmosphere within the team instantly grew tense, and no one spoke a word further, each absorbed in their own gameplay. Chapter 41, the finale at this point. The growth of Master Yi could no longer be contained. After merely 25 minutes, he had acquired 4.5 items. And killing had become as effortless for him as slicing through vegetables. Once he cleared the remnants of the jungle, he led his 4 subordinates down the mid lane in a formidable advance. The members of RBH had no choice but to take up defensive positions under the tower. Yet the opposing Master Yi paid no heed to the presence of the defensive structure. With the assistance of several buffs and his ultimate active, he charged in unrelentingly. Amidst the flurry of blades, no one could withstand Master Yi's damage as he weaved through the crowd, truly embodying the essence of a master swordsman. After dispatching several foes without sustaining a scratch, he departed with nonchalance. Triple kill. Only Jhin's Rek'Sai managed to escape with great difficulty. But he lacked the capacity to defend the tower. The second tower fell without resistance, and the opposing team surged forward, aiming directly for the high ground. Zixiao, what are you doing out there? Get back and defend the tower. Are you abandoning the base? Jhin scolded. While the other 4 were diligently attempting to defend their tower, Zixiao was alone in the top lane, pushing the wave of minions. And it was evident that he had already sold his support item for gold. Zixiao remained silent, engrossed in farming the jungle, his gaze fixed on the screen without uttering a word. Fortunately, due to the early hour, the members of RBH respawned swiftly, lacking the enhanced effects of their ultimate abilities. The Sword Saint refrained from recklessly diving under the tower again. After demolishing the mid-lane high ground, the group decided to withdraw. Zixiao only returned home after witnessing the other person's disappearance during their childhood. He then hurried to the bottom lane to continue farming minions and enhance his development. Zixiao clearly no longer wished to continue playing. Upon witnessing this, Jhin promptly set down the mouse and entered a state of inactivity in the fountain, leaving only the remaining 3 players to diligently defend the high ground. However, this effort was but a mere drop in the ocean. Once the ultimate abilities of the Sword Saint and his allies were ready once more, a swift and overwhelming victory would ensue. After a brief period of feverish intensity, Zixiao returned home, equipped with the finest gear RBH had to offer, an unending electric blade complemented by the dance of death. Yet, he found himself unable to contend against an adversary who was nearing full build, with only the Tiamat of greed yet to be synthesized for the Blade Master. To add to his woes, he was supported by 4 allies, each providing him with increased attack speed, mobility, shields, control dispels, and invulnerability. Observing this dire predicament, the barrage of comments from the audience erupted in disbelief. Was this really a rookie team? Was their mentality already faltering? It seemed inevitable that they would disband after this match. WLM, take it easy. If it continues like this, they might not play again next time. And we would have wasted our tickets for a match we didn't get to see. What a loss. The choice of viewing as a support was already absurd. And now they had even sold off the support items. What were they planning? Heavens. If I were the jungler, I would simply give up. With the Conqueror being so pivotal in this patch, who could withstand such incompetence? In the audience, Zixiao could no longer suppress her frustration upon overhearing the murmurs around her. She stood up and shouted toward the distant Zixiao, "Brother, what are you doing? Don't give up on yourself. Didn't you teach me to persevere, no matter the circumstance? If we can't win this match, there will always be another. Adjust your mindset and play well, brother. Go RBH." Her voice resonated through the ears of every spectator and reached the ears of every RBH team member. Xiaocheng, upon hearing her words, forced a smile and said, "All right, if we lose this game, we lose. Let's not let it affect the next one." After he spoke, a heavy silence fell over the atmosphere. Zixiao continued to search for ways to develop, while Xiaocheng's Tristana and the Ice Maiden, along with Jilin's Zaun, were left to share a wave of minions in the mid lane, with Jilin still idly waiting in base. Let's just surrender and not waste any more time. Zixiao clearly does not wish to play anymore, Jilin remarked as he initiated the surrender vote. However, apart from his solitary vote, no one else agreed or disagreed. Allowing the countdown for surrender to lapse, Jilin fell silent, returning to the fountain to assist in defending the mid lane. The dragon and jungle resources had all been lost. By the time the Blade Master reappeared in view, he had achieved 6 items and consumed an elixir of fury. The economic disparity in the jungle had exceeded 10,000. While RBH's ADC Tristana barely had 3 major items. Against such a Blade Master, they posed no threat whatsoever. Even the duo of Rek'Sai, Ornn, and Lysandra had only marginally surpassed 2 major items. Before the Baron could respawn, the opposing team was already advancing with overwhelming force, intent on concluding the match in one fell swoop. As the minions approached RBH's front tower, the Blade Master unleashed his ultimate, bolstered by Lulu's W and Gem Z. Alongside Karma's R and the Snowman's passive, charging into the tower with relentless ferocity. With no means of resistance, Jilin was swiftly cut down in 3 strikes. And Lysandra's ultimate control was instantly dispelled by Lulu's cauldron. Tristana barely managed to retreat to the fountain after expending her summoner spells, while the rest of the team perished. It was only then that Zixiao began his return home. With the enemy forces besieging the city, hope for a comeback had vanished. The opposing players were in excellent condition, and the super minions had already breached the defensive tower. They commenced demolishing the base. In the face of impending defeat, Xiaocheng sought to attempt a futile resistance, launching a rocket jump onto the opposing support's face, hoping to at least secure a kill. Yet, the moment he landed, he was immediately turned into a sheep, followed by a series of crowd controls. After merely casting an E ability and landing a few basic attacks, he fell swiftly, and the screen faded to a grayish hue. Suddenly, a spirit darted from a gap behind the Blade Master, flashing over his defenses. Zixiao pressed the ultimate skill, sealing Dust's absolute thought cut. After a brief pause, Yongyan advanced with a sweeping strike of his blade, the edge slicing through the spines of 3 adversaries like a dark red lightning bolt. Yongyan materialized behind the trio, and the second wave of phantoms whisked them away to Wen's rear. Yet 2 of them had already succumbed, transformed into lifeless, cold corpses, with their control abilities rendered ineffective. The remaining foes found themselves powerless against Zixiao's Yongyan. Turning back, Zixiao unleashed another Misty Jade strike, swiftly eliminating the last gem-wielding opponent, leaving only the Sword Saint and Karma in the fray. The 2 seemed disjointed. Karma, driven by an urgent desire to protect her allies, rushed forward, while the Sword Saint lingered at the location Zixiao had marked with his E ability, awaiting its duration to elapse. As Karma approached, she was met with the grim reality that her teammates had all perished. Turning to flee, she found herself ensnared by Zixiao's Blade of Ruin, which sapped her speed and extinguished any hope of escape. Struck by another misty jade strike and ignited by a burning effect, her fate was all but sealed. Zixiao once again utilized his E-skill to return to his original position, where the Sword Saint awaited him. Chapter 42. Failure is an indispensable path to success. Even though Zixiao had cultivated his strength for an extended period and seized the singular opportunity to slay 4 of his opponent's supports, achieving a quadruple kill, he remained unable to rival the well-nurtured prowess of the Sword Saint. However, Zixiao walked directly towards the fountain, then deliberately paused to feign the release of the 3rd segment of the swift jade slash, luring the Sword Saint into a trap. Instead, he directed the 3rd segment, imbued with displacement, into the fountain itself. Regardless of how well the Sword Saint had developed, he could not withstand the damage from the fountain. Although he managed to slay Zixiao, he too succumbed to the crimson waters of the enemy's fountain. Pin a kill. Ace. The announcer's voice echoed in the deserted summoner's rift, as Zixiao single-handedly annihilated his opponents. Yet, the super minions relentlessly dismantled their base, leaving no one to resist. The 5 figures on the screen, rendered in stark black and white, could only watch helplessly as the super minions obliterated their outer turret, followed by the Nexus Crystal. Defeat. Zixiao uttered those 2 words, his expression graver than ever. The crystal shattered, and the glaring words of failure loomed large. Silence enveloped the room. No one spoke, nor did anyone move. Save for the occasional sip of water, the stillness was uncanny. Hey, let's lift our spirits. Yu Mingman and Li Zimo approached. Brother, don't be too upset. Although I might not fully understand, everyone around seems to think you played excellently in that last wave, Li Zimo consoled. And Meng Xiaoqing, my brother can be stubborn at times. Don't take it too much to heart. Still, silence reigned. This was a challenge every newly formed team must confront, the blow dealt by their first defeat, especially against an opponent who had dominated them. I'm heading to the restroom, a boy from the mid lane announced before standing up and leaving his seat. Hey, can you all muster some spirit? It's just one loss. Let us win the next match, Yu Mingman exclaimed, frustration palpable in her voice. Is it really all of your faults if you didn't perform well? Isn't it natural for anyone to make mistakes? Let us play well next time. They may have bested us this round, but we'll turn the tables in the next. After her outburst, Yu Mingman realized her words had been somewhat extreme and quickly covered her mouth, casting an embarrassed glance at her companions. Humph. If someone doesn't want to contribute to Vision, they might as well pick Teemo and sit in the jungle. I can carry us myself, Jhin chuckled. Just kidding. I wonder who was the one who didn't even get 15 assists last match, Zixiao laughed. Seeing this, Meng Xiaoqing felt relieved. For the next match, let us stick with our familiar lineup and not overly target our opponents, otherwise, we'll be playing right into their hands. Shen nodded in agreement. Yes. Let us give it our all next time. That's the spirit. Yu Mingyan brightened up, waving her hand. Now, let us prepare well for the next match. With renewed determination and adjusted moods, they reflected on their strategies, realizing that this was likely their ultimate tactic. By anticipating the next strategies their opponents might employ, their chances of victory remained promising, as they still held a significant edge in skill. Jhin, how about a wager on who gets more kills this game? Zixiao proposed. You, a support, think you can compete with my jungler? How amusing. You're utterly ignorant, Jhin replied with a smile. Pathetic, Zixiao scoffed. When you go live, what will people say if they see you struggling? Both of you, stop bickering, or you'll end up being overwhelmed, Meng Xiaoqing chimed in. But with water prices so high these days, it won't be easy to get rid of you. Ha ha ha, you're still the best. While we merely steal ideas, you create them from scratch. The atmosphere lightened as they engaged in spirited conversation. The previously incoherent comments and messages began to buzz with excitement. Yasuo, brother. You're so handsome. Can I get a knock-up? Yon, call me father. Yasuo. What? Yon, father. Yasuo. Replies. Wow, what a ruthless betrayal. Lava beast? Just a rock that can knock you up. Stone man, don't call me. I fear my brother might misunderstand. This is Yon. Today in ranked matchmaking, I encountered a myriad of LJ Yon who made me weep. Zixiao truly brought Yon to life, especially his ultimate. It was simply magnificent. That's what I call a sword draw. Replies. Lilia. As a fellow new hero, I apologize. Brother, my ultimate is off cooldown. Can you come give me a knock-up? The false future looks promising, merely striving to redeem oneself while circling through the fandom's petty cash. The authentic future looks promising. The entire team exhibits skill and creativity. swiftly recovering from setbacks, embodying humility and victory and grace in defeat. Replies, no typos. I rate this poorly. The future can be deceiving. Everyone. Don't speak ill of it. It has performed admirably and has worked tremendously hard, simply steering clear of anything involving others. Zixiao's remarkable performance with Yongin has captured the attention of many. Achieving 5 kills under such circumstances, while undoubtedly influenced by luck, remains an impressive feat overall. Particularly noteworthy is the strategy employed. Utilizing Yongin as a support character allows for a sequence of engagements with the electrocute ability after every cooldown of the E skill, resulting in considerable damage output. Moreover, this champion's ability to tower dive is exceptionally effortless. It is likely that after witnessing this match, some may be inspired to experiment with support roles in ranked games, potentially leading to others' misfortunes. The RBH team and WALM team are currently tied at 1-1, with the decisive match set to commence in 10 minutes. Both teams are urged to prepare accordingly as the announcement echoes, signaling the players to get ready. Is the player still not back? Jhin suddenly inquired. It was then that they realized that the young man had been absent for quite some time. Let me check on him, Zixiao said, pulling out his phone to message the young man, only to discover that he had been removed from his contacts. Zixiao turned around again to call the boy, but the persistent notification indicated that the other party's phone was turned off. Could he possibly think the issue lay with himself and simply leave? Meng Xiaoqing speculated. At that moment, I was merely speaking out of frustration, Jhin said apologetically. The match was about to commence, and there was no time to search for him. Yu Ming Man, you take the mid lane, Zixiao instructed. Huh, me? Yu Ming Man was somewhat taken aback, pointing at herself. Chapter 43, A Call to Duty. But I can only play at the platinum level. My highest recorded rank is merely platinum, Yu Ming Man protested. What does that matter? Some professional players sometimes only rank at iron, silver, or diamond. Yet they still dominate the professional arena, Zixiao remarked. The peculiar mechanics of League of Legends. There was a certain professional player who once achieved 10 consecutive victories in placement matches only to end up at iron. That is quite something. Just play Lux, Jhin suggested. Lux is undoubtedly Yu Mingman's strongest champion, ensuring she 1T suffers significant losses in lane. Zixiao nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, after these 2 matches, I believe the adversary's bottom lane presents a critical vulnerability. We should focus our efforts there. Throughout these 2 matches, the opposing bottom lane has been thoroughly suppressed. Although they selected a rather formidable combination in the first match, they still fell short. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that both players in the opposing bottom lane made conspicuous errors during both laning and team fights. Then let us select some strong bottom lane compositions, Meng Xiaoqing suggested. As long as we do not fall prey to their jungle strategies and maintain control over the resources, victory is assured. Zixiao glanced at Jhin, recalling that during their first match, one player had suffered an economic deficit of nearly 15,000. Just watch. I shall reclaim that in this match, Jhin scoffed. Make sure you all perform admirably, especially you, brother. If you can't secure a win this time, I will certainly inform our parents, and they shall break your legs. Li Zimo pointed an accusing finger at Zixiao. Fear not. I have self-proclaimed myself as the #1 player in the national server, he replied confidently. As the decisive match's bandpick phase commenced, RBH found themselves on the blue side, while WALM took the red side. The initial bans from both teams showed little variation. However, WALM made a bold move by securing the champion Zaun, who had previously performed exceptionally well under Zixiao's command. RBH, adhering to their original strategy, selected their heroes accordingly. Ultimately, their composition solidified into Ornn for the top lane, Lux for mid, Graves for jungle, and a bot lane duo of Caitlyn and Blitzcrank. This arrangement boasted significant ranged poke capability and extended reach, albeit with a weaker early game. The choice of Blitzcrank was due to the formidable advantages that Zixiao and Meng Xiaoqing could establish during the landing phase. On the WLM side, they appeared to have concocted something unusual, bringing back the seldom-seen top lane Malphite, mid lane Yasuo, and jungle Zaun, complemented by a bottom lane duo of Ashe and Nami, clearly indicating a utility-based strategy. With their composition solidified, WALM aimed to dominate the mid, top, and jungle, as the synergy of their ultimates could prove overwhelmingly powerful when combined. As the game commenced, the atmosphere was remarkably tranquil, with neither side daring to invade the jungle, both opting for a standard opening. WLM concentrated their efforts on the top and mid lanes, while RBH focused on the bottom lane. Nonetheless, prior to the 6th level mark, the opposing top and mid lanes found it challenging to execute their plans due to a lack of crowd control, making it difficult to secure kills. In the top lane, the matchup featured Malphite versus Ornn, offering no compelling action, as both players were solely focused on farming. Neither could secure a kill, and even a visiting jungler would struggle to turn the tide. The mid lane also offered little in terms of kills, following the subtle alterations to Yasuo's wind wall. It became impossible to block abilities at the moment of deployment. Consequently, Yume Man retained her Q ability, allowing her to evade any attacks from Yasuo, especially with her W shield as an additional safeguard. Furthermore, the opposing jungler, Zaun, despite having a lengthy ultimate, would encounter no significant issues if vision was well managed, as Yasuo would inevitably push the minion wave. In the early game, Zaun's damage output was exceptionally low, making jungle invasions a perilous endeavor, with only Jhin daring to approach with his shotgun. The primary focus during the early game lay with the bottom lane, where the combination of Caitlyn and Blitzcrank proved formidable. Any support with forced displacement capabilities could be incredibly effective, should the support manage to displace an opponent into Caitlyn's traps. Securing a kill would be remarkably straightforward. As for the support, it was Zixiao, the seasoned player who could hear his champion's voice. Transform, and let us commence. The robotic voice of Blitzcrank resonated in Zixiao's ears. Come now. Without skins, you're merely a heap of scrap metal. Optimus Prime is far more dashing and can steal skins at will, not to mention his superior combat abilities, Zixiao retorted. As a fellow human. Certain characters are wealthier than you, some are more handsome, and others are taller, while I possess a brain capable of computation. What do you have? Blitzcrank countered, playfully mocking Zixiao. Damn it, your words make me feel like I am merely an accessory in this world, Zixiao lamented. Is your brain running low on fuel? I wager all 140 of you champions attended Zaun Academy in your youth, Zixiao exclaimed, nearly infuriated enough to silence Blitzcrank's voice. Zixiao pondered for a moment but ultimately decided against it. Very well. I shall pose a question on behalf of the vast community of League of Legends players. Why is it that, as a robot, you can still be blinded by Teemo? He continued, when Teemo shoots at others, he targets their eyes, yet when he targets me, he aims at my chip. That is quite sophisticated, he remarked. Furthermore, why does the icon for your Q ability depict a left hand reaching out, while in reality, you grasp with your right? Zixiao inquired again. The left hand was chosen for the icon, thus I am left with no choice but to use my right hand to grasp, the robot clarified. Well, your right hand certainly proves to be quite capable, Zixiao concluded. Zixiao could distinctly sense that the robot was attempting to deceive him. Yet there was no time to entertain its antics as the match had already commenced. What, then, constitutes the quintessential element of a robot in an online setting? It is the absence of hooks. This ensures that the opponent remains perpetually anxious about being struck, should one indeed employ a hook and fail to connect. The adversary is afforded ample time to safely farm, during which the robot merely serves as a distant pawn. Moreover, in the early game, deploying 3 Q abilities would deplete the robot's mana entirely. Thus, Zixiao positioned himself in the midst of the minion wave, daring his opponent to approach for last hits. He feigned the intention to hook, unless he was absolutely certain of a successful connection. Otherwise, he would merely perform a little dance in place, tormenting the opponent's mentality. Meng Xiaoqing's Caitlyn boasted considerable range, compelling the opponent to be exceedingly cautious with their last hits. In fact, Meng Xiaoqing deliberately laid traps to restrict the opponent's movement, turning the simple act of last hitting into a drawn-out ordeal. Chapter 44, Mechanical Talents. Meanwhile, the opposing Ashe and Nami displayed no inclination towards aggression or harassment. After all, Ashe and Nami struggled to secure kills in the early game, typically relegated to utility roles post-level 6, with Nami providing healing across the map, while Ashe delivers arrows and utilizes her E-skill for vision. However, the timidity of these two players was quite remarkable. At times, Zixiao managed to push them out of the experience zone. Initially, Nami's capabilities on the lane were commendable. If one employed Q and W judiciously, they could gain a significant advantage in trades. When Nami first emerged, she was accompanied by a comet, which could trigger Wisdom Star, thereby depleting the opponent's health, while simultaneously restoring her own through the passive effect of her Q skill, followed by a W to heal her allies, a truly impressive volume of healing. After exhausting her resources, a swifty skill could silence her opponents, rendering them immobile, particularly as it was a swift cast with no opportunity for evasion. Yet, this strategy proved utterly ineffective against Zixiao. As the opposing Nami would soon realize that her champion lacked a reliable Q, her attempts often went awry. Each time the opposing Nami sought an opening to Q Zixiao, he either stepped back to evade or executed a sliding maneuver forward, leaving her to question whether Zixiao had activated some form of hidden skill, for he seemed to anticipate her movements before she could even unleash her Q ability. Zixiao could hardly be bothered to pay him any heed. With your projectile's flight speed, coupled with my understanding of the healer, I am acutely aware of when you will unleash your Q and precisely where you intend to aim it. This back and forth may seem trivial. However, although Zixiao and Meng Xiaoqing do not significantly deplete the healer's health, as soon as Ash dares to approach and farm, Meng Xiaoqing's Caitlyn will seize the opportunity to land a few shots, perhaps even achieving a critical hit with a well-placed Q ability. In an effort to protect her AD's health, the healer is left with no choice but to go without sustenance, exacerbating the already unimpressive state of her chest. At this juncture, her health could easily lead to her demise. Zixiao remarked, noting that his choice of runes diverged from that of other champions. He opted for Electrocute, leaving his teammates to momentarily ponder whether he had forgotten to switch runes, as this choice seemed unnecessary for this particular match. The explanation provided by Zixiao is as follows. The hero known as the robot possesses merely a hook and a silencing ultimate ability. If one employs both the jump and the ultimate, during that interval, one essentially becomes a walking super minion, and quite fragile at that. Rather than this, it would be more advantageous to equip a Liandry's Anguish and build ability power items. Thus, in team battles, if fortune favors, one could dispatch the enemy's squishy champions instantaneously, or at the very least, incapacitate them. Even in the absence of such fortune, acquiring ability power items guarantees cooldown reduction, leading to significantly quicker cooldowns for both the mechanical claw and the ultimate in the later stages of the game, providing further opportunities for advantageous plays. Therefore, despite the opposing champion's Ash and the healer possessing half of their health, along with healing abilities at their disposal, Zixiao perceives these two ladies as mere moving targets worth 600 gold. A wave of minions accompanied by a cannon minion, though currently stalled at the enemy's turret, presents a viable opportunity. Zixiao deliberately stepped back a few paces, enticing the opposing frost archer with the allure of the cannon minion. After all, the temptation of a cannon minion for an ADC is immeasurable. Given the chance, she would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to secure it. Indeed, upon noticing the cannon minion's low health, the frost archer advanced, intending to use her W skill to finish it off. In a seamless line of three, Zixiao emerged from the brush, executing a flash hook that traversed the gap between the enemy ranks and snagged the hem of the frost archer's skirt. Although the opposing healer reacted swiftly by casting her E skill, Zixiao had already prepared his E in advance. As soon as the frost archer was pulled in, she was knocked up, and then Caitlyn followed with a trap. Zixiao stepped out of the silence zone, ignited the enemy, and with Meng Xiaoqing's damage, the frost archer succumbed before she could even use her summoner spells. The first blood was attributed to Zixiao's ignite, and he offered a casual explanation for his final shot, leaving others to wonder about his motives. With the first blood secured, the atmosphere became significantly more animated. How about that hook? It was like taking the enemy's head amidst a sea of soldiers, Zixiao exclaimed proudly. Did you buy that? Retorted Jhin, noting how the two enemy minions had deliberately positioned themselves apart to expose the frost archer. I bought an eggplant. Those minions would be eager to die early and return home for a meal, Zixiao replied, insisting he was not deceiving anyone, as the minions indeed thought that way. If I can secure a few more kills, I can establish a considerable advantage early on. With this wave, I can return home and directly purchase a storm blade and boots. Meng Xiaoqing remarked. This was precisely the scenario every Caitlyn player relished, returning home with a storm blade on the first trip and an infinity edge looming on the second. Then I shall purchase 2 tank items, Zixiao declared, promptly acquiring a burning gem and a killing ring. You call the killing ring a tank item? Jhin glanced over, inquiring. What's wrong with that? Using it with potions increases health regeneration, doesn't it count as a tank item? I see you're just coveting the little bit of ability power it provides. How shameless, Jhin responded. TCH, if I could kill you. My killing ring would be stacked to the max by now, Zixiao scoffed, disregarding the banter as the two seemed to thrive on their verbal sparring. You may man. I'm heading to mid lane for support. See if you can bait out a wind wall, Jhin suggested. The mid lane minion wave had been consistently suppressed, with several instances of the wave being pushed to the tower, leaving Yu Mingman trailing behind in last hits. As a caring boyfriend, Jhin could not bear to see his girlfriend struggle and naturally aimed to assist. After confirming that Yasuo's brother was not nearby, Jhin stealthily maneuvered into the gap between F6's right side and the thin wall in mid lane, a blind spot for vision. Unless the opposing Yasuo ventured this way, he would remain unseen. Noticing Jhin was ready, Yu Mingman boldly advanced to land a basic attack, aiming to break Yasuo's shield. Realizing the impending danger, Yasuo quickly retreated. Observing his retreat, Yu Mingman unleashed a light point, prompting Yasuo to prudently expend his wind wall. Let us go. I relish hitting moving targets, Jhin exclaimed, controlling Graves as he burst forth from the nearby brush, tossing a smoke grenade directly at Yasuo's face. With the wind wall down and no minions nearby, Yasuo had no choice but to use his flash. However, having pushed the lane too deep, he found no safe haven to escape to. Jhin, maneuvering Graves, executed a basic attack followed by a slide to continue pursuing Yasuo. Although Jhin had yet to reach level 6 and lacked his ultimate, he had the assistance of Lux's ultimate for the finishing blow. Realizing his predicament, Yasuo cried out, "Brother, save me." Chapter 45. Did not expect this. A brother is like a father, always ready to respond. Yongin suddenly emerged from the left brush of mid lane, making a beeline for Jhin, who was baffled as Yongin somehow managed to reach level 6 before Graves. Observing this, Jhin turned to flee, but the brother duo had no intention of letting them escape. The opposing team seemed to have conjured a gust of wind, aiming to sweep Jhin off his feet. Jhin had no choice but to use his recently cooled down quick draw to evade the incoming attack. However, Yongin feigned AQ while actually using a QE combo to close the gap, positioning himself behind Jhin and his companions in a straight line to unleash their ultimates. The blade slashed through, and to Jhin's dismay, Yu Mingman, who had initially approached to provide him with a W shield, was also swept into the fray, resulting in both being knocked up. Sealing Dust, Absolute Oblivion Slash, Gale's Absolute Silence Slash. The ultimates of the brother duo fell in succession, combined with the damage from Steel Cutting Flash and Misty Blade, leading to the demise of both Jhin's Graves and Yu Mingman's Lux, each yielding a kill for the brothers. News of the mid lane success reached Zixiao's ears before he could even berate Jhin, as the chat began to buzz. How could a Graves fail to outfarm Yongin? The disparities between individuals cannot be generalized. ZK once, in a fit of rage, slid into an opponent's combo and was instantly eliminated. A joint effort in the jungle resulted in 1 death and 1 kill. Goodness, this wave has turned my stomach into a rice cooker. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Chun Shun, who had been developing against the opposing rock golem, began to sense something amiss. Chin's Ornn had reached level 8 some time ago, while the rock golem remained at level 7. Yeoman must have come to the top lane for some experience and hid in the brush. I didn't TC him. My apologies, Chun Shun remarked. That little rascal is playing quite sneaky, Jhin grumbled as he resurrected at the fountain, vowing to take down the enemy's head shortly. In this life, one must recognize oneself. The only thing you share with Graves is your gender. Playing with wordplay, you're just a bit less competent than him. I'll arrange for you to take on a weaker jungle role next, Zixiao teased. Haha, you seem to be leaking oil, even Blitzcrank chimed in. Although Jhin yearned to retort, he found himself momentarily at a loss for a counterpoint and continued to farm and control the dragon. Fortunately, the advantage in the bottom lane allowed Jhin to easily secure the dragon. The Rift Herald was merely a bonus. They continued to farm peacefully until the opposing team finished their first Rift Herald and made their way to the bottom lane to deploy it. It appeared the enemies aimed to forcefully dismantle the bottom tower to relieve pressure on Ashe and the healer, while also claiming some tower gold by taking down the first blood tower. Yongin dropped the Rift Herald amidst the minion wave and, alongside the two in the bottom lane, hastily cleared the minions, intending to push the wave forward and let the Rift Herald charge the tower. Zixiao and Ming Xiaoqing hurried back to the tower, as Jhin and Yu Mingman were already on their way, unwilling to relinquish the first tower. The trio, accompanied by the Rift Herald, pressed forward to the tower, with minions leading the charge. The Rift Herald was poised to strike, preparing to slam down multiple times. What are you doing here? Zixiao's robot advanced directly, while the opposition hesitated, obstructed by the minions. Unexpectedly, Zixiao lunged forward, activating his rocket belt and unleashing his ultimate to obliterate the minions. A mechanical claw shot forth, grazing the minion corpses and ensnaring the opposing healer. Simultaneously, Shun Shen's teleport illuminated the vision Zixiao had planted earlier in the brush near the enemy tower. Meanwhile, Jhin and Yu Mingman had arrived at the river. The healer, caught beneath the tower, was swiftly eliminated, leaving the remaining two with scant opportunity to escape their demise. The newly teleported tank could only retreat, while the opposing Yasuo, witnessing the turn of events, refrained from engaging. The enemy had not anticipated Zixiao's choice to purchase a rocket belt as his first item, which perfectly complemented his ultimate, allowing him to annihilate an entire wave of minions and subsequently pull the enemy back under the tower, resulting in a kill alongside their own AD carry. No way. No way. Could someone genuinely believe that my acquisition of a burning gemstone was intended for the Knight's Vow? Zixiao was overjoyed. This was a strategy he frequently employed in bronze matches, and to his surprise, it had deceived the opponents in a net CAF league as well. Indeed, it was akin to facing a Xerath, where after dodging his skills, one attempts to retaliate, only to be obliterated by his critical hits, realizing too late that he was equipped with items like the Electric Knife and Infinity Edge. Of course, Xerath players generally follow this build. Who else would cast their skills seriously? Aren't they merely tools to confound the adversary? As long as I possess skills, you must maneuver, allowing me to continuously auto-attack you with Electric Knife and Infinity Edge. Ah, blissful indeed. A double kill. My kill counter has reached 5 stacks. Zixiao remarked with a smile, contemplating whether to buy Leden's Echo or invest in a killing book upon returning home. Zixiao, while you performed excellently in that skirmish, shouldn't you allow the AD carry a few kills? For instance, the healer and the Frost Archer were both certain to perish, Yu Mingman observed. Leave him be. He's just being overly ambitious. Meng Xiaoqing is her girlfriend, and if he doesn't see some gold now, he might find himself impoverished later. Jhin seized the opportunity to counter. No need. I am already extraordinarily well fed, and I trust Zixiao will play a crucial role in team fights, Meng Xiaoqing asserted, gazing steadfastly at Zixiao and nodding emphatically. Of course, I am the unrivaled master of claw machines. Whomever I grab is doomed, Zixiao exclaimed, feeling a rush of warmth to his face as he spoke confidently. As I previously mentioned, one cannot generalize the physicality of individuals. Zixiao witnessed Sky's ill-timed slide that led to his own demise. Although Zixiao cannot perform a slide himself, he promptly purchased an item that enables such a maneuver, demonstrating how to execute a slide to eliminate the opponent. Is this the disparity between me and the elite? The robot, indeed, possesses considerable AP damage. Acquiring Leden's Echo along with the push-and-pull stick can effortlessly eliminate a squishy target. But why should we discuss an AP item for a support champion? One might wonder why a hero like Pyke is played as a support. As long as he can eliminate enemies, my ADC remains the safest with conviction. The attention of the audience shifts rapidly, and opinions on whether a robot can utilize AP items will undoubtedly vary. Regardless, building AP in this match is undoubtedly sound. Apart from the tank, the rest of the opposing team is vulnerable, and if I ensnare a squishy target, I can secure the kill without needing my teammates. Following the skirmish in the bottom lane, Wom's attempts to steal a victory resulted in a loss, leading to the collapse of their first tower. Chapter 46. The Claw Machine, grabbing the healer dragon. Hoo. After Zixiao once again landed a precise hook on the healer while attempting to ward without vision, the audience's minds echoed with this song and the classic scene. I am here to provide vision. There are no enemy wards around. I feel secure. I've been hooked. I'm taking off. I've been eliminated. What can I do? With a 20-stack killing book, push-and-pull stick, and Leden's Echo, this equipment surpasses even Yu Mingman's. Zixiao expressed that robots are indeed impressive, although there exists a computer within his mind whose purpose remains unknown. The ability to monitor the opponent's position in real time is simply remarkable. During the Rift Herald skirmish, RBH, confident in their advantage, launched an immediate assault, while Zixiao remained concealed from the enemy's sight, patiently awaiting the moment when an unsuspecting target would fall prey to his grasp. With the ADC well-equipped and the Herald being taken down swiftly, RBH would secure it if the opposing team failed to intervene. Ornn stood guard outside the dragon pit, preventing the enemy's stone creature from entering the fray. As long as the creature was unable to reach the factory, a preemptive strike could be executed. Although the initiation tactics of the other teammates were rather lackluster, as anticipated, the enemy failed to find a suitable opportunity, allowing the Rift Herald to be claimed without incident. Jhin prepared to collect the Herald's Eye and make his escape. "Watch out for the stone's ultimate," Shin exclaimed, but it was too late. The stone creature unleashed its flash ultimate, colliding with the Herald's Eye and launching Meng Xiaoqing, who was attempting to retreat to the left. Disaster struck, with the stone creature's ultimate followed by Yasuo's and Yon's ultimates. A series of devastating damage coupled with crowd control resulted in Meng Xiaoqing and Jhin meeting their demise mid-air, leaving them no chance for response. Although Yu Mingnan dealt significant damage with Lux's ultimate and Qinshin's sheep, the opposing team remained above half health, with the healer's ultimate still at their disposal, ready to restore their vitality. Meng Xiaoqing's bounty was claimed by Yasuo, and the enemy team of 5 showed no intention of sparing the remaining 3 members of our beach. In a familiar turn of events, they pursued the trio all the way to the blue side's first tower, surrounding them. The healer and Yon stationed themselves at the blue side's first tower near the blue buff bush, with Yon's E-skill allowing them to withstand considerable tower damage. The stone creature had already sustained significant damage, ensuring that Yon would be the one tanking the tower hits. "I'll snatch you away." Zixiao seized the moment, feigning an advance to hook the stone creature, only to execute a reverse flash, casting his hook towards the tri-brush. For a brief moment, the enemy healer believed herself to be a magnet, certain that she would inevitably be caught by the robot's hook. The robot's right arm shot forth, reaching into the brush, and upon returning, it grasped the solitary healer. Once again, disaster struck, as the healer neared death. "Let's move," Zixiao commanded. The 3 immediately began their flight towards the second tower, prompting the enemy to pursue. Ash launched her ultimate, the magical crystal arrow, at an exceedingly acute angle aimed at the trio, guaranteed to strike either Yu Mingnan or Qinshin. To protect Yu Mingnan, Qinshin stepped forward to intercept the arrow. But having just used his W, he was unable to evade control and was immobilized in place. "How do you still have an ultimate after that team fight?" Zixiao remarked in disbelief, then turned to predictively hook Yon, who had jumped in with his E-skill, forcing him to use his second E to return to his original position. The rest of the enemy team followed suit, but fortunately, Qinshin's Ornn was facing a group of opponents who were nearly ineffectual. He absorbed their damage and retreated back to the safety of the tower. Seeing that further kills were unattainable, the enemy team begrudgingly withdrew. Zixiao was rather displeased, exclaiming, "Hey, why are you all running away? Don't leave, come back and play." He hastily pursued them. Thanks to the robot's prompts, Zixiao was acutely aware of his opponent's every move. For instance, the enemy's golem was retreating to base from the brush near the river, while the enemy's frost archer was returning from the bush in front of the Rift Herald. Meanwhile, Yon and Yasuo were attempting to sneak away with his blue buff. What was going on? Why weren't they returning to base alongside their top laner? With a burst of speed from his W ability, Zixiao maneuvered through the narrow path between the blue buff and mid lane, positioning his mouse pointer just above a small patch of grass in the river. He cast his hook, and indeed, the enemy frost archer attempted to flee toward his teammates in the top and jungle lanes, only to be ensnared by the hook and swiftly eliminated by Zixiao's combo, activating the electrocute for a quick kill. On the other side, Yasuo and Yon were immediately displeased upon witnessing their AD carry sudden demise as his teammates. They felt a profound sense of embarrassment. Thus, the two plotted to encircle Zixiao. However, he remained undeterred, sprinting towards his own mid-lane turret. Confident in the protection it offered, the two adversaries could only gaze longingly at the tower in frustration. "You truly dare to approach me." Zixiao had initially intended to return to base from the first turret, but suddenly spotted Yasuo and Yon emerging from the shadows on his left, preparing to seize the mid-lane minion wave before him. Zixiao directly employed the mechanical claw he had just calibrated. However, Yasuo still possessed his wind wall, which effortlessly deflected the hook. "Oh, my temper," Zixiao exclaimed, observing that Yasuo had exhausted his wind wall and was still lingering there. He boldly approached and executed a decisive knockup. The opposing team likely did not anticipate that a skill-less robot would dare to act so brazenly. Thus, Three Blades swiftly turned back to strike Zixiao. No, he exclaimed, hastily retreating. The two adversaries had initially intended to tower dive, but Zixiao's ultimate ability promptly dissuaded them. Little did they know, his ultimate had a cooldown of merely over 20 seconds. Zixiao remarked, feeling a swell of pride, as at that moment, Yasuo's head had already been targeted by a laser. Zixiao persistently harassed them, preventing their escape, all in an effort to delay until Meng Xiaoqing approached the range of the female officer's ultimate ability. Coincidentally, Zixiao had just eliminated Han Bing without utilizing his own ultimate, and now he unleashed it, reducing both opponents to a sliver of health, having previously deceived them with a well-timed wind wall. Now, the moment has come to test the bond between the two brothers. Both Yongin and Yasuo are vulnerable, with their health diminished to the point where a single shot from the female officer's ultimate could claim their lives. Brother, I regret having accidentally taken your life before. Allow me this time to shield you from this fatal blow. Oh, my foolish brother. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father, by all accounts. I have been your guardian for several generations. Thus, permit me to take this shot in your stead. Zixiao, with deep emotion, harmonized beside them, yet ultimately, the unyielding Yongin intercepted the shot without any bounty. Brothers, I weep. How about you? Chapter 47, The Terrifying Game. Tears, tears, tears. Rem, in front of me, is my brother. Let us embrace, and if tears flow, let them fall. The barrage of comments is utterly theatrical. I anticipate that tomorrow, both the video and animated GIF will be produced. Yet, this is not the end. After Yong-un was sniped by the female marksman, Zixiao's W and Q skills were once again at his disposal. He activated W for acceleration and pursued, intent on vanquishing Yasuo. Fortunately, Yasuo was shielded by minions. And by the time Zixiao emerged from the throng, Yasuo had already retreated to safety. Alas, should he fail to eliminate Yasuo, it would be a tremendous loss. Not only financially, but also in terms of entertainment value, Zixiao lamented. However, following this skirmish, the advantage for RBH in the bottom lane became glaringly apparent. Due to their composition, as long as Qin and the female marksmen were present, victory in team fights would be exceedingly difficult to achieve for the opposition. Their only hope lay in the explosive potential of the ultimate abilities from their top, mid, and jungle trio. Failing to hit 3 or more opponents simultaneously would render their chances of a comeback nearly non-existent. Turning our gaze back to Zixiao, an urge to emblazon the word invincible upon his visage began to emerge. Once the large hat materialized, his equipment surpassed that of his own mid-lane Lux considerably, boasting a 25-stack kill book that promised death to any who opposed him. Moreover, fortune favored them as the match featured the Wind Dragon Soul. With reduced cooldowns on his ultimate combined with the buff from the dragon, his joy was uncontainable, achieving an ultimate every 10 seconds. He would snatch an opponent, unleash a full combo, and mere moments later, he would be ready to engage again. The unfortunate ADC on the opposing team, despite her cautiousness, fell prey to Zixiao's relentless pursuit. For instance, during a moment when WLM gathered at the top lane to defend their tower, the Baron Pit lacked vision. Ashe waited for her teammates to clear the path before proceeding, only to find herself ensnared by a hook emerging from the Baron Pit. In a frantic attempt, Ashe hammered the flash key, nearly breaking her keyboard, yet silence and a swift strike rendered her lifeless. No amount of mercury could save her, if she had the prowess. She should have demonstrated some magic resistance. Driven to desperation, the opposing Ashe resorted to the Blade of the Ruined King combined with the Wisdom's End, completing her 3-item build within 30 minutes. In team fights, these items epitomize the phrase, sheer resilience. As the team fight erupted, Ornn was eager to thrust his hammer into Ashe's mouth, while Ashe's basic attacks barely scratched the surface, insufficient to surpass Ornn's armor. Even in the chaos of battle, she could not escape the inevitable hook that led to her swift demise. I may not eliminate you alone, but I have teammates, I thought. Your equipment lacks damage. Yet should your allies perish, I can surround you and dispatch you with my ultimate. Look, Ashe is about to claim their red buff. Having just finished off Huang Tao, she believed she could safely return to lane to farm. Yet, a hook from the brush ensnared her, and combined with Ignite, she was obliterated. Thank you for your red buff. Nearby, her team could not catch up. The accelerated robot, with W activated, experienced a cooldown so rapid that by the time the first W ended, the second was ready to be unleashed, propelling him forward with great speed. Consequently, Ashe now trembled at the sight of walls, fearing shadows lurking everywhere. She dared not venture into areas with her own wards, uncertain from which corner an iron claw might emerge to ensnare her and deliver her demise. Zixiao was undoubtedly reveling in the moment, possessing a myriad of strategies to evade all forms of observation, ultimately finding a concealed position to await the opportune moment to eliminate Ice. Upon my arrival, it became apparent that Ice was hardly worth the effort. She was unable to secure any kills and was repeatedly slain by Zixiao. Instead of pursuing her, it would have been far more prudent to focus on farming minions. What on earth was Ice doing? Why was she attempting to shoot him with arrows? She ought to have approached him with her bow to strike. Engaging him directly would undoubtedly yield greater damage than her arrows could inflict. Ice's mental state must have been unraveling, as her teammates were nearby, yet she continually succumbed to inexplicable deaths. Was the robot truly employing some sort of advanced intelligence? How could it consistently anticipate the locations of their vision and the position of the opposing ADC? Were the designers at Riot Games even aware of this? Here we were again, witnessing the spectacle that the audience relished. Under RBH's substantial advantage, a wave of aggression from their mid-jungle kill squad had made every effort, with the rock golem entering the fray and knocking two opponents airborne. Glancing back, they saw their own Yasuo's lifeless body being trampled by the robot, while Graves relentlessly pursued Yone across the jungle. Meanwhile, the remaining ADC, clinging to the healer, was retreating to the fountain in tears, while a pitiful rock golem was brutally beaten to death. This relentless assault led to a swift victory for RBH, with Zixiao's robot achieving an astonishing output of 50,000 damage, a significant portion of which was likely inflicted upon Ice. Such moments can be frustrating. The opposing robot was merely sufficient, exhibiting remarkable accuracy in its hooks, leading to inevitable demise once ensnared. What could one do? Simply lie idle at the fountain? As the match concluded, WLM was left astonished that their meticulously crafted strategy had been dismantled by a mere mage-boosted robot. Thus, they advanced smoothly into the quarterfinals, with the next challenge being the semifinals. However, a serious issue loomed over RBH. Yu Mingman was still the coach, and they were still lacking a mid-laner, as the previous player had departed, and Zixiao was unreachable. Results from other regions began to emerge, confirming Yu Mingman's predictions. Both EN and QC teams had qualified, along with a newly emerged team, too. While facing lesser opponents was manageable, the prospect of confronting formidable adversaries in this mid-centric meta posed a considerable challenge. And it seemed that Yu Mingman might not be able to shoulder this responsibility. The crux of the matter was that the competition had already commenced. Unless they located that player, finding a new member was out of the question, leaving them with no choice but to consider role swaps. All right. I shall attempt to reach out to him tonight. If I manage to make contact, it will be splendid. If not, we shall reassess the situation tomorrow, Zixiao declared. Indeed, then I shall hasten to play a few ranked matches this evening, Yu Mingman responded, subsequently departing after gathering intelligence on their upcoming opponents. I too returned home. Recalling that you had said after the matches, it was back to work. Shin donned his backpack and exited as well. Jhin naturally accompanied Yu Mingman for duo queues. Although he typically performed exceptionally well, today his display was somewhat lacking, perhaps due to nerves. Nonetheless, overall, they emerged victorious, with 2 games in which he excelled, warranting some rewards this evening. Meng Xiaocheng clapped his hands and, before Zixiao could react, swiftly planted a kiss on his cheek before rising to leave. By the time Zixiao processed the moment, Meng Xiaocheng had already reached the door, glancing back with a smile before turning away. Zixiao was immediately filled with a sense of bliss. Wow, it feels as though the path ahead is illuminated. Chapter 48. Love truly exists in electronic sports. After indulging in a gaming session in the VIP room of the Star River Internet CAF, Zixiao finally decided to head home. Li Zimo had called to inform him that she was spending time at her house with Meng Xiaocheng, which emboldened Zixiao to stay up late without a care. Esports lack both physicality and romance. He cracked open a new can of ice-cold cola, relishing the sound of it as he drank. The absence of cola in his nocturnal escapades would surely diminish the enjoyment. Nevertheless, feeling elated today was a perfectly natural occurrence, especially since there were no competitions scheduled for tomorrow. The next match would be a draw for the semifinals. A loss would place them in the top 4, while a victory would secure a place in the top 3. Zixiao strolled leisurely towards home, the evening city radiating an exquisite beauty. The stars tonight appeared to have emerged from their shrouded veil, and upon reflection, it seemed an eternity had passed since he last beheld the celestial tapestry. It was time to retire for the night. Zixiao opened the door to his home and, in a casual manner, washed up briefly before climbing into bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. In the dead of night, he seemed to hear the faint sound of the door creaking open, accompanied by a distinctive fragrance wafting through the air. As he groggily opened his eyes, illuminated by the soft, diffused moonlight streaming through the window, he beheld Meng Xiaocheng seated at the edge of his bed, clad in a delicate, sheer nightgown, gazing intently at him. Meng Xiaocheng. Zixiao abruptly sat up in bed, astonished. Where did you come from? Meng Xiaocheng chuckled softly, casually jingling the keys in her hand. Zimo gave me the keys. She's already fallen asleep at my place. Oh, then why are you here so late? Zixiao inquired, now fully alert. Imagine awakening to find a girl you deeply admire, clad in alluring pajamas, seated gracefully beside you. How could one remain dazed in such a scenario? Well, Meng Xiaoqing breathed, leaning in closer, her voice dripping with temptation. I promised Zimo I would punish you today. However, you've performed admirably, so I shall reward you instead. It's quite a dilemma. What punishment? What reward? Zixiao, a typical introverted gamer, was utterly bewildered by her words. Let us begin with the punishment for the first half of the night, and then the reward for the latter half, Meng Xiaoqing proposed, settling herself beside him. Wait, what? Is it good or bad for a girl to be so proactive? If it's a matter of complementing each other as strengths, then there's no issue. A homebody like Zixiao, whose mind was consumed with video games, would certainly lack thoughts in this regard. He definitely needed an assertive partner. Meng Xiaoqing played such a role, and while there may have been other reasons, who would willingly engage in such antics without genuine affection? Of course. Aside from the two involved, no one knew what transpired that night. The following day, both appeared rather disheveled during training, often dozing off mid-game. Fortunately, the semifinals were 3 days away, allowing their teammates to suggest they rest in the lounge. How could they be so exhausted? Shin remarked, the training seems excessively grueling. I believe daytime practice would be more beneficial. Ah, you lack romantic insight. They are training in other ways. Being this tired is quite normal, Jhin teased. Casting a sidelong glance at Yu Mingman. What? Is it regarding tactics? I can handle that, Yu Mingman responded. I'll take some time during training to prepare information on the teams we will face. That's fine. If we want to win, it should be effortless. Don't overexert yourself. You're still quite young and should enjoy life, Jhin advised. What's the matter? As long as we can win, anything goes, Yu Mingyan declared, suddenly hopping onto Jhin's lap and snuggling into his embrace. Jhin's face turned crimson, despite having grown up together and even sharing beds as childhood friends. He still felt flustered. In the lounge, Shin was utterly perplexed. Why is it that aside from the top laner, everyone else in the team is a couple? Let us set Shin up with a mid-lane card and a jungle Evelyn, using the Tango Soul skin. For the bot lane, let us go with a full Xayah and Rockin' combo. Finally, give Shin a Kog'Maw to show our respect, someone suggested. Kog'Maw, though I am not human. You are all truly dogs. In the afternoon, Zixiao and Meng Xiaoqing ventured out for a leisurely stroll. Today is a pleasantly overcast day. By the way, this is my first time going out with a boy, Meng Xiaoqing remarked, sticking out her tongue playfully. Dressed in a simple yet elegant shirt and shorts, topped with a white hat, she radiated a serene beauty. Indeed, true beauty is defined by one's attire. Walking side by side, they exuded a refreshing charm, embodying the essence of youthful romance that many yearn for. After spending the afternoon together, they found a small pavilion in the park to rest. A gentle breeze swept across the lake, creating ripples on the water's surface, and in the distance, the sunset painted a breathtaking scene. We must secure the championship this time. That way, we can qualify for the provincial league and have a shot at the secondary league, Meng Xiaoqing expressed. But by then, I might consider switching ADCs. Why would you? You play exceptionally well. It's hard to find any faults in your performance, Zixiao replied, confused as to why she would suggest such a thing. Meng Xiaoqing stood up and walked to the lake's edge, turning her back to the water and sunset. Gazing at Zixiao with a smile. Consistent performance doesn't guarantee a championship. Such players merely embellish a team's success. One must know how to rise from adversity. Slow and steady wins the race. Winning the championship isn't something easily attained. We will improve along the way, Zixiao stated. No, Meng Xiaoqing shook her head. Don't worry, I'll help you Mingman with analysis later. For now, we should focus on the competition. Why are you suddenly talking about this? Zixiao asked. Hey. Meng Xiaoqing approached him, her gaze intense. You should really consider having a boyfriend. What should a boyfriend be like? Meng Xiaoqing turned her face away, feigning displeasure. Humph. After last night, nothing happened, and now you want to hug me? There are so many people around. I don't care, just hug me. After a moment of hesitation, Zixiao mustered the courage to embrace, and in that instant, he felt as though he had unexpectedly gained an extra 300 yuan in his pocket. Despite the fact that he was not playing as a mid-laner, but rather as a support. Chapter 49, The Internet-Addicted Girl the day before the semifinals. Several players were engaged in fervent training. During a break, Zixiao decided to leave the Internet CAF in search of some ice pops, thus departing the training room alone. I'm almost at 300 rank points. I've been on quite a winning streak lately. Should I seek out another team for a practice match and perhaps experiment with some strategies? Zixiao, with a plastic bag full of ice pops, felt reminiscent of a university dormitory scenario, where one person would venture out to buy supplies while the others would assist. As he passed by the counter, Zixiao noticed a girl wearing a black baseball cap and a white shirt, who appeared to be in a state of dilemma at the bar. Could you perhaps make an exception? The girl inquired of the attendant. I'm participating in the Internet CAF League, and the match is tomorrow. I only have this much money left, so could you possibly offer a discount for an overnight session? The attendant responded with an apologetic smile. I truly regret to inform you that I am merely the attendant and lack the authority to make such decisions. If I were to do so, I would incur the wrath of the owner, a responsibility I cannot bear. Perhaps you could opt for 3 hours, which would suffice for your budget. Zixiao calculated in his mind that spending 3 hours in the hall would only cost 15 yuan. However, given the stifling heat generated by a dozen machines running simultaneously, it was an unbearable environment for an ordinary person, let alone a young girl. I will rent a booth for the night, she declared, producing 20 yuan. After the attendant processed her request, she departed. As she passed by Zixiao, she cast a fleeting glance at Meng Xiaoqing. Do you recognize me? Zixiao pondered. The girl was clad in inexpensive attire, mostly from street vendors, albeit relatively clean. At her age, possessing so little money suggested she might have run away from home to indulge in gaming. Earlier, she had mentioned an upcoming competition, claiming to have advanced to the semifinals. Yet, in such Internet CAF tournaments, only the champion received monetary rewards, while the runners-up were awarded virtual prizes within the game. To drop out of school and leave home in pursuit of a professional gaming career, truly striving for success, proved to be an arduous endeavor. Zixiao ceased his contemplations and returned to the training room. Approaching midnight, the relentless heat of summer persisted, rendering the atmosphere oppressively warm at any hour. The lobby's temperature lingered above 30 degrees, and as Zixiao stepped out of the air-conditioned VIP room, a wave of warmth struck his face. Meng Xiaoqing mentioned he had some matters to attend to and left, while the remaining trio took refuge in the Xinghe Internet CAF. Shen had a part-time job there, and the other two were undoubtedly those with familial connections. Thus, Zixiao found himself returning home alone, and in that moment, he thought of his sister. Li Zimo, how wonderful it would be if she could accompany him at this hour. As he traversed the lobby, he happened to glimpse the young girl he had encountered earlier that day near the entrance, intently focused on the screen. She was employing the champion Katarina, deeply engaged in her lane. Previously, when he had seen her, she occupied a seat further inside, but now, with many patrons having departed for the evening, it seemed she had communicated with the Internet CAF manager to relocate to a cooler spot near the door. Nonetheless, beads of sweat still adorned her face, and the instant noodles at her side were nearly dried out. As Zixiao passed by the young girl, he chanced upon witnessing her engaging in a blood exchange. Just as the opposing jungler stealthily emerged from the thicket, Zixiao presumed that the girl was destined for certain demise. However, in the next instant, her remarkable maneuvering left him utterly astounded. Before he could even discern the position of her mouse and hero, she had already dispatched 2 foes, securing a double kill, and continued to clear the minions with remarkable finesse. This display of skill captivated Zixiao entirely. Her actions were seamless and fluid, devoid of any signs of panic or superfluous movements. Truly, she was like a silver saddle upon a white steed, dashing forth like a meteor across the sky. Zixiao had completely forgotten about his intention to return home, standing behind the young girl, mesmerized as she concluded an intense match. It was a classic comeback against overwhelming odds. Throughout the game, she alone held the advantage, finishing with a staggering kill deficit of more than 10. The circumstances appeared to indicate that one of her teammates had gone idle, leading the others to lose motivation. However, inexplicably, they failed to restart the match. And it wasn't until the mid-game that the absent player reconnected. By then, morale was nearly shattered, yet she remained steadfast, diligently playing and ultimately uplifting the spirits of some teammates. Together, they orchestrated a triumphant team fight, decisively overcoming their inflated opponents. In a remarkable display of skill, the girl executed a flawless series of maneuvers, achieving a pentakill and securing victory just as the crystal shattered. At that moment, she set down her mouse, her expression betraying no emotion, embodying the essence of humility as she concealed her accomplishments. Zixiao couldn't help but exclaim that Katarina is incredible upon hearing his enthusiastic shout. The girl turned to discover someone standing behind her and inquired, "Who are you?" "Oh, my apologies. I am Zixiao. I happened to pass by and was captivated by your impressive gameplay, so I paused to watch for a moment, he quickly apologized, aiming to dispel any notion of being an unwelcome presence. I am Baiji. You may observe, but please do not disturb me, she replied curtly, swiftly finishing her instant noodles with remarkable efficiency before resuming her ranked matches. I believe I overheard that you are competing in an internet CAF league today. What is the name of your team? Zixiao ventured, attempting to alleviate the awkward silence and initiate conversation. 2. Please do not disturb me, Baiji stated firmly, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Zixiao felt somewhat bewildered. Had he said something wrong again? What to do? A surge of guilt washed over him. Although Zixiao often skipped classes to frequent internet cafes, he was merely a FAAD of a delinquent. In moments like this, a sense of responsibility emerged within him. Zixiao pondered for a moment before stealthily approaching the front desk attendant. Excuse me, could you do me a favor? Please deliver this VIP card to that girl over there, and just say it's from a friend of hers, he requested. All right, the attendant replied, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. But Zixiao reluctantly handed over a 20 yuan tip, after which the attendant took the cash and the golden card defined by Zhuo. Compared to other internet cafes, the VIP cards at Xinghe Internet Cafe were relatively inexpensive, as the establishment focused on private room gaming experiences, positioning itself in the high-end market. Unlike other cafes, which could become overcrowded and suffocating during peak hours, Xinghe maintained a more tranquil atmosphere. Thus, Zixiao decided to lend his VIP card to Bai Zhuo, allowing her access to the VIP room for practice as a means of apology. Having completed this task, Zixiao felt a sense of relief and was assured of a restful night ahead. Chapter 50. The semifinals commence on the day of the semifinals. The crowd at Xinghe Internet Cafe continued to swell, with both established teams and popular new ones set to compete. Jhin and QC were well-known entities, consistently drawing a loyal following, while the newly formed Team TO, which included Bai Zhuo, had garnered considerable attention due to her personal appeal, attracting both casual viewers and genuine fans alike. The 5 members of RBH arrived early at the preparation area, given that this was the finals. The competition venue had shifted to a VIP room, leaving spectators to watch via the displays in the cafe's lobby. The draw revealed that they would face off against the QC team. Yu Mingman joyfully returned to the room, clutching a slip of paper with QC's name on it. That's the team with the high-skill players from the canyon, right? Zixiao remarked. They should be easy to deal with. We can simply ban their signature heroes. Of course. I've prepared extensively for this. I'll share the information with you shortly. Yu Mingman replied confidently, patting her chest. Many high-ranking players often relied on a specific hero to ascend the ranks, showcasing exceptional understanding and skill. However, such players were often unable to participate professionally due to their limited hero pool. Once their signature hero was banned, they would be rendered ineffective. While QC had participated in multiple matches at the Internet Cafe, adjustments would undoubtedly be made, though the core strategy might remain unchanged. Indeed, this is all the information on them. I believe their top lane is the most vulnerable, particularly the type who falters when not supported. Like those who can either excel or flop drastically, Yu Mingman noted. Additionally, while watching his streams, I noticed he tends to exhibit a passive playstyle, often surrendering or feeding when at a disadvantage, and he has a habit of berating his teammates. How did he even make it into QC? I heard their other members are also notable streamers, Ming Xiaocheng inquired. Perhaps the streaming platform arranged it for mutual exposure. It's what capitalists thrive on, Jhin replied nonchalantly. However, upon reviewing the information on QC's jungler, his interest piqued. The opposing jungler is a master of Lee Sin? Let's see how well he plays. Jhin, who had also started with Lee Sin, would often tell his friends during class matches, ban Xiaozi. After a brief discussion, the bans and picks were largely settled, and the match was about to commence. The drafting phase was uneventful, with little strategic maneuvering. QC secured a top lane Kog'Maw, a jungler Lee Sin, a mid lane Renekton, and a bot lane combination of Ashe and Lulu. The opposing team, except for the jungler and support, failed to select their most proficient champions. On the RBH side, Shen picked his signature champion, Shin, while Jhin countered with Kha'Zix, intending to showcase his skills against the opponent. Yu Mingman selected Lux, with a bot lane pairing of Caitlyn and Pyke. The synergy of Ashe and Lulu would allow for effective harassment in lane, as Lulu could shield herself in the ADC while dealing damage. The only concern was the risk of being ganked, but Zixiao and Ming Xiaocheng's combination was equally aggressive. Should Zixiao land a hook, the opponent would either perish or be forced to retreat. As soon as the audience spotted Zixiao's Blood Harbor Wraith, those who had previously watched their streams erupted in excitement. The game has concluded. Let's drag them all down with us. It's time for my favorite execution segment. After this match, a plethora of content creators would have material to cling to for a while. Many were puzzled as to why QC didn't T-ban Pyke. It was simply due to their plethora of formidable heroes. Jhin, with thousands of games on Jhin, didn't concern himself with such trivialities. The match commenced with RBH on the blue side and QC on the red. This particular game was crucial, not only for Zixiao and Meng Xiaoqing, who were streaming under the arrangement of Boss Yu, but also for QC, who would be broadcasting on their platform. The outcome would determine who advanced to the finals, and the traffic generated for the winning team's streaming platform was of utmost importance. In an era dominated by keyboard warriors, a single remark could easily lead to the downfall of a platform. Both teams had clear strategies. QC intended to focus on top lane while pressuring the bot lane, emphasizing the mid-jungle synergy. With RBH having depleted the pool of mages available to QC's mid laner, they were left with Renekton, which resulted in a team composition heavily reliant on physical damage. Given that the ADC was Ashe, if Jhin were to gain an advantage, it would be exceedingly difficult to contend with him in team fights. On the other hand, RBH aimed to facilitate jungle support coordination. Kha'Zix and Pyke, both notorious for their disruptive potential, were often highlights in montages due to their high damage, mobility, and stealth capabilities. As the match began, Jhin wasted no time leading Zixiao and Jhin to contest the enemy's red buff. At level 1, QC's mid lane and jungle were unlikely to best RBH, especially since the opposing team would not expect Zixiao to join them. Zixiao, come help me contest the red, Jhin urged. Zixiao, why should I not develop? Jhin, this is reversed. From now on, the red buff on the opposite side shall belong to you. Zixiao, I desire the blue buff as well. Jhin, deal. Zixiao, a successful transaction indeed. Although the opposing team has discerned the intentions of these individuals to seize the red buff, they find themselves powerless, merely spectating. I shall endeavor to fulfill my role in this performance. Chapter 51, A Touch of Threat, Opponent. The enemy Lee Sin initially contemplated leading his two companions to contest the red buff in the enemy jungle. However, one must acknowledge that Lux and Caitlyn form a formidable duo in the bot lane. Should they decide to converge with 4 members, the exchange would be unfavorable for RBH. Furthermore, if the harassment causes them to delay, the enemy could return after securing their objectives and catch them off guard, or even seize their blue buff in the process. Thus, Lee Sin can only swallow his grievances, unable to articulate his frustrations, and opts for a single buff start. Upon returning home, Zixiao logged online. Due to his lack of experience, he remained at level 1, while Meng Xiaoqing was nearing level 3. Meanwhile, the two opponents on the opposing team had just surpassed level 2. Zixiao has always believed that the hero Pyke becomes largely irrelevant once he reaches the two extremes, until he attains level 6 when his ultimate can snatch kills and assist the ADC in securing eliminations, distributing the spoils evenly. At level 25, the demand for levels diminishes significantly. Of course, reaching level 3 is still essential. Although Zixiao longs to remain in lane and eliminate the irritating duo opposing him, he nevertheless returns home after reaching level 3 to purchase boots and swiftly heads off to provide assistance. He initiates a gank in the top lane, driven purely by the desire to do so. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaoqing is left to fend for himself in the bottom lane, guarding against the enemy. With the long reach of the Caitlyn and her swift movements offering some regenerative capability, he intends to buy a vampiric scepter should the need arise, as the Caitlyn is unlikely to perish unless the enemy jungler intervenes. As for the enemy jungler, the Lee Sin, Zixiao queries, Pyke, can you discern the Lee Sin's whereabouts? I despise your tone, Pyke retorts. In his lore, he emerges from the depths of the sea, a specter who slays without a flicker of remorse. Yet, Zixiao remains unfazed through the screen. All right, Jhin. The enemy Lee Sin is currently engaged with the F6 camp, without even taking the Tiamat. He is utterly vulnerable. Let us seize the opportunity, Zixiao declares. At this moment, Jhin, having consumed an additional buff, reaches level 4 ahead of Zixiao, and together they invade the enemy's red zone. Upon entering the F6 area, they observe several birds chasing towards the enemy's second turret. The Lee Sin, while pulling the F6, finds himself in a visual blind spot. Oblivious to Zixiao and Jhin's presence, they devise a plan, momentarily disregarding the Lee Sin as that location is too close to the enemy turret, and the crocodile is nearby. making it a challenging kill. Thus, under Zixiao's guidance, they navigate through the blind spots and the vision provided by the wards, carefully timing their approach to the brush above the enemy's golem. At this juncture, the Lee Sin's only recourse is to continue farming golems and then return home to acquire gear or seek opportunities for ganks. Otherwise, he would be wasting precious time. Even though the enemy is aware that Zixiao has left the lane to roam, they would not anticipate that these two have cleverly circumnavigated the wards. Thus, they witness the Lee Sin, from behind a wall, executing a sonic wave on the golem and then using the second Q to leap forward. As he is fervently engaged, a mantis lurks in the brush, sharpening its claws, while Pike prepares his list to strike off a name. Just as the Lee Sin attempts to pull the golem into the brush, he discovers two menacing figures concealed within. With the mantis and Pike's high burst potential, the Lee Sin has no time to react before being swiftly dispatched, losing not only his life, but also the golem he had been battling. The Lee Sin, staring at the gray screen, repeatedly pings the ward in the red buff brush, exclaiming, "Did you fall asleep and close your eyes?" After all, they have vision in the top lane brush as well. If these two had leapt over from the dragon pit, it would have taken them a considerable amount of time to leap the second time. The Lee Sin is perplexed as to how these two arrived at that location, while Zixiao and Jhin revel in their success. "Why did you steal my golem?" Jhin protests, realizing he had not used Smite and that Zixiao had snatched the large golem with a single Q ability. "I let you have the kill. I didn't complain." Zixiao replies, stealthily devouring a few smaller golems. "Damn it, jungle support synergy is infuriating. I'm out of here," Jhin declares, immediately returning to base. "How dare you take advantage of the situation?" Zixiao chuckles, finishing off the golems while maintaining a healthy health pool, preparing to engage in further skirmishes. At this juncture, it is necessary to highlight just how vexing it is when Pike utilizes the Duskblade. Aware of the vision in the river, Zixiao maneuvers outside of the vision range to reach the mid lane. In the mid lane, the crocodile is bullying the Lux, completely unprepared for the sudden appearance of Pike from the adjacent brush. With a series of auto attacks followed by an E ability, he departs nonchalantly after inflicting substantial damage upon the crocodile. Following this, Zixiao retreats home, promptly acquiring a pair of boots of mobility. If previously he had been a ruthless assassin in the live stream, he now adopts the guise of a stealthy, bloodthirsty killer. Encountering the Lee Sin in the jungle, he delivers a few swift strikes before vanishing. Passing through the mid lane, he inadvertently eliminates an opponent who attempted to pursue him, leaving the Lux to deal the final blow. Though it may not sound particularly thrilling, the execution is indeed exhilarating both to play and to observe. The opposing team flails about like headless chickens, desperately seeking vision, yet failing to locate Zixiao. Just when they believe they are safe, Zixiao emerges from an unexpected angle, delivering a few swift strikes. The despair is palpable on their faces, and the Lee Sin's experience is rendered null. While Jhin feels his own game experience is lacking. "You completed everything I intended to do. What am I supposed to do now?" Jhin laments. "You could diligently farm the jungle and control the dragon. If all else fails, just let me have the buffs, as I am in need of some experience." Zixiao suggests. "You can take your nonsense elsewhere," Shin retorts. Zixiao roamed about capturing opponents, collecting gold by farming minions in the nearest lane. The wealth he amassed was certainly no less than what he would have earned online. As for experience, Shin, "I shall take my leave and farm some experience in your lane. Leave me be." "Oh, with the mouse in my grasp. Do you expect me to simply depart at your command? Damn it." Chapter 52, Impressive. Regarding my support's transformation into a jungler, Master Pike seeks to farm minions, showcasing a cerebral clash between supports. Do you cherish a permanently invisible support? In a moment, various light novel authors flooded the chat, for Zixiao's Pike was truly diabolical. What does it mean to embody the Blood Harbor Phantom? With a significant advantage, Zixiao had already procured the Umbral Glaive. Poor Ming Xiaoqing, alone in the bottom lane, had lost 3 layers of his turret and fell behind in last hits, although his overall development remained commendable. Gradually, it seemed the opposing team had grown wiser, placing wards in locations that illuminated the entire corridor, rendering it impossible for Zixiao to manipulate vision. Consequently, the blind monk fixated on the bottom lane, as other lanes proved challenging to engage. Thus, he sought to breach through the lower lane. To be fair, although the opposing blind monk had been caught early and subsequently invaded the jungle, resulting in a remarkable growth spurt, his execution remained formidable. During a push beneath the enemy tower, the blind monk stealthily approached the bush near the rift scuttler. While Zixiao was preoccupied with Qinshin's minions in the top lane, and Jhin was unable to assist as he engaged the Rift Herald. Meng Xiaoqing had no choice but to huddle beneath the turret, hoping to eliminate a wounded enemy. However, the opposing blind monk executed a swift flash to place a ward, followed by a rapid spinning kick that sent Meng Xiaoqing flying outside the turret's range, where he was instantly obliterated by Ashe's ultimate and Seraphine's crowd control. Wow, impressive. Jhin, have you learned this yet? Zixiao remarked. Learn? It's not as simple as having hands, Jhin retorted. The two rugged men were entirely oblivious to the fact that Meng Xiaoqing's misfortune now stood at 0-3 and had only recently acquired the Infinity Edge, trailing behind by 30 or 40 minion kills. Indeed, I share your sentiment. His maneuvers are simply too easy, Meng Xiaoqing commented, though his smile was distinctly unsettling. Zixiao hurriedly exclaimed, the small dragon is about to respawn. Let us gank the bottom lane. Jhin, fully understanding, chimed in, Indeed. We should also secure a few kills for Caitlyn. What will we do in the late game without her? Chunshin and Yu Mingnan remarked. Their words do not reflect their true intentions. The camaraderie among men is often incomprehensible to women, while Meng Xiaoqing was focused on securing victory. Zixiao and Jhin were preoccupied with frustrating their opponents to the point of disinterest, all while ensuring their own triumph. The disparity in jungle support was overwhelming. The Kha'Zix and Pyke, riding the tide of success, became merciless predators, dispatching foes with ease. The likes of Ashe and Seraphine, lacking mobility, were left to succumb to their fates with little more than a cursor's click. In a decisive skirmish in the bottom lane, Zixiao achieved a triple kill, generously sharing the spoils with Meng Xiaoqing, while Caitlyn soared to new heights. By the time the enemy's Nasus reached his power spike, the game had already been all but concluded. The match lacked any truly thrilling team fights. It was merely dominated by Zixiao and Jhin's exceptional vision control. The QC team, after a few futile attempts at resistance, was ultimately overwhelmed. The barrage of comments was rife with astonishment. Many acknowledged RBH's superiority, particularly in terms of their support player. However, such a one-sided domination left spectators perplexed. On the PY side, the atmosphere was largely one of jest and banter. While on the Tuchu live streaming platform, frustration ran rampant among fans as they lamented their team's performance. Each day, they wondered when they would finally secure a championship. The incessant reminders of their defeats were disheartening, particularly as they faced such a crushing loss. Was there any enjoyment in this? The bottom and top lanes had become a graveyard. After one match, it felt like a 5 versus 2 scenario, especially with Nasus finishing with a dismal 0-2-0 record, leaving fans exasperated. Please, just stop playing. There's no coordination whatsoever. Are you even a team? Previously, victories were secured through sheer strength. Yet now what can be said? The fans were relentless in their criticisms, showing no mercy towards their own team. In contrast, the atmosphere on the adjacent PY side was markedly more positive. MZ, dear, if he won't support you, let us forget about him and return home together. This tale serves as a reminder that when faced with multiple choice questions, one should always choose B. The support player was truly remarkable. It's difficult to fathom how one would cope if faced with such a player in ranked matches. The final comment held particular significance, as it encapsulated not only the challenges faced by the QC team, but also those that any future opponents of RBH must contemplate. If you encounter their support, who is acutely aware of your vision placements, your movements, your recalls, your timings, and your control over objectives, what recourse do you have? What can you do? They can seize the perfect moment to ambush you, with precise control over health thresholds. If they so choose, they could go an entire match without dying. Such adversaries impose significant psychological pressure on any competing team. Currently, the only viable strategy appears to be dismantling the other lanes to reverse the vision deficit, as pressing forward in team fights may offer a glimmer of hope against RBH. After 3 matches, RBH decisively triumphed over QC with a clean 3-0 sweep, executing their victory with an air of nonchalance. This semifinal seemed far less challenging than the matches in the quarterfinals. While it was visually appealing, it lacked excitement. It was far less enjoyable than the intense game where Wam's Jianxing was protected by 4 teammates. Zixiao rose from his seat, gulping down a few mouthfuls of his drink. And look at Blind Monk. Didn't I show him how to play Blind Monk in the 3rd match? I completely overwhelmed him, Jhin added. The presence of the trio across the top, middle, and bottom lanes felt somewhat diminished. It was as if they merely farmed and participated in a few skirmishes before securing victory. It all seemed too effortless, bordering on the unusual. Meng Xiaocheng pouted, stating, "We must not let our guard down, even though this victory came so easily." "Oh, all that preparation for naught," Yu Mengman lamented, having expected a formidable opponent. "I can't shake the feeling that the enemy was merely putting on a show," Qinshan remarked, noting how the opposing top laner repeatedly missed opportunities to teleport. Zixiao waved his hand dismissively, saying, "He is just like that. If you search for his live stream, you'll see that every day he claims, 'I lie down. I achieve success. If my teammates don't carry, they're at fault.'" As Zixiao was speaking, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number and stepped outside to answer. "Hello, who is this?" Zixiao inquired. "Hello, Mr. Zixiao. I am Faisi, the owner of the GL team. I have been closely following your matches lately. If you are interested in joining our youth training program, I would like to offer you a contract worth 20 million a year. Of course, if you are already under contract with your current team, I can cover the breach fee. Our GL team only recruits prodigies for all positions." Just then, Meng Xiaocheng embraced Zixiao from behind, whispering seductively in his ear, and slowly snatched the phone from his hand, disconnecting the call. "Isn't it a bit early to call you husband?" Zixiao remarked. "Not at all. If you're willing, we can get married anytime," Meng Xiaocheng responded. The two were engrossed in their Tinder exchange when three heads peeked through the door's crack, secretly observing them. Things are progressing quite rapidly, Chapter 53. Overtraining. The following evening, it was Qinshan's turn to man the security desk. As the only designated singleton in the team, one could see him tidying up his belongings in the security room at midnight, preparing to return home alone for some rest. Qinshan's sleeping quarters were in the staff room of the Xinghe Internet CAF, which, despite being more akin to a small storage area, provided a decent environment. In this era of soaring prices, it at least covered his meals and accommodation, albeit with a meager stipend of 2,000 yuan per month, which barely sufficed. As Qinshan traversed the hall towards the staff room, he noticed a flicker of light emanating from a corner. "Isn't the CAF closed tonight? Perhaps someone left a computer on," he muttered, approaching to investigate. The standby indicator light of the computer blinked red. Qinshan reached out to turn it off, but suddenly felt something was amiss. Shouldn't the computer shut down automatically after a period of inactivity? He pondered, instinctively touching the computer's tower, which felt warm to the touch. "Is anyone there?" Qinshan leaned down to take a look and discovered a girl hiding beneath the desk, attempting to shield herself with a chair. "You are Qinshan," he said, moving the chair aside. The flashlight illuminated the girl's figure. It was Baizhi. Baizhi crawled out from under the desk, standing up to apologize. "I'm sorry. I have a competition in a few days. Although I know the CAF is closed tonight, other internet CAFs are too far away, so I sneaked in." Qinshan observed her attire, a black cap, a white shirt, jeans, and a ponytail, and recalled hearing Zixiao mention her previously. "Are you Baizhi?" he inquired. "Do you know me?" Baizhi responded, quickly recalling that she had never met this tall young man before. "No problem. If you want to play, feel free to use the VIP room." "You should have a VIP card," Qinshan said, aware that Zixiao had secretly given his VIP card to Baizhi earlier. This VIP card was lent to me by someone. You must be the security here, right? Once I finish my work, I'll recharge the card and return it to you to give back to its owner." "Thank you," Baizhi stated, then headed to the VIP room. The VIP rooms were all independent booths, making it possible to train without the constraints of operating hours, allowing for greater focus. However, Qinshan was puzzled as to why Zixiao would assist this girl, especially considering she seemed to have been upset previously. Yet, Baizhi's demeanor appeared quite calm, suggesting she would not be easily angered. Could it be that this rascal wishes to play both sides? Qinshan mused, contemplating Zixiao's intentions despite Meng Xiaocheng's kindness. Ultimately, he decided not to dwell on it further and prepared to return to sleep. The next day, sunlight streamed into the cramped storeroom, rousing Qinshan from his slumber. He noticed a cup of milk tea and a golden VIP card on the table. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the card as the one Zixiao had given to Baizhi, indicating that the milk tea was a gift from her. But hadn't Zixiao mentioned that Baizhi had run away from home and had little money? "I must have slept soundly last night," Qinshan thought, recalling that he usually woke at the slightest noise. He picked up the milk tea, still cool to the touch, suggesting that Baizhi had only recently left. The price of this milk tea could rival 4 cups of instant noodles. Was Baizhi expressing gratitude for not forcing her out last night? Carrying the milk tea and new card, Qinshan stepped outside, intending to share the news with Zixiao and the others, but stumbled over something lying on the ground at the entrance. What the? Qin nearly fell, and when he turned to see what it was, he found Baishi sprawled on the floor, drenched, with water bottles scattered around. Baishi? Qin quickly knelt down and lifted her up. Baishi? He called her name multiple times, but she remained unresponsive. Her face was alarmingly pale, devoid of any color, resembling someone suffering from anemia. Did she faint from exhaustion? Qin muttered, cradling Baishi in his arms and rushing to the nearest hospital. 2 hours later, Baishi slowly opened her eyes to see a strange ceiling and Qin waiting beside her. As she attempted to sit up, Qin hurried to assist her but was stopped by Baishi. She propped herself up against the bed and asked, "How did I end up here?" "The doctor said you might have collapsed due to prolonged late nights, which lowered your physical condition. You fainted while drinking water because of a temporary lack of blood supply to the brain," Qin explained, then stood to pour her a glass of water. "You shouldn't overexert yourself. You're still so young. A girl alone outside, surely you're not working during the day and training all night?" Baishi drank the warm water in one gulp and insisted on getting out of bed. "If I don't win the championship this time, I'll have to wait a whole year. The doctor advised you to rest a bit longer," Qin urged. Yet, Baishi was already dressed and preparing to leave. As she departed, she expressed, "Thank you for your concern. I'll decide my own life. I'll repay you for the medical expenses once I earn enough from my job." With that, Baishi hurried out of the ward. Qin was at a loss for words, pondering her stubbornness. If she couldn't take care of her health, how could she compete? Then it struck him, she had mentioned a competition in a few days and was participating in the Internet CAF League. The final match was imminent, pitting their RBH team against Baishi's TO team. Qin dashed out to catch a glimpse of Baishi's retreating figure. If that were the case, he would be facing a formidable opponent. But why was Baishi striving so hard? "Excuse me, are you Baishi's guardian?" At this moment, a doctor approached and inquired, "Is everything all right, my friend?" Qin responded, "What seems to be the matter?" The doctor explained, "During a routine physical examination, we discovered some irregularities in Miss Bai's kidneys. I recommend a thorough examination, as initial findings suggest it may not be a trivial issue. In this fast-paced era, many have succumbed to kidney-related ailments." Qin, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, taking quite some time to regain his composure before replying, "Everything should be fine." Chapter 54. On the day of the finals, Qin, "I heard you were out on a date with Baizha yesterday. She wouldn't be attempting to charm you into going easy on her today, would she?" teased Jhin as Qin approached the training room. "That is utterly unfounded," Qin replied, as he returned the VIP card to Zixiao, stating, "Baizha asked me to return this on her behalf. She has already earned back what was inside." Zixiao took the conversation by stating that she came from a central organization. "Qin, play your part. If you can win her affection and entice her to join our team, we would transform into a formidable force." "Such good fortune is improbable," Qin replied. "She works tirelessly every day, is stunningly beautiful, and possesses a wonderful character. How could someone like me, a mere security guard, possibly attract her?" "Ah, you never know." Meng Xiaoqing chimed in. "With a bit of effort, you might just stand a chance. Qin, you are the epitome of a warm-hearted gentleman. Girls like Baishi, who are fiercely independent, often find themselves in need of someone like you." Yu Man, relishing the gossip, added, "Exactly. If that were the case, our team would have 3 couples among 6 members. Imagine the vacations we could take together." Qin's face flushed slightly as he interjected, "All right, ISNT today the finals? Let's all get ready." Little did they realize that this gaming CAF league was unlike any before. The once dominant teams, WALM, EN, and QC, were all denied entry to the finals, leaving 2 emerging teams to compete. Although many fans of the veteran teams chose to stay home, the CAF was packed. On one side stood the exhilarating RBH team, and on the other, the tenacious TO team, both featuring rare female players in the esports arena. The popularity of the last female competitor in a professional match was beyond measure. Male gamers flocked to the event to hone their skills, while others came simply to admire the female players. Even before the match commenced, the audience was filled to capacity, and the online viewership soared to unprecedented heights. "Hey, big sister, do you want to rest a bit? You don't seem to be in great spirits today," a boy beside Baishi inquired. "No need. If I sleep now, I'll lose my focus later. Don't mind me. You all hurry and adjust the machines and key settings," Baishi replied. Every preparation was made in anticipation of this day, early mornings and late nights of training, working to earn money, subsisting on instant noodles and bottled water, and only daring to buy clothes from street vendors. If they did not secure the championship this time, they would have to wait another year, a luxury Baishi could not afford. She took out a pocket watch, gently caressing it in her palm. Rest assured, brother, I will succeed. The music signaling the beginning of the BP phase played, and due to the championship nature of the match, the organizers had invited the renowned commentator Zixiao to provide live commentary. Hello, everyone. I am Zixiao, and today I will be commentating on the match between RBH and 2, following a Bow 5 selection format with sides determined by a draw, she announced. Zixiao, with her charming looks and melodious voice, had quickly ascended to commentary in the secondary league within her first year, a testament to her burgeoning career. As the BP phase commenced, based on data gathered by Yumeng Man, Tio's strategy centered on the mid lane, specifically targeting Bai Ji. In her recent hundreds of ranked matches, Bai Ji had not once played a support-style mid laner. Her repertoire consisted solely of aggressive champions capable of single-handedly carrying the game. Witnessing Bai Ji's prowess with Katarina firsthand, Zixiao ensured RBH banned 5 mid-lane champions: Katarina, Yasuo, Akali, LeBlanc, and others capable of dominating the match. Wow, RBH is directly countering their mid laner, banning all 5 champions from that role. Miss Ice, you might as well be banned yourself, Zixiao remarked. Ice, Bai Ji's competition ID, prompted the audience to recall the last player who faced a similar ban. Meanwhile, Tio focused on eliminating champions that RBH's players excelled with. Although Zixiao's analytical skills might not have been the sharpest, her charming voice captivated the audience. The competition's dynamics were straightforward. Aside from LPL teams or those facing strategy-heavy teams like WLM, most bans revolved around countering the opponent's strengths or addressing potential threats, lacking in excitement. With the lineups confirmed, RBH secured a top lane Treant, a mid lane Lux, a jungle Nidalee, and a bot lane composition of Ezreal and Xerath, chosen purely for Zixiao's enjoyment of playing Xerath. In response to RBH's composition, Tio selected a mid lane Diana, a champion not seen in competitive play for quite some time, much to Zixiao's delight, which further stirred the audience's enthusiasm. Tio's lineup featured a strong initiation composition to counter RBH's setup. Now that the compositions are finalized, a brief analysis suggests that RBH possesses the ability to eliminate opponents swiftly in team fights, while Tio must initiate before such an outcome occurs. Despite RBH adding a Treant to their roster, the result remains that if the fight is initiated, they are likely to lose, Zixiao articulated. In this minor competition, the commentary remained relatively clean, devoid of negative remarks, and Zixiao's insights were well received. However, as the match commenced, the initial focus on Zixiao's commentary transitioned to discussions regarding the matchup. The mid lane, featuring a rare all-female clash, was particularly captivating. With 3 female players in pivotal roles, a refreshing twist to the competition. Indeed, the points of focus for the gentlemen are remarkably consistent. Of course, apart from them, there are others observing the match, such as the coaches of various teams. Chapter 55, the opponents keep invading my jungle as the match officially commences. RBH is positioned on the blue side, while Tio occupies the red side. At level 1, Zixiao stealthily lurks in the red buff area, attuned to the sounds around him. Although the likelihood of an invasion from the opposing team is minimal, one can never be too cautious, especially given the low combat capability of their side at level 1. This particular composition requires the Ezreal's Blade of the Ruined King before engaging in any frontal skirmishes. Otherwise, the casualties would be devastating. As predicted by Zixiao, there is no incursion from the enemy, and both sides commence their operations normally. The focal point in the early game lies primarily in the mid and jungle areas. The top lane, no matter how much pressure is applied, is unlikely to result in the demise of the Treant, particularly since it possesses a passive ability to regenerate health. In the bottom lane, as long as Zixiao and Meng Xiaocheng avoid being ensnared by the opponent's pike, they are unlikely to yield any kills. Even if they manage to wear down the opposing duo, it is improbable they could secure a kill. Thus, the tempo of the game hinges on the mid and jungle interactions. In truth, Jhin from RBH bears significant pressure prior to the Trent's ability to join the fray. He is the only one capable of initiating momentum. Should he fall silent, the early game for RBH would inevitably descend into a passive state. As they routinely farm to level 3, Jhin resolves to seek opportunities in the top lane. With the Trent's hard crowd control and Kennen's lack of mobility, seizing the right moment could at least force a flash. Jhin maneuvers as the Leopard Lady to the top lane, speculating that the enemy top laner, Kennen, would place vision in the river's brush. Hence, he transforms into his feline form, leaping from the dragon pit and encircling from the triangular brush. Hey, ZK has stealthily approached Kennen's rear. Is there truly an opportunity here? Exclaimed Zixiao. to enhance his lane pressure. The opposing Kinnan utilizes his E ability to evade the saplings in the brush, increasing his attack speed as he approaches the treant, Jhin. Seizing the moment, Jhin does not hesitate and emerges from the brush. Given that the enemy is overextending, he opts to approach from the river. The river is warded, and Zixiao has been spotted. However, Kinnan finds himself in a precarious position. Upon noticing the leopard lady's presence, Kinnan retreats post-haste. But the treant arrives just in time to ensnare Kinnan, followed by Jhin hurling his darts from a distance. In a desperate bid for survival, Kinnan flashes, knowing that being hit would spell certain doom. Yet, Jhin, having anticipated Kinnan's flash, had already positioned a trap at the expected location. Kinnan, opting to flash backward, inadvertently lands in the path of Jhin's dart. The leopard lady swiftly follows suit, her red buff ensuring she sticks to Kinnan until he is vanquished. Following the takedown, they immediately withdraw, as the enemy Diana has missed her opportunity and is likely coordinating an ambush with the opposing Aatrox. If Jhin were to return home now, he would risk being counter-jungled. Jhin stealthily navigates back into his jungle, and indeed, he discovers Aatrox engaged with his frog. However, Diana has already retreated to avoid losing too many minions. Summoning the treant, the two encircle Aatrox. Meanwhile, Aatrox, blissfully unaware, is preoccupied with the frog, when suddenly he hears, "Where has the treant gone?" Just as Aatrox prepares to flee, Jhin's smite snatches away the Wi-Fi, and the treant emerges from above, while the leopard lady appears from below. Aatrox has no choice but to flash over the wall towards mid-lane. Fortunately, Yuming's Lux fails to land her Q, or else he would have met a similar fate. Though Lux may have missed, it matters not. Emboldened, Aatrox retaliates with his abilities, ensnaring the luminary and pulling her back. Jhin and Jhin, who had previously expended their flashes to eliminate Kinnan, find themselves in a precarious position. Jhin, having transformed back into leopard form, leaps forward, but is unable to assist Yumingyan in time. With no angles to escape, Yumingyan casts her shield, managing to linger for a moment before being taken down, ultimately succumbing to the ignite from the victorious Aatrox. Just when it seemed the turmoil had subsided, Tu discovers that the treant has returned to lane, and the two adversaries once again invade Jhin's jungle. While Aatrox's health has dwindled to Jhin's execution threshold, attempting to eliminate him would undoubtedly prove difficult, and the resulting kill would merely bolster the enemy mid laner, Diana, making it a decidedly unfavorable trade. The opposing duo swiftly dispatches the frog and departs, leaving Jhin with no time to react. Observing the two enter his jungle, Jhin resolutely decides to encircle the enemy jungle. A trade of jungle resources is never a loss. In just 2 minutes, the game has escalated to such intensity. Jhin remains entirely focused, for this is the finals, and he dares not exhibit even a hint of complacency. Stealthily, he approaches the enemy blue buff, flipping the 3 wolves and the frog. Just then, he encounters Aatrox. However, in the jungle, Aatrox's agility pales in comparison to that of the leopard lady, who vanishes from his sight, leaving him helpless. As Jhin returns to the mid-lane river, believing himself secure, he is taken aback when Diana descends yet again, while Yuming's Lux is still engaged with the minions beneath the turret. Seemingly oblivious to the impending danger, Jhin maneuvers with finesse, twisting and turning, yet is ultimately struck by Diana's Q ability, leading to a swift demise. Staring at the gray-white screen, Jhin feels an unprecedented weight of pressure. Within this brief span, he has encountered countless battles and strategic maneuvers. From capturing the enemy Kinnan in the top lane to being caught in the counter jungle by Diana, culminating in a 1-for-2 exchange, a net loss. The jungle is ablaze with action, while I shift my attention to the bottom lane, where Zixiao and Mingxiao are engaged. I observe Zixiao, ever eager, charging up a Q ability, anticipating the opponent's movements, and with a deft flick, he connects with the twisting ADC. Whoosh! He follows up with a W ability. Zixiao is joyfully whittling down the health of his opponents in the bot lane. Although I may not be able to kill you, does that mean I cannot wear you down? In the brief span of time, the enemy support and ADC had already returned home once each. Zyra, pray tell, am I not the most precise wielder of your skills in the entire world? Zixiao remarked, having missed only a single Q, which was deftly dodged by the enemy's pike with his E skill. Ha, foolish child. So many merchants should bring me the Infinity Edge, the Electric Knife, and Bloodthirster. I mean, only someone as powerful as I can truly befit a summoner of your caliber. Upon hearing Zixiao's intent to purchase the Electric Knife and Infinity Edge, Zerath immediately conceded. As a traditionally self-proclaimed formidable mage, how could he tolerate the unfavorable perceptions of the world? He could not possibly stoop to the same level as an ADC. Goodness, you down laners are far too comfortable. The enemy has been encroaching upon my jungle. And you have yet to utter a single word? It seems you were playing quite carefree. Jhin expressed his frustration. A rather unfortunate piece of news was that the enemy mid laner, Loon, had claimed 2 kills. Among their lineup, the greatest threats to RBD were Loon and Kennen's dual engagement. Should either of them gain momentum, the ensuing assault could unleash tremendous damage, potentially leading to the annihilation of RBH. Thus, Jhin intended to seize the opportunity to ambush Loon before she reached level 6, fearing that post-level 6 she could secure a double kill. With no vision in the area, Jhin stealthily positioned himself in the bush to the right of the mid lane, Baizhua controlling Loon, meticulously last-hitting minions while simultaneously seeking an advantageous position to Q Yu Mingman's Lux. Baizhua had chosen Conqueror as Loon's rune, and despite its recent nerf to 12 stacks in this version, Loon could still stack it with remarkable speed, often achieving maximum stacks within a second. Furthermore, if the Q skill was executed well, hitting both rear minions and champions, it would yield a favorable exchange. Yu Mingman was still far from level 6, implying that Baizhua would also remain below that threshold for the time being. Jhin patiently awaited his moment. Noticing Jhin lying in ambush, Yu Mingman grew bolder, attempting to engage with her E-skill. Observing her aggressive positioning without a flash, Baizhua decisively turned, unleashing a cleverly angled Q skill that struck both a minion and Yu Mingman. He swiftly followed up with Moonlight Rush, and due to Loon's unique mechanics, if the skill was released while the distance to the target was within a certain range, it would propel her behind the opponent, allowing her to perfectly evade Yu Mingman's Q skill. Jhin, witnessing this, rushed in to assist, but after Baizhua unleashed his W skill, dealing damage to both Yu Mingman and the surrounding minions, he swiftly reached level 6. In an instant, he cast his ultimate, and before Jhin's Leona could arrive to heal Yu Mingman, she was already eliminated. Meanwhile, Baizhua's Conqueror was fully stacked, and his health remained robust, leaving Jhin to merely defend the tower. How did he reach level 6 so quickly? Jhin exclaimed. He was already ahead of Yu Mingman and minions, and with kills and vision, reaching level 6 is hardly surprising. Speaking of which, you, as a jungler, should be able to calculate experience, right? Zixiao remarked. Comfortably stationed in the bot lane, continuously wearing down the opposition. Shut up. If you're so capable, why not come over and kill her? Jhin retorted, exhausted from his exertions in the jungle while Zixiao lounged in the bot lane. However, any team that had faced RBH knew that the bot lane could generally be left to its own devices. Why? Because one could never ascertain the placement of the enemy wards. Just when one intended to gank the bot lane, Zixiao would lead his ADC to safety, even landing a few blows on the enemy. If one chose not to intervene, the bot lane would be perpetually suppressed. For instance, take Pyke, who had no Q skill available. Casting Q would only slow himself down and deplete his mana. During this early game phase, the bot lane had already gained nearly a level advantage, leaving the enemy Pyke utterly helpless. What could he do? With 2 of his skills unavailable, he could not land his Q, and upon using his W, the enemy Xerath would simply respond with an E skill, not only achieving nothing but also regaining mana. Thus, the bot lane had to be left to its own devices while the tank assisted other lanes. However, due to Loon's burgeoning strength, the first Dragon and Rift Herald had to be surrendered to the enemy. Now, Loon could handle 2 opponents without issue, while the bot lane could only focus on harassing during team fights. The situation appeared quite dire for RBH. The greatest threat, Loon, had already secured 3 kills and begun stacking her kill ring. Indeed, Jhin had ceased to dare assist in the mid lane. Thankfully, Lux, with her long range, could clear minions swiftly, and once she acquired some items, a single E skill could wipe out the backline minions, preventing the lane from being pushed too ruthlessly and losing tower health. Baizhua, noticing that the enemy Lux had abandoned her tower, realizing that securing kills in the mid lane was no longer feasible, prepared to lend aid to other lanes. Naturally, his primary target was the well-fed duo in the bot lane. At this moment, Ezreal had already acquired both the Gale Force and the Eclipse, accelerating his power spike, which posed a significant threat to 2. As Baijua's Loon descended toward the bot lane for what felt like the umpteenth time, he discovered that the 2 enemies had retreated to safety. Unable to contain himself any longer, he called upon the tank to prepare for a tower dive. Goodness. Does Baizhua harbor a grudge against me? Did I not merely inadvertently offend her last time? She has already descended 3 times in just 2 minutes. Zixiao mused, hearing footsteps as the enemy Loon and tank approached the tribush. Jhin had already positioned himself between the enemy's first and second towers, waiting for the perfect moment to spring into action. The combination of Ezreal and Xerath not only allowed for long-range attacks on the minion wave, but also facilitated swift clearing. Sensing the enemy's proximity, Zixiao charged his Q, unleashing a full W on the minions, followed by Meng Xiaocheng's precise barrage, annihilating both ranged and melee minions, leaving only a lonely cannon minion ambling toward the tower. Initially believing that the opponents would abandon their tower dive, Zixiao soon realized that the footsteps in his headset grew ever closer. Are they truly forcing a dive? The tank and Loon emerged from the bush behind the first tower, with the tank approaching directly, aiming to utilize his ultimate to target one of the two. Zixiao threw a shockwave at the face of the formidable warrior, armed only with a flash for mobility, which inevitably made him the primary target. However, the warrior, relying on his robust armor, continued to charge towards Zixiao even after being stunned. Meng Xiaocheng had swiftly dealt with the sports car, prompting the tower to commence its assault on the warrior. Simultaneously, Jhin's Nidalee emerged from the enemy's blind spot. At this point, the opposing team found themselves in a precarious situation. With no retreat available, the warrior activated his imposing ability to pursue Zixiao, showcasing his might as he brought him before the marksman and the assassin. The assassin had already begun charging his Q skill, and with the warrior's impressive display and the powerful blow, they finally ensnared Zixiao as Xerath, following it up with the marksman's trap. The combined damage from the three obliterated Zixiao before he even had a chance to flash away. In an instant, only Ezreal and Nidalee remained at the tower, as both top laners had teleported into the fray, while Yimingman was just beginning her journey to the bottom lane, resulting in a complete 4 versus 2 situation. In Chapter 57, The Descent of the Moon, as the second wave of minions approached the tower, Baiji's Diana advanced to attempt to apply her passive Mark of the Moon on the 2 remaining champions. Fortunately, they dodged in time. Despite the warrior's low health, he, with the support of his W ability and AD healing, once again pressed towards the tower, aiming to use his powerful strike to pull them in. With the warrior in front and Diana behind, they sought an opportunity, yet their combat prowess during this moment was severely limited, and they had been forced into such close quarters. Ultimately, Jhin fell victim beneath the tower, while Meng Xiaocheng utilized his E-skill and flashed to traverse walls, finally reuniting with the tardy Yimingman. Indeed, this was the sole method to counter the RBH bottom lane, a direct assault, asserting dominance despite knowing the enemy's approach. The only silver lining was that Ezreal had not perished, maintaining his growth momentum. However, Jhin felt particularly disheartened, having died twice. Playing as Nidalee required establishing an advantage, while her utility became nearly nullified in a disadvantageous situation. The TO team's strategy was quite straightforward, revolving around the mid lane with an unbroken rhythm. RBH faced significant challenges. From a compositional standpoint, they lacked potential turning points, relying solely on Ezreal's potent plays. As time progressed into the mid-game, Ezreal possessed the Blade of the Ruined King and Iceborne Gauntlet, while the enemy's Diana had amassed the capability to eliminate any champion except for the tank. Her kill book had reached 20 stacks. In contrast, Yimingman's Lux had just acquired Lidian's Echo, offering only shields, slows, and minimal control. Her damage output was severely limited. Furthermore, Zixiao had also obtained Lidian's Echo, clearly indicating that he had no intention of assisting as a support. He simply desired to play Xerath. As the mid lane gathered, the only enemies visible were the marksman and the assassin, making it challenging for RBH to apply pressure. Zixiao engaged in a battle of words with the enemy Xerath while listening for footsteps to wear down the opponents. In many top-tier gameplay highlights, Xerath's presence is noted. Yet it is unfortunate that he often plays the victim, being showcased rather than showcasing others. This results in a widespread misconception regarding Xerath's damage, leading many to underestimate his capabilities. However, once Xerath gains ground, with precise skill placement, a few well-aimed QS can be overwhelming for opponents, especially with the expansive range making it a formidable tool for harassment and elimination. Thus, it was evident that Zixiao, understanding that the primary threat was Diana, relentlessly targeted her with his Q skill. Still hiding there? With a pulse of energy, followed by Eye of Lidian and Arcane Comet, if you dare approach, I shall strike you. A shockwave to the face, and then, I shall retreat. Zixiao taunted, causing a stir in the brush, not knowing which enemy awaited him. Moments later, he spotted a half-health cannon and a 2/3 health Diana emerge. The TO team as composition thrived in situations where the enemy lacked the opportunity to force engagement, leading to relentless harassment, ultimately resulting in death. During this phase, RBH's harassment capabilities had become remarkably strong. Nidalee's spear combined with Xerath's Q, alongside Ezreal and Lux unleashing their abilities, brought enemies close to execution levels. With 3 long-range ultimates available for finishing blows, the TO team had to retreat if any champion's health dropped dangerously low. This was the moment for RBH to capitalize. Indeed, Zixiao heard the sounds of 2 returning recalls in the distance, likely Kennen and Diana, as the 5 pressed forward to the tower, preparing to demolish it and subsequently contest the dragon. As the remaining 3 enemies posed little threat, the first tower fell, and Zixiao calculated that they could push for the second tower, emphasizing the need to protect Ezreal, who was exceptionally strong at this stage. The returning Kennen and Diana arrived at the mid lane to defend the tower, but RBH remained at a distance, whittling down the tower's health. The TO team desperately sought an opportunity. If they couldn't eliminate Ezreal, even finding a chance could lead to their own annihilation. As the second tower neared destruction, Meng Xiaoqing greedily attempted a basic attack. This ordinary attack provided the warrior with an opportunity. He flashed in with a powerful strike. Although he missed the E-skill to leap away from Meng Xiaoqing, he managed to catch Yu Meng Man, who intended to shield and protect Ezreal during the tower's siege. However, as previously stated, Ezreal faced no real threat. The warrior and Kennen's engagement resulted in significant AoE damage and control, but Zixiao and Meng Xiaoqing retaliated with their skills, eliminating the assassin who tried to engage. Despite the warrior being overwhelmed and perishing, he had released his ultimate, Nature's Grasp, ensnaring the marksman hiding behind the tank. Jilin's Nidalee, witnessing the situation, unhesitatingly threw her spear forward. Regardless of whether the marksman survived, the ensuing chaos would create an advantageous situation for Ezreal, who was now in a secure position. A new moon began to rise. A cold, haunting voice echoed as Baiji's Diana flashed out from the jungle, executing a Q flash. The moment she landed, her Q skill was unleashed. Meng Xiaoqing, sensing the danger, immediately flashed to create distance. This equipped Diana possessed the ability to eliminate Ezreal. The Moonlight Sword, and as it struck Zixiao, Baiji unleashed her Moonlight Rush. The Q skill was still in flight. It only struck Meng Xiaoqing after the Moonlight Rush concluded. Baiji once again used the Moonlight Rush to close the gap with Meng Xiaoqing, executing a combo that activated Conqueror. Although Meng Xiaoqing attempted to use his Q skill to reduce cooldowns and escape with Arcane Shift, Baiji followed up with another E skill, ultimately landing her ultimate. Coupled with several auto attacks, the passive damage obliterated Meng Xiaoqing's Ezreal. The previously assured victory for RBH suddenly tilted in favor of TO, leaving Zixiao, despite any efforts, merely a Xerath unable to contend with such overwhelming foes. After barely eliminating Kennen, he too succumbed. Just moments ago, Ice's player executed a series of 3 E skills in that play, didn't he? In a stunning display, Baiji eliminated the opposing team's central figure, Ezreal, from an astonishing distance. Xiqian gasped in disbelief, and it was not just her. The entire audience in the streaming hall, including the players from RBH, were left in awe. Chapter 58. A turning point indeed. Baiji employed the newly revised QE technique of the Moon Goddess. As the Q skill traversed the air, he initiated a brief E skill thrust. By the time the Q skill struck the second target, the first thrust had already concluded, allowing the moonlight to persist. Baiji executed this strategy flawlessly, traversing the entire screen to eliminate Ezreal, who had used his E skill for mobility, utilizing Xerath as a springboard to achieve his goal. While this maneuver may sound intricate, it becomes rather straightforward once one grasps the underlying principles. However, in the unpredictable and fast-paced arena of actual combat, especially against such a nimble hero, few could execute this combination effectively in real time. Wow, this play is destined for the top spot. Someone exclaimed. I could never pull that off in a year. Isn't this mid laner supposed to soar? A score of 3-0 is inevitable. RBH's weakness lies in their mid lane. Finally, many gaming enthusiasts in our country had found a beautiful and exceptionally skilled female professional player. I predict her popularity will surge. As a decade-long fan, I'm here without invitation. Despite the multitude of opinions, one constant remained. Baiji's performance was undeniably breathtaking. Following this team battle, RBH's previously established advantages had been utterly obliterated. Moreover, Baiji's Moon Goddess could easily eliminate Meng Xiaoqing's Ezreal. Especially with a 25-stack killbook, now even a tank would fall within her lethal threshold. The only silver lining for RBH was their rapid wave clearing. Before the minion waves could even reach the turret, they were swiftly dispatched, leaving Team 2 unable to push forward and forcing them to turn their attention to the Baron. If Team TO secured the Baron, their victory would be nearly guaranteed, especially with Miss Fortune's equipment now fully developed, allowing for a swift execution of the Baron. Team TO had decided to initiate the Baron. After securing it, they would likely mount a relentless assault to dismantle RBH, with RBH's jungler unable to contest. The hope of a comeback appears exceedingly bleak, Zixiao remarked, not only due to the current circumstances, but also because there are no standout figures left in the lineup. Ezreal struggles to fulfill his role under such high damage and crowd control from the opposing team. Honestly, Zixiao, I warned you against ignoring you Mengman as champion picks. You insisted on the long-range strategy. Are you satisfied now? Even with a strong lead, we still can't win, Jhin lamented. Recalling how he had impulsively acquiesced to Zixiao's suggestion of a long-range poke composition, which now seemed utterly foolish. Hey, don't be so harsh, Zixiao retorted, maneuvering his Zerath near the blue buff area. Meng Xiaoqing, you Mengman, are you two ready with your ultimates? Huh, their jungler is nearby. Can you really secure the Baron with your ultimates? Jhin questioned, though he was already edging closer to the Baron pit. Humph. Who said I was aiming for the Baron? As long as I can secure kills, that suffices, Zixiao declared, listening intently to the sounds of the Baron to gauge its health before activating his ultimate, Arcane Ritual. Magic, allow me to demonstrate true sorcery. Zerath ascended to his true form, showcasing the formidable power of an ascendant. Listening to the sounds and the words of Xerath, Zixiao positioned his mouse at a location in the blind spot of vision where the female marksman might be hiding. One shot fired, missing the target yet striking the ground just beside the marksman's feet. Observing this, the marksman swiftly maneuvered to the side, while Zixiao anticipated the opponent's movements, firing 2 shots that struck true, reducing the marksman's health by 13 points. The third shot was a prediction. The marksman attempted to evade with her E skill, successfully dodging that shot, but was then hit by a precise barrage from Meng Xiaoqing, leaving her with only 13 health points remaining. Forced to use her flash to escape the 4th shot, the ultimate ability of Yu Mingman was unleashed, yet it failed to reveal the marksman's position. Suddenly, Zixiao flicked his mouse upwards for the final shot, finishing off the marksman. A decisive end. The opposing marksman was taken down before she could even discern Zixiao's Xerath's location, significantly slowing the enemy's dragon-taking speed. Only the damage from the moon goddess remained substantial, while the others dealt negligible damage to the dragon. Come and harass, Zixiao exclaimed, as the dragon's health diminished at an agonizingly slow pace. After the 5 members of RBH arrived, several skills landed haphazardly, and some of the opposing team dared not continue their assault on the dragon, retreating instead with disappointment. Well, what was once a seemingly doomed situation has been revitalized by the precise, visionless ultimate of a support Xerath. Zixiao was genuinely astonished. Well aware of the rarity of successfully landing Xerath's ultimate, especially with the enemy possessing both mobility and vision, the audience, who had almost given up on the stream, now erupted with excitement, the barrage of comments and viewer count soaring to new heights. Goodness, isn't this more thrilling than the S10 finals? I'm eager to see how many top plays this match can yield, Xiaoyu cheerfully remarked from the adjacent stream, initially devoid of hope for a comeback. The tide began to shift with the updated equipment of Zixiao's Xerath. A singular opportunity arose just before the team fight commenced. Zixiao could eliminate the enemy's marksman with his ultimate, with her damage output. Landing just 3 of 5 shots would spell her demise, not to mention the presence of Ezreal and Lux's ultimates. Nevertheless, the likelihood of success remained exceedingly slim. Yet this was their sole chance. Humph, Jhin, I wonder if you'll still have anything to say about me. This single opportunity for a comeback rests squarely on my shoulders, Zixiao declared, casually consuming one of Jhin's blue buffs. Jhin, though furious, remained silent. Having believed Zixiao would opt for a supportive build like the Twin Shadows, only to find him playing as a mid-laner. As time dragged on, the match reached the 30-minute mark, and the opposing marksman was compelled to purchase a Knight's Vow and a stopwatch to counter the potential for long-range assassinations. RBH pushed their minion wave to the enemy's high ground tower, where the marksman swiftly cleared minions, and alongside the moon goddess and Kinnan. They hesitated to advance recklessly towards the tower, plunging the game into a heated climax. However, if the stalemate continued, the opposing marksman would soon acquire a guardian angel. Listen. When the next wave of cannon minions reaches the tower, I will activate my ultimate. Our victory hinges on whether we can eliminate the enemy marksman in this wave. Zixiao stated. The team nodded in agreement, awaiting the imminent arrival of the cannon-laden minion wave. Chapter 59, 2-0. As the cannon minion wave approached the defensive tower, the enemy marksman and cannon rushed to clear the minions. Activate your ultimate. Zixiao called out, initiating his ascension while he and Yu Ming fixed their gaze on the enemy marksman's position, calculating the opportune moment to unleash their ultimate for a guaranteed kill. The first shot broke the shield, the second was evaded with her E-skill. And Zixiao's eyes remained glued to the screen, contemplating the marksman's possible movements. Wait, the moon goddess missed. Jhin suddenly exclaimed. As the words left his lips, the moon goddess emerged from the right flank near the wolves, unnoticed by those who had been focused on the front. Moon goddess. I clung to Jhin with a W skill, silently grateful for my vigilance. Otherwise, this incursion from the moon goddess would have been catastrophic. The moon goddess, previously ensnared by the treant, suddenly shimmered with a white light, breaking free from her bindings and seamlessly entering the fray with a Q followed by 3 skills, casting her ultimate that ensnared 3 opponents. Kinnan followed suit with an E-flash and R, combining the moon's descent with his thunderclap to unleash a torrent of AE damage, leaving only the harvest to be claimed by Pike. In a mere 2 seconds, apart from Jhin's treant, the entire RBH team was annihilated. In the final wave, Baiji's moon goddess had even acquired a Mercury's treads, which ultimately secured their victory. With the Elder Dragon and the Ancient Dragon claimed, they launched a devastating assault, leading to RBH's swift demise. Let us congratulate Team 2 on their first victory, Zixiao proclaimed, extending her congratulations to 2 while also advising the defeated team to reflect on the reasons for their failure, learning from their shortcomings to strive for redemption in the next match. Though they had previously braced themselves for defeat, the gravity of such a critical match left the team feeling disheartened. The opposing mid laner Baiji proved to be a true prodigy, displaying clarity of thought, fluid execution, and rapid reflexes, orchestrating pivotal team fights with remarkable precision. Don't be so downcast. This is my fault for not adequately strategizing the draft, Zixiao remarked. Although he had gleaned operational insights from the champions and exhibited solid defensive and offensive awareness, who was there to guide him through the intricacies of champion drafting? Upon seeing the enemy Yasuo, what choice did he have but to select Riven? Who would dare challenge his beloved? Thus, Zixiao acknowledged his significant shortcomings in champion selection. The first match had merely been an experiment, yet others had taken it seriously. Let us have Yu Mingman handle the draft for the next game, Jhin suggested, recalling the disastrous outcome of the previous draft. Indeed, we must primarily focus on countering the opposing mid laner, Meng Xiaocheng added, having felt the immense pressure emanating from the enemy's mid laner, who swiftly closed the distance and eliminated her. Of course. Yet another critical factor is that I simply cannot contend with her, Yu Mingman replied, recognizing her limitations as merely a coach and acknowledging the substantial gaps in her gameplay. I'll stick with the treant, at least I can keep an eye on her, Jhin declared. The second round of champion drafting commenced, and the moon goddess was predictably banned, along with other heroes such as Katarina. However, TO's bans in the second game were unusually targeted. Anyone familiar with RBH's competitive history understood the necessity of countering their bottom lane support. Yet, in this decisive second game, TO opted to ban 5 top lane champions. The treant, Shun, Ornn, Malphite, and Bear, all functional tank top laners were removed, leaving Shun with none of the champions he had previously utilized in the match. Why are they so focused on me? Jhin murmured, feeling a sense of injustice. His performance had been rather average since the start of the competition. While he had made no significant plays, he also had not faltered. Surely, this warranted more than a 5-band focus on the top lane. Could it be that Baiji has truly taken a liking to you? Why else would she be so considerate? Zixiao remarked that ever since the Internet CAF League commenced, he had yet to secure a victory with his Thresh. And this particular match presented the opposing team with a path to self-destruction, with all 5 of their bans directed at the top lane. The other positions were able to select champions they excelled with, Xayah paired with Thresh in the bot lane, the latter having recently received buffs, while the jungle featured Lee Sin and the mid lane retained Lux. After much deliberation, the team ultimately decided to assign Shin a pure tank Gragas in the top lane, emphasizing his role as a frontline initiator in team fights. Shin himself admitted his limitations with traditional fighters, stating he was only proficient with these resilient tank champions. Interestingly, the opposing team targeted Shin's champion pool, forcing him to select an unfamiliar hero. As a result, In the second match, he was swiftly overwhelmed in the top lane, even suffering a solo kill. The considerable distance between the top and bot lanes hindered Zixiao's ability to provide assistance. By the 15-minute mark, the enemy team, leveraging the Rift Herald, had pushed to the front of the high ground tower, with their Fiora becoming exceedingly formidable, capable of pursuing and dispatching 3 opponents single-handedly. Meanwhile, Bai Zhi's Fizz fixated on the ADC, and during the late-game team fights, Meng Xiaoqing made valiant efforts to evade Fizz's R and E with his ultimate and flash, only to be eliminated by a swift combination of Fizz, SQ, and W, leaving him with little room for maneuver. Zixiao found it quite troublesome to contend with the incursions of Fizz and Fiora. Before he could establish effective control, his teammates were already falling like dominoes. From the draft phase to the targeting of the top lane, the cascading advantages stemming from the top lane radiated throughout the other lanes, culminating in a decisive victory. If the first match had showcased a back-and-forth struggle, the second was nothing short of a unilateral domination by Team TO over RBH. Throughout the match, RBH's 5 members were ensnared in the rhythm and strategies of their opponents, unable to regain any semblance of control. With the Nexus exploding before they could even comprehend the situation, let us once again extend our congratulations to Team TO for securing another win, now holding 3 match points. RBH must rally together, Zixiao remarked. Indeed, the score stood at 2 o'clock, and the pressure mounted. In their inaugural participation in the Internet CAF League, everyone anticipated a loss, but no one expected such a devastating defeat. Should they face a 3 o'clock sweep, it would likely cast a long shadow over them. You Ming, can you play support? I will take mid, Zixiao stated solemnly. Of course, I actually play support better than mid. The key is that their mid is exceptionally strong. Yu Mingman replied, appearing somewhat aggrieved. All right, then I will play mid in the next game, and you continue to handle the draft, Zixiao resolved, unwilling to accept defeat. Chapter 60, The Peculiar Ah? It seems RBH has made some personnel adjustments, with their original mid laner, Dream, swapping positions with their support, Zixiao. Is this their hidden trump card? Zixiao attempted to pique the audience's interest. However, many spectators believed that given the current circumstances, victory was all but assured for Team TO. Previously, it was thought that RBH South mid lane was their weak link. Now it appeared that their top lane was in dire straits, counting only a handful of champions they could effectively wield. If they lost a champion in the draft, they would become utterly ineffective. How is it that they can only play champions that merely survive in lane? While the top lane's impact on the game may be minimal, there must still be some utility provided, right? Endure. I endure as they slay me. I endure as they dismantle our towers. I endure as they wipe us out in team fights. I endure as they take the Baron. I endure as they demolish our base. I endure as we lose the match. I endure as I retire. Ah, what a name that encapsulates such essence. While it is indeed foolish to hastily judge a player based on a single performance, it is evident to all that Shin's Gragas was devoid of impact in that match. Moreover, the focus now shifts to completing this Bo 5 series. In the third match, the opponents executed a ban strategy targeting the top lane, yet fortunately, during the first round of picks, Shin was able to select a champion he was reasonably proficient with, the Bear. Zixiao was fortunate to secure his most skilled mid-lane champion, Zoe, as he felt a palpable sense of victory whenever he wielded her. Indeed, in the third match, both teams engaged in a myriad of strategic maneuvers, with Zixiao relentlessly capitalizing on his advantages to execute remarkably effective ganks. In the mid lane, he commanded the entire Summoner's Rift with confidence, demonstrating a superior grasp of the game's dynamics compared to his support role. However, his opponent in the mid lane was also a formidable adversary, leading to a continuous exchange of pressure and roaming. Although it appeared that both players cleared minions and ventured forth simultaneously, Zixiao's accumulated advantages gradually widened. The pivotal moment arrived when Yu Mingman transitioned to the support position in the bot lane, resulting in a complete transformation of their gameplay style. The opposing team seemed unprepared for this new approach, akin to facing an unfamiliar foe, which led to them being eliminated in lane on 2 occasions, ultimately precipitating a catastrophic collapse in their bot lane. Bai Zhi, compelled to provide assistance, found himself in the very domain where Zixiao thrived. His attempts to counter with the hypnotic bubble proved futile, as he was thwarted thrice and even succumbed to defeat once. As the advantages continued to swell, RBH seized control of several dragons amidst the disarray in the bot lane, ultimately claiming the Dragon Soul, following a decisive engagement at the Baron. They concluded the match in a swift manner, bringing the score to 2-1. In the fourth match, Zixiao selected Alistar, opting for the Hex Deck Flash Traption as his secondary rune and commencing his build with the Rocket Belt. During the flight of his E ability, Glacial Path, he strategically activated the Hex Deck Flash Traption to maximize his range, seamlessly transitioning into a surprise maneuver that caught his adversaries off guard. Zixiao adeptly capitalized on this opportunity, collaborating with the jungler Jhin's werewolf to exert control over the entire map. Once the werewolf's passive was activated, its movement speed surged, further augmented by the Predator rune, allowing for impeccable support. Meanwhile, Zixiao had chosen Water Walking and Swift, resulting in a seamless control chain between the two players. With the presence of Lisandra's ultimate, casualties were an unlikely occurrence, although Bai Ji endeavored to salvage the situation. Her solitary efforts paled in comparison to the effectiveness of the partnership between Zixiao and Jhin. The opposing jungler and support resembled a kite severed from its string, lost and aimlessly wandering during skirmishes and team fights. With the victory in the fourth match, the score was equalized at 2-2. Phew, after winning 2 consecutive matches, we are down to the final game. Everyone must give their utmost effort and not become complacent, Meng Xiaocheng urged. The team's morale gradually surged with the consecutive wins, while Tio's spirit seemed to dwindle, enhancing RBH's chances of victory. The 4 players rejoiced at the prospect of a turning point, yet Zixiao stood apart, stroking his chin in contemplation. Zixiao, are you feeling unwell? Meng Xiaocheng inquired. Do you not find it peculiar that our victories in these 2 matches felt rather effortless? Or perhaps, the first 2 matches resembled a competition, while the final one felt akin to a casual match? Zixiao pondered aloud. The opposing team's coordination in team fights and support appeared disjointed. Despite Bai Ji's roaming, her teammates failed to synchronize. Throughout these encounters, both Zoe and Alistar remarked that aside from the mid laner, the rest of the opponents seemed to underperform significantly. Perhaps the opposing team grew anxious, and after our victories, their impatience led to mistakes, Meng Xiaocheng speculated. That doesn't seem right. The opposing team maintained a steady performance while securing advantages in the first 2 matches. Such a decline should not occur, Zixiao mused. Why do you concern yourself so much? Winning sooner would liberate us, wouldn't it? Jhin retorted, indifferent to the opponent's mindset. The opposing team gives me the impression that they might be performing poorly on purpose, but our team would never resort to such tactics, Zixiao asserted. After all, the owner you had explicitly stated that without results, they would not be offered contracts, making such behavior implausible. Meng Xiaocheng, now more serious, suggested, in the final match, you continue playing support, and we will all remain vigilant. If the opponents are indeed acting, we shall inform the referee. Hey, why are you all staring at me? Do I look like someone who would engage in such antics? Jhin exclaimed, flustered as he noticed both Meng Xiaocheng and Zixiao's gaze upon him. True. Although Jhin often presents as a delinquent, he would not stoop to such behavior, Zixiao acknowledged. Thus, to ascertain whether the opponents are genuinely underperforming, we must observe the critical final match. As they approached the decisive game, no one anticipated that Tio would initially win 2 matches only to have RBH equalize with 2 consecutive victories. Bai Ji clenched her teeth and addressed her teammates, play steadily, maintain a calm mindset, and ensure no mistakes occur in the final match. Understood? Understood, they replied. Now, we are entering the final match of the Summer Internet Cafe League, featuring 2 against RBH, with the score currently tied at 2-2. Let us anticipate the thrilling contest that lies ahead, Zixiao announced as the match commenced. Chapter 61. The match begins with the usual banter and champion selections. The game commenced, and Zixiao opted for Nautilus, the Titan of the Deep. This champion possesses exceptional roaming capabilities, and given that Zixiao traditionally plays in the bottom lane, he would have a clear view of whether the opposing bottom lane was indeed faltering. Furthermore, the chosen champion would allow him to assess the performance of the opposing jungler, with the enemy jungler selecting the boar and our jungler opting for Lee Sin. Zixiao placed a ward in the river right before the eyes of the opposing bottom duo, while the boar lingered in the top lane for nearly half a minute. The boar, inherently a weaker jungler, ventured into Lee Sin's territory while being a level behind, leading to its demise. Even more absurd was the opposing bottom duo, who, with an Ezreal and Thresh, insisted on contesting against Zixiao's Nautilus and Lucian, blatantly revealing their intentions. It appears that Tio may be feeling the pressure, having been pushed to the final match after leading 2-0. It's quite normal for their mindset to falter, which could result in numerous mistakes. They must adjust their mentality, Zixiao remarked, struggling to find a way to alleviate the situation. The audience also began to discern the underlying issues, engaging in discussions. Though the players themselves were too engrossed in the match to spare a thought for external chatter. Observing the unfavorable developments in other lanes, Baishi, who had selected Syndra, an early-game champion incapable of effective roaming, could only advise, do not rush. Remember how we played in training. On the side of Zixiao, the opposing Ezreal returned home, purchasing the first item, the goddess tier. Thresh remained on the lane, attempting to hook enemies, seemingly eager for a fight, which left no room for doubt. Zixiao asserted that the duo in the opposing bot lane was undoubtedly acting. They can't even pretend well. It's painfully obvious. As if they've written "I'm acting" on their foreheads, he remarked. The opposing jungler was equally perplexing. I don't understand why he chose a weak champion like Rek'Sai and keeps invading my jungle. Is he stronger than I am? Jhin commented. The top lane was no better. During several instances of last hitting, the player interrupted his own auto attacks, Shin added. Looking at the situation, aside from Baishi in the mid lane, who was still diligently trying to find opportunities to eliminate Man, the rest of her teammates appeared to be problematic. At this moment, Meng Xiaoqing lost interest in continuing the match and switched to another screen. Hey, the computer is being monitored. You'll be caught doing that, Zixiao warned. It's fine. I've set up a protection system, Meng Xiaoqing replied, his fingers rapidly tapping the keyboard, seemingly browsing a website. However, Zixiao quickly found the displayed content incomprehensible. Unable to assist further, Zixiao called for a pause, citing a need to use the restroom to avoid scrutiny from the referee. Moments later, Meng Xiaoqing opened the website, his expression turning grim as he said, Our match has been opened for betting. The stake is over 800,000, with RBH being favored to come back from a 2-game deficit. Opened? What does that even mean? Zixiao had never heard of such a thing. However, Jhin and Man, being more affluent and worldly, understood immediately, their expressions darkening. It means someone is betting on our match, with a wager of 800,000. That's why those players are so blatantly acting. They want us to let them come back from a 2-game deficit. Either they were approached to act, or they placed bets themselves, Jhin said fiercely. Seriously? Who would be so bored to use this as a betting stake? And for 800,000 no less. That's insane. Zixiao exclaimed. Well, 800,000 isn't from a single person. It might be many people betting. Truly a bunch of lunatics, spending money for entertainment, Jhin remarked. Before he could finish, Shin had already stood up. I'm going to inform the referee, he announced. Wait, Meng Xiaoqing suddenly called out to Shin. You have no proof. Even if you go to the referee, they might not take action. Then what should we do? Should we just watch Baishi remain in the dark? All her hard work and training for this? Exactly. We must show them consequences. They need to be punished. Man clenched her fist in indignation. Seeing the fervor of his teammates, Meng Xiaoqing couldn't help but chuckle. Then let me ease your minds. I'm actually a hacker. I've been monitoring this website. If we report them now, only those players acting will be penalized. But if we can obtain evidence of their financial transactions, we might even expose those behind the betting. He lowered his voice. What do we need to do? Zixiao inquired. Meng Xiaoqing blinked, speaking mysteriously. It's quite simple. We just need to win this match. When they attempt to collect their winnings, we can intercept their payment information to identify them. And then they can happily enjoy their time in prison. As the pause ended and the match resumed, every player from the RBH team purchased a book of kills, launching a frenzy of slaughter across the lanes and jungle, only to be ended by Baishi. The RBH 5 aimed to convey to the audience, and to the oblivious Baishi, that despite being killed, the book of kills would not grant them any advantage. This sudden turn of events, regardless of the champions involved, resulted in a massacre, leaving the commentator Zixiao at a loss for words, having never witnessed such a situation before. Baishi seemed to grasp the situation, falling silent and remaining still in the fountain, effectively disconnecting. A minute later, the RBH 5 destroyed the crystal base, completing the betting task of coming back from a 2-game deficit. The live chat and comment sections exploded, with some already posting about the betting scandal online. Meanwhile, those placing bets online remained blissfully unaware, eager to claim their winnings, completely oblivious to the surveillance they were under. Following their victory, the RBH team remained silent on the podium, devoid of celebration. On the other hand, Baishi left the venue immediately after the match, ignoring the remaining 4 teammates. The Internet CAF League concluded in this manner, engulfed in a chorus of curses, some who knew the truth condemned too, while others, still in the dark, criticized RBH for disrespecting their opponents by collectively using the Book of Kills. Regardless, the matter had unfolded irreparably. Chapter 62. Unfulfilled Dreams. The two team, upon a brief glance at their profile, reveals that they are entirely a self-formed unit, with no investors involved. All training and living expenses were solely borne by Baiji. Perhaps the other 4 players performed well, or they merely came for the money, choosing to abandon the glory of competition upon seeing the betting stakes, opting instead for performance. After that day, armed with evidence, Meng Xiaoqing reported them under his real name. With irrefutable proof, the bettors and the website's creators faced interrogation, with sentencing left to the court. Unfortunately, the TO team received a collective fine and a 1-year ban from participating in any other events, with Baiji unable to escape the repercussions. Fortunately, all RBH members rallied to support Baiji, affirming her innocence and preventing her from facing online harassment. As for the remaining 4 players, the online community could only express their disdain. Online bullying is truly terrifying. Thankfully, the perpetrators were male. Should these 4 endure this wave of online backlash, everyone present bears responsibility, and they should exert their efforts in condemnation. On the evening the events concluded, in a small tavern not far from the Xinghe Internet CAF, Baiji sat alone in a corner, drinking. She chose the cheapest drink, yet bought several, having come here immediately after the match, remaining until nearly midnight. The others in the tavern were jovial, celebrating recent joys, some even engaging in fistfights, while Baiji remained solitary and silent. After midnight, Chen Shun, just off work, entered the tavern. Zixiao, Chen Shun, keep it up. Meng Xiaoqing, Chen Shun, you are the best. Jhin, team dynamics. Yu Ming Man, brother Chen Shun, you can definitely do it. Encouraged by the supportive words from his teammates, Chen Shun approached Baizhua, ordered a bottle of the same liquor as hers, sat down, and drank heartily. After a moment, he remarked, this wine is rather mild. Can it truly intoxicate? Mind your own business, Baizhua replied in a low, somber tone, clearly troubled. Chen Shun continued to drink for a while before requesting a few stronger bottles from the waiter, placing them on the table and indulging himself once more. The two sat in silence, lost in their own thoughts as they consumed their drinks. At your age, shouldn't you still be in school? What brings you all the way here to compete in an Internet CAF tournament? Chen Shun inquired. Having seen Baizhua multiple times sleeping in the lobby of the Xinghe Internet CAF while working as a security guard, he surmised that she must live far away and was reluctant to stay in a hotel. There were no competitions at the nearby CAFS. So I had to come here, Baizhua explained, her cheeks flushed, suggesting she was already somewhat intoxicated. Having finished her own drink, she picked up one of Chen Shun's bottles without hesitation, saying, I'll pay you back for the drinks later. Why did you decide to join the Internet CAF League and put yourself through all this? You look like you haven't rested properly since the tournament began, Chen Shun continued. Who knows? Baizhua replied, drinking even faster, now having downed 3 more cups. Although Chen Shun's liquor was not particularly strong, it could hardly withstand Baizhua's pace. Before long, she was half drunk, her usual aloof demeanor fading as she leaned over the table, clutching her glass. Those people, I worked so hard to cover our training expenses, and they dare to gamble online, hoping to win a few thousand yuan, Baizhua lamented, taking another swig. Chen Shun, concerned, asked the waiter for a glass of sobering liquid. Not to mention that the prize for reaching the provincial league is much greater. And I don't even want any of it. Let those 4 share it, Baizhua said, propping herself up against the couch before lying back down. Brother, I want to fulfill his dream for him. Brother? Chen Shun asked. Yes, my brother, she replied, pouring herself another drink and continuing. He was a genius, incredibly skilled at gaming. 6 months ago, he dropped out to pursue a professional career, but I was against it. Why were you against it? If he was so talented, Chen Shun prompted, encouraging her to elaborate. I didn't know back then, and besides, it was just the 2 of us left in the family, so I pressured him. On the day of the competition, I told him that if he didn't come back, I would jump off a building. As she recounted the tale, her face turned completely red, intoxication taking full control. And then, Chen Shun pressed. Then, my brother was in such a hurry that he ran a red light on his bicycle. A van couldn't stop in time and hit him, throwing him to the ground. By the time the ambulance arrived, he had already succumbed to his injuries. While the girl anxiously awaited her brother's return at home, she was instead met with news of his tragic accident and a death certificate from the hospital. The girl wept. She had not cried when their parents went missing, nor when they were starving, but now, feeling responsible for her brother's fate, she sobbed uncontrollably. Chen Shun listened in silence, realizing the root of her changed demeanor. More than mere sympathy, he felt profound compassion for Bai Zhua. From her words, it was clear that she and her brother had relied solely on one another, and now, her brother's aspiration to become a professional gamer had ended tragically due to her actions. Hence, was it not her desire to take his place on the competitive stage and fulfill his unachieved dreams? Having expressed her burdensome thoughts, Bai Zhua seemed to find some relief, as if she had finally released a long-held secret. She rested her head on the table, her breathing steady and even, exuding an air of vulnerability that made her seem almost ethereal, like a remorseful maiden. Jhin took another sip of his drink, feeling emboldened by the liquor. Gathering his courage, he declared, "Our RBH team is a newly established squad, and we currently need a mid laner. The match you played was filled in by our coach. If you trust me, I can assure you we will win the championship." Huh. Bai Zhua opened one eye to regard Jhin. A liar. You just want to take advantage of a girl who's drunk, right? Jhin was taken aback as Bai Zhua smiled and suddenly lay her head on his lap. "Ah, a knee pillow. Your name is Jhin, right? Hurry and take me home. I'm coming back with you tonight." Bai Zhua was completely intoxicated, rambling incoherently. Waiter, where's the sobering drink?" Jhin asked urgently. "Sorry, we've run out of sobering drinks." That's impossible." Chapter 63, Drunk with No Other Option. Jhin hoisted Bai Zhua onto his back, preparing to carry her to the staff lounge at the Xinghe Internet CAF. Initially intending to go to a hotel, he found that identification was required for mixed-gender entry, leaving him without alternatives. He silently prayed, assuring himself he would not take advantage of her. "Are we going to catch fish?" "I haven't had meat in ages," Bai Zhua babbled on his back. Jhin had hoped to let her drink her fill to ease her emotions before finding a sobering drink. Little did he know they had run out. As night fell, the lobby of the Xinghe Internet CAF was nearly empty. Jhin, carrying Bai Zhua, aimed to return to the lounge so she could rest. She had completely lost her composure. "Computer, I want to play games," Bai Zhua whined, shaking Jhin's body playfully. "All right, it's time to rest. Let's play tomorrow," Jhin suggested. No. I want to play now. I want to have fun and play freely. Training was so dull, I got tired of it. I'd rather enjoy myself," Bai Zhua exclaimed, jumping to her feet and hugging the chair in front of the computer desk. "Well, just a little while then," Jhin conceded, unable to deny her. "Thank you so much. You're the best." Bai Zhua beamed, rushing over to hug him. Jhin felt a wave of shyness wash over him, standing frozen for a moment. Though he was not inexperienced, he had never been this close to a girl, especially not one as beautiful as she. "Hey, what are you standing there for? Come play with me." Bai Zhua pouted. "Oh right, coming." Jhin reluctantly opened two computers, fully aware he was abusing his authority, adding friends and creating a room. He planned to let the intoxicated Bai Zhua play a match against bots before sending her off to sleep. "I've invited you, come in," Jhin said. "Okay." Bai Zhua accepted the invitation, but upon seeing it was a bot match, she immediately frowned. "What? Why is it bots? Please, I want to play ranked matches." "Playing against bots is simply too dull," Bai Zhao pouted. "But you're drunk now. Playing ranked will surely lead to your demise, and your teammates will be disheartened," Jhin remarked. "No, I absolutely want to play ranked," Bai Zhao insisted. Unable to resist her charm, Jhin acquiesced and switched to ranked mode. After matching, they entered the game, banning champions and selecting heroes. Bai Zhao banned Jhin and opted for Akali. When we faced your team, I did my homework. As long as I counter your champions, you'll struggle in the top lane," she murmured. Jhin was at a loss for words. He knew all champions, yet. As the game commenced, despite her inebriation, Bai Zhao wreaked havoc in the mid lane, causing the opposing mid laner to disconnect. Meanwhile, Jhin's Ornn was diligently holding up against pressure in the top lane. "The Rift Herald is up. Could you lend a hand?" he called. But Bai Zhao remained motionless in the mid lane. "Bai Zhao?" Jhin turned to find her asleep at her computer. Smiling softly, he typed a message to their teammates. "The top laner is my friend. She's dealing with something. Don't worry, we will win this game." With that, he took control of Bai Zhao's mouse and keyboard, ultimately securing victory in a 4v5 match. As the enemy's nexus exploded, Jhin set down the keyboard and mouse, preparing to carry Bai Zhao back to her room for rest. "Don't go." Bai Zhao suddenly grasped Jhin's hand as he stood. He froze, and then she rose, wrapping her arms around him tightly. "Brother, please don't leave me. I'm so scared. If I did something wrong, just scold me, but please don't leave me." The next day, warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting light upon Bai Zhaosai's face. She stirred awake, sitting up to survey her surroundings. Realizing she was in Chun Shun's room, and clad only in a sleep shirt that wasn't hers, she exclaimed, "Oh, you're awake. I just brought back breakfast." Shin entered with dumplings and soy milk, but before he could finish, Bai Zhaosai hurled a pillow at him. "What did you do to me last night? Why am I in different clothes?" she asked, her cheeks flushed with anger. Shin hurriedly explained, "No, it was Meng Xiaoqing who changed your clothes. She and you Ming Man said your outfit was too worn, so they brought you a new one. After you passed out last night, I carried you here." "Oh, is that so?" Bai Zhaosai seemed to recall fragments of the previous night, but fell silent. "You haven't eaten since last night. Do you want something to eat?" Shin inquired. "No, I'll just go home," Bai Zhaosai replied, though she was uncertain where she intended to go. "What are you doing?" Shin, don't block the door." At that moment, Meng Xiaoqing and Yu Mingman approached, each carrying bags brimming with clothes. Bai Zhaosai stood frozen at the door, half dressed in her old clothes, only to be ushered back by the two girls. "You look so beautiful. Why were such old clothes? Come on, try this outfit," Meng Xiaoqing insisted, reaching to remove Bai Zhaosai's clothing. Shin, still at the door, was met with Yu Mingman's shout, "Boys, hurry up and step outside. We'll show you once she has changed." Reluctantly, he exited his room, overhearing comments like, "Try this one, and that one. Yes, definitely wear that. It will look stunning." Bai Zhaosai had never encountered such enthusiasm and was momentarily at a loss, following their lead as they dressed her. Meanwhile, Zixiao and Jhin arrived at the doorway. "Hey Shin, I heard you got Bai Zhaosai drunk. How is it going?" Jhin asked. "What do you expect? Just look at the current situation." "It's clear nothing happened," Zixiao chimed in. Shin, disinterested, retorted, "Get lost. All right, let us show those old men outside." The three burly men chatting outside turned in unison toward the door. As it opened slowly, Bai Zhaosai emerged, adorned in a flowing white dress that beautifully accentuated her figure, complemented by a white summer hat and cascading hair framing her delicate face. She blushed, unable to meet Shin's gaze, while the others stared in awe, eyes wide and mouths agape. "See? I told you. A little effort, and she becomes stunning," Yu Mingman remarked, her pride evident. Bai Zhaosai appeared to be experiencing this level of adornment for the first time, feeling quite shy as her eyes occasionally darted toward Shin. "Shin, could you react a little?" Meng Xiaoqing urged. "Oh, Bai Zhaosai, that dress really suits you. You look particularly lovely in it," Shin finally responded. "Perhaps I should try other outfits as well," Bai Zhaosai said, realizing it was her first time wearing a dress. "Thank you all. I'll repay the cost of the clothes once I start working," she began, but Yu Mingman cut her off. "No need. Here's the thing. I'm not sure if Shin told you, but our team, RBH, wants to invite you to join us." Yu Mingman had already discussed this with her father, Yu Jiaxue, who was thrilled at the prospect of adding a formidable mid-laner to their roster. "Our team has qualified for the Provincial League, and once we sign a contract with Xingye Internet CAF, you'll have a stable salary and the chance to fulfill your dream," Meng Xiaoqing added. Indeed, although the opposing team had initially gained an advantage in the last match, the referee ultimately awarded RBH the championship title in the Internet CAF League, securing their place in the Provincial League. "But I was banned for a year. Is that all right?" Bai Zhaosai questioned. The ruling stated that as captain, she should have been aware of the circumstances, resulting in her being penalized alongside the team. Despite the backlash online, the decision was irreversible. "Of course not," Zixiao interjected. "Summer vacation is almost over. While we VE qualified for the Provincial League, we can't participate just yet. But we VE registered, and once we graduate, we'll be ready to compete." The discussion among the group yielded a consensus. After all, among the five, only Shin has graduated and is now working as a security guard, while the others remain students. Yu Jiaxue can certainly empathize with this situation. They are indeed a team that has achieved results. Although it was merely an Internet CAF tournament, it bears testament to their capability. The popularity of League of Legends continues to grow, attracting more players. Much like any sports club, if an Internet CAF boasts a renowned League of Legends team, it can significantly enhance the CAF's appeal. "Well then, from now on, I'll be counting on you," Bai Shi remarked after a long moment of contemplation. Bai Shi is currently in need of a team to embark on a journey from scratch to fulfill her dream. A dream that is essentially a continuation of her brother's unfinished aspirations. "Yay! This is fantastic," Yu Mingyan exclaimed, practically bouncing with joy. "I no longer have to play mid. I mean, our team finally has a formidable mid laner." She suggested, let us celebrate with some champagne tonight. Wait, really? Don't we have plans for tonight? Jhin and Zixiao said in unison, their gazes immediately shifting to Qinshan. Meng Xiaoqing quickly understood the situation. Pulling Zixiao along as he said, Hey, you haven't forgotten, have you? We have a movie date tonight. What? When a Zixiao's question was cut short as Meng Xiaoqing dragged him away. He turned back to bid farewell to the rest of the group. We're off now. The movie is about to start. Enjoy yourselves. Jhin, understanding the situation, took Mengman's hand. Recalling his promise to take her to the amusement park upon winning the championship, he mentioned that there was a special event at the amusement park tonight, and they decided to head there first. Thus, the two couples hastily departed from the scene, leaving Qinshan and Bai Ji in a state of confusion. Didn't we book a hotel for tonight and plan to celebrate together? Qinshan murmured to himself, recalling that he was the one who made the arrangements. Suddenly, Bai Ji lowered her head. After a brief moment of Qinshan's anxiety, she stepped forward, her face flushed, and asked, I didn't say anything strange last night. Did I? Qinshan was taken aback, initially contemplating how to respond to what he assumed Bai Ji might say. However, she did not follow the anticipated script. Of course not. Last night, after you got drunk, you dragged me into a game and played until you fell asleep. Qinshan hastily fabricated an excuse, as he thought that typically one would prefer to keep drunken confessions private. Oh, that's a relief. And don't think that this means our relationship has improved, understood? Bai Ji stated, though her expression betrayed a hint of pride, indicating she was reluctant to reveal her true feelings. Of course, Qinshan replied. It was merely fulfilling one's responsibilities. By the way, does your workplace have any openings? I'd like to take up a job during this period. And it would be convenient for training if it's close to the internet CAF, Bai Ji inquired. There should be. I can ask the boss for you. Qinshan responded. Thank you, Bai Ji nodded. Meanwhile, around the corner, four heads peeked out from behind the wall. Quick, go in for the attack, Meng Xiaoqing urged. Zixiao, why do I feel that our gazes are somewhat familiar? It seems I have been subjected to such a gaze before. Jhin, why is Qinshan so timid? You Mengman, doesn't this make our team even stronger and more complete? The RBH team, formerly known as Rainbow Black Hole, comprises top laner Qinshan, ID, Endure, jungler Jhin, ID, ZK, mid laner Bai Ji, ID, Ice, AD carry Meng Xiaoqing, ID, MZ, and support Zixiao, ID, Zixiao. They officially participate in the Provincial League, securing a spot in the provincial tournament with the potential to advance to the Secondary League, LDL. Chapter 65. A new beginning. A considerable amount of time has elapsed since the conclusion of the Internet CAF League, and the 6 members of RBH have once again welcomed the summer break. Jiaxue honored his promise and, after bringing everyone together, signed contracts with them. Although the initial annual salary was not substantial, they were indeed provided with meals and accommodation. Jiaxue even rented a small apartment near Xinghe Internet CAF for the 6 members of RBH to reside in, allowing them the option to train at home or at the CAF, with living conditions steadily improving. During this period, occasional live streams have seen a gradual increase in popularity, with Zixiao and Meng Xiaoqing emerging as minor streamers, while the others are also exploring this avenue. The team has established its own Twitter account and garnered a small following on a fan site, albeit primarily attracted by the female players within the team. Progress is slowly moving in a positive direction, yet there remains a lengthy wait for everyone to graduate and reach the eligible age for the Internet CAF League, during which they maintain regular training and streaming sessions. Moreover, due to several remarkable plays during previous league matches featured in a League of Legends highlight reel by a video creator, their notoriety has surged, and recordings of their streams have surfaced multiple times as well. Damn it, Zixiao, are you out of your mind? Every time I get matched against you, you pick the Spirit Blossom and keep invading my jungle. Aren't you even thinking about winning? Just invading my jungle. Have you lost your mind? Jhin exclaimed as he slammed down his keyboard. I'm just training you, all right? When we reach the Divine League, we'll face all kinds of formidable opponents. Their jungle is their home turf. Their teammates will be farming in their jungle, Zixiao retorted. This conversation took place in their apartment, which features a dedicated esports room equipped with 6 computers, far more enjoyable than the VIP rooms at Xinghe Internet CAF, where they could do as they pleased, albeit not in that manner. For reasons unknown, Meng Xiaoqing and Zixiao were duo queuing in the bot lane, while Qinshan and Bai Ji paired up in the mid lane, leaving Mengman to analyze data, which resulted in Jhin playing solo queue. Consequently, he occasionally encountered the other two teams and ended up losing ranks after a long day of play. Your gameplay is too conservative. There were numerous opportunities for solo kills in the top lane that you didn't take, Baishi remarked, taking a sip of water as he addressed Shin. Really? I thought just focusing on last hits was sufficient. I excel at supporting and team fights, Shin replied. This statement holds truth. After a few days of duo queuing with Baishi, it became evident that Shin had a clear focus during team battles. Due to the current meta, Shin is rather uncommon, resulting in him rarely being banned in ranked matches, allowing him to secure his preferred champion in 9 out of 10 games. While he could essentially ignore the top lane during the landing phase, unless the enemy mid laner roamed, Shin was virtually invulnerable. Yet, in team fights, he consistently managed to taunt opponents in crucial positions and utilized his W ability to safeguard his carries, showcasing his profound understanding of the champion Shin. However, it is likely that he will face bans in future matches. Jhin, on the other hand, struggled with teammates who were truly exasperating. Whether they chose a weak jungler without providing jungle support or a strong jungler while insisting that team fights were irrelevant, Jhin, frustrated, ultimately purchased an account in the Korean server. After all, he could not comprehend the insults hurled his way, so they could say whatever they pleased. Zixiao had honed several remarkable techniques in his supportive role, with the fundamental premise being that Zixiao could independently maintain his growth in the lane and ensure substantial output in the later stages, unless specifically targeted. Otherwise, his ascendance was inevitable. This ranking system proved effective, yet there remained superior methods to enhance the capabilities of the team members. Good news. Good news. Good news. Yu Mingman exclaimed, waving her arms as she entered the room, capturing everyone's attention. What is the matter? Is Boss Yu planning to gift us each a full set of skins? Zixiao inquired. Not at all. It's serious business. Yu Mingman replied, approaching her computer, powering it on, and displaying an email to the group. The others leaned in to view the content of the email. Hello, I am Zixiao from the PG team. I witnessed your team's impressive performance during the league broadcast at the PY site. And I would like to invite your team to our sports club to exchange tactical experiences and grow together. The sender was Zixiao, the coach of the PG team. I was still searching for better training methods. It seems I need not look any further, Yu Mingman remarked. PG team. Isn't that the one where the great philanthropist Lang is from? Zixiao mused, struggling to recall, only remembering the memes left behind. Indeed. But why would they invite us? They are the champions of the spring tournament. Surely, they should invite teams of comparable strength, Zixiao replied. Isn't it obvious? They must be intimidated and want to probe our strategies, Jhin said casually, predicting that the visit would merely consist of a tour of their esports venue followed by a few friendly matches. Their mid laner is team-oriented. Facing him might be rather unexciting. Baishi murmured. Nevertheless, since the opportunity presents itself, we should accept. Moreover, they have extended an invitation. It offers a chance to exchange strategies and generate some buzz. Shin added. Yu Mingman nodded vigorously. Exactly. It will also facilitate my collection of comprehensive data. But I still can't fathom why they might consider us a threat. Zixiao pondered. I suspect that after we left Lang with the title of Great Philanthropist last time, he remembered us, Zixiao chuckled. Who holds such grudges? In any case, we shall board a flight tomorrow. Yu Mingman declared, pointing towards the sky. Let us showcase our prowess. Yu Mingman was undeniably excited, as competing against a professionally coached team would expedite her growth. The prowess of a team's players is undoubtedly significant, yet the drafting phase is equally crucial. With a well-structured lineup that counters the opponent's composition, victory is attainable even amidst disparities in skill level, much like their previous encounter with the WALM team, which was notorious for its strategic maneuvers during the drafting phase. They often bewildered their opponents, resulting in commendable performances. For this friendly match against PG, Yu Mingman intended to unveil a unique drafting strategy developed by their RBH team, serving as a preliminary experiment before official competitions. Chapter 66. PG Esports Club. The airport was perpetually crowded, and the 6 of them aided one another to avoid being separated. I wish for the day when we arrive at an airport to be surrounded by fans requesting autographs and photographs, Zixiao lamented. They had already shared relevant updates on Twitter and the PY site before their departure, but the impact had been negligible. Jhin scoffed. Are you dreaming? If it were that easy to gain fame, I would have been a star long ago, given my looks and skill level. Perhaps a star to those with discerning taste. Zixiao interrupted, the kind of celebrity known for their gameplay. Shut up, let us get through security. Jhin retorted, uninterested in a verbal spar with Zixiao. Knowing he could not win. After passing through the ticketing area, the six found a spot in the waiting lounge. I see. Let me quickly download some videos. Zixiao said, otherwise, I'll be utterly bored on the flight without internet. Hey, are those videos small in size? Jhin asked, stretching his neck. Have you seen or started such videos? The two resumed their banter, while the others patiently awaited the flight. Excuse me, are you from RBH? Suddenly inquired a bespectacled man seated nearby. The six were initially startled, but Zixiao eagerly stepped forward to shake his hand. Indeed, I am Zixiao, the support player from RBH. It's a pleasure to meet you. Really? Then you three must be MZ, Dream, and Ice. I expected a significant difference between reality and photos. But you all are just as stunning. The bespectacled man ignored Zixiao and enthusiastically approached the three ladies for photographs. Simultaneously, other League of Legends players in the waiting lounge flocked towards them. Regardless of whether they knew RBH, they were now aware of the trio's beauty. Before long, the three ladies found themselves surrounded by male fans. Ice, I'm your fan. Can we be friends? I watch every one of your matches, MZ. Could we take a photo? Hey, miss. I'm a fan. Do you need a duo partner to climb ranks? I play ADC and prefer to support with Janna. At that moment, a stark contrast emerged. The three ladies were celebrated while the three gentlemen stood by, feeling the world as desolation. Excuse me. Just as the three men were despairing, a charmingly dressed girl approached with her friends, cautiously asking. Zixiao was filled with excitement at that moment, exclaiming, yes, precisely. We are indeed. Thank you so much. Before Zixiao could finish her words, the girl eagerly pulled her little friend to occupy the seats where Zixiao and the others were sitting, and joyfully exclaimed to them, thank you so much. I thought we would have to stand for 2 hours waiting for the flight. Zixiao, how infuriating. The excitement belongs to them, while we are left with nothing. This is simply a defeat for Name. How utterly frustrating. And to think they are flirting with my girlfriend. If you have the guts, come face me in the canyon, little brother. Jhin remarked. We boarded the plane, took off, slept, and then disembarked. We had previously communicated with the PG Sports Club, and they will be sending a vehicle to pick up the six of us. Zixiao and his companions soon located the van that was to transport them. Joyfully boarding the vehicle, laughter and chatter filled the air. Yet the primary fascination among them revolved around the new city, what to purchase and which sites to explore, while discussions pertaining to their own team, PG, were notably scarce. This was entirely understandable. After all, a group of youngsters had finally ventured out, and who could resist the allure of leisure amidst their obligations? The van whisked them away to the front of a towering edifice, adorned with the bold inscription PG Esports Club base. Surely, not all of this nearly 20-story building belonged to them. The reception area was situated on the first floor, while the League of Legends division appeared to occupy the 812th floor. Truly, as a dedicated esports club, they were exceptionally affluent and remarkably professional. Yu Mingman found herself at a loss for words, merely expressing her astonishment. The reception hall buzzed with activity. Numerous club members were milling about, leaving the six friends standing there, uncertain of their next move. Isn't anyone here to greet us? Zhaun inquired. At the center of the reception area, a colossal display screen was streaming past match footage of the PG Esports Club, and the group, feeling somewhat bored, found themselves watching it. After waiting for quite some time without any sign of a welcoming party, Yu Mingman glanced at her phone and remarked, they mentioned an unexpected situation has arisen. We're to make our own way up to the 8th floor. Is this how they typically receive guests? Well, let us brush it off. Adults can overlook such matters. Zixiao replied. The six of them proceeded to the elevator, ready to ascend to the 8th floor. Just as they reached the elevator doors, a sharply dressed man with short hair arrived at the same spot. Meng Xiaoqing and the others were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this man was Lang, the ADC player of PG Esports Club's League of Legends division. Hello, you must be Lang. It's a pleasure to meet you. Zixiao extended his hand. Long, exhibiting courtesy, shook Zixiao's hand with genuine strength, expressing, what a remarkable coincidence to encounter you all in such a vast world. Zixiao, unwilling to be outdone, exerted his strength in return, and the two engaged in a firm grip, pondering the peculiar fate that had brought them together in such an unlikely place. Why would someone of Lang's stature be found here? The tension between the two was palpable, leaving bystanders in a state of bewilderment. Are they arm wrestling? Yu Mingyan inquired. You could interpret it that way, Jhin replied. All right, the elevator has arrived. Let us not dawdle, Meng Xiaoqing interjected, swiftly pulling Zixiao into the lift. To their surprise, Long also entered the elevator, resulting in 7 individuals crammed together within. I heard you clinched the championship at the Internet CAF League. Congratulations, Long remarked. I also heard you secured the spring tournament title and are already analyzing your opponents for MSI. Truly commendable, Zixiao retorted, as the two exchanged barbs during the ascent. What a sight to behold, battling online and now face-to-face, truly worthy of their professional status. Chapter 67, Unyielding. One-on-one, the 8th floor housed the dedicated League of Legends division of the PG Esports Club. Upon exiting the elevator, one could see the League of Legends emblem emblazoned on the wall, with the corridor adorned with an array of hero models and posters. There were even cosplaying young ladies present. The lobby bustled with enthusiastic fans engaging in games or conversing with local staff, while a server wheeled in a cart laden with complimentary coffee and cake. Zixiao casually picked up a cake and a cup of coffee, indulging himself without a hint of reservation. What about your coach? He inquired, his mouth full of cake as he spoke to Long. Our coach is perpetually busy. He hardly has time to pay attention to you, Lang replied dismissively. But wasn't it he who invited us here? Zixiao asked, bewildered. Long was momentarily taken aback by the question. After a brief silence, he said, Fine, you 6 come with me. With that, he exited the hall, and the 6 followed suit. Lang led them to a room on the 9th floor. Upon opening the door, they found the members of PG engaged in a live ranking session, with their coach, Zixiao, overseeing them from behind. Hey, coach, why did you call them over? Long asked with irritation. Oh, my apologies for the oversight. I rushed over upon hearing they were matched against a formidable foreign team to conduct a data analysis, Zixiao replied, ignoring Lang and directly apologizing to Zixiao and the others. It's quite all right, Yumangan said. Indeed, it's no trouble at all. Long has been quite accommodating. Zixiao added through gritted teeth. Good, you must be tired after such a long flight. Please take a moment to rest here. I will arrange a training match for you shortly, Zixiao said. Although the likelihood of RBH defeating PG was still slim, it was an opportunity to enhance their skills. For only through sparring could they identify their shortcomings and learn from their opponent's strengths. All right, let us find a spot to rest, Yumangan suggested. And everyone began to seek available space in the expansive training room. The training area boasted nearly 20 of the finest computers available, a clear indication of their wealth. I wonder what kind of equipment professional League of Legends players use, Zixiao mused as he approached a computer desk and pulled out a chair. However, Lung quickly yanked him away. What are you doing? Zixiao asked, perplexed. Your spot is over there. Lung pointed to 2 computers facing each other, clearly designated for one-on-one matches. Seeing this, Zixiao stepped in. Hey Lung, let us not show any bias. They are guests here, and as an AD player, you shouldn't challenge someone in a support role. Isn't it better to play support then? Lang retorted, displaying his obstinate nature, intent on reclaiming the pride he had lost in the past. Zixiao was reluctant, but the remaining players from both sides were eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Zixiao, are you chicken? If you're not, then sit down. Come on, this is a great opportunity to hone your skills and observe the techniques of top-tier AD players, which will aid in your synergy with AD in the future. Go for it. Zixiao, you can do it. Win it. The remaining 5 members of RBH expressed their enthusiasm, while Jiao from PG rallied his teammates, joining in the cheers. Zixiao gazed at his teammates with eyes brimming with trust, and thus settled into his seat, while Lung took a position directly opposite him. Let's engage in a one-on-one match, just a single round, and let SU support champions. I am streaming this, after all, to avoid anyone accusing me of bullying you. Lung remarked. Hey, let us not go that route. We should just play what we enjoy. Surely, no one would take such a duel as a testament to our skills, right? Zixiao replied. Exactly. If Zixiao cannot best Lang, he would surely be hounded by Lung's fans, and his Twitter and other accounts would be inundated with criticism. If we choose our champions randomly, Zixiao could say, look, even a support player can defeat you. If he loses, he could counter. Isn't it normal to lose to someone playing a support? The real issue lies in being unable to win. This round is called You Might Gain a Little, but I will never lose. All right, I've sent you the invite. Hurry up, Lung said, his mind solely focused on how to triumph over Zixiao, completely unaware of the calculations Zixiao was making internally. Why are we playing on this map? The Howling Abyss? Zixiao leaned forward to inquire. Isn't this the map for one-on-ones? If you're not accustomed to it, we can use Summoner's Rift, Lang suggested, already preparing to create a new room. Wait a minute, what is the point of a standard one-on-one? I'll create the room, Zixiao declared, promptly establishing a new lobby and inviting Long. Upon entering the room, Long discovered that Zixiao had set the mode to the extreme blitz format. Hey, why are we playing in entertainment mode? Long questioned. What's wrong with that? Isn't League of Legends still League of Legends? If you believe you can defeat me, does it matter what mode we are in? Zixiao retorted, devoid of ulterior motives, simply eager to indulge in some extreme blitz fun. Alright then. The usual ban and pick phase, Lang replied, eliciting a knowing smile from Zixiao as he clicked the start game button. As they entered the ban pick interface, each player could only ban one champion since there was only one player on each side. Ban Jhin, he's particularly troublesome in this mode, Yu Mingman advised. Ban Pyke. That kid plays him exceptionally well, Zhao added, addressing Lang. While the two duelists deliberated over their champion bans and selections, their teammates behind them offered suggestions. Although whether their input would be heeded was another matter entirely. When the bans concluded, Zixiao noticed with a hint of provocation that Long had banned Garen, which was clearly a sign of disdain towards him. However, Zixiao had indeed considered selecting Garen himself. In retaliation, Zixiao decided to annoy Long by banning Yuumi, challenging. Let us see who can deal more damage. Why did you ban Yuumi? Long inquired. Oh, simply because I found her unsightly. Why did you ban Garen? Zixiao countered. Oh, because I think he looks too ugly, Lang replied. Oh, I see. My apologies, Zixiao quipped. Garen, cunning villain. Chapter 68. So love will fade, will it? The Extreme Blitz mode has become one of the most beloved formats among players in recent years, second only to the Infinite Firepower mode. Its appeal lies in the frequent skirmishes and the myriad of bizarre items that provide endless enjoyment. For instance, Yu Mingman urged Zixiao to ban Jhin as the champion. If armed with a divine blade and combined with the Conqueror rune, can unleash insurmountable damage, particularly in the late game when he can take down opponents with ease. Zixiao's choice to engage Ling in this mode was primarily motivated by the desire for entertainment. After all, Long had mentioned he would be streaming the match live. And a more thrilling game could attract a larger audience. As the stream commenced and the match was still loading, the viewership surged to over 500,000. A testament to Long's reputation as the strongest ADC, with his popularity soaring to remarkable heights. The title of the stream was conspicuously clear, allowing viewers to quickly discern the identity of Zixiao, who was pitted against Lang. Isn't that the support from the game where Long was giving away free wins? A viewer noted. Zixiao, known as Zixiao, was rumored to be the champion support from this year's Xinghe Internet Cafe League. Why is Lang challenging Zixiao? Someone asked. Given Long's character, he must be seeking to reclaim his honor after such a humiliating defeat. The chat erupted with excitement as many viewers became aware of Xiao's existence. Observing the fervent discussion in the chat, Zixiao's teammates began to comprehend the underlying strategy. Wow, soon we'll be engaging in one-on-ones as well. Welcome to Extreme Blitz. The game commenced on the Extreme Blitz map, reminiscent of the old 3v3 maps, featuring only 2 lanes. However, the jungle had 2 shared camps, akin to the passive of the Spirit Blossom, allowing one player to claim the jungle buffs after the other had finished. Additionally, there were various unique elements, such as the Guardians in the jungle, which dealt immense damage and possessed a knock-up effect, an absolute boon for Yasuo players. However, neither side opted to take Smite, choosing instead to engage in direct combat. In the first round, Zixiao selected his favorite champion, Thresh, while Lang chose the Blood Harbor Ripper, Pyke, which Zixiao had previously dominated in both streams and competitions. Alright, the hero matchup appears to favor me. Even if I lose, it won't be embarrassing. I have successfully entered the first phase of my plan, Zixiao mused. Although Pyke is theoretically categorized as a support, this classification came only after the champion had undergone several nerfs. Initially, Pyke's dominance led him to be played in various positions, particularly mid lane, where his combo of E-Flash followed by a quick AA and the Tiamat was nearly impossible to withstand. Despite his Q and E skills being significantly weakened, Pyke still found his way into mid lane play, although he was now more commonly seen in the support role. Among support players, a saying circulated, as long as I eliminate the opponent, my ADC will be safe. The PG team and the viewers in the stream recognized that Long held a considerable advantage in terms of champion selection. Nevertheless, the RBH side remained confident in Zixiao's potential for victory, especially considering who was piloting Thresh. Hey, Thresh, are you confident against Pyke? Zixiao inquired. So love will fade, will it? Thresh replied unexpectedly. What do you mean by that? Zixiao asked in confusion. Since you last used me. It has been several months. During this time, you have played Nami 52 times, Yumi 39 times, Seraphine 21 times, Nautilus 12 times, and even Yasuo and Yon in the support role over 60 times combined. Thresh lamented, clearly displeased. Oh, come on. Do you know what a safety net means? You are my safety net. Only against a formidable opponent like Lung would I dare to utilize you. I need not elaborate on my worth. Zixiao quickly comforted him. Upon hearing this, Thresh was immediately delighted, his tone and speech returning to normal. How shall we engage in this delightful torment? As they resumed their game, the two unexpectedly encountered each other in the mid lane. The first layer of competition emerged. They stood face to face, retreating while one played electric guitar and the other performed a hand wave, both exchanging expressions, accompanied by an oversized blue skincare item in the periphery. As the saying goes, if you can disrupt your opponent's mindset, you have already won a significant portion of the match. In fact, if your adversary's morale collapses, you have achieved far more, rendering the outcome of the game inconsequential. The minion wave began to clash. And an interesting feature of the extreme assault mode is that regardless of whether one secures minion kills, the monetary gain resembles that of Howling Abyss, offering minimal gold. However, if each minion is successfully slain, the gold reward increases significantly, along with enhanced experience, facilitating a quicker adaptation to this mode's rhythm. Thus, Zixiao employed his cunning tactics once more. Although Lang was a melee champion, Zixiao wielded Thresh, who could still build a hurricane. Come on. If you dare to approach for last hits, I shall strike you. If you refrain, I will claim all the minions for myself. I will out-earn you. Or we can both refrain from farming, and I will pursue you relentlessly. A primary reason why the champion Pyke could not continue the fight was due to his Q ability, Bone Skewer, transforming into single target damage, while his E ability, Phantom Undertow, only affected minions without inflicting damage. This significantly delayed Pyke's ability to clear minions in the solo lane until he acquired Tiamat. Thus, Zixiao not only annoyed Ling but also swiftly attained level 2, bypassing the minion wave to chase Lang down. Don't run away. Zixiao cast the Fate's Call, pulling Lang back, landing a basic attack, and then, utilizing the slowing effect of Fate's Call, unleashed his Q ability. Lang twisted and turned, realizing he could not evade it. And at the moment of impending death, he activated his flash. This maneuver preserved his capacity to contest the lane, although even if Thresh managed to hook him, a kill was not assured. However, if he fell to a precarious health threshold, he would need to tread carefully in the lane. What's happening? Did I just hear the sound of flash? Zixiao peered at Lang and inquired. Really? I thought you were deaf, Lang retorted. Nevertheless, despite Zixiao's words, he could not help but admire Ling's reflexes. He initially intended to conserve his flash, but ultimately realized he could not and was forced to use it. This was indeed a narrow escape. Chapter 69, Beast. What are you hiding from? Although Lang was currently under pressure, he understood that soon he would reclaim control. Thresh, after all, was merely a sturdy support. A complete Curie combo would deplete half his health without any follow-up damage, leaving him vulnerable. The calm in their lane was disrupted after both players returned home for the first time. Long finally acquired his Tiamat, while Ming Xiaoqing purchased a Stormrazor. Is he aiming for a critical strike build? Lang pondered, although he noticed that his runes still favored Aftershock. Typically, a critical strike build would utilize Dark Harvest or Conqueror, wouldn't it? However, regardless of his itemization, it was now Lang's turn to shine. After acquiring Tiamat, the advantage in minion waves was glaringly apparent. Fresh Smeagol damage was insufficient to swiftly clear minions, leaving the wave consistently pushed to the tower. Long even had time to venture down to the bottom lane to clear minions. Of course, Lang bore no ill will towards Zixiao. As the turret was Thresh's best ally, he chose to focus on his own development. Zixiao found himself unable to outpace Lang, nor could he surpass the minions. However, he remained utterly unperturbed, for the first event was the Infinite Firepower Arena. As the name suggests, this competition consisted of 3 matches, with the victor determined by the best of 2 out of 3 within a confined circle, where both sides enjoyed the boon of infinite firepower buffs. The team that succumbed first would face defeat. Players familiar with the infinite firepower mode understand that as long as one's aim is true, following a precise cue, the cooldown for the subsequent death sentence would have already elapsed. Coupled with the E skill, one could effectively immobilize the opponent. Lung felt a pang of anxiety upon witnessing this event. Is it really necessary to be this targeted? Both sides promptly returned home to procure their equipment. Zixiao retrieved a chain vest, which he then transformed into a resurrection armor, ready to engage in the chaotic battle ahead. The arena was drawn, and the infinite firepower competition commenced, with Lang immediately activating his stealth mode. Zixiao strolled leisurely to the center of the circle, attentively listening to the sound of footsteps. Lang was acutely aware of the necessity to evade being ensnared, for failure to do so could lead to an immediate and fatal control. Thus, he patiently awaited the opportune moment to unleash a swift combination of strikes. Here it comes. Suddenly, Zixiao unleashed his hook, angling it upward to ensnare Lang's pike, pulling him forth from the depths of the abyss. In a reflexive exclamation, "What the?" Lang was met with a devastating blow as Zixiao executed a flawless combo with Thresh's Q, depleting half of Lang's health in an instant. With his Q skill refreshed, Zixiao adeptly maneuvered Thresh, swinging his scythe to launch yet another hook. Observing this, Lang attempted to slip behind Zixiao using his first skill, convinced that the latter would not anticipate his movement. However, just as Lang's pike successfully reached behind Zixiao, the second phase of his E skill yet to incapacitate, a hook struck him squarely in the face. Zixiao then took a couple of steps, using his E skill to reposition pike, narrowly avoiding the impending stun, and initiated the wind-up for his Q skill once more. At this moment, Lang found himself utterly bewildered. Witnessing the wind-up, he hastily activated his flash. Just as Lang made his escape, the hook soared through the air, flawlessly intercepting his retreat with Zixiao's Q. Zixiao once again executed a two-stage Q, ensnaring Lang, whose health had dwindled to a mere vestige. With unyielding determination, Zixiao unleashed the death sentence yet again. Lang's gaze was fixated on the screen. The moment the hook was launched, he discerned its trajectory and promptly activated his freshly refreshed E skill, narrowly evading the impending grasp. In that exhilarating instant, Lang erupted with joy, exclaiming, "Yes, I dodged it. I actually dodged it." However, as Thresh approached, his E skill's passive fully charged, he unleashed a swift auto-attack that mercilessly dispatched Lang's pike. "You beast! What did you evade?" As the first round concluded, the second commenced with similar fervor. This time, Lang made a valiant attempt to execute a combo, yet Zixiao, fortified by his armor, remained untouched by the execution threshold. Instead, he retaliated with a series of swift QQQQQ strikes, ultimately vanquishing Lang. Following this encounter, Zixiao was bestowed with the Ancient Dragon buff. A minor detail in the grand scheme, yet it marked a pivotal moment as Lang's composure began to fracture. Zixiao specifically chose the Western Phantom skin, and the reason lies in the hook's unique circular design, reminiscent of the leashes used in animal training. When ensnared, it encircles the neck, which is simply marvelous. This recalls a precious recording from years past, showcasing Thresh taming pike. However, due to the intense dissatisfaction it provoked among pike players, it was subsequently deleted. Today, I was fortunate enough to witness it in Lang's livestream, which brought me immense joy. Card: Blood Harbor Ghost Pike. Cost: 300 sunlight. The more it is utilized, the less sunlight is expended, with a minimum cost of just 100 sunlight. Effect: attracts metallic elements from enemy heroes, such as Thresh's hook, ensuring the safety of teammates. Feature: no coffee beans are required, as he remains in an awakened state even during the day. Can it be done? Lang cannot. The barrage of comments erupted with memes, as this confrontation was indeed filled with humor. Lang appeared somewhat bewildered by the hook. He simply could not fathom how he had been ensnared while in stealth. Could it be that the rascal heard my footsteps and hooked me? Zixiao cheerfully purchased a large stick along with a yellow fork, creating a rather chaotic scene. However, those well-versed in this mode could easily discern his true intention: to acquire the illustrious weapon, the golden shovel, wielded by our esteemed dolphin brother. This weapon bestows upon players an array of attributes, none of which are singular enhancements, thus permitting the simultaneous acquisition of multiple items. Admittedly, the price exceeding 7,000 is rather steep, even more so than 2 Infinity Edges, compelling Zixiao to engage in a few more kills with Lang. While facing Thresh, it was once manageable, but now it had become quite challenging. In this mode, Thresh's passive collection is alarmingly swift. By the 8-minute mark, he could amass 40 to 50 stacks. With such formidable armor, and given that Pike's damage was insufficient, he found himself relentlessly pursued. The sole advantage lay in Lang's remarkable speed, allowing him to swiftly clear minions and push lanes, hastily retreating to chip away at Zixiao's 2 defensive towers. However, Zixiao seemed unfazed, even permitting the loss of 1 tower while the other succumbed as well. Why? Because once the first 2 towers fell, all minions would converge at the inhibitor tower, facilitating my minion clearing and soul collection. Nevertheless, after demolishing 2 towers, Lang's equipment improved significantly, granting him a fighting chance. Chapter 70. When I unleashed my golden shovel despite the circumstances, Lang, as a professional player, adeptly maneuvered through adversity. Utilizing minion waves to distract Zixiao while farming for resources, inching closer to his opponent. He bided his time, intending to confront Zixiao after the ancient dragon buff expired. Meanwhile, Zixiao, lacking any pressing engagements, opted to refrain from pursuing Pike. Recognizing that he could not catch up and instead focused on hitting minions in front of the tower to accumulate his passive, which had already exceeded 100 stacks. With the golden shovel within reach. At last, the second event arrived, one that hook-type champions relish, the River Crab Race. The golden shovel, enhancing AD, combined with runes, had nearly completed its cooldown reduction. As the race commenced, 2 oblivious river crabs began their slow journey from the starting line towards the finish. Suddenly, 2 toothy hook-wielding monsters set their sights on the crabs. Zixiao successfully hooked one crab, reeling it in, and after a brief pause, refreshed his hook for another attempt. Meanwhile, the other crab was continually tossed and stunned by Lang. Although Lang's skill cooldowns were relatively lengthy, his ability to create distance far surpassed Zixiao's. Never before had there been such harmony. Neither player sought to eliminate the other, but rather focused solely on maneuvering the river crabs toward the starting line. That day, the river crabs learned the meaning of looking back 3 times with every step taken. The crabs pondered, as long as we can reach that destination. However, both players soon realized that continuing in this manner would lead to an interminable stalemate, especially as their mana dwindled. It was only then that they exchanged glances. Lang abruptly vanished, activating his W to enter stealth. Even while cloaked, he aligned himself with his river crab and Zixiao, ensuring he would not be hooked. Now, while Zixiao possessed armor, should Lang land all his skills and follow up with a few basic attacks and ignite, he could potentially bring Zixiao's health down to the threshold of execution. Yet, this was a tall order, prompting Lang to fixate intently on the screen, searching for any fleeting opportunity. "Come forth," Zixiao exclaimed, flinging his hook toward the river crab and executing a rapid combo before the crab could be forcibly moved out of danger. He employed a Doom's Bell to dislodge Lang from his stealth. At that moment, Zixiao had amassed a considerable collection of items, and both his skills and basic attacks dealt substantial damage, slowing Lang's pike before unleashing a flurry of basic attacks, even attempting to position his lantern to hinder Lang's escape. Lang swiftly turned, deploying his E-skill. A confrontation was inevitable. At that moment, Zixiao's hook was on cooldown, and having just utilized his E-skill, he was compelled to time his flash precisely as Lang's shadow returned. In an instant, although Zixiao had timed it well, Lang reacted even faster, flashing just before Zixiao's shadow returned to its original form, rendering Zixiao's Thresh momentarily stunned. Following this, Lang executed a seamless series of AQA attacks with Tiamat and applied Ignite. Yet he still required 2 more basic attacks to bring Zixiao's Thresh down to the execution threshold. As the stun wore off, Zixiao retaliated by hooking Lang with R and sending him soaring towards the abyssal prison. Then swiftly attempted to create distance while utilizing his ultimate's 99 slow effect to initiate a kiting strategy. Observing this, Lang activated his Yomu's Ghost Blade and, as the slow subsided, resumed the chase. At this juncture, both players found their health bars precariously low, and the outcome remained uncertain. The cooldown of Thresh's Q skill rapidly reset, and Zixiao turned to unleash it. However, Lang executed a deceptive zigzag maneuver, evading the hook and landing a basic attack. Just one more basic attack, and Zixiao would enter his execution range. Realizing the imminent danger, Zixiao hastily retreated, but the lethal strike had already been initiated. With a final, fatal basic attack, Lang activated his ultimate, the Fountain's Wrath, intending to eliminate Zixiao outright. Yet, as Lang leapt into the air, Zixiao's health remained intact, as he had successfully created sufficient distance, causing Thresh W to return to him and grant a shield. Lang's attack, meant to bring Zixiao to the brink of death, struck the shield instead. Due to the mechanics of Pike's ultimate, if it were used against an enemy not within execution range, it would only inflict half damage and still teleport to the ultimate's center point. Zixiao astutely calculated the opportune moment for the lantern's return, donning a critical shield and luring Lang into a perilous engagement. With a decisive leap, he unleashed the full force of his abilities, igniting the Doom Pendulum and turning the tide against Lang. Upon Lung's demise, their team's river crab found itself utterly incapable of pursuing the opposing river crab, which had almost joyously traversed halfway. However, Zixiao's intervention pulled it back to the vicinity of the starting point. Had it not been for Zixiao's river crab reaching the midpoint, the other crab might have faced a grim fate reminiscent of its earlier struggles. Securing yet another victory, Zixiao not only acquired a formidable protective shield, but also returned home to procure his first golden spade. In stark contrast, Lung, having suffered multiple consecutive defeats, wore a grim expression, devoid of any hope for a comeback, and ultimately chose to surrender. Zixiao crafted an impressive golden shovel valued at nearly 8,000 yuan, adorned with a full barrage of buffs enhancing his firepower, including cooldown reduction and damage amplification, rendering him nearly invincible. As the duel concluded, the audience erupted in astonishment. While Zixiao stood up, beaming with delight. "I can't believe I actually won. What a formidable opponent. Wow, Zixiao is truly remarkable," exclaimed Yu Mingman, her excitement palpable. This was no trivial matter. It was a match worthy of being etched in the annals of the team's history. Go observe the two teams. One reveling in joy while the other remained silent, and quickly interjected. All right, it's merely an exhibition match. Later, we'll have a training session, and we can also explore a bit in the evening. Hey, I want to participate in the duel as well. A male student named Leah stepped forward from behind Lung. With his brown-dyed hair styled in a center part, he was a jungler. He thought to himself, if I can defeat this man, I'll be seen as avenging Lung. And surely his fans will come to appreciate me. Given the vast number of fans in the community, it would be easy to attract their attention, thus making it more convenient to tap into their disposable income. Leah pointed at Zixiao defiantly. If you dare, let us have a one-on-one, you country bumpkin. Chapter 71. What are you doing? The atmosphere suddenly froze. Leah had already garnered a reputation for his unsportsmanlike behavior during PG. And had it not been for the absence of substitute players, Go would have replaced him long ago. With the words spoken, there was no turning back. Go could only silently hope that RBH would intervene and amicably resolve the situation. Zixiao hardly resembled a person capable of patience and humility. Upon hearing Leah's words, he was instantly incensed and retorted, "All right. However, isn't a straightforward duel rather dull? Wouldn't it be more fitting for the loser to be banned for eternity?" The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, prompting Lung to swiftly intervene and restrain Leah, saying, "Hey, show some respect. Not everyone will cater to your whims." The members of RBH also sensed the shift in mood, and Jhin stepped forward, suggesting, "Isn't it a bit peculiar for the jungler to challenge the support? Allow me to take your place." Bai Ji, who had just approached, was halted by Chun Shun, who indicated that Jhin should handle the situation. There was no need for any stakes. It was merely a technical exchange. Jhin remarked that, as the child of a prominent figure, he was acutely aware of Leah's ulterior motives, and he intended to teach him a lesson. The most effective method would be to ensure Leah suffered a crushing defeat in their duel, provoking him to unleash a tirade during the live stream, allowing all viewers to witness his so-called decorum. Very well, but are you really up for it? Leah raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Jhin. After all, the only notable figures from RBH were Zixiao and Ming Xiaoqing, with Bai Ji being a distant third. The rest were relatively obscure. Thus, Leah had no knowledge of Jhin, and naturally, he worried whether his schemes would succeed. "It's merely a training match. Even if I am humiliated, it won't matter," Jhin stated, deliberately trying to bait Leah. Leah, indeed, fell for it and took his position for the duel, prompting a knowing smile from Jhin as he sat down beside him. "All right, young ones, don't let your tempers flare too much," Go interjected, pulling both of them apart. He understood Leah's intentions, yet if the match turned out to be a brutal defeat, Leah's temperament would undoubtedly lead him to lash out, jeopardizing the team's morale and affecting future competitions. It was best to wait until his contract expired or until a new jungler was found. Besides, Go had not gone through the trouble of recruiting an RBH member merely for Leah to bask in the spotlight. He wanted his players to hone their skills. Lung was adept at managing situations, which is why Go felt comfortable allowing him to livestream the duel against Zixiao. As for Leah, his circumstances were complex. To prevent matters from escalating, Go hurriedly tasked Lang and Jiao with showing the RBH members around the vicinity, allowing them a brief glimpse of the club, and fortunately, most understood and did not pursue the matter further. Once the 6 from RBH departed, Go summoned Leah to another room. "Coach, Why did you agree to have them come for a technical exchange, only to prevent me from dueling them? Leah inquired. Humph. Do you think everyone is as self-important as you? Focus on performing well in the summer tournament, and when your contract concludes, you may depart. Go reply before leaving the room. No team would desire a player whose entrance into the esports realm was merely to attract negative attention and exploit sympathy for financial gain, unless, of course, the team owner was equally foolish. Meanwhile, in a luxurious car belonging to a wealthy club, a separate room contained a table surrounded by chairs adorned with beer and fruit, alongside a massive display screen, truly an epitome of sophistication. I apologize. It was only after Leah joined that we discovered his character flaws. Once we find a new jungler, he will be replaced, Lang stated. No worries. This isn't your fault. Yu Mingman replied. Could you repeat what you just said? What was wrong? Zixiao exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Hey, you little brat, don't push your luck. Lung shot back, glancing at Zixiao. Wasn't it just winning that one match? If you have the courage, continue tonight. Bring it on. I'm just afraid you won't dare, Zixiao responded, eager to test his mettle against top-tier professional players, relishing the opportunity to enhance his skills. Well, the video of the duel just went live, and it has already surpassed 100,000 views in such a short time. Meng Xiaoqing exclaimed, astonished. Let me see. It better not be bragging about me. Zixiao leaned in eagerly. To their surprise, the video was produced by PY Station's Pow Pow Show, showcasing a dedicated episode on player duels. What a remarkable show of respect. The exhilarating moments, particularly Zixiao's flawless execution with Thresh, were highlighted with 3D slow-motion replays set to a fitting soundtrack, igniting a surge of excitement among the group. Whoa, I never realized I looked this impressive while playing, Zixiao remarked. Long, however, remained unfazed, as he was accustomed to such highlight reels, but this time, he found himself in a contrasting role. By the way, after you finish the provincial league, you will enter the secondary league, right? Jiao, driving, turned to ask. That should be the case, as per the schedule, Yu Mingman replied. Thus, in a year and a half at the earliest, we may cross paths on the battlefield, Lung mused, suggesting that by then, their team could be the first in LPL history to consist of half-female players. Exactly, which is why we've already bested you so many times, Zixiao teased, slyly grasping Meng Xiaoqing's hand. It was only then that Lang realized the composition of our beach, 3 males and 3 females, all paired off. Damn it, you fools. Jiao, pull over, I need to drop them off. Lung scolded. Hey, this isn't our fault. It's clearly your issue. If you're so capable, find someone yourself. Tonight, I dare you to challenge me to a duel. I guarantee I'll wipe the floor with you. Clearly, despite the disparity in status between the two teams, the camaraderie among the players was remarkably pleasant. Chapter 72, Training Match that evening, following dinner at the PG Esports Club cafeteria. The group prepared to head to the training room. It must be noted that the high-end club truly lived up to its reputation. The cafeteria could easily be mistaken for a 5-star restaurant. Zixiao, indulging in the free food, was determined to savor every bite. The training room was, to be honest, remarkably akin to the LPL competition venues, the only difference being the absence of an audience. The training matches were merely friendly competitions aimed at mutual improvement. Rather than a strict contest to determine victory or defeat, a principle everyone should comprehend. Go address Yu Mingyan. Naturally, when he first heard that the coach of the RBH team was a freshly matured young woman, he was incredulous, perhaps even unwilling to accept it. Historically, in the realm of League of Legends, while there have been female players and commentators, a female coach had never before existed, let alone one so youthful. Initially, Go harbored doubts about whether Yu Mingman had perhaps gained her position through less than honorable means. However, upon witnessing her meticulously documenting the intricate details of Zixiao and Lang's duel, he began to grasp the rationale behind her role. Not all coaches are alike. Their primary duty is to assist players in drafting strategies and conducting regular training. Go's forte lies not in specialization, but in recognizing the untapped potential of his players, which explains why PG has struggled to recruit new talent. Many aspiring professionals are easily discerned by Go as mere whims or motivated solely by monetary gain, with scarcely any potential evident in them. In contrast, Yu Mingman appears to excel in data analysis. One cannot deny that facing such an opponent in a professional setting would undoubtedly present considerable pressure. Perhaps the RBH player's ability to deftly navigate vision is due to Yu Mingman's thorough understanding of their warding habits. Might the accuracy of their skills also be influenced by the opponent's tendencies? If so, Yu Man, as a coach, merits serious consideration. Of course, they were there to learn from one another, remarked Yu Man, and after shaking hands, both teams took their respective seats. The PG players maintained a relaxed demeanor, discussing the trial of new tactics, confident that despite the inherent talent of the RBH players, they could not possibly match PG's current levels, especially considering the disparity in team synergy. Nevertheless, the opponents posed a significant challenge, and training against them would be far more effective than mere ranked matches, providing insights into their responses. On the other hand, the RBH players were equally at ease, aware that victory was unlikely. If they were to triumph, it would render the LPL absurdly unrealistic. Thus, they too were eager to experiment with unconventional strategies. The match commenced, consisting of 3 games, leading everyone to adopt a carefree approach in the first round. Hey, let us just pick ADCs with mobility and focus on taking down Long. Losing doesn't matter, Zixiao suggested. Why not ban the champions the opposing jungler excels with? Look at him today. I want to dunk him in the fountain, Jhin replied. Defeating him is your task. If you can't win, it only highlights your inadequacy, Zixiao countered, proceeding to ban 5 ADCs with mobility or self-preservation capabilities. In this liberating first match, Yu Man said little, treating it as a data collection opportunity. The compositions on both sides were notably peculiar. PG fielded Senna, Nidalee, Zed, Thresh, and Jhin, with Senna in the top lane. Although the mid lane Zed had seen some buffs, it still felt forced in competitive play, but in a casual setting, it mattered little. Meanwhile, RBH's lineup was strikingly aggressive, featuring Jhin in the top lane, Zixiao and Zaun in the jungle, Katarina mid, and a bottom lane of Pyke and Ashe. Remarkably, aside from the top lane and ADC, the remaining champions possessed the ability to swiftly eliminate the enemy ADC. The silver lining for PG was their limited knowledge of RBH, allowing many of Zixiao's favorite champions to remain unbanned, aside from Thresh, which was effectively banished through a counterpick. As the game officially commenced, both teams gathered in the mid lane for a 5v5 dance-off, with Pyke providing an enthusiastic soundtrack. Suddenly, as the 10 players engaged in their rhythmic display, Zixiao seized the moment, targeting Zixiao with a hook. Whoa, Zixiao cursed, quickly evading the incoming attack. Otherwise, he would surely have met his demise there. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Mere moments ago, both sides were engaging in a harmonious dance, and now Zixiao pivoted, flashing forward to force Lang to use his own flash. What is wrong with you? Isn't this just a dance? Why are you trying to hook me? Long retorted. Hey, was it Thresh who initiated? Zixiao shot back. Exactly, you should be hooking him. What does that have to do with me? If we're going to kill, it should be the ADC first. Thresh replied, all right, just wait. As they entered the landing phase, the highly focused Lang and Zixiao exerted immense pressure on Zixiao and Xiaoqing. From controlling the wave to the precise deployment of Lung's manta ray and Zixiao's expertly placed mines, their lethal intent was unmistakable. Particularly with the synergy of the mines and hooks, Long would consistently toss the manta ray near the minion wave, avoiding triggering it with passing minions. If Xiaoqing and Zixiao followed the minions, they would be subjected to the mines damage. Conversely, if they distanced themselves, they'd be forced to linger near the mines while attempting to last hit, presenting Zixiao with opportunities to strike. They could only step onto the mines to evade, suffering the consequences of continuous harassment. Thus, Zixiao had no choice but to position his minions strategically, allowing them to trigger the mines or utilize his E ability to detonate them. Otherwise, the opposing advantage would only grow. However, this level of pressure demanded impeccable coordination, and despite achieving similar results through basic communication, the fluidity with which Long and Zixiao executed their skills suggested they were already aware of their opponent's positioning and abilities, requiring no verbal cues. This was a level of synergy that Zixiao and Xiaoqing could not yet attain. They could only manage simultaneous attacks and retreats. Consequently, while both sides seemed evenly matched, the advantage of Lang and Zixiao gradually expanded. In the top lane, Jhin also felt the weight of pressure. Although Senna's attacks were minimally impactful on Jhin, the relentless harassment from the opponent's passive, Conqueror, was quite bothersome. With Senna as the chosen champion, PG's top laner, Bien, opted to harass instead of last hitting, unless he was in dire need. After all, by neglecting minion kills, he increased his chances of collecting souls, while the opponent would gain nothing, merely experiencing a loss of experience. If the jungler failed to arrive, Bien could even force the opponent out of the experience zone. Despite Senna's damage being negligible, each hit still had to be endured. Fortunately, Chun has endured immense pressure over the years, honing his exceptional skills to ensure that he rarely falters, allowing him to persist against the odds. In the mid lane, although his opponent is T, the professional mid laner from PG, Baizuo's individual prowess remains slightly superior, especially in the matchup of Zed versus Katarina, which is heavily reliant on skill execution. Baizuo initially established a modest advantage, but this lead dissipated entirely after he was ambushed 3 times by the opposing jungler, resulting in his untimely demise. Leah has a keen eye for opportunity. While Jhin attempted to assist in the mid lane on several occasions, he returned empty-handed each time. Whenever Baizuo harbored intentions of eliminating his opponent and utilized his mobility skills, Leah's Nidalee would invariably appear at the opportune moment, providing support and enabling T to either repel or eliminate Baizuo. The entire team experienced a disadvantage. And the most crucial aspect was that none of the 5 members of RBH recognized their own missteps. Inexplicably, they found themselves at a disadvantage. This exemplifies the gap between them and professional teams. To advance further, the 5 must bridge this divide. As the clock struck 15 minutes, although Lang had yet to secure a single kill, the gold accrued from minion farming had already equated to nearly 3 kills worth. Meanwhile, Nidalee and Zed had become exceedingly formidable. When Zed reached his peak, he was truly unstoppable, with his WQ combo obliterating squishy opponents in an instant, leaving them no chance to retaliate. The most significant disparity remained in the jungle. This current meta emphasizes rapid jungle support synergy and mid-lane assistance. Although the bot lane found itself at a disadvantage, Zixiao managed to restrain the enemy support from roaming freely, while Baizuo barely managed to contain the opposing mid laner. However, Jhin was entirely suppressed. In terms of gank frequency and success rates, he lagged far behind Leah, and even his jungle farming began to fall behind. Each of Jhin's gank strategies were consistently thwarted. Either Leah would counter-gank, resulting in Jhin's demise, or the gank would fail, leaving him to discover that several camps had vanished from his jungle. While RBH had achieved commendable results in the Internet CAF League, they still appeared inexperienced when confronting seasoned teams like PG. From drafting strategies to tactical execution and teamwork, there remains a vast expanse of knowledge for them to acquire. Fortunately, the team had anticipated the inevitable outcome of the match prior to its commencement, so they were psychologically prepared and not overly disheartened. Moreover, had they not been aware of the impending defeat, they would not have opted for such a composition. This situation could be aptly described as winning the match, yet losing one's composure. As 20 minutes approached, the opposing team began to show interest in the Baron, with RBH's outer towers fully compromised, leaving only the mid-lane outer turret standing. PG's 5 members prepared to strategize around this remaining turret. Although the score stood at 18-0, with RBH failing to secure a single kill, their advantage lay in vision control. By this stage, even with historical experience, their opponents had accrued sufficient items. Dispatching a mere ADC should be a trivial task should they choose to execute it. Meng Stao Cheng. Shortly, place your ultimate where I mark. We shall eliminate the enemy ADC, Zixiao instructed, proceeding to navigate into the enemy jungle under the cover of vision. Despite Long securing only 1 or 2 kills this match, he remained cheerful, wielding an infinity edge in one hand and a rapid-fire cannon in the other, amusingly reveling in his time at the red buff. Unbeknownst to him, however, a specter lay in wait amid the F6 brush. Suddenly, a crystal arrow, spanning nearly half the summoner's rift, soared through the air, striking Lang as he had just claimed the red buff, rendering him immobile. Due to the arrow's considerable distance, its stun duration was maximized. Lang initially presumed the enemy sought to utilize their ultimate on his teammates, only to realize he himself was the target. From the brush emerged a Pyke, executing a flawless combo. Although, at this stage, Pyke's abilities alone might not have been sufficient to eliminate Jhin. The fact that Lang was rendered immobile meant he could be struck repeatedly. How could this happen? Where did that Pyke come from? Lang exclaimed, watching helplessly as Pyke relentlessly inflicted damage, ultimately delivering the finishing blow with his ultimate, unable to retaliate due to the immobilization from the crystal arrow. Zixiao and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Of course, this was merely the first part of the plan. Lang initially thought it was just a stroke of luck that the opponent had hit him, but during the second encounter in the jungle, he was ambushed by both Gangplank and Pyke, leading to his demise once again. Learning from his previous mistakes, Lang attempted a more cautious approach by following the minions to avoid the ice arrow, only to be swiftly eliminated by Jhin and Katarina. Determined, he decided to navigate the edges of the jungle, making his way from the golem camp to the front line. However, as he unexpectedly leaped out from behind the wall, he encountered Pike. Turning to retreat to the minion wave, he was confronted by Gangplank lurking in the brush between the second and first towers. In a desperate bid to escape home, he found Jhin approaching, forcing him to use his flash. Unfortunately, he collided directly with Katarina. Frustrated, Lang slammed his keyboard and mouse onto the table, exclaiming, "Are these people insane? They disregard jungle resources, forsake dragons, and are solely fixated on hunting me down. Calm down. Just take a break at the fountain," Jiao suggested. "What do you mean take a break?" Lang retorted, grabbing Jiao's arm. "I haven't even mentioned your poor vision. The enemy keeps flanking me." Jiao nodded and suggested removing the ADC. The loss in the first game was inevitable, with a score of 28-4. Despite the defeat, RBH remained relatively unbothered, even chuckling at how all 4 enemy kills were a result of Lang's errors. It seemed his mentality was beginning to fracture. Chapter 74, Conclusion. As the match concluded, the coaches from both teams brought their players to the center of the stage for a handshake. "Ah, we lost, utterly crushed. It's quite disheartening. We truly did our best to resist," Zixiao said with a mischievous grin, his eyes fixed intently on Lang. "Please, your so-called resistance is laughable. You clearly didn't take the scrimmage seriously." Lang silently cursed, yet felt compelled to remain silent. "From this battle, I have observed several shortcomings in our players. I trust your team has gleaned insights as well. We shall resume the remaining scrimmages tomorrow, as we have prepared a dedicated training floor for your team," Go remarked. Their sports building indeed had a floor specifically designated for visiting teams to conduct their training. "All right, I have also identified numerous issues. Let us discuss them tonight and continue tomorrow," Yu Mingyan added. In truth, they had originally intended to play 2 more games, but after the first match, both sides recognized the futility of continuing. After 1 game, the disparity was glaringly apparent. RBH was evidently no match for PG. In the first 20 minutes, all 5 members of RBH fought earnestly, yet they were thoroughly suppressed, leaving no glimmer of hope for victory. Thus, they began to play casually. The staff escorted the 6 members of RBH to a designated rest floor before departing. What constitutes professionalism? The entire floor housed specialized training rooms, including a dining area, a game room, and even a karaoke room, remarkably comprehensive for such a modest space. After a simple meal, the 6 gathered in the training room. Yu Mingyan positioned the remaining 5 around a small blackboard in the room, stating, "Now, let us analyze the reasons behind our dismal defeat today. Hey, Jhin, stop grabbing my chicken leg. I'm the one who got it. It's just a few pieces. No need to be so stingy." Zixiao and Jhin were eagerly vying for the chicken drumsticks on the plate, while Ming Xiaoqing was diligently experimenting with the smoothies and ice creams in the dining hall, trying to concoct something novel. Bai Ji was engrossed in his phone, watching the replay of the recent match. "What are you watching?" Shen inquired. "The replay. There were several opportunities to secure kills, and I want to see how he resolved them," Bai Ji replied. "You all listen to me," Yu Mingyan exclaimed, her face flushing with frustration as she noticed no one was paying attention to her. At last, 5 heads lifted to regard her, causing Yu Mingyan to feel bashful. Lowering her gaze, sometimes it seemed that raising her voice was indeed effective. "Ahem, in any case, you all must listen carefully. I've noticed numerous shortcomings in our performance during today's match, primarily because you all play recklessly during training and disregard my instructions." Question. Zixiao raised his hand with mock seriousness. "Zixiao, please proceed," Yu Mingyan replied. "I believe this is why we lack synergy. Besides, in regular rank matches, one must enjoy the game for it to be effective," Zixiao commented. Rebutted. "Zixiao, you are the strongest player among us, while the rest focus on their designated roles. Yet, you often stray to other positions, leaving the support role with hardly 5 matches in a day," Yu Mingyan retorted, visibly displeased. "I find it quite beneficial. Whenever I play with him, I can easily earn his points," Jhin chimed in, raising his hand. "You all," Yu Mingyan clenched her tiny fists in frustration, "if you do not heed my words, you will all be sleeping on the streets tonight." All right, everyone listen up. This is serious," Ming Xiaoqing quickly interjected to diffuse the tension. The group finally settled down, attentively awaiting Yu Mingyan's analysis. "The critical issue in this match lay in the rhythm of the jungler," she stated, pointing to the summoner's rift chart on the blackboard. "Jhin, observe the jungle path and speed of the enemies nittily. She reached level 2 5 seconds before you and then ganked the top lane." Jhin nodded, acknowledging that Graves is indeed among the faster junglers. The expectations for a jungler are numerous, from jungle clearing techniques to ganking, counter-ganking, and dragon control. Every aspect is interconnected. Today, in the friendly match, Leah outperformed you in jungle rhythm, causing the entire team to collapse. Therefore, I urge you to hone your jungle rhythm and rank. Okay. Jhin acquiesced. Yu Mingyan then turned her attention to Bai Shi. Bai Shi, she called. Yes, he replied, his expression neutral. Your mid-lane performance is satisfactory. But refrain from fixating on solo kills when there is no vision on the enemy jungler. Instead of continuously pressuring, consider roaming more frequently, Yu Mingyan advised. Understood. Bai Shi acknowledged. Yu Mingyan then addressed Zixiao and Xiaoqing as for the bot lane. I require you both to consistently duo queue from now on to cultivate synergy. Ideally, one should anticipate the other's actions within 0.1 seconds. Premeditation is paramount. Yes, coach. Task completed, sir. Zixiao mockingly saluted. Indeed, we rarely play together, Xiaoqing concurred. And I must emphasize Qinshin. Yu Mingyan suddenly called out. Qinshin, who thought he had performed adequately in today's match, was taken aback when his name was mentioned. I am here, he replied. Yu Mingyan raised 3 fingers. Today I realized that, since registering your account, you have only played Shun, Makai, and Ornn. The number of matches with other champions can be counted on one hand. I believe these 3 champions suit me well, Qinshin defended. Moreover, data analysis reveals that in your nearly 1,000 ranked games, you average only 1.8 kills per match. While your assists exceed even those of the support, Yu Mingyan remarked. I believe the role of a top laner in this patch is to protect teammates. As long as the enemy does not deliberately target you, it should be fine, Qinshin argued. Acknowledging that a consistently average top laner is unlikely to be singled out, except for Bai Shi, who lacks strategic foresight. That is true to an extent, however. There are many occasions when a team requires an aggressive top lane champion. Thus, Qinshin, I encourage you to practice other champions, Yu Mingyan advised. All right, Qinshin conceded. I also have some personal issues I won't discuss, but I will work on them gradually. Now, if there is nothing else, let us enjoy this outing. Oh, I'm off to the barbecue and beer hotel. Zixiao exclaimed, jumping from his seat, clearly unable to contain his eagerness. Hey, Zixiao. Whoever gets drunk first tonight pays the tab. Jhin chimed in. Buffed, who wants to compete with you? We'll split the bill. Then let us go buy new clothes. Yu Mingyan declared, forcibly dragging Bai Shi, who had just opened his computer to rank, along with her and Xiaoqing. Soon, only Qinshin remained in the room, contemplating the situation before muttering, wait, can't this be done at home? Knowing the others would likely cause quite a ruckus, especially Zixiao and Jhin. Qinshin decided to head downstairs to buy some milk and heat it up. As he exited the elevator, he encountered 5 individuals wearing jerseys emblazoned with the letters UV. Evidently a visiting team. 3 o'clock? That was too easy, remarked a slightly overweight man, Woody, from the top lane. Humph, their skills are not even on our level. They only managed to kill us 3 times throughout the match, pathetically weak, interjected a blonde-haired youth, the mid-laner known as Shin. The bespectacled man standing near the elevator door crossed his arms, disdainfully stating, how could the PG second team be so thoroughly trounced and still dare approach us for a scrim? I thought it was their main team looking to challenge us. This individual was Chang, the team captain and ADC. They wouldn't dare. We're merely a provincial league team. If they were to lose to us, the embarrassment would be unbearable. Knowing Lung's temperament, he might even rage quit and retire, chuckled the support, Dai. The jungler, BS, added with a laugh, exactly. Once we win the provincial league, we can advance directly to the LDL, and after another season, we'll crush them in the LPL. Laughter echoed as 5 individuals engaged in a boisterous conversation, their tone infused with arrogance and disdain, peppered with scornful remarks about the PG first and second teams. Qinshin remained silent, pondering the peculiarities of such individuals, until the elevator reached its destination, compelling him to exit swiftly. He could not fathom why such people existed. After all, esports, like other traditional competitions, was fundamentally about honing one's skills, especially during practice matches. Yet, to them, anyone who could not best them was deemed worthless. It was akin to encountering a player of superior skill in a rank or match, who, after defeating you, would taunt you relentlessly, leaving you utterly powerless. Frustrating, yet unavoidable. However, there was always someone better, and he hoped UV team would not cross paths with him. As night enveloped the bustling metropolis, the rooftop of the PG Esports Club offered a splendid view of the vibrant cityscape, complemented by a gentle evening breeze that provided exquisite comfort. After calculating the time, Qinshan deduced that Bai Jia and the others should be returning soon, prompting him to leave the rooftop and head back to their designated resting area. Just as he approached the lounge, he overheard a heated argument from within, the voices laden with tension. Rushing toward the commotion, he found Zixiao, Meng Xiaocheng, and others confronting 5 members of the UV team, both sides brimming with anger, as if a physical altercation was imminent. "What is happening?" Qinshan inquired. Before Zixiao could respond, the UV mid-laner, Woody, interjected, "Oh, isn't that the guy from the elevator? I was wondering why I hadn't seen you before. Turns out you're just a country bumpkin." "Who are you calling a country bumpkin?" Jhin nearly swung a fist, but Zixiao intervened just in time. "What's wrong? Did I strike a nerve?" he taunted, raising an eyebrow. Understanding the situation, Qinshan realized that UV had come for a practice match and had previously occupied this space. Perhaps there had been a mix-up with PG club arrangements today, leading to this misunderstanding. However, the unkind words exchanged were unacceptable. Approaching Bai Jia and the others, he passed by the UV members, who noticeably flinched at his imposing stature. Standing over 2 meters tall with a robust physique, having trained in the military, his mere presence was intimidating. "However, we have already reserved this space. So I kindly ask you to leave," Qinshan stated with an undeniable authority, gradually encircling the UV team alongside Jhin and Zixiao. The 5 UV members appeared increasingly apprehensive, retreating while maintaining bravado. "What? Do you want to fight? If you dare, let us take this to the League of Legends arena. We'll crush you, you bunch of noobs." "Enough, you're really pushing your luck." Jhin couldn't contain himself any longer, itching to confront them directly. But once again, Zixiao held him back. "What are you doing? Are you a man? Can't you tolerate their insults?" Jhin protested. "Calm down and think about the consequences of a fight. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to beat them in the game?" Zixiao replied firmly, holding Jhin in place. "Look at them. They're too cowardly to even consider a one-on-one match," he added, directing his scorn at the UV team. At that moment, PG club staff arrived, including Long, who quickly assessed the situation and intervened to mediate the conflict. "We sincerely apologize for the oversight. We invite one of your teams to stay at a 5-star hotel for the night," Long offered. "Sleep? Hurry and prepare the computers. I want to play now," Zixiao exclaimed. "Of course, we'll respect Long's wishes. We'll take our leave now. Enjoy your rest," he said as they swiftly escorted Jhin out of the room. Chapter 76. Back again? "Hey, why are you pulling me? Didn't we agree on a one-on-one?" Jhin fumed as the 5 dragged him to the car, his temper flaring. "Don't you have any common sense? As a small team, we can't afford to create a ruckus in PG's territory. We'd be torn apart by their fans," Zixiao admonished. "Let us drop it. I just checked their stats. UV just competed in a provincial league this year. If we encounter them on the field, we just need to obliterate them," Meng Xiaocheng suggested. "Right, let us not let this ruin our mood. We should enjoy our trip," Yumingyan chimed in, pulling up her computer. "Look at the new team logo and uniforms that Meng Xiaocheng and I designed. We can start making them once we return." The group gathered around, admiring the emblem that resembled a shallow, elliptical rainbow, evoking a sense of mystery, with the letters RBH inscribed in its center. The color scheme and shape were impeccably harmonious. "It looks fantastic," Qinshan nodded. "But why a rainbow and a black hole? It symbolizes hope and despair. It means that no matter what difficulties we face, we should not fear them. We'll overcome them with a smile." Yu Mingnan beamed. "Wait, eat?" It turned out that the girls had gone shopping but returned without food. So the 6 ordered takeout and enjoyed a hearty meal, laughing and chatting until the early hours of the morning. The following day, they were supposed to play more practice matches, but due to the previous day's conflict, the 6 members of RBH had to say their goodbyes and head home. Yet, they felt they had gained valuable experience. "Ah, I'm finally home. There's truly no place like it," Zixiao declared as he was the first to enter their room, laden with bags containing his and Meng Xiaocheng's belongings, which he promptly set down before rushing to turn on his computer. "It's been days since I last streamed. I'll stream for a bit today to make up for it," Meng Xiaocheng urged. "Of course. I adore streaming," Zixiao replied enthusiastically, reveling in the joy of playing games while engaging in lively banter. "I'll handle the logo and uniform production. You all focus on training," Yu Mingman said before dashing out with her laptop. "Great. It seems I'm left to solo queue again," Jhin sighed, looking at the remaining 4. "How about we all team up for 5-man queues while they stream separately?" Qinshan proposed. "That works. This way, I want to get flamed while trying to be entertaining." Zixiao grinned, his excitement growing. "Get lost. If you dare play some useless support champion and mess things up, I swear I'll make you regret it. Jhin cursed, recalling that on that day, as long as he appeared in one area, all the wild monsters in another area would be set free by Zixiao. Alright, let's get started quickly, Meng Xiaoqing said. The five of them sat down at their computers, logging into their accounts, while Zixiao and Meng Xiaoqing began their live stream on the platform. After a visit to the PGE Sports Club, the video of his duel with Lang was released. And combined with recent highlights from Top Show, Zixiao's live stream had already attracted over 50,000 viewers, with thousands pouring in within the first 3 minutes. Since I didn't stream for the past few days, tonight my teammates and I will be doing a 5-man live stream, Zixiao announced into the microphone. The barrage of comments became lively, as who wouldn't he want to watch someone who is not only skilled but also has a charming voice, playing alongside a sweet-voiced girl? Alright, everyone, just a moment, Meng Xiaoqing said, inviting the other three into the ranked queue, forming a flexible 5-man team. Xio, you should go check it out. There's a streamer over at Xiaochu who is cursing at you all quite harshly, a comment flashed across Zixiao's screen. What? Xiaochu? He asked. Could it be someone from QC? But it's been so long since that happened. What is going on? Meng Xiaoqing and the others noticed something was off. It seemed that a mid-laner from a provincial league team named Woody was currently live streaming, and he had thousands watching him, growing increasingly aggressive in his insults. The streamer is telling the truth. I just checked, and he is indeed cursing. It's quite disgusting. Damn, does he even dare to insult my MZ sister? One of the viewers exclaimed. Brothers, let us charge at him. As more comments about the situation flooded in, everyone began to realize that something was amiss. Let me check it out, Zixiao said as he opened a new web page and entered Xiaochu, locating the live stream based on the room number provided in the comments. Upon entering the live stream, Zixiao was met with an odious sight. A net CAF League champion? Have you considered who organized that league? The semi-finals and finals were a joke, don't you think? Climbing to the top? You think a few thousand can compare to the operations in Top Show? Even elementary school students could do better. Stop making a fool of yourself. Woody was in the live stream, disdainfully berating RBH and others. And it seemed he had allies in the chat, as he continued to engage with them. Oh, he's back? He's really lost his mind, Jhin cursed. Last time I let it slide out of respect for PG. Does he think I'm afraid now, and is pushing his luck? Is this person insane? Giving face yet refusing to recognize it, Zixiao couldn't hold back any longer. These next-generation internet trolls are bold online, but timid in reality. Many viewers in the live stream saw what was happening and entered Woody's channel, some to watch the spectacle, others seeking justice, and some directly confronting him. I can't understand why a streamer would resort to such curses. Could it be that since his live stream and matches aren't drawing any viewers or fans, he is resorting to inciting conflict for quick fame? A comment flew by, and upon seeing it, Woody's expression twisted with rage. I can curse if I want to. What is it to you? Woody seemed to snap, unleashing a torrent of profanity. Chapter 77. What does it mean? Haha, our team hasn't made it to LPL yet. Do you think we care about this little bit of traffic? Why would we cling to them? He scoffed. Just wait for our provincial league to crush you? Haha, check our record. Our team hasn't lost a single match since the tournament began. Their strength isn't even in the same league as ours. His insults escalated, and some rational comments attempted to reason with him, but it was futile, and the moderators were busy banning viewers from Zixiao's stream. The situation began when Woody submitted a highlight reel, but was overshadowed by RBH team member Baiji, as the top 5 segments included one from Baiji, who had previously achieved high rankings in the Korean server. Woody, initially excited about being featured, was humiliated when his name was absent from the list, replaced by RBH's Ice. I should have taught them a lesson, Chinshin said. They dare to speak of Baiji? They must be courting disaster. Everyone, calm down. Let us report this to the officials first, Meng Xiaoqing suggested, addressing the furious audience and his already enraged teammates. A normal person would never say such things knowing they are live streaming as a public figure. That's just self-sabotage, unless they're a fool. Woody might just be that type, thinking he is invincible with his ID, or he could have ulterior motives, using this drama to boost his popularity through self-deprecation. A common tactic in some circles. Regardless of the reason, it was the worst choice to engage him now. So Meng Xiaoqing reported the room number to the customer service of the Xiaochu platform, hoping this would resolve the matter. Haha, a girl playing League of Legends? Go home and rub your phone screen. Those who thrive on imitation and copying belong to the realm of girls and immature boys. Woody's insults grew harsher. Relying on the fact that RBH had few fans, once a few were banned, there would be no one left to defend RBH. I partially agree with that comment. Some game mechanics rely heavily on imitation. Even the artwork is copied. Are we seriously discussing this now? They are practically on your doorstep. Are you still preparing to offer them toilet paper? Jhin fumed. I'm not letting this slide. Either Chiao Chu permanently bans his channel, preventing him from ever streaming again, or I'll ensure he never streams again. Jhin was visibly furious, his veins bulging, and it seemed if Woody appeared before him, he would pounce and deliver a beating. How boring. Thinking you're tough. I'll challenge you to a duel later. Bai Shi remarked that she was merely engaged in her usual training when, inexplicably, she was reprimanded. It was astonishing that there were still individuals who played poorly yet insisted on complaining, believing themselves to be exceptional merely for defeating those less skilled. Everyone, please remain calm. I have already contacted customer service, Meng Xiaoqing announced, then proceeded to relay the entire situation to the support team. A minute later, the customer service representative from Chiao Chu responded, "Hello, we have no relevant information at this moment. We are currently investigating and will resolve this issue as swiftly as possible. If you are in urgent need, you may register for a membership at 49 yuan for one-on-one assistance." They spoke a lengthy discourse that bore no utility, and the suggestion to register for membership was exasperating. Yet, there was little recourse but to await the outcome. Listening to Woody's incessant complaints became tiresome. So Zixiao and the others decided to ignore him and commenced a match on their own, determined not to allow a fool to disrupt their spirits. Indeed, it wasn't just Zixiao and his companions who lost interest. Even the viewers in the chat were preoccupied with the unfolding events. Meanwhile, although Woody had entered a ranked match, he continued to berate the RBH quintet with increasingly offensive language, even insulting their parents. While Woody was engrossed in his tirade, a private message from the Chiao Chu live streaming platform suddenly appeared. Upon reading it, he was instantly enraged. After receiving reports, "We have verified that you have indeed made inappropriate comments during your stream. Please be mindful of your conduct to help maintain the harmony of our Chiao Chu community." Woody grimaced as he completed the reading of the official message, then slammed his fist down on the table, exclaiming, "How dare you report me? Are you afraid now?" He escalated his insults, showing no sign of remorse. Upon learning of the situation through the chat, Zixiao and his group found their motivation to play evaporating. They had never encountered someone so obstinate, defending their misconduct with brazen audacity. What kind of pathetic platform is this? Such blatant insults and all they offer is a useless warning? Jhin questioned. I suspect that platform revels in the chaos. Thinking that their users' disputes will draw in more traffic, perhaps they are even enjoying it, Zixiao speculated. It certainly seems that way. There have been numerous conflicts between streamers on Chiao Chu that attracted considerable attention, Meng Xiaoqing added after researching online. Chen frowned. Do they truly allow such insolence to persist? Of course not, Meng Xiaoqing replied with a mysterious smile. But don't forget, I am a hacker. So if we wish to impose a slight punishment, you don't mean to hack into his computer or the Chiao Chu platform, do you? Zixiao asked tentatively, feeling that the latter was unnecessary. Damn it, hurry and hack. Extract his personal information. The more, the better. Ideally. Let's get his address so I can send a group of people over. Jhin's temper was clearly boiling over. I have a better method, Meng Xiaoqing said with a grin, whispering so that the viewers in the stream would not hear. The actions he was about to undertake were somewhat dangerous, but deemed necessary. Call. Everyone, call for me. Those RBH fools truly have no shame. When Woody noticed the peculiar username Vietnamese Tycoon enter the stream, he paused and inquired. Is this another one of those RBH vermin sent to spy on us? The Vietnamese Tycoon generously gifted the streamer 10 super rockets. Just as Woody finished speaking, a notification popped up on the screen announcing the 10 super rockets. Each super rocket on Chiao Chu is valued at 1,000 yuan. And even after the platform takes its cut, the streamer would receive 6 or 700 yuan. Thus, with this single gift of 10 super rockets, Woody stood to gain nearly 7,000 yuan. Thank you immensely, Vietnamese Tycoon. Is there anything you would like to say? Any heroes you wish to see or learn about? I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. Woody immediately cast aside his dignity, calling out Daddy, Daddy, in a display of utter subservience. The Vietnamese Tycoon swiftly ascended to the top donor in Woody's stream. Since each super rocket is announced across the platform, Woody's stream received 10 consecutive promotions, enticing numerous bystanders to tune in. The viewer count surged more than threefold, reaching 50,000. The shock was palpable. 10 super rockets equated to 10,000 yuan, a sum many would earn in 2 or 3 months. It was astonishingly given away so casually, and considering the streamer was not a particularly attractive individual. The influx of viewers was remarkable. Woody, having benefited from this generosity, transformed from a furious critic of the RBH quintet to an eager participant, tail wagging like a puppy. Asking the Vietnamese tycoon, "Dad, how am I doing? Play a match with Jester, and I'll send another 10 rockets," the Vietnamese tycoon typed. Now adorned with the title of moderator. Woody eagerly complied, abandoning his current match to log into another account, selecting the rank position of Jester. His sycophantic demeanor on full display. Seeing Woody so obedient, the professional player exited a high-ranking match to fulfill the tycoon's request, promptly sending another 20 super rockets. Woody was elated, grinning widely. "Thank you, Daddy. This match will be a slaughter." The audience grew ever larger, many drawn in by the spectacle of the extravagant gifts, which had already totaled 30,000 yuan within a mere 10 minutes on the Cho-Chu platform. Who is this? So wealthy? Could it be a friend of the streamer helping to boost his popularity? Who would give so much money to a streamer, unless it's for over 50,000? Is this what it means to be wealthy? I hold my kaisa tightly, too intimidated to speak, though some comments in the chat echoed this sentiment. Woody was too preoccupied to pay heed. He was entirely focused on entertaining the Vietnamese tycoon, asking amidst his gameplay, "How am I performing, Daddy?" The affluent Vietnamese tycoon simply remarked that things were going quite well, leaving Woody perplexed and unsure of how to win the favor of this wealthy elder. However, after Woody, in a moment of recklessness, attempted to secure a solo kill only to be ambushed by the opposing jungler and subsequently eliminated, the Vietnamese tycoon unexpectedly commented, "Nice play." That was quite entertaining. Woody was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face broke into a radiant smile as he suddenly grasped the art of appeasing this affluent patron. In that brief moment, it felt as though he had embraced a promising future. Woody became entirely oblivious to the 60,000 viewers who had flocked to his livestream. Dedicating himself wholeheartedly to serving the wealthy Vietnamese gentleman, he deliberately made mistakes in game, allowing the opponents to eliminate him while feigning despair, all the while delighting in the joyful remarks of the Vietnamese tycoon. The tycoon generously gifted the streamer 100 super rockets. Upon seeing this notification, Woody leapt from his chair in astonishment, nearly rolling on the floor in exhilaration. 100 rockets amounted to a staggering 100,000 yuan. What kind of extravagant benefactor had he encountered? In such a short span of time, he had already earned nearly 20,000 yuan. Could it be that he would soon ascend to unimaginable heights? Why bother with professional competitions? Just stream continuously, and I'll send you 10 super rockets every day, the Vietnamese tycoon declared. Upon hearing this, Woody's heart soared, and he eagerly replied, "Absolutely, I'll inform them immediately." He then picked up his phone and called Chang. "Hey, I'm telling you, Grandpa is no longer competing. I've struck it rich. Training with you all is dreadfully boring. Find another mid laner. Farewell, you paupers." Woody spoke in this manner deliberately to curry favor with the Vietnamese tycoon. Without hesitation, after Woody hung up, the tycoon sent another 10 super rockets to reassure Woody that he had not been deceived. "Come on, wealthy father of Vietnam. What would you like to see in the next game?" Woody cheerfully inquired after completing a session with the Joker. Yet, the live stream chat was devoid of the flashy #1 comment. The lower left corner merely displayed that the Vietnamese tycoon had exited the room. Chapter 79, Social Death. Has the wealthy father of Vietnam left? Woody's spirits plummeted upon realizing he could no longer profit. After the excitement had subsided, many viewers had also departed. But Woody quickly regained his enthusiasm and continued streaming, envisioning a bright future ahead where the wealthy father of Vietnam would come daily to gift him 10 super rockets, making a daily income of 10,000 yuan an achievable dream. Meanwhile, RBH was already reveling in glee. "Haha, I altered the data on the donation platform, sending him a plethora of fake rockets. Just wait until he tries to settle accounts with the platform. It will be quite the spectacle," Meng Xiaoqing chuckled mischievously, maintaining his charm even when being playful. "And he is quitting the team. This is becoming amusing. Does he genuinely believe anyone would be willing to shower him with such extravagant gifts?" Jhin added, equally amused. "Wait a minute. I feel there should be more to this. It's not sufficient, as it only punishes him," Zixiao remarked. Only Qinshan maintained a semblance of normalcy, cautiously asking, "This surely won't violate any laws, will it?" "No worries. We'll just pull out when the time comes," Bai Ji replied. On Woody's end, after the wealthy Vietnamese patron departed, he lost interest in streaming and played a few rounds before logging off to demand the gift money from the support staff. As he contemplated how to indulge that evening, perhaps seeking out a few companions and replacing the items around his house. He suddenly noticed that his earnings from gifts that day amounted to a mere few dozen yuan. Woody was flabbergasted, initially thinking he had misread or that the page hadn't refreshed. After refreshing several times, he was still met with the same disheartening figure. Woody became irate and promptly contacted customer service, who simply informed him, "You only received this amount in gifts today." Confused, Woody retorted, "That can't be right. I received over 100 super rockets today. Did you pocket my earnings?" The customer service representative, overwhelmed and busy, had no time for this lunatic, explaining that the entire platform had not even distributed 100 super rockets in a day, let alone to a single individual. The representative quickly reverted to automated responses, leaving Woody in utter disbelief. "Impossible. I genuinely received over 100 super rockets," he insisted, seeking out the editor responsible for his contract. The editor merely remarked, "Are you dreaming? Today, there were plenty of reports against you for foul language. If you don't bring me some traffic, we'll terminate your contract." This revelation sent Woody into a furious rage, convinced that the only explanation for the disappearance of his rocket funds was that the platform's staff had pilfered his earnings. Woody's anger surged as he took to Twitter, vehemently denouncing the platform's unscrupulous actions, and reopened his live stream to curse the platform, repeatedly calling out to the wealthy Vietnamese father, demanding justice. The platform's staff, witnessing this debacle, swiftly banned his live stream. The editor, perplexed, inquired if Woody had lost his mind. Woody shot back, "If you don't return my rightful earnings, I'll curse you for eternity." The support staff at the donation platform were clueless about the situation and, unable to clarify matters, decided to report it as a breach of contract. Woody found amusement in this, believing that if it escalated to legal action, he had the wealthy Vietnamese father and 60,000 viewers as witnesses. However, upon reflecting on the chaos, Woody realized that his notoriety had notably increased in the event of switching platforms with the support of the Vietnamese tycoon. Would he not soar to great heights? Woody took to Twitter to announce his intent to pursue legal action and his plans to stream elsewhere, garnering responses from hundreds of thousands of fans. The most liked comment read, "Your teammates are bad-mouthing you behind your back," which quickly ascended to the top of the comments. Upon reading this, Woody immediately thought of Chong and the others, wondering if they would truly betray him. A quick search of their Twitter accounts confirmed his fears. They were indeed backstabbing him. Chong took the lead, and each member of the UV team posted a tweet exposing Woody's misdeeds. They spoke of extramarital affairs, the molestation of students, match-fixing, clandestine gambling, and even drug purchases. Woody, infuriated, immediately retaliated on Twitter, engaging in a fierce exchange with former teammates. Initially, he felt a twinge of fear as these accusations surfaced. Yet he was emboldened by the support of numerous fans. "Humph, my brother Woody would never do such things. You were slandering him." They professed their unwavering love for him. The former teammates merely needed to leave a name behind. Who were they to lick Woody's shoes now? They were unworthy and should cease their antics. This gave Woody the courage to retaliate vigorously on Twitter. Before long, his girlfriend noticed the online turmoil and promptly announced their breakup, taking their shared home and all possessions with her. Woody retorted that the farther she went, the better. He was on the verge of striking it rich and could easily find another woman. As the day unfolded, despite his anger, Woody reflected on his situation. With the backing of a wealthy father in Vietnam, he would be earning thousands daily through streaming. He chuckled at the thought of his promising future. Meanwhile, the editors at the Chochu platform, his girlfriend, and his former teammates were left bewildered and furious, unable to comprehend Woody's sudden change in demeanor. It seemed as if he had lost his mind, behaving in such an unexpected manner. Of course, everyone was left in the dark, except for RBH, who was laughing heartily in their training room. Indeed, the so-called Vietnamese tycoon in the streaming room was none other than Zixiao, using a registered secondary account. During that time, everyone in the streaming room was a bot created by him, with all comments meticulously crafted. Later, even the tweets from the 5 members of UV were orchestrated by Zixiao. Only Woody could see them, while his fans and those who informed him of the tweets were also his bots. "Ha ha ha, this kid is socially dead now," remarked Zixiao. Chapter 80, The Gaokao ends. Woody has become the biggest laughingstock of the year, with all video platforms and online marketing accounts reporting on him, his reputation in tatters. Woody left this world without ever understanding what truly transpired. The only glimmer of hope in the darkness was that the UV team had yet to expel him, albeit temporarily. This incident became fodder for countless jokes among netizens, with onlookers relishing in the spectacle effectively blackening Wudi's name. The 5 members of RBH could only laugh silently, whispering in their hearts, Meng Xiaocheng, forever a legend. They felt a sense of vindication. Meng Xiaocheng refrained from any further mischief, realizing that continuing down this path could leave Wudi with lasting psychological scars. As time passed, the incident became a mere anecdote, remembered only as a jest, leaving behind the moniker of the invincible Vietnamese tycoon. The Gaokao, a pivotal moment in one's life. If one does poorly, they inflict their own wounds. If they excel, they celebrate exuberantly, perhaps injuring themselves in the process. Meng Xiaocheng, Qi Zixiao, Jhin, and Yu Mingman entered the examination hall, while Chun Shun held an umbrella, waiting outside with Baizhua, hoping to trigger a triumphant return. Hey, if you hadn't dropped out, you should be taking the exam right now. Chun Shun inquired of Baizhua. Well, it doesn't matter now, Baizhua replied. By age, she should be enjoying the carefree life of a youthful girl. Yet she spent her days training and working. Before entering the examination hall, the 4 encouraged one another. Qi Zixiao, give it your all. Even if you can't write much, make sure to fill out the paper, Meng Xiaocheng said, confident in her own abilities but concerned about Qi Zixiao leaving any embarrassing traces during the Gaokao. Of course, even if I don't know a single answer, I will write something for every question, Qi Zixiao asserted, his mind preoccupied with the mantra, choose B because ADC is ineffective. Yu Mingnan and Jhin didn't require much discussion. Both had average grades, yet even if they did not take the exam, they would simply inherit family wealth, not to mention they could still compete in League of Legends tournaments. 2 days later, the Gaokao finally concluded. Outside, Baizhua, Qinshin, and Li Zimo, who had been waiting under the scorching sun, scanned the throngs of students for those 4 familiar faces. I don't care. Tonight I'm playing games all night long. Not even the gods can stop me. Qi Zixiao's boisterous voice echoed from a distance. Are you out? How did you do? Li Zimo approached, handing 4 bottles of iced drinks to the group. Not too bad. The questions were relatively simple, and I finished quickly. With plenty of time left in many subjects, Meng Xiaocheng replied. Jhin and Yu Mingman felt significantly less pressure this time, believing they could comfortably secure admission to a respectable university. As for Qi Zixiao, he remarked, it was exceedingly easy. I felt no pressure at all. I generally finish the multiple-choice questions quickly and can start playing right after. Just don't end up like me, only managing to get into a junior college. Qinshin added. And don't be like me, who dropped out, Baizhua chimed in. All 6 eyes turned to Li Zimo. Hey, why are you all looking at me? Li Zimo asked. Should we consider enrolling Zimo in some tutoring classes or something? Meng Xiaocheng suggested. Yu Mingman, perplexed, remarked. But Zimo has always ranked first in the province, hasn't she? Don't feel too much pressure while you're still in middle school. Why not experience a passionate romance? A student's life without love is incomplete, Jhin added. What are you thinking? Don't project your opinions onto others. My sister is so outstanding. No boy is worthy of her right now, Qi Zixiao retorted. Why, just after finishing the Gaokao, are you all discussing such topics? Li Zimo said, utterly speechless. The 7 returned to the RBH base, since it was the first day of summer vacation following the Gaokao. What a well-rounded adolescent should be doing was undoubtedly staying up all night. Get the beer and barbecue ready. This is how soon-to-be university students should live. Qi Zixiao opened the door first, turning on all the computers. Brother, Mom and Dad said before leaving to keep an eye on you. No drinking before you're of age. Li Zimo followed in, stating, Hey, Zimo, your Qi Zixiao discovered that Li Zimo was cradling a laptop, which she then placed on the table. Upon opening it, he saw that she was playing League of Legends. Haven't you always expressed little interest in gaming? Qi Zixiao inquired, bemused by this unexpected turn of events. What does that matter? I should at least familiarize myself with the pursuits my brother engages in. Besides, seeing Meng Xiaocheng, Yu Mingnan, and Bai Ji enjoying themselves so thoroughly, I too wish to give it a try, Li Zimo replied, promptly registering an account in the Ionia region and commencing the novice tutorial. As Qi Zixiao observed her struggle to maneuver her champion with the laptop's touchpad, taking several seconds to make even a slight movement and finding it nearly impossible to cast a skill, he couldn't help but ponder. How did she manage to achieve the top rank in the province? Qi Zixiao had no choice but to approach Li Zimo, installing a mouse and keyboard for her, and then guiding her through the operation step by step. Suddenly, Yu Mingnan burst into the room, radiating excitement. Hey, everybody look at me. Yu Mingman, have you not yet recovered from today's English exam? Why are you speaking in English? Qi Zixiao inquired, looking up. Oh, My apologies, Yu Mingman said sheepishly, sticking out her tongue. I meant to say that the schedule for the Provincial League has been released. It will be the day after tomorrow, and we will face another team in a friendly match. However, the exact timing and the opposing team have yet to be confirmed. A friendly match? You mean one of those games just for fun, not counted in the overall score? Jhin asked. Pretty much. You can think of it as a warm-up activity. In any case, I have already started gathering information about our opponents for this match, Yu Mingman replied. By the way, for the friendly match, winning isn't mandatory, we just need to try our best to put on a good show. Now that you mention it, I find that quite exhilarating. It has been ages since I've had a chance to show off. Zixiao exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Let us get everything set up for Yasuo's support. The Provincial League was about to commence, and according to the regulations, only the champion would qualify for entry into the LDL. The champion would compete against a randomly selected team from the LDL, and victory would ensure their advancement. However, this all hinged upon securing the championship, as the Provincial League gathered numerous League of Legends experts from various provinces, making it far more competitive than the typical internet CAF tournaments. After an afternoon of training, it was nearly evening, and it was time to escort Zixiao home, as she still had to attend her tutoring class. This was essential for her future scholarship prospects, especially given that Zixiao's family was not particularly affluent. Although they had signed a contract, the salary had yet to be dispersed, necessitating careful financial management for the time being. Thus, Zixiao and Zixiao stood by the roadside, awaiting the arrival of a taxi. 15 minutes later, a cool breeze swept through the street. Yet not a single taxi appeared, leaving the atmosphere desolate. What a cursed day this is. Not only did the driver from our team take leave, but there isn't a taxi in sight, Zixiao lamented. With this time, I could have enjoyed myself instead. Why don't you just walk me home, brother? Zixiao suggested. Are you joking? It would take at least 2 hours to walk back from here. After I drop you off, I would have to walk back. Zixiao retorted, his primary concern being his sister's safety. Zixiao, understanding yet still a young girl, recognized that it would be perilous for someone as beautiful as she to walk alone at night. Therefore, Zixiao accompanied her to ensure her safe return home, though he wished for a more feasible solution. Let me see if there's anyone who can help, Zixiao said, pulling out his phone and scrolling through his contacts. To his dismay, aside from Zixiao, he found no other contacts. Great, my phone has no internet either. Zixiao, do you have any friends you can call? Zixiao asked. Zixiao could hardly believe that his sister was so beautiful and kind-hearted. Surely there must be hundreds of boys pursuing her at school. It would be entirely reasonable for a few of them to be infatuated enough to help hail a taxi for her. Brother, what are you thinking? Just then, the urgent screech of brakes pierced the air as a sleek black car drifted around the corner, coming to a perfect halt before Zixiao and Zixiao. This car bore a striking resemblance to a sports model, its expensive nature evident at first glance. While the two were momentarily taken aback, the rear window of the black car rolled down, revealing a young man with golden hair, clad in designer attire, accessorized with sunglasses and various trinkets, who appeared somewhat dapper. He removed his sunglasses and spoke slowly. Would you two like a ride? Who is this? Zixiao glanced at Zixiao, a wave of unsettling thoughts flooding his mind. Could it be that his sister was being deceived by such a seemingly frivolous man? Zixiao's expression tightened as she exclaimed, Wang Ran, what are you doing here? Oh, you must be the brother Zixiao often mentions. I am Wang Ran, your future brother-in-law, he said with a respectful demeanor as he stepped out of the car. Brother-in-law? Zixiao shot a look at Zixiao, incredulity washing over him. Have you two already established a relationship? When did this happen? Didn't we agree on no early romances? What are you talking about? Just yesterday, you were urging me to date some of the RBH team members. And now you're saying I can't date? Is that so? And your words imply that you are indeed together? Humph, Zixiao huffed, turning away. Absolutely not. I haven't agreed to anything, and I have no feelings for him whatsoever. Did you hear that? She said as much. Besides, with your wealth, you could easily find someone far more attractive than my sister. Zixiao directed his gaze at Wang Ran, insinuating that he should leave. What do you mean, brother? Are you looking for trouble? Zixiao shot him a glare. Wang Ran simply smiled and replied, No. Even the most alluring women seek to share my bed only for my wealth. Such words have likely been uttered to every affluent man multiple times, and they are far from genuine. It's merely their profession, and it loses its allure over time. As Wang Ran approached Zixiao, attempting to take her hand, she swiftly rebuffed him. Unfazed, he chuckled lightly and continued, That is precisely why I have sought out Zixiao. Meeting her has truly been a blessing in my life. Her pure appearance coupled with her spirited temperament makes her an exhilarating ride, and I believe she is still untouched, which is why I wish to win her favor. As Zixiao listened, his face nearly contorted in distress, he abruptly interrupted Wu Ran, exclaiming, "What do you mean by that? Are you still in middle school? How can you speak as if you were so accustomed to it? What do you truly regard my sister as? Do you equate her with that group of hens?" Zixiao stepped forward and seized Wu Ran by the collar. However, a few individuals clad in black, resembling security personnel, quickly surrounded them, prompting Zixiao to release Wu Ran. Wu Ran, unfazed, adjusted his collar and continued, "Isn't a woman merely an object of desire? Were it not for the fulfillment of such cravings, I would rather spend an entire day playing League of Legends, acquiring numerous accounts with all skins, than squander a single cent on women. Besides, I have treated Zimo quite well, opting not to exchange money for affection, but genuinely wishing to cultivate our relationship gradually. Otherwise, I would not be here at all. Zimo is not someone you can simply refer to," Zixiao retorted, his anger escalating as he pondered the perplexing nature of some wealthy offspring. "Brother, please remain calm. Although my desire to be with Zimo does not require your approval, we must still seek parental consent for a proper relationship. I understand that Zimo's parents are unavailable to oversee her, leaving you, who is currently engaged in a League of Legends professional match, as her only guardian," Wu Ran stated. "What do you intend to do?" Zixiao inquired. "As a man, why not engage in a wager? Let us have a match of League of Legends. You may play directly alongside your RBH teammates against my side. If you win, I shall cease my pursuit of Zimo. However, should you lose, I implore you not to interfere with my relationship with her," Wu Ran proposed. His suggestion was a trap for Zixiao. If he consented and they won, all would be well, but if they lost, Zimo would undoubtedly refuse Wu Ran. Yet Wu Ran's character would ensure he would exploit the situation. In either case, the outcome would bear minimal consequence for Wu Ran. "Brother, do not act impulsively. Do not agree," Zimo urged. Zixiao fixed his gaze on Wu Ran. "All right, listen carefully. The day after tomorrow, at the Xinghe Internet CAF, I shall await your arrival." Wu Ran, maintaining his smile, entered the car after concluding the conversation. Chapter 82. Come on, brother. Stand up for me. At home. Zimo reprimanded Zixiao, who had no choice but to comply, for who would dare disregard the words of his elder sister? "Sit down again. Stand up once more. What are you doing?" Zixiao inquired. "I am infuriated by your foolish actions. Just ignore that sort of person. Why must you engage in such bets? Now look what a mess you've created." Zimo expressed her displeasure. "Come on, do you not trust your brother? I am the champion of the Internet CAF League, ranked among the top 100 in the Korean servers. Defeating him will be a walk in the park." Zixiao clearly underestimated his opponent, dismissing a playboy who indulged in debauchery and deceit as incapable of besting him. "You're oversimplifying this. Do you have any idea how wealthy your family is? Their connections are vast. It's likely you'll be facing 5 professional players. While yes, you are formidable, what if they recruit even stronger players?" Zimo crossed her arms, worried about the potential repercussions of losing. "Ah, dear sister, worry not. Victory is assured." Zixiao reclined on the sofa, already crafting his taunts for the occasion. Such a person will never relent unless truly defeated. "Sigh, brother, I know your temperament. Once you say something, you will see it through. Now, we can only await the outcome." On the day of the agreement, the Xinghe Internet CAF was eerily empty, save for the luxury cars parked outside and the entourage brought by RBH and Wu Ran. Indeed, Wu Ran had reserved the entire venue, quite a bold move, taking over someone else's domain. Wu Ran and his group entered the designated room for the competition, where RBH and his crew had been waiting for quite some time. "My apologies, everyone. I had a pressing matter to attend to, which caused a slight delay. After I win this match, I shall treat you all to dinner at the 5-star hotel next door," Wu Ran said, feigning politeness, yet the insincerity was palpable. "Let us get on with it. We've already agreed. My sister will also join the fray," Zixiao announced. "What, brother, have you lost your mind? I just started playing a few days ago and can't even beat bots," Zimo exclaimed, astonished. League of Legends requires 5 players, and without a balanced skill level, victory is nearly impossible. For a novice like Zimo, it could very well be a 4v6 scenario. "Don't worry. Just pick a champion like Yumi and hang on to me. You'll be fine," Zixiao whispered, having already conspired with Meng Xiaoqing to let Zimo take part and release some pent-up frustration. "But I heard Yumi is practically unplayable in this version," Zimo said anxiously, as the stakes were high. "If Zimo is to play, then I will join as well," Wu Ran added. I have other matters to attend to. So let us finish this swiftly. With that, Wu Ran and his entourage settled in. The new faces were neither streamers nor professional players. They appeared to be rank amateurs. Wu Ran took his position as an ADC. With circumstances now beyond their control, Zixiao had no choice but to join RBH. Selecting Yumi seemed manageable, right? Since this was merely a casual match, Yu Mingman did not show up, leaving the room devoid of spectators aside from the two teams, Wu Ran's bodyguards and Meng Staocheng. Of course, the security personnel outside the CAF were unlikely to permit any disorder. The match officially commenced. Dare to bully our adorable sister? They must be courting death. I'll unleash my jungle on him. Jilin shouted at the onset of the bandpick phase. What do you mean our adorable sister? She is not your sister. Zixiao retorted. I think it's fair. After all, Zimo brings a lot of vitality to our team. Jhin chimed in. Baiji remained aloof, simply stating, I want Katarina. In the ensuing chaos, no one paid attention to the bandpick process. Zimo remarked, Hey, you guys don't chat like this during your regular matches, do you? As the banning phase commenced, it was clear the opponents had strategists on their side. RBH's favored picks were eliminated, and the opposition even banned Yumi, clearly targeting Zimo, for Yumi was a boon for players who enjoyed aiding others. Zixiao, however, did not seem like someone adept at using such champions. Zixiao systematically banned every champion with hooks, as female players dread facing hook champions. Merely their presence creates significant pressure. What champion should I choose? Zimo pondered, her cursor hovering over various champions. Due to her novice tutorial, she only knew Misfortune and her abilities. Then pick Misfortune, Zixiao suggested, opting for Alistar himself, having discovered the champion's unique capabilities. But I thought Guide say Misfortune is an ADC, not a support. In this context, she is classified as an ADC. Zimo protested. Zixiao leaned closer. Taking control of her mouse, if you set her up this way, she'll be a support. He dragged the mouse to Misfortune's icon, right-clicking to designate her as a support, instantly transforming her role. Supports, get out, you're unworthy. With much persuasion from Zixiao, Zimo acquiesced, selecting Misfortune and officially becoming an ADC. As for the ADC's status throughout the game, those in the know are aware of the intricate dynamics involved. Those who do not, well, there's little to say about it. The other three watched Zixiao with amusement, thinking, you're practically wishing for Zimo's downfall. Chapter 83. Mu. With team compositions finalized, the opposing bottom lane featured Jhin and Tahm Kench, a pairing that immediately brought to mind another wealthy individual. Indeed, affluent players often select similar champions. Nevertheless, this combination was undeniably potent. Jhin boasted high damage output but lacked self-protection, while their jungler was a pig and the top laner was Ornn facing Zixiao. Aside from a snake woman in the mid lane, every other position seemed geared towards safeguarding the ADC. What kind of sycophantic behavior was this? How could they possibly protect a Jhin with four others? After the fourth shot, the teammates would be shouting, reload already. Engaged in a fierce battle, one might ponder if you have developed a troublesome affliction upon your head. The strength of the champion Jhin lies particularly in his long-range capabilities, enabling him to eliminate fragile opponents with just a few well-placed shots in the late game. However, the choice of champion must be carefully considered in accordance with the team composition. With the current lineup of RBH, the question arises, whom shall you target? As the game commenced, Zimo searched diligently within the shop for the appropriate support items to purchase. It seemed prudent to follow the recommendations offered, acquiring items in sequential order. In the early game, focus on assisting me with last hits and securing kills, while I shall take the reins in the later stages, Zixiao encouraged his younger sister, unwavering in his persuasion. Very well, but should we fail to secure victory, I shall unearth all of your past indiscretions, Zimo retorted. Zixiao gasped. Realizing this added yet another motivation to ensure their triumph. The early landing phase proved to be rather monotonous. Neither team could secure a kill, given their respective compositions. Despite being a complete novice, Zimo demonstrated remarkable talent and an exceptional capacity for learning, particularly excelling at last-hitting minions. If the opposing Tahm Kench dared to approach and devour Misfortune, Zixiao would promptly utilize Alistar's SW ability, forcefully repelling the foe, before returning to the minion wave to ring the bell. Would you like a bell, sir? What a peculiar pastime, ringing a bell, the bull-headed man remarked, amused. I find it utterly tedious, he added. To me, this is quite entertaining. You simply cannot fathom my delight. Zixiao replied, glancing over at Wu Ran, who, unable to resist, contemplated summoning the enemy jungler to confront the incessantly ringing bull. However, the likelihood of success was virtually non-existent. Even while the piglet was still at home tending to her piglets, the bull could hear her distant calls. As time passed, Wuran resorted to muting the game's sounds. From the perspective of the bull-headed man, Jhin seemed to plug his ears, signaling his withdrawal from the engagement, a clear indication of his inability to cope with the situation. At times, even a swift WQ combination would be thwarted by Tahm Kench's devouring ability. The opposing support exhibited the skill level of a Korean server challenger. As Zixiao's W barely took flight before he had already reacted to shield his AD carry. The early game in the bot lane was truly devoid of action. Turning to the mid lane, the opposing Serpent Queen was in dire straits, while possessing a binding ability to momentarily hinder Katarina. The effectiveness of this would depend heavily on the player's skill. Zaun managed to secure 2 solo kills within the first 10 minutes, causing the Serpent Queen to become idle beneath her tower before the minion wave even approached. What could be done? Katarina was simply too proficient against her. Faced with Zaun's prowess, the Serpent Queen found herself lacking in her Q ability, and her ultimate had been nerfed to merely a slowing effect. Winning the matchup seemed utterly implausible. In the jungle, matters were equally grim. The opposing jungler, unlike the piglet, was not a weak contender and continued to farm aggressively like a Lee Sin. This led to an invasion by Jhin, the true Lee Sin, who relentlessly encroached upon the enemy jungle, leaving them trailing in both levels and economy. At this juncture, Zixiao pondered why Wuran had boasted so confidently before the match. It became evident that, apart from the support, who was indeed a Korean challenger, the rest of the opposing team barely matched the level of master tier players in the national server. Against RBH, they resembled mere paper. Defeating them seemed impossible unless RBH played with their feet. The only potential issue lay with Zixiao's ADC in the bot lane, yet thus far, she had not perished even once, merely lagging behind in last hits. This was not particularly concerning, as in the current meta, one should not expect ADCs to deal significant damage. They were often relegated to the role of bait. Nevertheless, in this match, to ensure the desired outcome of their wager, the group had already conspired to facilitate a scenario where Zixiao and Zixiao could shine. Minion waves, jungle monsters, and kills were all to be funneled towards Zixiao's misfortune and Zixiao's Alistar, thus enhancing their economic advantage. Zixiao's equipment was superior to that of the opposing top laner, boasting both the Sunfire Aegis and Thorn Mail, while Zixiao, struggling with minion farming, had only 2 items at her disposal. However, once her equipment was fully assembled, her farming would improve significantly. Sister, come to mid lane for a team fight. Zixiao called out. Oh, okay. Zixiao hurriedly maneuvered her misfortune to the mid lane. Despite her formidable presence in reality, she still relied heavily on her brother in unfamiliar territories, embodying a delicate and dependent demeanor. At this juncture, the opposing team, led by Jhin and accompanied by 4 others, was clearing waves in the mid lane. One could only imagine how frustrated Wuran's teammates felt towards him at that moment. Listen, we first eliminate the others. Leaving Wuran for last, Zixiao instructed. And you, sister, just position yourself behind and unleash your E ability and ultimate. There's no need for you to engage directly. The team nodded in agreement, and once everyone was prepared, Jhin's Lee Sin initiated the engagement with a flash and AW, feigning an attempt to kick Jhin, while his true target was the Serpent Woman. At this moment, the Death's Angel possessed formidable combat power, and the other targets were lacking in strength. Jhin's Lee Sin swiftly crossed half the screen to reach Jhin, and upon witnessing this, Tahm Kench quickly devoured Jhin to protect him. Yet Jhin adjusted his position and delivered a kick to the Serpent Woman, sending her flying aside. Baiji swiftly eliminated her, followed by Shin's ultimate aiding Lee Sin, while Alistar charged in with a combo. The remaining 4 members were unable to inflict sufficient damage and were soon dispatched, leaving only Jhin alive. Jhin was still attempting to deal damage, firing a shot at Lee Sin, only to be met with Shun's W, granting immunity. He then turned to shoot Alistar. A critical hit of 42. I'm going to die? Wuran, amidst the chaos, found himself surrounded by several imposing figures after exchanging a few shots and changing ammunition. Zixiao, come and claim the kill, finish him off, Shin urged. Zixiao's Alistar then charged forward, using a W to ram Jhin towards Zixiao, who, with impeccable timing, executed a few basic attacks to secure the kill presented to her. Chapter 84. It was evident that not only was there a disparity in skill, but also in the team composition, leading to Wu Ran's gaming experience being far worse than in previous games. Just the presence of Alistar was sufficient to single-handedly eliminate him. During a moment when Tom Kinch went to scout, he left Wu Ran alone in the bot lane to farm minions. Suddenly, from the brush emerged Alistar, executing a WQ followed by E, reducing Wu Ran's health to 13. Wu Ran's Jhin attempted to retaliate, but alas, the damage from Sunfire Aegis and Thornmail surpassed his own. Each shot barely made a dent in Alistar's health, who merely flicked his tail, as if swatting away a mosquito, evading the deadly flourish. And upon the cooldown of the second cannon skill, Alistar swiftly eliminated him, finishing the encounter at full health. Is this what ADC is? Wu Ran lamented. Moreover, with the equipment gap widening, Li Zimo's damage output surged. A combination of 3 shots followed by a Q was enough to obliterate Wu Ran, who had now fallen into a state where he could not compete with anyone. RBH was reveling in their victory, while Wu Ran was losing his composure. What the hell are you all doing? I paid you to perform, not to make me suffer. Wu Ran's true nature was unveiled as he lost his previously courteous demeanor. Now with a score of 0-5, the mid lane was a disaster, the top lane was ineffective, and the jungle was being dominated, unable to secure even a single dragon. His support was wandering aimlessly, prompting Wu Ran to scream in frustration, questioning their lack of focus. In truth, had it not been for Wu Ran's draft decisions, the situation would not have been so dire. Numerous instances had arisen due to Wu Ran's misplays, yet none of his teammates dared voice their concerns. For he was the one funding their endeavors. In the final teamfight, the opposing side resembled a group of novices attempting to tackle a boss. As they realized the boss had summoned illusions, Shin fully focused on protecting Li Zimo, who, without pressure, claimed a triple kill with ease. Meanwhile, Zixiao's Alistar charged through the crowd towards the Serpent Woman and Jhin, who fled as if they had seen a ghost. Why won't you hit me? Come on. Give me a few hits, Zixiao yelled while pursuing them. The Serpent Woman cast her ultimate, only for Zixiao to negate it with his own, bolstered by the damage reduction from his ultimate. As a result, the combined magical and physical damage barely grazed him, and upon triggering his passive, he swiftly regained health. In a single flurry of abilities, he left both adversaries in a near-death state, while Li Zimo, utilizing her W and Ghost Blade, effortlessly secured a pentakill. No way. Is it really this easy? Zixiao chuckled. Li Zimo was equally jubilant, aware that achieving a pentakill was a rare feat in this game. And she found it incredibly enjoyable, understanding why her brother often stayed up late to play. This is indeed thrilling, Jhin remarked. I relish watching others flaunt their prowess. Only to be humbled. Is it akin to looking in a mirror? Zixiao mused. Ultimately, the opposing team had no hope of a comeback. Shin noted that even if they managed to drag the game into the late stages, the Jin's equipment would be of little use, especially given his current damage output. As they entered a late-game scenario with a significant advantage, the map was dominated by RBH, with the only area of visibility for the opposing team being their high ground. The 5 players were crammed together, too fearful to approach minion waves, relying instead on meager gold from passive income, commonly referred to as their retirement fund. Meanwhile, RBH adhered to their strategy, allowing the bot lane duo to consume all resources in the jungle, rapidly elevating both to level 6. I believe Zimo and I can take on 5 opponents now, Zixiao declared, confident that if they eliminated the enemy mid laner and ADC, even if they sustained injuries, they would remain unscathed. I'm game. I'll see if I can solo the Baron with Lee Sin, Jhin added, equipped with Death Stance, Ravenous Hydra, and Bloodthirster. His lifesteal was remarkably potent, allowing him to recover more health than damage dealt. What shall I do then? Shin inquired, following their plan. Zixiao and Li Zimo, controlling Misfortune and Alistar, approached the enemy's front tower while Bai Ji and Shin stood by to oversee the operation. The enemy's best-equipped Jhin had only 4 items, and for reasons unknown, he had not opted for armor penetration, rendering his attacks against Zixiao ineffective. I'll look for an opportunity to engage. I have the Gargoyle Stone Plate to absorb a significant amount of tower damage, Zixiao stated confidently. With the damage reduction from Alistar's ultimate and the Stone Plate's effect, activating it while 3 or more allies were nearby could double his health, making him nearly indestructible before the tower. Li Zimo, controlling Misfortune, closely followed behind Zixiao, ensuring that unless he was ensnared by too many crowd control abilities, his survival was all but guaranteed. as Zixiao's Alistar drew ever closer to his adversary. The moment anyone ventured within the range where he could execute his flash and subsequently unleash his WQ combo, he would initiate the engagement without hesitation. This represented a significant displacement distance, often challenging for many to gauge accurately. For instance, the opposing Serpent Woman was intent on advancing to secure the minion that Wu Ran could not claim. What a fortuitous opportunity! Zixiao swiftly activated his flash, aiming directly at the Serpent Woman with his WQ sequence. However, it appeared she was already prepared, effortlessly flashing over Zixiao's Alistar. The mechanics of Alistar's W are such that it propels upward without following the target, rendering the ability evaded entirely by her flash. Following her maneuver, the Serpent Woman found herself before Li Zimeau's misfortune, unleashing her ultimate, petrifying gaze, which ensnared Li Zimeau in place just as she aimed to pursue Zixiao. Zixiao suddenly sensed something amiss. However, given that Li Zimeau had not summoned her Mercury Crescent blade, it was inevitable that such a situation would arise. Considering Li Zimeau's possible lack of reflexes and awareness, he refrained from urging her to act. Now, he found himself ensnared by the relentless control of the opposing team, ultimately leading to his demise. This is disastrous, Zixiao lamented as he activated his ultimate ability and hurriedly retreated with the gargoyle. No matter how resilient one might be, with so many opponents, even the toughest would feel the sting of relentless assaults. Wu Ran's Jhin advanced toward Zixiao, who was entangled with others, landing a shot that inflicted a staggering 110 damage on him and the gargoyle. What on earth? What kind of damage is this? Zixiao exclaimed, bewildered. The opposing Jhin had merely invested in critical strike items and lacked armor penetration, while he himself had equipped a blue shield and was currently in his ultimate state. How could a single shot be so excruciating? Chapter 85. While meanwhile, he and Chun Shun, who had momentarily set down their mice to check their phones, rushed over, eager to assist Zixiao. Yet, their sole damage dealer, Bai Zai, had just entered the fray when Jin's AQ ability instantaneously obliterated him. It was not even the final shot's low whisper. Chun Shun hadn't even had a chance to unleash his ultimate. Despite their impressive equipment, the two were left without damage, and Chun Shun narrowly escaped via flash. Zixiao, helpless, endured attacks for a full half-minute before ultimately falling. Nevertheless, the group remained baffled as to why the enemy's damage had surged so dramatically. My apologies, it seems the fault lies with me, Li Zimeau quickly interjected, observing the grave expressions on their faces. But I can't shake the feeling that the enemy's damage is unusually high, and they haven't upgraded their gear significantly. How could it spike so suddenly? Zixiao murmured. I possess the armor from Zonia's hourglass. Even Jhin, fully equipped, should not be able to eliminate me with his final shot's low whisper combined with AQ ability, Bai Zai stated flatly. Although Jin's shot crit me, it exceeded his base damage by fourfold, not accounting for my armor. Perhaps we should consult Meng Xiaoqing. As an AD carry player, he might have a clearer grasp of damage metrics. We, mere amateurs, should refrain from speculating, Chun Shun suggested, directing everyone's gaze toward Meng Xiaoqing. Resting his chin on his hand, Meng Xiaoqing pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. Indeed, there is something amiss. Jhin should not possess such damage. Please wait a moment while I investigate. With that, Meng Xiaoqing exited the competition room, determined to return home, utilize his own computer, and apply his expertise to uncover the source of this anomaly. As Zixiao and his companions continued the match, the unfolding events grew increasingly bizarre. The once frenzied Serpent Woman, who had been relentlessly attacking, began to inflict actual damage. Most perplexing was the fact that their frontline, Li Zimeau, could hardly withstand any assault, despite having acquired significant items. Meanwhile, the opposing team was rapidly developing, their equipment catching up swiftly. Although Baiji managed to eliminate Wu Ran in a split second before being taken down himself, the subsequent team fight resulted in a mere 4-5 exchange, leaving only the blood-sucking Jhin alive while the rest perished. This was utterly illogical. How could the opposing team, with the composition lagging behind by 1 or 2 major items, still achieve such a favorable outcome? Several players noted that not only had the enemy's damage seemingly increased, but they also struggled to penetrate the opposing front line's defenses. Was this, perhaps, a new form of cheating? Zixiao remarked, truly a sight to behold. Just as the group succumbed to frustration and confusion, Meng Xiaoqing hurriedly entered, laptop in hand, his expression serious. They are undoubtedly cheating. You should take a look at the real-time data of the League of Legends match, he stated, turning the laptop towards the 5 of them. He revealed a series of codes and figures, which soon transitioned into the interface of a real-time data software he had developed. What does this mean? Zixiao inquired. Meng Xiaocheng leaned closer, whispering, observe the ADC, Jhin. During that 2v5 team fight, his damage output was threefold what it should have been. And the Serpent Woman was nearly the same. The remaining players' armor levels had significantly increased as well. He pulled up the back-end data of the real-time monitor. Noting that while their displayed attack power appeared unchanged, their actual output was vastly superior, indicative of some illicit software tampering with the live battle data, essentially functioning as a cheat. Upon hearing this, the 5 others grasped the situation and erupted in indignation. So, you're saying they can simply adjust their attack power to eliminate me in one hit? They can directly modify the game data? Zixiao exclaimed. Yes, in theory. But such actions are easily detectable, Meng Xiaocheng nodded. How outrageous. Resorting to cheating when they can't win fair and square, they have no shame at all. Jhin cursed, rising to confront the opposing team. This is our domain. If they dare to cheat, we shall teach them a lesson. I want to bear the surname Ji today if we don't. Jhin, calm down, they will never admit to it. Shenshin restrained him. What can we do? Are we just to watch them cheat? We have this data as evidence. They would have no retort. Jhin protested. Bai Ji, maintaining a stoic demeanor, interjected quietly. Are you foolish? If Meng Xiaocheng's identity as a hacker becomes known, it would lead to significant trouble, even imprisonment. The wealth he possesses means far beyond our imagination. Li Zimo added. After all, hackers operate in the shadows, engaging in both good and ill deeds, often without recognition. Although Meng Xiaocheng possessed hacking skills, he had never misused them. However, in this digital age, should Wu Ran leverage his connections and resources to vilify Meng Xiaocheng, she would swiftly become an enemy of the online community, facing brutal backlash. The nature of such cheats lies in their subtlety. Consider a typical ranked match where an opposing player has increased all attributes by 5%. Unless one is intimately familiar with the hero's capabilities and the damage output under specific conditions, it would be nearly impossible to detect. While a 5% boost may seem trivial in the early game, equating to a mere 10 attack power and an additional 120 health in the late game, that boost could amplify critical damage, making it seem as though one were invulnerable. Sometimes, it was just enough health or just the right reduction in attack power that made the difference. This enhancement inherently made the opponent superior, allowing them to win exchanges effortlessly. Ordinary players would attribute these outcomes to mere luck, failing to recognize they were up against cheats. Those who create cheats leverage this very perception to market their products, proving themselves to be far less than human. Chapter 86, If you cheat, so shall I. We cannot allow them to continue cheating without consequence. Is there any solution? Zixiao asked, looking to Meng Xiaocheng for guidance. Meng Xiaocheng smiled enigmatically, replying, in such situations, we must learn to retaliate in kind. You mean? The 5 revived and returned to the battlefield, but this time they charged directly at their opponents, emboldened by newfound abilities. Zixiao manipulated the bull-headed character, standing resolutely before the 2 towering teeth of the enemy's defenses. The 5 players, initially retreating, were compelled to engage him, yet despite their efforts, they found themselves outmatched. Alongside the formidable towers, as the bull had sustained minimal damage, displaying mere numbers. 1, 1, 1. Come on, you sluggish fools, you haven't even scratched my hair. The bull had casually scratched his body, even turning around to offer a delightful massage to his back, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. The opposing team, momentarily stunned, ceased their attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Zixiao executed a swift double flash, igniting Wu Ran with a burning mark. Wu Ran, at full health, was incinerated by this single igniting spell, suffering a staggering 1,000 points of true damage per second. What you call ignition is nothing less than nuclear fuel. The opposing team quickly realized Zixiao was utilizing hacks as well, and thus, they shed any pretense, unleashing their own cheats to the maximum capacity. That day, the Summoner's Rift bore witness to a cataclysmic clash of deities. The health bars of the players had become obscured, replaced by pure black figures engaged in battle in the mid lane. Even the bullhead's scorching sun could inflict exorbitant damage, yet the enemy's health remained untouched. The skirmish traversed from the mid lane to the top lane, then to the river, and as they approached the Baron, it was eradicated in an instant. Wherever the 10 players roamed, not a blade of grass could survive. Ultimately, the system determined that this match exhibited anomalous cheating behaviors, forcibly ejecting all 10 players from the game, bringing the chaos to a close. Zixiao, and others merely sat in their seats, smiling, eager to see how Wu Ran would explain himself. Zixiao and Jhin were the first to rise and head to the room where Wu Ran and the others were located. Oh dear, it seems the system has made a rather puzzling judgment. How could it have expelled all 10 of us? Is this considered a draw? Zixiao quipped as he opened the door. However, the room was completely empty, with only the computer humming away, devoid of any human presence. Damn, that fellow ran off quite swiftly, Jhin cursed, wishing he could have taunted him a bit more. Rich kids tend to have thin skins. They cannot withstand such humiliation and will certainly flee, Zixiao sighed, feeling disheartened. How dull. I was hoping for a bit more action. What are you all standing around for? Is there something amusing happening? Let me see. Yu Ming's voice chimed from behind the crowd, her petite figure blocked from view, bouncing on her toes in an attempt to catch a glimpse inside. Is there news about the Provincial League? Meng Xiaoqing asked Yu Mingman, noticing she held a new form in her hand. Yes. Hurry and come home with me. There are many good tidings. Yu Mingman appeared quite jubilant. The group dismissed Wu Ran, viewing him merely as a wealthy fool, and prioritized their own interests in the Provincial League, following Yu Mingman back home. Gathered around the table, Yu Mingman spread the newly acquired form before them, exclaiming, the 16 teams in the league will operate on a point system. Each match will be best of 3. Defeating a team earns 2 points, while a 2-1 victory yields 1 point. Therefore, if possible, we should aim for 2 o'clock. She continued, then. There will be a round-robin format, where we will face each of the remaining 15 teams in a best-of-3 format. This means we will undoubtedly encounter that team which previously mocked and attacked us. We must decisively take them down. Yu Mingman clenched her tiny fist, her gaze resolute as she spoke to everyone. The good news is, after investigating the remaining 15 teams, I found none particularly formidable. Before UV team arrived, they seemed evenly matched, but thereafter they largely faced overwhelming defeat at UV's hands. Thus, I believe if we can triumph in the exhibition match against UV, we will have a significant chance of clinching the championship. Yu Mingman clapped her hands in excitement, having thoroughly studied UV's 5 players. Wait, are you saying we are facing UV in the exhibition match? Zixiao inquired. Yes, indeed. That will be the day after tomorrow, Yu Mingman replied. This way, we can relish the joy of double revenge. After the exhibition match, we will encounter them once more in the round robin. Humph, always mocking us. This is our chance. Just wait until I unleash my ridicule on Twitter, Jhin declared, harboring the deepest resentment, already eager for an offline showdown. That's great. So we must win the exhibition match, right? Shin remarked. Previously, Yu Mingman had mentioned that winning wasn't essential, as it was primarily for practicing formations, but now, for the sake of revenge, victory was imperative. Exactly. I can hardly wait to see their faces when we defeat them 2 o'clock, Yu Mingman exclaimed. And it was hard to imagine such a cute girl uttering such fierce words with a smile. Oh wait, I believe winning isn't the most important. Rather, it's about annoying them. After all, it's just an exhibition match, so we can devise several schemes to irritate them, Zixiao interjected, showcasing his cunning. What do you mean? Meng Xiaoqing asked. For instance, we could adopt a strategy of feigned weakness, pretending to be utterly incompetent, allowing UV to crush us in the exhibition match. During this time, they will certainly become overconfident, and when we finally meet them again, we will crush them. Just thinking about it is exhilarating, Zixiao said with a mischievous grin. Bai Ji lightly shook his head, suggesting it would be more effective to choose 5 support characters and dominate the opposition. That is not a bad idea. What other plans do we have? Zixiao pondered, prompting the others to brainstorm. 5 obscure heroes leading to a 0-death game against them? Jhin suggested. What if we don't let them touch our defenses for 2 rounds? Meng Xiaoqing chimed in, beginning to strategize, while other teams participating in the Provincial League were discussing tactics. Only RBH was focused on devising ways to irritate their opponents during the exhibition match. Chapter 87. When the avalanche strikes with just 3 days remaining until the Provincial League commenced, all preparations for RBH were complete, leaving only routine training ahead. Li Zimo's tutoring classes had officially begun, leaving him with little time to visit RBH, and Wu Ran had not disturbed him again. Seemingly realizing the embarrassment he had caused himself, Yu Jianshui had also secured a few sponsors, albeit small ones, marking a promising start with returns on their investments. These past few days might be the most leisurely ones in months, so Zixiao seized the rare opportunity to invite Meng Xiaoqing to watch a movie together. Ah, indeed. When it comes to date night at the cinema, a horror film is a must. As they exited the theater, Meng Xiaocheng lingered, reluctant to leave. Meanwhile, Zixiao huffed for breath, as if he had just faced a great fright. Damn Jhin. How dare he trick me into watching that? I'll make him pay. Zixiao, are you alright? Meng Xiaocheng asked, noticing he seemed exhausted. I'm fine. Let us head back now. Zixiao managed to calm himself, recalling the blood of the zombies splattering on him during the film. What a ridiculous 5D movie. It's just an excuse to splash water on the audience while they wear those glasses. Hey, since it's rare for us to be alone, why don't we grab a meal before heading back? Meng Xiaocheng suggested, secretly thinking Zixiao lacked romantic instincts. Any other guy would have booked a hotel by now. But here he was, suggesting they head straight home. Oh, alright then. Let us go have some fried chicken. It's been ages since I had some. And paired with ice-cold cola, it's the ultimate joy for those of us in the esports realm. Zixiao exclaimed enthusiastically. Meng Xiaocheng couldn't help but facepalm internally, yet maintained a smile, saying, let me choose the place. I happen to know an exquisite Japanese restaurant nearby. Japanese food? 10 minutes later, the two found themselves at a particularly upscale Japanese restaurant. How upscale was it? The service charge alone amounted to Zixiao's monthly food budget. They were seated in a private room, with all dishes prepared from fresh ingredients of the day. Although the food was delicious, it was not filling and quite expensive. For a homebody like Zixiao, who considered fried chicken a substantial meal, such an environment was intimidating, and he hesitated to eat even when the dishes arrived. Why aren't you eating? Meng Xiaocheng inquired. Zixiao hesitated, feeling utterly out of place in this setting. All right, loosen up. Come on, he urged, and without hesitation, Meng Xiaocheng took some vegetables and fed them to me. Indeed, while some introverted individuals struggle to adapt to their surroundings, others are fortunate enough to have girlfriends to feed them. After 2 long hours, we finished our dinner and walked hand in hand, preparing to return home. However, on our way back, we noticed that passers-by frequently glanced our way, not with the curiosity typical of encountering someone moderately famous online, but rather with a disdain akin to that reserved for ex-convicts. What was going on? Zixiao was utterly bewildered. After all, we had merely dined at a Japanese restaurant, and being over 18, having a girlfriend should be quite normal. Forget them, let's just head home, Meng Xiaocheng suggested. Upon returning, we immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere in the house. No one was training, and everyone was engrossed in conversation. What is happening? Right now, our names are being dragged through the mud across Twitter and various forums. Even on our previous videos, aside from the hired commenters Wu Ran employed, there are bound to be plenty of fools following the trend. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it to the trending topics, Jhin remarked with a scowl. Trending topics can be bought. The onlookers are likely operating under that mindset. In this day and age, typing ISNT illegal, and they LL say whatever pleases them. Chun added, his expression equally grim. What a pathetic sight, Bai Ji scoffed. What should we do? Our Twitter DMs are overflowing with indiscriminate vitriol directed at us. And our phones have been bombarded with calls, Yu Mingman exclaimed anxiously, incessantly tapping on her keyboard and mouse. What is going on? Zixiao and Meng Xiaocheng approached, having just returned. It was that one person, yes, Wu Ran, who uploaded the video of our match online, bought trending status, and enlisted countless marketing accounts to distort the facts and vilify us. They are outright claiming that our match was a practice game against another team, suggesting we were testing hacks, which has resulted in our Twitter being a complete mess. Also, you two were photographed dining out today. It was probably that hot pot restaurant owner who saw the trending topic and decided to take pictures of you. They are likely hoping to draw in viewers from this Twitter fiasco. It's utterly revolting. Jhin fumed. Zixiao and Meng Xiaocheng swiftly recognized the gravity of the situation, prompting them to hastily open their phones and log onto Twitter. I had always suspected that a newly formed team could not possibly ascend so effortlessly. Winning the Internet CAF League Championship was one thing, but besting numerous renowned streamers was another. Even a support player could single-handedly defeat Lang, and the number 1 Z in the national server. Clearly, they were employing cheats. It's no wonder that teams struggle to compete against RBH, as they have the ability to utilize full map hacks, making it crystal clear where the jungler is and what actions they undertake. How could they ever secure a catch? Such cheating is utterly revolting. Fortunately, those who faced them in practice matches have come forward. Otherwise, if they were to advance to the LPL and the cheats were discovered, it would surely become a global laughingstock. People would say Chinese teams can only resort to such attribute-enhancing hacks, and they might even question whether we employed similar cheats during our championship victories. If RBH can withstand this wave of online harassment, everyone present bears a responsibility. Brothers, I shall take the lead. The comments that once filled the bottom of Twitter and videos have vanished, replaced by vitriol. While the private messages of the five have erupted in a cacophony of repugnant remarks, even the owner of a nearby Japanese restaurant weighed in, stating that the team accused of cheating had come to his establishment and in a sarcastic tone asked if he should slip something into their food. This foolish tweet garnered tens of thousands of likes and replies, and others, consumed by jealousy, were undoubtedly on the verge of losing their sanity. Damn. Wuran must truly be deranged. He was the one who initially resorted to cheating yet turned around to bite us. Zixiao was incensed. And the most troubling aspect was that he could not fathom the current plight of Li Zimo. Chapter 88. Online bullying. The current online environment is such that an individual can purchase trending topics and engage marketing accounts to present a narrative, regardless of its veracity. Once a matter is brought to the public's attention, it becomes known to a certain audience. And influencers seeking notoriety or social media platforms will ascend to moral high ground to condemn the issue, even fabricating details to further muddy the waters. As the crowd grows, the chaos intensifies, pulling in bystanders and turning the entire community aware of the situation, sometimes even spilling beyond its confines. At this juncture, irrespective of the truth, everyone clings to the superficial representations displayed online. The ensuing cycle consists of righteous individuals condemning and sharing, while various content creators capitalize on the trend, leading to an ever-growing and convoluted discourse, inevitably attracting aggressive commentators. The perpetrators of misinformation may only require a small sum of money and a fleeting moment to fabricate their narratives, while the victims expend considerable effort and resources to rectify the situation. Yet, the most critical blow remains the psychological toll inflicted upon the victims, who, even when aware of the truth, find themselves powerless to halt the spread of misinformation, particularly for ordinary individuals. The crux of the issue lies in the fact that trending topics can be bought, and marketing accounts and self-media pursue profit and fame through unscrupulous means. In today's online landscape, such individuals are regrettably commonplace. It is akin to a situation where the proliferation of foolishness leads the foolish to believe they are not foolish at all, due to the anonymity afforded by the internet. Coupled with the sheer volume of voices, a herd mentality emerges, allowing individuals to feel emboldened to kick and spit from the safety of the crowd, resulting in their rampant audacity. However, a significant flaw exists in their choice of adversary and target this time. All right, everyone, let's cease the commotion. Allow me to resolve this matter. Meng Xiaocheng spoke with a smile, yet her grin sent shivers down spines. The remaining five understood her intentions immediately and fell silent. Taking their seats, Meng Xiaocheng opened her computer and initiated her quest for vengeance. Pigo is an ordinary person who plays League of Legends. Today, as he logged onto his computer to play, he stumbled upon a trending topic on Twitter regarding RBH allegedly using cheats in a practice match. This piqued his interest. And the more he read, the angrier he became. No wonder he had been losing in ranked matches lately. It turned out the opposing team had been utilizing the very hacks developed by them. Furious, he shared the tweet in his social circle, adding a comment urging his friends to gather for a reunion dinner. His friends, upon seeing the post, also condemned the actions of the five members of RBH. Not just commenting, but sharing it as well. Shocking. A Kazakhs discovered the ability to trigger the isolated passive within the RBH household. Per them, their selfies are just a family portrait. Although Pigo was merely an ordinary individual, he had numerous friends, and through the network of shares, the message spread further. However, just as he was about to log into League of Legends after fulfilling his sense of justice, he found that his account had been permanently banned. Along with his chat software and Twitter accounts, all social media profiles were suspended, and the reason given was, you have disseminated inappropriate information within the community. Damn it. I stood up for justice and got banned? Han Yi was once a League of Legends streamer, but due to his lack of viewership, he shifted to streaming a mobile game, yet his popularity remained dismally low. When he discovered the trending topic surrounding RBH, he immediately took to Twitter and berated RBH during his live stream. The quality of these five individuals is laughable. They resort to cheats even in their own matches. When they face other countries in the World Championship, and if they are caught using hacks, will we not become the laughingstock of the globe? They truly bring shame to our country. The real pride for our nation lies in our mobile esports. The atmosphere in the live chat became increasingly heated. Stirred by Hanye's words, he deliberately intertwined two loosely connected issues, linking the cheating allegations of RBH to national honor, igniting the fervor of many nationalistic viewers. While Han vocally condemned them, his expression was one of glee as he witnessed the rising viewership, envisioning the influx of followers and traffic that would translate into financial gain. However, his joy was short-lived. Just as the popularity of his live stream was about to surpass 10,000 viewers, the channel was abruptly banned, along with the accounts on various major social media platforms. The most crucial aspect of this ban was not that the stream became inaccessible, but rather that the channel's name was changed to reflect his personal information, including his ID number and home address, rendering him unable to broadcast, forced to merely watch. On Twitter, although the incident had already garnered immense attention, reaching over 1 million discussions, any account that posted negative comments became silenced, as their last comment was the negative one, leading to their disappearance from the online realm. Yet, despite the vitriol directed at RBH, some individuals rose to defend them. Lang, representing the PG Esports Club, promptly tweeted after discovering the incident, clarifying that during the training match, the computers used were fully controlled by them, and there was no possibility of cheating, as they were physically present. He firmly believed that RBH and their team would never resort to unfair practices, as their tactical acumen was what earned them the championship title in the Internet CAF League. With Lang's intervention, many of his fans also came forth to support RBH, igniting a storm of fervent discussion online. However, despite Lang's considerable following, it could not withstand the tide of negativity, and soon, the criticisms began to wane. The number of detractors rapidly diminished to zero, as those who had made disparaging remarks found their accounts permanently banned, irretrievable, given that social accounts were linked directly to phone numbers tied to ID cards. Any attempt to register anew with the same ID would be met with a notification stating that an account already existed. Thus, only a change of identity would allow for new registrations. Some individuals, undeterred by the complexities, still managed to create new accounts, only to find themselves banned again, likely due to collusion with the software providers. After a period of silence online, reasonable individuals began to discuss the origins and implications of the incident. It became apparent that the nature of online events dictated that, regardless of their initial scale, once ignited, they would burn brightly for a time before fading away into obscurity. Nevertheless, Meng Xiaocheng decided to observe the situation further, recognizing that few dared to openly criticize or judge the matter any longer. His edited program continued to operate normally, and there was no immediate reason for the authorities to reverse the ban, especially since the accusations were true. However, it was likely that they were working on rectifying the virus Meng had developed. He resolved to wait and assess the evolving dynamics before plotting his next move. While those who had insulted them faced account bans, Zixiao and Jhin were still seething with indignation. Jhin remarked, "Meng Xiaocheng, they have slandered us so brazenly. Can't we devise something to ensure they too are subjected to such vitriol daily?" Meng Xiaocheng shook his head, cautioning against excessive retribution, as he, though a hacker, understood the potential backlash from white hat hackers if they crossed certain lines. Upon hearing this, Zixiao had a sudden inspiration. "I've thought of a way to retaliate while skirting the edges of online legality." Meng Xiaocheng, intrigued by Zixiao's mischievous grin, inquired further. That evening, millions of social media accounts across the nation received notifications of unbanning, and users joyfully logged in, only to find nothing amiss, believing the ordeal had concluded. However, as night fell, the incessant buzzing and ringing of their phones began, all notifications from various social media platforms, which could not be silenced or muted. Each time users attempted to silence or disable notifications, the settings reverted automatically, regardless of the platform or sender. Every message contained the same legal citation, Article 246 of the criminal law, which addresses the public insult of others through violence or other means, or the fabrication of facts to defame, with severe consequences. The messages flooded in at a staggering rate of 60 per second, quickly overwhelming phone memory, causing some devices to freeze, leaving users only able to hear the relentless vibrations and pings. Moreover, not only were they bombarded with messages, but even phone calls inundated them, with automated voices repeating the same legal text, and recipients unable to hang up until the message concluded, only to receive another call immediately thereafter. That night, the internet fell into a peculiar silence as the messages were one-sided, visible only to the recipients, plunging all detractors and self-proclaimed guardians of justice into despair. Haha. When the online environment eventually improves, we shall indelibly mark history with our audacious act of legal enlightenment, Zixiao chuckled, nearly falling from his seat at the thought of the torment faced by their detractors. Such an intrusion is beyond their reach. even if they report it. White hat hackers will be powerless to intervene, so I can confidently assert our safety, Meng Xiaocheng remarked, acknowledging her role as the mastermind behind the technical execution of the plan. Crafting such a program was relatively effortless for someone of her caliber, especially given her extensive prior intrusions into those software systems. Regrettably, that scoundrel Wu Ran has yet to face significant repercussions. However, should he attempt any further mischief, I'll infiltrate his computer without hesitation. I can't believe he doesn't have any dubious content on his device, Meng Xiaocheng said, promising support to Zixiao. It seems he has a history of wrongdoing. Yet, Shun Shun pointed out that the crux of the issue remained unresolved, merely preventing further escalation. As long as online real name registration is not enforced, such incidents will persist. Bai Zai coldly interjected. Just as the group engaged in discussion, the front door swung open, and Yu Mingman rushed in, visibly anxious. No, it's terrible. Father has discovered our online activities, and it seems we influenced the Xinghe consortium. He demands we go to him immediately. She gasped, clearly having hurried to deliver the news. Impacted the consortium? Zixiao sprang to his feet, joining the others as they hastened to Yu Jiashui's office. The true horror lies in the fact that once such an event occurs, it inevitably casts a detrimental shadow over the victims and the various individuals or collectives involved. A connection that may well persist throughout their lives. Moreover, when public opinion swells, competitors may seize the opportunity to exploit the situation, thereby alleviating their own competitive pressures. The Xinghe Consortium represents the culmination of Yu Jiangshui's efforts, and in stark contrast to an emerging esports team, the disparity in stakes is glaringly evident. Should any issues arise with the consortium due to the actions of individuals like RBH, it is highly probable that Mr. Yu would terminate the contract or even disband the team entirely. The group hastily boarded their vehicle and sped towards the grand edifice of the Xinghe Consortium. Making their way to Yu Jiangshui's office, Zixiao led the way into the office, where Yu Jiangshui appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing everyone arrive, he opened his eyes, waved his hand, and gestured for them to take their seats, his expression decidedly grim. The hearts of Zixiao and others tightened involuntarily. Even though the fault did not lie with them, the ensuing repercussions and losses were undeniably significant. Chapter 90. The Keyboard Warrior's Wrath. I have heard Ming Man recount the sequence of events, and I have conducted my own investigation. You must understand that this will exert considerable public pressure on our consortium, Yu Jiashui stated with a stern expression. The group felt an acute tension. Their heads bowed in silence. Suddenly, Meng Xiaocheng stood up and declared, I apologize. This incident was a momentary lapse in judgment. The cheating program was a replica of our opponent's software that I created. The recent online events were also orchestrated by me. If there is to be punishment, let it be directed at me. Please do not disband the team. Meng Xiaocheng spoke earnestly, his head lowered in sincerity. As Zixiao and Ji Lin witnessed the situation, they promptly stood up. Boss Yu, please don't disband the team. We will sincerely repent. We were truly overwhelmed by anger at the time. Soon, all 6 members of RBH stood up, heads bowed, pleading with Yu Jiashui not to dissolve the team. The office fell silent, with the 6 individuals too intimidated to look up at Yu Jiashui. Just as the tension reached its peak, they heard Yu Jiashui chuckle lightly. Seeing you like this puts me at ease. I was worried that this incident would cause a rift among you. Huh. The 6 members of RBH were utterly bewildered. Yu Jiangshui's expression quickly turned serious as he continued. I am indeed angry, but not at you. That brat Wu Ran. His father is wealthy because of our collaboration with the Xinghe Consortium. Now he dares to bully the team I founded? Will he next bully me directly? And those online trolls, they even dare to insult my daughter and son-in-law. They truly have a death wish. I initially planned to hire someone myself, but unexpectedly, Xiaoqing beat me to it. However, this is for the best. You can train as usual, and when you play, retaliate twice as hard against those who insult you. As long as we and the consortium remain united, we will always support you. As he spoke, Yu Jiashui became increasingly agitated, shedding the demeanor of a boss and resembling more of a friend to the 6 members of RBH. Perhaps it was due to his daughter and son-in-law being part of the team that stirred such emotions in him. But it seemed evident that Yu Jianshui was a person of passion. Indeed, Father, I love you to bits, Yu Mingman exclaimed, joyfully lifting her head and rushing to embrace Yu Jianshui. The others expressed their gratitude, astonished that despite being a businessman, Yu Jianshui possessed such a spirited nature. All right. I have already spoken to Wu Ran's father. He will come tonight to apologize to you all. Once he tweets about it, this matter should be resolved, Yu Jianshui stated. Nod. Everyone nodded in agreement. The cost was irrelevant. What truly excited them was the thought of witnessing Wu Ran's aggrieved, yet helpless visage. Back home, Meng Xiaoqing swiftly set up a new program. Once the tweet was sent out, as long as those accounts replied with an "I'm sorry," the previously automated messaging and calling programs would be cancelled, serving as a satisfactory resolution. Meanwhile, Wu Ran had not yet knelt before the RBH members, but was already kneeling in his father's office. "Kneel properly," Wu Ran's father bellowed. Wu Ran knelt there, head bowed, motionless and too afraid to speak, forced to endure his father's wrath. "Why do you think I toil night and day to secure a better future for our consortium? It is all for you, you ungrateful brat. You are at the bottom of your class, and yet you managed to bring home 7 pregnancy test receipts in a month. Now you've caused such a commotion. Do you have any idea how long I pleaded with Boss Yu to prevent us from being terminated? If that had happened, we would have been finished. Do you understand?" Wu Ran's father yanked his hair and slapped him across the face, sending him sprawling several feet away. Naturally, Wu Ran dared not retaliate, remaining silent as he absorbed his father's fury. His father continued berating him for nearly an hour before finally pausing, exhausted. "Today, you will sincerely apologize, or I will ensure this inheritance is fed to the dogs, and you will receive nothing." That evening, the 6 members of RBH waited at home, feeling an exquisite sense of anticipation. Every day is filled with chaos, but this time, it seems they've truly messed up, Zixiao remarked, a popsicle dangling from his lips. "I've prepared the camera. I must capture this moment on video for repeated viewing," Jhin exclaimed eagerly. "However, I believe he only acted this way because he encountered us, hackers and individuals with greater authority. If he were to target an ordinary person, that individual would likely never lift their head in pride again," Shin commented. "This is the trend of the times. Ultimately, it has nothing to do with us," Meng Xiaoqing said, while designing a countermeasure program. Since yesterday, her computer had faced millions of attempts at intrusion, but it was evident that the opposing hackers were novices and could not breach her defenses. "Fortunately, I didn't agree back then. I didn't expect him to be such a person, far worse than I had imagined," Zixiao added, noting that others had invited him to accept Wu Ran's apology. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, instantly dispelling the group's lethargy. Yu Mengman excitedly hopped to the door. The visitors were none other than Wu Ran and his father. Wu Ran had shed his previous arrogance and false smile, replaced instead by a face tinged with anger, yet dominated by fear and panic. Wu Ran's father dragged him inside and, with an apologetic smile, addressed everyone. "I sincerely apologize. It is my failure as a parent that has led this child to such a disposition." Wu Ran, kneel. After receiving a sharp reprimand, Wu Ran's face twitched, but he still knelt. "Apologize," his father commanded. "Yes, I am sorry. It was my fault. I truly apologize," Wu Ran stammered, observing his son's inability to articulate himself. His father's expression darkened momentarily but quickly reverted to a smile as he turned to the others. "I sincerely apologize. Once we return home, I will ensure he receives proper guidance. Additionally, I will compensate for your emotional distress and other expenses. I hope you can forgive my ungrateful son." "Well, that is more like it. I appreciate your efforts. I suggest you let your son fend for himself out in the world for a few days. It should do him some good," Zixiao remarked, representing RBH, thus extending his forgiveness to Wu Ran. However, RBH was one entity, and Zixiao had yet to voice her thoughts. From a certain perspective, she had been violated by his actions, including stalking. That apology, Zixiao. "I truly lost control of myself at that moment. I beg for your forgiveness and promise not to disturb your life again." Wu Ran, still kneeling, bowed his head toward Zixiao. With that, Zixiao felt compelled to respond, simply nodding. "All right, get up. Just refrain from bothering my life moving forward." Chapter 91. Provincial League Exhibition Match. After Wu Ran and his father visited the RBH residence to apologize, Wu Ran's father compensated the RBA members handsomely. He also issued a public apology on Twitter, spending lavishly to resolve the matter. This tweet became the most highly engaged post in history, flooded with apologies, dwarfing even the popularity of certain major celebrities' tweets by several multiples. Naturally, Meng Xiaoqing's contributions were immeasurable. Consequently, the online trolls and keyboard warriors likely hesitated to provoke the members of RBH. "Ah, the sun is shining on my back." Zixiao groaned as he finally dragged himself out of bed and made his way to the training room. "Oh, you're awake. I thought you might sleep from today until tomorrow," Jhin remarked, while the others had already commenced their training. Zixiao, with his eyes covered, stretched lazily, lamenting the multitude of recent tasks that have burdened him. Not only was there the usual training, but also the added pressure from online harassment and the matters concerning the UV team, which were only resolved by last night. A good rest was certainly warranted. I wonder, among those who resolved these issues, where were you? You were merely a bystander, Jhin remarked, a statement that held some truth. All right. Today marks the commencement of the Provincial League exhibition match, does it not? Why are you all still lingering here? Zixiao inquired. Well, of course. We are waiting for you. Do you expect us to carry you to the train station? Jhin retorted with a glance, rising along with the others to gather their belongings. Oh, my apologies. Zixiao scratched his head sheepishly. The group of 6 collected their things and drove to the train station, then boarded the train heading to the venue of the Provincial League. A sports center capable of accommodating 3,000 people, complete with an official live streaming platform. Although it could not compare to the LPL or secondary leagues, it was certainly a significant upgrade from the previous atmosphere in an internet CAF. The journey was remarkably uneventful, and they arrived at their destination without any unusual incidents. After safely reaching their pre-booked hotel and settling in, they made their way to the competition venue. The sports arena was impressively spacious, having been transformed from a basketball court into a site for the Provincial League, complete with numerous additional seats. Many staff members were already making preparations, and some spectators had even begun to enter the venue. After glancing around, the 6 members of RBH were promptly ushered back to the waiting room by the staff, who insisted they prepare for the upcoming opening ceremony. However, RBH soon encountered another familiar face, Zixiao. It's the RBH team. Hello. She greeted the 5 members of RBH. Though she was a minor commentator, her demeanor was refreshingly genuine, devoid of any pretense, showing no signs of the recent rumors surrounding RBH. Will you be commentating for the exhibition match as well? Zixiao asked. Yes, indeed. I will be partnering with another male commentator, Zixiao replied with a smile, just as a man approached them. There he is. A man in a suit with a buzz cut sauntered over, exuding a carefree confidence that contrasted starkly with Zixiao's composed nature. So, you are the RBH team, correct? He inquired with a casual air. Yes, and you are? Meng Xiaocheng responded politely. Me? The man confidently flicked a lock of hair. I am the rising star of the League of Legends commentary scene, Xiao Mu. One day, I will commentate on a global professional match. Observing his self-assured demeanor and commanding presence, the members of RBH found it hard to engage in conversation, exchanging a few pleasantries before hastily retreating to their lounge. The resting area for the Provincial League was comparable to the VIP room of the Xinghe Internet CAF, where the team planned to make their final adjustments before the match. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 5 members of the UV team entered their own resting room. Woody, listen carefully. The only way to redeem yourself is by winning this match. Do you understand? Chong said sternly. Woody nodded faintly. He had been mercilessly criticized online and had refrained from making any public appearances, with his streaming activities suspended indefinitely and even severing ties with the platform. Meng Xiaocheng's previous comments had left Woody in a state of anxiety, fearful of any mention of money or gifts, even flinching at the sound of teammates expressing gratitude for donations. If you can't secure a victory, you might as well retire. No platform will want you. So winning is your only path, Doi remarked, as no one showed Woody any kindness. Although previous criticisms on Twitter stemmed from a lack of understanding, they had spoken their minds. Both teams prepared swiftly as the match time approached. The venue was nearly filled to capacity, with Xiao Mu and Zixiao already seated at the commentary desk. Comrades and compatriots, today we commence the Provincial League exhibition match, featuring the undefeated Team UV against the Dark Horse champions of the Internet CAF League, RBH. This matchup promises to be a thrilling clash of titans.